You are listening to The Innkeeper by Lifesketcher. Chapter 2001, Summon Hurin. Quest completed. Host a Heaven's puppet inside the Midnight Inn as a guest. Quest reward, 1 permanent butter knife upgrade token. Remarks, never say I never did anything for you. New notification, special event triggered. New notification, Heaven's puppet detected within the inn. New notification, due to the inn's protective formation, the puppet's connection to Arch-Heaven has been severed. New quest, an empty vessel lies within the inn, a former puppet of the heavens. A forbidden secret, a hidden history, or a powerful weapon. Choose what to do with the puppet. Additional information, through circumstance or by design, a Heaven's puppet is at the host's disposal. The puppet hides a forbidden secret of Arch-Heaven, contains traces of a history wiped in the primordial age, and can serve as a powerful, one-time use weapon. The host can choose which one of these 3 to focus on, but cannot choose all 3. The moment that the puppet is used for either purpose, it will trigger a hidden response embedded within by Arch-Heaven, destroying it. Depending on the host's choice, this quest has the potential to evolve into a joint or chain quest. Quest reward depends on the host's choices. Remarks, is the vessel really empty? Is the puppet really a puppet? Is the host really fat? It seems some questions have no answers. Lex finally read the notifications once he returned to the inn and paused. This was not what he had expected. This was an interesting quest, for not only was there no time limit, he actually had a choice on how to proceed. Furthermore, there was no pressure from the system on what to choose. Based on his understanding of the system, he could guess what it wanted. The system seemed to be extremely interested in the lost history of the primordial age, but what would serve him best? He did not know yet. He was also surprised that he got an upgrade token instead of a direct upgrade to the butter knife. He could not help but recall how Mary had suggested that he should complete this upgrade before he completes the taverns. Perhaps the token would be especially useful once he completed the tavern quest. Speaking of which, the time limit he had on that quest was actually quite small. Originally he had 6 months, but now he had only a few days left. If he failed the quest, the system would shut down for 3 years, but that wasn't going to happen. In fact, all the taverns were almost complete. They only required the finishing touches, and for those, Orin had waited for Lex before putting them in. After all, Lex and Orin had incredible synergy. Lex smiled, rolled up his sleeves, and teleported to the dwarf to help him complete the taverns. Meanwhile, using remote presence, a projection of the innkeeper appeared within his office. He made his way to his table without an ounce of urgency, and looked at all the letters of intent placed there neatly, waiting for him to read through. Be honest, Lex was absolutely sure that if he tried to read so many letters, his brain would explode. Fortunately, all those who delivered the letter first talked with Wukong and Mary, sharing their actual intentions with them. Unless the letters contained a secret or a hidden message they did not wish to disclose easily, he already knew what all those Dao Lords wanted. More or less, they were all representatives of various forces, trying to understand, or maybe even recruit the innkeeper. Now, ordinarily, faced with over a dozen letters from Dao Lords, Lex would be just a teeny-tiny bit stressed about how to respond. Ordinarily. In this instance, though, Lex had just the solution he needed in the form of the innkeeper's reading glasses. That was the solution as to how to skim through them. As for how to respond, he had an idea for that, too. Innkeeper's reading glasses. A fashionable accessory that blocks Dao aura while reading a document within the inn territory. The glasses also censor confidential information from which the aura cannot be removed, preventing the host from being inadvertently affected by reading something dangerous. Putting on his glasses, Lex skimmed through the letters, noticing that many of them were just a simple request for a meeting, though a few of them did have content that the glasses censored. Once he was done reading, he slipped all the letters into his top drawer, alongside the other letters of intent he had. Then he pulled out the Midnight Inn letterhead, the innkeeper's pen, and the ink well. All 3 of them were system features he'd received a long time ago. The letterhead was considered official Midnight Inn stationery, and was used to carry the innkeeper's official word, and was thus naturally tinged with his aura. The pen then further added the innkeeper's aura to every word written by it, while the ink well ensured that the innkeeper's intentions were conveyed perfectly, without any room for misconstruing or misunderstanding his intentions. All of this was extremely official, which was good, because it was the first step in Lex's scam in his entrepreneurial endeavors. Slowly and with the utmost grace, Lex began to leave random scribbles on the letterhead, as if practicing the most profound and exquisite calligraphy. Of course, no matter how many scribbles he left on the page, even if it was just one line, his message would be delivered perfectly, so the only thing that dictated how much he wrote was his whim. In fact, ordinarily, Lex would write as little as possible. This time, however, he filled the whole page. Every line was written with a casual yet deliberate hand, as if depicting his relaxed state of mind while conveying the message. It was important that the reader understand that for the innkeeper this was no big deal. It was something he decided to do on a whim, something casual. Once he was done, he folded the letter perfectly and sealed it within an envelope. "Luther," the innkeeper spoke, his voice reaching the man's ears even across the inn. "Summon Jotun from the Origin realm. Tell him he must deliver a letter from me to Hurin." The name was spoken directly and carelessly, yet when Luther heard it, it felt like he had been struck by thunder. The power of a Dao Lord's mere name was often enough to bring one to their knees, if it did not entirely destroy their being, that is. Since the innkeeper spoke it casually, and Hurin held no malice towards the innkeeper, there was no strong reaction, and so Luther survived it. In fact, within the Origin realm, Hurin had already realized that the innkeeper had spoken his name, yet he did not rush to the inn for a meeting just yet. Among Dao Lords, formality and ceremony were of the utmost importance. When dealing with beings so powerful, there could not be the slightest hint of carelessness or misunderstanding. Luther was busy with his own projects, but he did not hesitate at all to drop them. It had been a long time since the innkeeper had addressed him by name. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen. He left the inn, not wasting a single second. Chapter 2002, 1 week. Actually, as soon as Lex sent Luther, he realized that he may have made a mistake. Last he remembered, Jotun was about to go through, or by now was probably recovering from his minor tribulation as a celestial immortal, if he had lived through it. Getting him to carry a letter of intent, even if it was from a fake Dao Lord, might be too much. But it was too late now. He hoped the fellow was fine, because it would suck to cause a hiccup in his plan over such a basic mistake. As it turned out, not only was Jotun fine, but he was better than ever. Although he had only risen a single level within the celestial realm, his power had multiplied manifold. The heritage he had gained from the tower, the same one from which Giselle learned how to manipulate time better, was not something any common being could imagine. It allowed him to masterfully use all 8 ruling laws in ways that normal immortals simply shouldn't be able to. That was also the reason why he was valued so by the Henali, and his newfound rise in strength was a secret that the Henali were originally planning on keeping secret for a crucial moment. However, the moment Luther showed up within the Jotun Empire revealed his identity and his mission. That plan was set aside. When Jotun learned from Luther that he had been picked by name by the innkeeper, a sense of pride as well as immense gratitude filled his chest. The innkeeper's recognition would do wonders for his career with the Henali. He would not soon forget it. Also, it was obvious that for such a mission he had to put on his best performance. Delivering letter of intent was a sacred duty, and one of great honor. It was not the kind of thing one did in secret. Instead, there were grand ceremonies involved, making it a glorious affair. Soon, the two of them arrived at the inn, and entered the innkeeper's office. The innkeeper was standing facing the window, looking out over the inn when the two of them entered. He seemed lost in thought, so neither of them dared to disturb him, though the truth was that Lex was actually focused on finishing up a tavern. Who had the brilliant idea of making a tavern with space the size of Brazil locked inside a single-story house? While such ideas sounded cool on paper, they were a pain in the behind to implement. It made an otherwise simple task needlessly complicated. Then again, it was truly worthy of a midnight tavern, so instead of complaining, he put all his effort into helping complete it. Funnily enough, if Lex had stardust dandelion seeds to spare, this tavern would have been much easier to make. The process took nearly the whole day, after which he could finally spare some attention back to Jotun and Luther, who were silently waiting for the innkeeper. "Sorry to keep you waiting," the innkeeper said with his signature, soothing voice as he turned around to face them. "I was slightly preoccupied with a certain matter." "It was my honor to wait," Jotun answered sincerely as he bowed deeply. This was truly the most humble Dao Lord he had ever faced. Who had ever heard of a Dao Lord apologizing to a mere immortal? People wouldn't even believe it in a fiction novel, let alone accept it as reality. "Please deliver my letter in a timely fashion," the innkeeper said, pointing to the single letter on his desk. "I look forward to meeting the governor in 7 days. The details are all included within the letter." Jotun bowed once more, picked up the letter with both hands and left the inn. "Is there anything else you need from me?" Luther asked, and the innkeeper nodded. "I don't need anything from you, but I do have something for you. Stay free in the coming days. I'll give you something to help you with that hell project of yours." Luther trembled with excitement, and then bowed deeply to the innkeeper before leaving. Lex then turned his attention towards something else. Eclipse had said that all guests coming to her primordial garden must bring her a flower that could survive within the environment of the garden itself. While Lex wasn't worried about what the others would bring, he was greatly concerned about himself. For a moment he thought of Zuri. Did she count as a flower? But then he shook his head. He couldn't gift a sentient plant as a flower. How awkward would that be? No, he needed to think of something else. Fortunately, he knew just the turtle to consult. The innkeeper's projection flickered away, appearing in front of the turtle, who was busy planting the star-dust dandelion in what looked like a pile of dragon manure. The things Pelvilin's body had been used for. "How are things going with your garden project?" the innkeeper asked, watching the turtle do its thing. "Oh dear, things are not going as I had hoped," the turtle said, sounding extremely sad. "While the heaven project is going fine at this rate, I won't be able to make the best heaven, not unless I get many more heavenly trees. Unfortunately, such things are not easy to find. Do you know where I might be able to find some?" The innkeeper chuckled, as if he was amused. "As it so happens, I might be able to get you one soon," the innkeeper said. "But first you must prove your skills are enough to handle such a valuable gift. How about this? If you can give me a flower that can grow and take root within a primordial environment within 1 week, I'll consider your skill sufficient and work on giving you the gift." The turtle looked at the innkeeper skeptically, as if pondering whether it could trust him. Something told him that the innkeeper's intentions were not as they seemed, but eventually it dismissed them. "Fine, 1 week. I will give you a fine flower in 1 week. Don't go back on your promise." The innkeeper chuckled. "I won't." Chapter 2003, Handsome Young Men. There was a reason why Lex set his appointment with the governor of the Origin Realm a week away. Before that, he would be focusing on completing the taverns, which he had almost done. He'd also given himself leeway for a few days in case the upgrade reward took longer than expected. Although, since he was not intending on relying on the upgrade for anything, he was not too focused on it. Of course, it would be great if the upgrade provided him with something incredible that could help him pull of his entrepreneurial experiment. Besides, the only time the system interface actually disappeared was when the system absorbed another system. With all the preliminary preparations in place, Lex could focus entirely on building his taverns. Valkyries, who had so far been the greatest contributors in constructing the taverns besides Orin himself, were stunned by how drastically Lex's aid increased their productivity. At the same time, they finally got a hint of why they were in such a rush to complete the taverns. Rumor had it that the innkeeper had called Luther for some important task. It seemed like something big was about to happen. As hints of excitement and anticipation filled the air, causing all the workers to look forward to whatever the innkeeper had planned, Lorelei was stunned. She was not taken aback by how calm and peaceful the Midnight Inn was. No, she was literally stunned. Due to the massive influx of new guests, numbering in the hundreds of billions, the inn was once again seeing a lot of troublemakers. Considering that the inn workers were pretty powerful themselves now, for the most part it was not too troublesome to handle. Earth immortals were decently strong enough, not to mention fast enough to respond to any situation that arose. The problem was mostly heaven and celestial immortals. Although the Reaving Dread provided security for the Midnight Inn, even they were reaching the limits of what they could provide. That, sometimes, resulted in security being slightly late in reaching certain delinquents. Lex naturally was aware that this was an issue, and had a solution in mind as well. Unfortunately, that solution would take some time to implement. The inn was no longer operating on a scale where he alone could take care of so many troublemakers. Unless he was able to attack on a large scale through karma like the innkeeper had, he would need to solve a numbers problem with numbers. Fortunately, the problem had not yet gotten out of hand. Unfortunately, Lorelei had to deal with the repercussions. She was happily exploring the inn, taking in its many beautiful sights, and was basking in the wonder that no one was hunting her when someone started to hunt her. That was the thing about universal bounties. It was the ultimate popularity contest that no one wanted to win. Now Lorelei was no weakling, but even she was unable to respond when a dozen heaven immortals suddenly surrounded her and pinned her down before hitting her with a tranquilizer. Fortunately, while the inn was sometimes slow to react to such troublemakers, The security team was quick enough to restrict their authority to leave the inn. This meant that basically they were stuck here until they were dealt with. The immortals hadn't even had time to enjoy their success when a young, dashing human appeared astride a magnificent peacock, leading a team of powerful beasts. They immediately ordered the immortals to surrender, but instead of cooperating, they resisted, and so a fight ensued. So for a time, Lorelei was left laying on the ground, stunned, watching the handsome human fight to save her. It was quite romantic. As a natural positive thinker, as she lay there on the ground, covered in dust, watching them fight over her, she could not help but think that this was meant to be. That she was meant to be targeted, also that she could be saved by that one human. He was so outstanding, so heroic. He had the kind of face that would stick out in a crowd, the kind of charisma that would be hard to forget. She felt herself falling in love and thinking that a life full of endless struggle and pursuit was totally worth it if she could meet. Regis, the inn worker sitting on the peacock, used his natural ability in the fight, which was to completely disappear. Not only would he turn invisible, but everyone would forget about him too, as well as their memories associated with him. Up against heaven immortals, this was a pretty useful ability in a fight. What he didn't realize was that the timing of him using his ability may have deprived him of an opportunity to land a girlfriend. Lorelei kept feeling like she was forgetting something, but couldn't figure it out. Eventually, the fight came to an end, and she was rushed to the nearest recovery room while countless inn workers apologized profusely for her poor experience, promising to make up for it. Quite frankly, Lorelei didn't mind so much. Compared to everywhere else she had been, the inn was kind of nice, and even if she was occasionally attacked and stunned, at least some people showed up to rescue her. Yes, things could most certainly be worse. It seems all that positive thinking had paid off. It was while Lorelei was lost in these thoughts that the most handsome man she had ever seen walked into the room, his magnificent visage so mesmerizing that Lorelei forgot to breathe. It was a good thing that, as an immortal, she could live without breathing. "Hello, miss, I hope I'm not intruding," the fine young man said, smiling politely at her. "I could help but come and introduce myself once I saw you." Lorelei blushed and forgot that she was supposed to respond. Meanwhile, Wukong looked at the little mermaid with genuine amazement hidden in his eyes. How had the innkeeper found a mermaid with that forbidden bloodline? What was he even planning? He couldn't help but wonder if the innkeeper was secretly planning to go over there. Chapter 2004, Sanctuary of. "Damn it, Orin, for the last time, stop hammering my hand and hit the nail," Lex roared at the hammer deity. This was not the first, or even the 100th time Lex was yelling at Orin to focus on the task at hand instead of playing around. In Orin's defense, he couldn't help it. Lex's body was now officially harder than his Vivatil hammer, so by using his body as the hammer, he could refine his own hammer. Unfortunately, Lex refused to cooperate, so Orin was forced to use more creative measures. It was far from enough to get the results he wanted, so there was little he could do since he couldn't actually forsake the task. With one heaving yet reluctant slam, Orin slammed the final nail with his hammer, completing the submersible tavern meant to travel in large liquid bodies. Lex heard a familiar sound, alerting him that the quest was complete. He gave Orin an annoyed glare, and then turned to the other, exhausted and relieved group of workers. "Congratulations," he said with pride and excitement in his voice. "The taverns are complete. To celebrate, party at the crystal volcano on me." The workers all cheered, though honestly the only thing they wanted was to sleep. Well, it couldn't hurt to relax a little before knocking out. The Crystal Volcano was the name given to a massive cafe that was built exclusively for workers, right beside the volcano forge that Lex and Orin were processing. Well, mainly Orin. Lex smirked as he watched them all celebrate, including the Valkyries. The reason he threw the party was so that the workers get a chance to mingle with them in an informal environment. It would take a long time before they returned to normal, and every bit of help they could get would go a long way. Then he finally turned his attention to his notification. New notification, significant milestone reached, prerequisite criteria met, initiating special protocols. New notification. Using blend reality, merging the inn territory with open environments to create random entrances to the Midnight Inn. Enhanced tavern control allows the system to more finely control taverns and establish them as inn territory. In-level control. Establish levels to create spaces appropriate in environment and cost for various cultivation levels. Interrealm broadcast. Allow the inn to establish temporary connection to random realms for specific purposes. Realm law replication. Allows the system to replicate specific laws within its territory. All taverns have been linked together to form a pseudo-midnight realm. Henceforth, all taverns will remain in a state of constant connection with one another, barring special circumstances. Chain Quest 2 completed. Establish a 10-tavern network. Quest reward, Midnight Inn upgrade. Remarks, they curtailed the reach of the inn, so the inn will come to them. New notification, Midnight Inn upgrading, please wait 5 4 3 2 1. New notification, Midnight Inn upgrade complete. New notification, new feature unlocked. New feature, Sanctuary of Tao. Sanctuary of Tao. A Tao that cannot be controlled is a Tao that cannot be used. The Sanctuary of Tao is a sanctuary for Tao lords, where they may learn to control their Taos. The Sanctuary of Tao can also be used to contain hazardous, non-sentient items at the Tao level. New notification, receiving communication from Prime Kernel. New notification. No system can, at the moment, create or self-source Tao materials to facilitate Tao-related system functions. All Tao materials required for system functions must be provided by the system host. Permanent new quest. Submit 50 Tao materials to create Sanctuary of Tao. Additional quest details. Construction of Sanctuary of Tao will occur in real time, so for every Tao material submitted, a significant portion of the sanctuary structure will be built and can be witnessed. Once this quest is completed, it will automatically be reissued. Quest reward, 1 Sanctuary of Tao. Remarks, the inn can provide a Sanctuary of Tao, but not a sanctuary from one's own insecurities. Not eating cake will not reduce your weight. Quest 3, establish a midnight resort. Additional information. The Midnight Realm is hidden, and the Midnight Taverns can move, but the Midnight Resort must be established in a publicly available, openly disclosed location to maintain the prestige of the inn. Quest time limit, 100 years. Quest reward, new worker race slot. Quest failure punishment, system shutdown for 5,000 years. Remarks, space can be sealed, keys can be disabled, but the desire for a good vacation can never be taken away. Lex was taken aback by the number of notifications he had received, as well as their content. The Sanctuary of Tao. It was both an incredible new addition to the inn, as well as a trouble magnet of epic proportions. Lex was in no way capable of handling Tao-level guests, and wanted as few of them as possible. However, the real-time construction of it gave him a few ideas. If he could add just 1 Tao material and then leave it like that for a few thousands of years, it would act as a real deterrent to troublemakers. Conversely, it could also attract guests who were associated with Tao Lords some more, and they would be harder to deal with too. He would need some time to think about what to do with that, not to mention, if it was worth sacrificing a whole Tao material for. Then there was also the pseudo-midnight realm. He had no idea what that meant and would have to explore a bit, though he had some thoughts. Functionally, though it seemed like not much had changed, he would need to test things out to be sure. Then there was the quest about the resort. Despite the long deadline, it was actually pretty easy to fulfill. All he needed to do was buy some property somewhere and allow the inn to set up a resort there. However, the issue was not the difficulty of completing it, rather it was the part about being publicly disclosed. Like the system itself had stated, the Midnight Realm and taverns could be hidden, but the resort could not. Lex had a sneaking suspicion that all this was just because the system was jealous of the Seraphim resort. He had no proof except his gut feeling, and that was enough to convince Lex at least. Lex, use the butter knife upgrade token now, Mary suddenly said, appealing on his shoulder in her tiny form. Lex raised an eyebrow but complied. He was not prepared for the notification he saw next. Chapter 2005, Pay to Play. The butter knife upgrade token looked just like all the others, though it was not available in the token shop. Once Lex crushed it, he quickly received the notification he was waiting for, anticipation filling his body. This was the very thing for which he had suffered so much in Arch Heaven. He was hoping it was worth it. New notification, butter knife upgrade token activated. New notification, new feature unlocked. New feature, pay to play. Pay to play. The energy requirement to use the butter knife can now be sourced externally, ranging from mortal to demi-Tao level. To use the pay-to-play feature, sufficient energy needs to be provided for each use of butter knife, which takes a certain amount of time to process. Please note that the conversion for demi-Tao level use can range between 1 to 10 Tao level materials, based on the energy within. This, finally, after so many years, he had begun to give up hope that the inn would provide him with a way to use the full-powered butter knife ever again. Although, reading the description of pay-to-play, Lex could slightly understand why such a thing was unlikely to happen anytime soon. According to the message from Prime Kernel, systems cannot self-acquire DAO-level energy or materials, and need to be provided by hosts. The previous instance may have been as a result of some DAO-level energy that the system had left over from before it was damaged. The price was immense, and it was tough to use, but with this Lex finally had a certain level of safety. But the butter knife could not be considered a total safety net even now. Mary had previously told Lex that systems cannot kill DAO lords. Let alone a DAO lord, the butter knife had not even been able to kill Ra, a demi-DAO lord. However, it had nearly killed him with a single strike, and that was enough. In fact, Lex suspected that the reason Ra hadn't died was because he had hidden his divine fire in a very special, well-protected place, allowing him to narrowly survive. No doubt he was somewhere in the Origin realm, trying to restart his faith and acquire new followers so that he could regain power. Lex wasn't worried. It would take him a long time to recover enough strength to be a nuisance to him, and by then Lex would be strong enough to deal with him. Lex summoned the butter knife and immediately began to channel his own energy inside, to get a gist of how much energy the knife required to charge. The energy within Lex's body was that of a heaven immortal, but in terms of quality, it was heads and shoulders above other heaven immortals. There was no need to mention all the various aspects his energy had. Everyone knew it was beyond normal. All he needed to see was how much energy would be required to kill a heaven immortal. To his surprise, though it also made sense in a way, the energy Lex provided started to fuel up the knife to kill Earth immortals and below. Not just that, but as the energy poured out of his body endlessly, he could see that it would take days, if not weeks, of continuous effort to completely fill the knife before it could be used. The reason why Lex thought that it made sense was because the butter knife was a weapon of absolute eradication. It always aimed to completely kill its target in one strike. Although Lex was more powerful than the average heaven immortal, it was not to the extent that he could one-shot them. While he was at the level he could one-shot many Earth immortals if he really wanted to and planned for it, that was only for the average Earth immortal. There were surely countless Earth immortals out there who were abnormal who Lex might not be able to one-shot. Thus, the butter knife took them into account as well when it recharged. So it seemed that charging the knife normally would not be of much use. He would need to provide energy through highly valuable resources to make it useful. Now, getting his hands on resources of the celestial level would be expensive, but still manageable. Getting his hands on DAO materials was the real issue. Although Lex had some ideas about how he could do that, it would likely only be a one-time thing. Something like this required thorough experimentation. He was definitely not going to start out by sacrificing the few amber chaos resin he still had left on hand. The butter knife's experimentation would begin with celestial-level energy, or maybe heaven immortal-level energy, so that he could get a fair estimate of what to expect when he fed it DAO-level materials. Lex wasn't sure if trading DAO materials for an opportunity to one-shot a demi-DAO lord was worth it. Maybe there were numerous better things he could do with those items. For him, right now, though, this was the best use. Lex took a few moments to plan things out. To get his hands on resources he could sacrifice to his butter knife, he would have to venture into the Origin realm. He could send others to do this on his behalf, but as it was, he had a few things he needed to conclude in the Origin realm himself. "Mary, thanks for that. It was totally worth the effort," Lex said sincerely. "Did you know what would happen?" Mary shook her head. "Not really, but as my soul is starting to recover, I am beginning to regain some of my old instincts. I had a feeling that this would produce a good result. If you had waited for another time, the butter knife may have upgraded into something else. The systems work in seemingly random ways, but there's actually a method to their randomness. Understanding that method will give you a massive edge." Lex merely nodded and then left the Midnight Inn. Something like this couldn't wait even a moment. It was best if he got his answer to how pay-to-play works before his meeting with the governor. Much would depend on that. Chapter 2006, Stroll Through Memory Lane. Just as the feeling of returning to the Midnight Inn was great, returning to the Origin realm was filled with nostalgia. Or maybe the nostalgia was just because he had returned to Earth. In just a few short years, the place was no longer like Lex remembered. Not only was the war between AI and the deities still ongoing, a race of space bugs had invaded the planet as well. They had been dormant deep within the spirit-barren dead zone, unable to support their own growth. With the return of spirit energy, they had woken up, deprived of energy, and had swarmed the surrounding star systems, searching for prey. By eating things filled with spiritual energy, they could recover. Humans, AI, and deities all fell into that category. When he heard of the bugs, Lex wasn't too worried. They were severely weakened due to their dormancy, and most of them were not even at the nascent soul realm. If this had been the Earth of old, it would not have survived such an invasion. Now, though, they were just one more enemy. Lex immediately realized the issue with that, though. How could golden core insects and those with cultivation levels below travel through the stars? It was impossible. Someone or something must be assisting them in their transport, but Lex couldn't find any sign of it. Ignoring that, Lex spread his entire spirit sense around the planet, searching for any anomalies. Realistically speaking, Lex was certain that he wouldn't find anything because otherwise Bastet would have already found it, or any of the deities who had been trying to occupy the planet. Countless forces on the planet were suddenly alarmed when an enormously powerful spirit sense appeared out of nowhere and covered the entire planet. No barrier, no restriction could prevent it from searching for what it wanted. Lex had a decent relationship with the deities since he had worked with Adamas before when facing Sanguis Pluvia. That only meant that Lex would not attack them, not that he would tiptoe around them. Previously, when he was weak, Lex had to be extra careful lest he attract unnecessary trouble. Now, though, he was not so afraid. To a degree, even the ordinary Celestials couldn't frighten him. He only needed to watch out for demi-dao lords and above, but with the advanced butter knife in his arsenal, he did not need to be so careful of them anymore either. Just as he expected, Lex found no signs of any secret heritage or hidden treasure. He did find indications that once there was an entire society of cultivators living on Earth, or maybe the remains of their society had somehow been teleported here. The aforementioned remains were all basically ruins hidden within the oceans, but none of them attracted any of Lex's attention. Lex searched casually, taking his time. He could see that all the forces on the planet had locked onto his location and were beginning to investigate, but he did nothing to hide his location or his actions. It wasn't like he was here to pick a fight. He'd just move on once he sated his curiosity. At the same time, he realized one flaw in his butter knife. The knife was only active inside the territory of the inn, so unless he dragged a tavern with him everywhere he went, he'd have to be careful. From where he stood, his spirit sense covered the entire planet, so he saw his old apartment. Or, to be specific, the place where his apartment used to be. New York had been entirely destroyed in the wars, and was now rebuilt as one of the AI hubs. It was sad to see all the places he used to visit go, but also he left that apartment because some people showed up to the place and ransacked it, so good riddance. The planet had endured much in the recent wars, but there were also signs that it was being taken care of, so that was nice. The remaining humans were all followers of the deities who had now taken control of half the planet, and funnily enough, the 5 families which used to rule the planet on behalf of the Williams family now did so on behalf of some deities. In that sense, not much had changed. While Lex was searching the planet and strolling down memory lane, a number of armed guards appeared at a distance around him. The territory he was in was controlled by the deities, so the AI only scanned him from afar, trying to determine if he was an ally of the deities. "Sir, you are in the territory of the deity Adamas, Lord of Diamonds. Please withdraw your aura and reveal your identity," said one of the guards, walking up to Lex. His tone was supposed to be demanding, but Lex could see that the guy was frightened. He couldn't be blamed. For a planet that rarely saw Earth immortals even now, a heaven immortal was a concept far beyond their cognition. "No need to worry, man," Lex said, casually waving his hand. "My name is Lex. I'm on decent terms with Lord Adamas. I was just visiting because this place used to be my home. I'll be on my way." Without waiting for the guards to understand, or really, without waiting for them to think of how to respond to him, Lex summoned his karmic bead. Just to be sure, he used it to see if he could find any hidden secrets related to him on Earth, but he found nothing. So instead, he used the bead to lock in on the karmic ties between him and Moon, and her clones. Teleporting between galaxies was still not an easy thing, especially without the coordinates of where he was going. Fortunately, he had moved past old-school concepts such as teleportation. Now he traveled along karmic lines, disappearing from where he stood and zooming through space, heading directly towards his destination. Although it lacked the instantaneousness of teleportation, it was a lot more precise, and hardly any strain on his energy reserves. At the same time, he sent a message to Powell. He needed to go shopping, so the Infinity Emporium was naturally on his list of places to visit. Chapter 2007, Debut. Seeing the mysterious young man disappear in front of their eyes, the acolytes were not relieved, but instead even more concerned. He had said that this used to be his home. If he were to have any ideas of reclaiming it, that would give them immense problems. After all, a heaven immortal was a valued asset anywhere in the origin realm, and even their respective deity commanded only so many. At the same time, he could not help but wonder how Earth could have given rise to someone so powerful. They were acolytes, which meant that all their power came through the grace of their deity. In return for their power, they enacted their deity's will and made sure to spend a significant amount of time in worship. "Yo, that's him," one of the acolytes said excitedly, as if he recalled something. "Don't tell me you don't recognize him. Lord Adamas specifically even gave a ceremony about him." The first acolyte was stunned, and then he remembered. "No, don't tell me that's," he said, but too frightened to finish his words. "Yes, that's him, the kidnapping king of the human race. They say he has a bounty on his head bigger than some immature realms. They say he's mad and will kidnap anyone or anything that catches his fancy. From dragons to the hearts of demi-dao lords to an entire realm. There's nothing that's safe from his hands. Who knew that he was from Earth?" The acolyte felt chills down his back as he thought about how precarious their situation had been. One of the legends about him said that he could even kidnap the will to live in his targets. Some forbidden rumors even said that. He once kidnapped his opponent's gender, turning a man into a woman. The acolyte's knees felt weak as he quickly checked to affirm his own state, and then breathed a sigh of relief. "Shall we report this to the Lord?" the first acolyte asked, hesitant to even mention the kidnapping king's name. Who knew if the mere mention of his name might attract his attention? "We have no choice," said the second acolyte, shaking his head. "Lately the kidnapping king has attracted too much attention. I heard that the bounty on his head was jointly put up by dozens of different organizations." The acolytes went silent for a few moments, lost in their own thoughts. "You think that his name has entered the culling ledger?" the first acolyte whispered. The culling ledger was something that had only recently come into being, but had already caused a tremendous disturbance across the universe. With countless wars having erupted, one of the first things any party did was eliminate the strategic assets of their opponents. In short, they would assassinate anyone who had the potential to become a powerhouse in the future and was their enemy. Naturally, to do so they could use their own forces as well as utilize the services of certain shady organizations. Since stuff like this was happening on such a large scale across the universe, certain intelligence organizations had compiled an unofficial list of personnel below the demi-dao lord realm with the highest listed bounties. This list was called the culling ledger. As a result, anyone could go ahead and kill those on the list and then claim the associated bounties. How can that be possible? No one cares about humanity. We don't own any major realms at all. As far as I know, the kidnapping king also doesn't belong to any major force participating in the war. It's unlikely his bounty is high enough for that. Both the acolytes returned and submitted their report to their lord. On the other side of the planet, the AI had also detected Lex's identity and had sent that information over to their main base. In a matter of mere minutes, countless hidden forces became alerted of Lex's movements, and even more forces began to move in the shadows. While Lex traveled through his karmic string, he could feel that there were forces conspiring against him. This was not the Arch-Heaven, where Lex's senses were suppressed. No, out here, his senses were as keen as ever. Furthermore, enabled by the relational laws that his new cultivation level allowed him to properly access, alongside his insight into laws that were far beyond his level, he could even foresee some of the plots against him. It seemed that, while the midnight in itself had built up a significant amount of deterrence, he had not. He'd also been attracting more and more attention lately, which had led to this current situation. A flicker flashed through his eyes. "Let them come," he whispered to himself. The days when Lex would worry and cower due to his weakness were long gone. Lex's speed while traveling through a karmic string was significantly dependent on the strength of the string itself, and how much of a burden it could tolerate. The string between him and Moon's clone, while not the thickest, was thick enough that it only took him a few hours to reach his destination. The concept of distance in this regard was irrelevant because he was not traveling through space. If he was doing that, then traveling through karmic string could not be considered an upgrade from teleportation. No, Lex was directly traveling through the karmic laws that were connecting him and this clone, which is why the massive distance between entire galaxies was merely a matter of a few hours. When he reappeared in normal form, he was right in front of a massive star, orbited by dozens of planets, though none of them seemed to support life. Moon's clone was hidden inside a base within the star itself. But first, Lex turned his back to the star and summoned Naraka. Who's first? Lex's voice echoed through the void of space, defying common sense. In response, a number of spaceships which had been waiting around the star turned visible. First it was 1, then 2, then 10, and then hundreds. In a few seconds, Lex was surrounded by countless ships, all of them pointing their weapons towards him. What's more, Lex could tell that all these ships were not from the same origin. The one thing they all had in common, though, was that all of them bore Damien's karma. It seemed that Damien had sold the location of the last of Moon's clones, or maybe he'd submitted it willingly, trying to trap Lex. While he wasn't sure why all of these forces were targeting him, he could just find out by searching through their memories after defeating them. Once all the ships had revealed themselves, Lex made his move. He didn't attack. No, he summoned a barrier around himself and all the ships so that none of them would be able to escape. It was time to officially debut his strength to the universe. Chapter 2008, Living Up to the Name. Although countless ships had locked onto him, Lex felt no threat from them. Ordinary weapons which could have an impact significant enough to harm a heaven immortal were beyond rare. That was why Pelvillain had taken to collecting such missiles, and even in his hoard, they were especially valuable. It was not even the hundreds of heaven immortal aura he could detect from within which he felt were dangerous. No, it was the several celestial immortals hidden within their ranks who gave Lex some pressure. But that's all it was, some pressure. Ordinarily speaking, celestial immortals were higher on the hierarchy than heaven immortals, able to influence the 8 ruling laws. Lex had studied these laws in his spare time, and although he had never tried to touch upon them himself, he had a basic understanding of them. The first was ember, and it represented heat or fire. Then came firmament, which was many things, but Lex took it as space. Then came tether, an abstract concept that basically comprised all forces that held things together. At least, that's what Lex understood of it. One might expect that even karma would be one of the 8 ruling laws, but that was not true. In fact, karma fell under the category of tether. When Lex learned this, he was actually quite stunned. Karma was such a powerful force, one that even Tao Lords had not completely mastered, so how could it merely be a part of another greater law? Unfortunately, there was no answer to such a question available for him. It was something he would have to discover on his own. Predictably, time was a part of the 8 ruling laws, but not in the way one would expect. The ruling law associated with time was called chronos, and it was actually the concept of linear time, meaning that one of the 8 ruling laws was not the entire concept of time itself, but a distinct version of it. This was, again, something beyond Lex's comprehension. The remaining 4 ruling laws were anchor, echo, hollow, and pulse. Just like the previous laws, these were loosely related to stability, repetition, or recurrence, the concept of absence or zero, and life or life cycle, respectively. However, these were just loose explanations for what these laws could mean, for they actually were. It was unlikely even celestial immortals understood that entirely. More and more, Lex started to realize that at higher levels, the understanding of laws and how they worked was different among cultivators. Regardless, what mattered was that celestial immortals could control these 8 laws, which gave them superiority over heaven immortals, generally speaking. Lex, on the other hand, had different views. Although he had never tried manipulating tether, nor had he tried to touch upon firmament, he was extremely familiar with the laws of karma and space. In fact, he was willing to bet that even if he faced up against celestials, he'd be able to control karma and space better than they could even if they used tether and firmament. He was really interested in these ruling laws and what they actually meant. Lex suspected that having a certain mastery of these ruling laws was a necessity for one to become a Tao Lord. Since he was now in the process of building himself a Tao body, and he was going to be exposed to matters related to the Tao, whether he wanted to or not, he had decided to start pondering upon the Tao. 8 ruling laws? He couldn't be bothered to pay too much attention to the next natural step in the progression of his cultivation path. He felt like that was something he would discover on his own whether he pondered over it or not. So, it was now time to ponder upon the Tao. What exactly was Tao? The Tao in Tao Lords was not necessarily the same Tao when mentioning resources on the Tao level. So what did that mean? Lex had no idea, but a fight against celestial immortals was a good way to start testing out his theories. First, he needed to find out if sheer depth of control over karma and space could overcome influence over firmament and tether. If that was the case, couldn't he start controlling the 8 ruling laws through the derivations of what those laws stood for? If Lex could manage that, what even was the difference between him and a celestial immortal? He would not need his cultivation realm to grant him control or power. He could directly harness it on his own. Lex felt his understanding of his own tenet of supremacy increasing as he went along that thought process, and thus he could feel his power increasing. "Come on, a long, drawn-out standoff is even more boring than an enemy's monologue," said Lex as his aura slowly bubbled out. In the defense of his enemies, their hesitation could be understood. What kind of maniac put up a barrier around himself and his enemies when surrounded? The moment he did that, they began to suspect that they had received faulty information and that they were the ones who had walked into a trap. Technically, they were right, just not in the way they thought. There was no powerful backup on the way to help Lex fight them off. He alone was going to do that. Since the enemies weren't willing to make the first move, then Lex would. He had quickly drawn up a battle strategy and decided to attack the weaker enemies first and disable them lest they interfered. Domination covered the entire area, immediately crushing many components of the ship surrounding Lex and striking his enemies like a concussive shock. The Heaven Immortals were all stunned by the strength of his aura, while those below were either directly eliminated, crippled, or at least temporarily disabled. A few dozen Earth Immortals managed to stay strong, but the mix of primordial and Tao aura that was beginning to merge into his domination was too much. The best they could do was keep themselves from collapsing. Lex smiled. His aura attack was beginning to live up to its name. Furthermore, now that he had established a somewhat weak karma with everyone by attacking them with domination, he could begin his proper attack. Naraka roared through the void of space as Lex unleashed his attack, channeling it through karma, aiming directly for their souls. Moreover, deep within his sword intent was a hint of a karmic curse as well. Those who would survive his first sword strike would have the privilege of becoming the first victims of the curses he was experimenting with. Despite this being his first attempt, Lex's comprehension of karmic curses was actually quite advanced. After all, Jack spent every second of his existence living with one, forcing him to understand it whether he wanted to or not. Now, it was time for him to put that understanding to good use. Chapter 2009, Research. All the bounty hunters who had gathered to hunt down Lex were searching outside the barrier for the enemy attack, so when Lex attacked from right in front of them, they were not prepared. The truth was, they had been sold the information in bad faith. There were a lot of forces which had begun to conspire against Lex. Since the Midnight in itself was outside the scope of their reach, then their external assets came under scrutiny. Among those assets, Lex was the most well-known. In fact, he himself had attracted enough enmity that there were even those targeting him for his own sake, rather than because of the Midnight Inn. These forces, the ones targeting Lex, understood him a lot better than the ones searching for him for the reward of the puny bounty he had acquired as a serial kidnapper. How could someone suspected of being an heir, or at least apprentice of such a mysterious Tao Lord, be weak? Or, at the very least, be without sufficient protection? These forces were sure that the Innkeeper was not secretly protecting Lex for one very simple reason. Lex himself had stated time and time again that the Innkeeper wanted him to resolve his personal issues himself. Such an attitude may seem like he was out of favor with the Innkeeper to those who did not understand Tao Lords. To those in the know, however, this was an indication that the Innkeeper thought Lex had the potential to one day touch upon the Tao. Of course, even that was not something they could be entirely sure of, which is why it was necessary to test Lex to probe his strengths and his secrets. These bounty hunters, then, became that probe. Even as Lex attacked, he could pick up signs and hints of a greater conspiracy. Unfortunately, whoever was behind it knew how to conceal their traces, and so Lex could not track the karma back to them. That, however, was a concern for a later date. Lex's first two moves, his domination and his sword attack, had nearly wiped out the invading forces. Of the ones who remained, the truly troublesome ones were the Celestial Immortals and perhaps the Peak Heaven Immortals. That is why, for now, all Lex aimed to do was restrict them. As it turned out, Lex was an expert at that as well. All his experience in creating seals for his own cultivation had taught him a tremendous amount about sealing cultivation. So the moment his sword intent cut into any target, it also began leaving behind small seals in their bodies, aiming to directly seal their cultivation. Of course, these seals were not a significant obstacle. Some effort from a Celestial Immortal would easily break it, while a Heaven Immortal would only need to focus on it for a few seconds to break them. But when in a battle against Lex, what was the difference between a few seconds and death? What the hell is going on? One of the Celestials screamed as he unleashed his full power, unwilling to hold back in the slightest. This was not how a battle between immortals was supposed to go. It was not supposed to be this easy to kill immortals. It was not. So then why was reality betraying them? Simply because they had chosen the wrong foe to hunt. In but a blink of an eye, in the mere few seconds that the Celestials had been held back, a majority of their forces were destroyed. All that remained of their original attacking force were the crumbling remains of once mighty ships, the floating corpses of those whose karma was sinful, and the unconscious bodies of the prisoners Lex would interrogate. Of course, there were also them. 6 celestial immortals, and 11 peak heaven immortals had survived the initial onslaught. "I sincerely hope all 6 of you focus on different ruling laws," Lex said as he studied the remaining 6 celestial immortals. His words, of course, only enraged the Celestials further. "Do you think this is a game? Do you think you will get out of this alive? I will make you suffer in ways you never even thought possible." One of the Celestials roared at him as he unleashed his attack. "Do your worst," responded Lex casually, as he summoned a barrier that blocked the Celestials' attack entirely, focusing the weight of his domination into his gaze as he looked upon them. "Put in everything you have. My research won't be complete if my data is lacking." Though Lex taunted them, he was not taking them lightly. Though he appeared to stand casually in front of them, baiting them, in truth he was doing quite a lot. With domination in his gaze, constantly keeping his enemies pressured, he used his right eye to constantly construct arrays and formations all around them, both attacking his enemies and defending him. With curses, attacks, and seals raining down on them, the bounty hunters felt like they were facing an army, not a single man. Yet they had no time to feel horrified at their newfound reality, so they unleashed their most powerful lawcrafts, just as Lex wanted. After all, he was simultaneously using his left eye to study their laws, their lawcrafts, and everything in between. Oh, while doing all of that, he was also working on his latest lawcraft. One of his favorite attacks from when he started cultivation was called evisceration. It was an attack shot out from the eyes, and it targeted the soul. Back then, it was an overpowered attack, and it felt cool too. Now soul-based attacks weren't a big deal. So Lex decided to make a lawcraft version of evisceration. Instead of attacking the soul, it would attack something far more critical. It would attack the very core of what connected his opponents to laws. For humans, that would be tenets. For beasts, it would be a core part of their bloodline, something that existed both in their bodies and souls. For other races, it would be other things, but whatever it was, that's what he would target. He had not named it yet, but this was going to be his one-hit kill move, or at least that's what he had in mind while creating the technique. It would take a long time to use, since he needed to use his left eye to lock in on the targeted spot, as well as gather sufficient energy, as well as control the relevant laws. This was only his first test run of his new lawcraft. Chapter 2010, The Nightmare That Has No End. In the primordial garden, Lex was subject to a lot of pressure because everything around him had the primordial buff, as he had chosen to recognize it. By the same standards in Arch-Heaven, he had a major debuff. Now in the Origin realm, he was finally able to flex his muscles and really test out how strong he was. As it turned out, he was much stronger than he anticipated, and for 2 distinct reasons, his fledgling Tao body and his increasing primordial aura. Those 2 aspects added a certain weight to his strength that allowed him to surpass traditional strength boundaries. If Celestials were stronger than Heaven immortals because they had access to the 8 ruling laws, then Lex had access to something one step beyond that, even if the amount of control he had was barely worth even acknowledging. So while the 6 immortals attacked Lex's defense barriers with their feeble control over the 8 ruling laws that even they did not fully understand, Lex studied them calmly, assured that the sheer quality of his defenses were so great that they could not break them easily. By the time they broke one of Lex's barriers, he would be able to deploy 3 of 4 more. It had been a long time since he had such a significant advantage over those with a higher cultivation level. Assured in his own safety, Lex studied them all calmly and realized that he had made one big mistake. As it turned out, Lex wasn't just familiar with Tether and Firmament, he also had a considerable mastery over Ember. In fact, the moment he saw one of the celestial immortals use Ember, Lex had the urge to shake his head. It was like a master watching a child attempting to swing around a heavy sword. It was just brutally painful. Many people set their foundation in their comprehension of Ember by controlling fire, and then making their flames all the more deadly. Lex had set his foundation by living through one volcanic eruption after another as a mortal. He had etched the burning sensation of molten lava into his very bones. into the very core of his identity. So while Lex still could not get in touch with those 8 laws directly, he had a considerable foundation in related laws for 3 of them. What he needed to test now was if he could use those subsidiary laws to control the 8 ruling laws. For that, he would need to study these Celestials a bit more so. He increased the number of attacks on them. The Heaven Immortals by now weren't able to keep up at all. Although Lex had not killed them outright, they were severely wounded and unable to stay conscious. At first the Celestials found the situation difficult to believe. They thought that maybe Lex was relying on some treasures or maybe overexerting himself temporarily. Such abilities were not uncommon but came with a significant cost. Yet no matter how much time passed by, Lex did not seem weakened at all. Instead, it was as if he was playing with them, toying with them. Slowly, a hint of desperation began to build within the Celestials' hearts, which was entirely abnormal. They were used to their fights lasting months or years without a clear indication of a winner, so how could they start to feel desperate in the first 10 minutes against a cultivator in a lower realm? But that's exactly what was happening. One of the Celestials, a 6-armed gorilla, could not take it anymore. In an attempt to shake things up to present himself or his allies with a chance of breaking the deadlock, he did the unthinkable. He began burning his bloodline essence. Even for celestial immortals, that was not something they could easily recover from. There were even chances of permanently ending his cultivation path from that one move, but he had no other choice. His strength surged, his control over laws became more forceful, and in a sudden burst, he smashed through 4 of Lex's shields in one move and instantly appeared in front of Lex. Relief flooded his body as he felt that salvation was at hand. Alas, he had stepped from the proverbial oven directly into the fire. Lex merely raised his hand and grabbed the gorilla's neck, sealing his entire body and cultivation through pure, brute strength that was so vast. It translated into law. Lex suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. So pure, brute strength was a part of Anchor, one of the 8 ruling laws. Now that made 4 laws he had a foundation with. What the hell are you? The gorilla asked in a trembling voice as horror gripped his heart. If he were immortal, he would have died from a heart attack by now. I am the nightmare you can never wake from, Lex answered, his expression slowly turning from neutral to a deathly gaze. I'm the thing your worst fears hide from. Come, do your best, do your worst. Send even stronger brutes my way, Damien, but it won't change anything. I will grow stronger, faster than you can imagine. The next time we meet, no deity, no plan or contingency will save you. The next time we meet, you will learn that death is not so scary and life is not so sweet, and that immortality can be an eternal curse. You can hide now, but you cannot hide forever. Sooner or later you will fall into my gaze, and when that time comes, you will no longer be able to afford the luxury of regret. Each word that Lex spoke felt like a dagger in the gorilla's heart, filling him with unbelievable dread, though there was only one thing, one bit of hope he latched onto. I am not Damien, he said, hoping that this human had mistaken him for someone else. Maybe that way he would be able to escape his predicament. I know, Lex answered simply. You are just the messenger. Don't worry, you don't need to deliver the message yourself. He will get it, one way or another. Chapter 2011, Trojan Curses. After listening to Lex's savage words and witnessing his immeasurable strength, the Celestials became completely desperate. They brought out all of their contingency weapons and tools, not to attack him, but to run away. These tools were extremely powerful, one-time use items, which is why they had been preserved for moments exactly such as these. There was no forewarning, so as the Celestials suddenly burst through his protective barriers and zoomed off into the distance, Lex was just left standing there, watching. The funny thing was that one of the Celestials actually used one of the golden keys of the Midnight Inn to escape. Even the gorilla, who had previously been firmly caught within Lex's grip, managed to escape using even more desperate means, sacrificing a large chunk of his cultivation. After only a few seconds, Lex was left there alone. The truth was, if he really wanted to, Lex could have stopped them from leaving. He could have gone for a fight to the end, though he had a feeling that killing a Celestial would be a lot harder than just fighting them. Regardless, he didn't stop them on purpose, because within their beings he had left traps. Whether it was in their karma, in their bodies, in their blood, in their spirit energies, in their souls, or in their spirits, Lex had left behind curses, seals, traps, locator tags, and more. He expected that, after a thorough scan, many of the traps he had left in their bodies would be discovered. Maybe even all of them would be discovered. But on the off chance that they weren't, these celestial immortals would become his version of Trojan viruses. His karmic curse would spread, his soul traps would spread, his reach would spread, and one by one he would identify all those who had conspired against him. Furthermore, he had to make sure that his message to Damien would spread too. After all, he had learned something new from Gerard in his last visit to the inn. Lex had given the old man his burgundy violin, a quest reward. Honestly, he expected that it would be a great tool, but he did not have the time to experiment with it, and so he left it in Gerard's capable hands. In the end, that decision justified itself. It seemed that the violin allowed Gerard to influence causality, linking words, poems, lyrics, and songs with powerful causality. The very first, most direct example that Gerard could think of was linking one's life to a song. As long as the song existed, it would be impossible for one to completely die. That could then further be linked with other laws to hide the connection from being detected, making it an incredibly covert way of preserving one's life. Unfortunately, the amount of control and energy required to do something like that was beyond Gerard or even Lex at the moment. Based on his estimates, it would probably take a demi-Dao lord or even a Dao lord to link Lex's life to a song, because Lex himself was too powerful to easily fuse the causality of his life to a song. Linking a curse to a few words, though, was no problem. So the message that Lex had left for Damien about him being a nightmare from which Damien could never wake, they were linked to a very subtle, very weak curse. The point of the curse was to be undetectable and slowly fuse itself with the core of his being, making it harder and harder to remove. Lex had learned a lot from the annoying go-bored guy, and one of the things was to be incessant and annoying in his attack. He could never rest and never wait for an opportune moment to present itself. Instead, he had to manufacture such a moment through his own efforts. If others could conspire against him, then he could do the same. He was powerful enough now that he did not need to cower anymore. Especially with the butter knife now available to him, there were many things he could do. Lex was planning on making a tavern that he could carry with him, like a tavern in a bracelet or something like that, so that wherever he went, he would have the inn's territory with him. It was a convenient workaround for the limitation of only being able to use the knife on in territory. Of course, not being afraid did not mean he would actively go and provoke people. It was still best to maintain the peace for as long as possible. Right now, time was his best friend. The more time he had, the more he could grow. If he had another 100 years without facing any big problems, then he'd be in a much better position to face the universe. If he had 1,000, well, even he did not know where he'd be at that point. For some reason, though, Lex kept feeling like there was something dangerous in his future. It wasn't the conspiracies that troubled him as much as that one fleeting moment of danger during his tribulation. He needed to make a few contingencies of his own. After thinking about it for a few moments, a new quest appeared on the boards within Obsidian. Then he turned around and faced the star. Within that was one of 2 remaining clones of Moon. If he wanted, Lex could just destroy the whole star alongside the base and the clone within it. He certainly had the strength to do that kind of thing now. But what would be the point? Lex was not the sort to spread pointless, wanton destruction wherever he went. He took a step forward, and instead appeared within the base hidden inside the star's core, and found that it was still active. There were no people or living beings inside, but there was a lab run by machines, all focused on keeping the single Moon clone alive. Lex spread his spirit sense around, reading all the data they had collected on the clone, and all their logs. He understood immediately that they knew nothing. They could not understand why every technique they had used, every method, all failed to replicate the abilities contained within the original samples from which the clone body was made. How could it be so easy? His mother didn't even dare utter the words involved in forming Moon's physique, whatever it was, for she feared leaking her secrets. To replicate that, the amount of resources required were probably far beyond what these low-level researchers could probably even imagine. Gently, Lex picked up Moon's clone after scanning it to make sure it was fine, and then disappeared to the Midnight Inn. Rather than destroying the clones, allowing Moon to reabsorb them was a better option. Although the benefit was not great, at least it would allow her to reabsorb the original samples that were taken from her. Lex was concerned that there may be traps left within the clone for just such an event, so he scanned it again with his system just to be sure, and found nothing amiss. Lex returned to the cloning facility, removed the barriers that kept it safe from the heat of the star and watched it melt, before heading towards the second clone. He was expecting a similar, maybe even stronger ambush waiting for him by the second clone, yet when he arrived, he found nothing. In fact, signs indicated that there had been a large force here just a short while ago, but they had all since escaped. Lex smirked in amusement, as if they could escape from him, but then, he decided to spare them. Instead of going after them, he simply locked onto the karma of everyone who had been hiding the vicinity a short while ago, and through their karmic strings sent a small hint of his domination, just to let them know that if he really wanted to, he could hunt them down. Of course, hidden deep within that domination was also his karmic curse. Just because he wasn't hunting them down didn't mean he couldn't use them as Trojan horses. He returned the second clone to Moon as well, and then when he was done, went to the Infinity Emporium. It had been a long time since he last saw Powell, so he was looking forward to catching up. What he didn't expect when he walked in was to see a very desolate scene. The once glorious, once expanding Emporium now looked barren, and even the lights in the showroom looked dimmer. Powell, who stood behind the counter waiting for Lex, had deep eye bags, and looked like he hadn't slept in days or maybe even weeks. My good friend Lex, how have you been?" Powell asked in a raspy voice. "Much better than you, it seems," Lex said, scanning the room and even Powell, even though that might appear rude. "What happened to you? Last time we talked, you were getting ready to expand into another realm. How did you go from that to this?" Powell shook his head, as if thinking about a sad story. "It was exactly that. The realm we expanded into went to war. The entire Emporium branch in that realm was annihilated. We lost a lot of manpower and a lot of our systems were damaged. We are now recovering back within the origin realm." Realization dawned on Lex about what had happened. If he was correct about his theory that the Emporium was powered by a system, then the system was likely damaged. The same was likely true for Powell. He was badly hurt. That much was apparent at a glance. If that was the case, a plan began to form in Lex's mind. Chapter 2012, 1%. Chapter 2012, 1%. Powell shook his head and then sat down on a chair, unable to continue standing. If it were any other guest, he would have had to find a way to force himself to stay upright. But with Lex literally being one of their best, if not their actual best customer, not to mention friendly one, Powell could afford to be informal in front of him. "Unfortunately, due to our current conditions, we've had to reevaluate our prices, as well as our stock of goods as well. Lower-level, bulk orders are still things we can manage easily, but our stock of rarer, more valuable resources has almost been depleted. A lot of it was transferred to the other realm when we opened the new branch, and so we've lost all of it. Now, because of certain commitments we made, not only do we need to reopen a branch in that same realm soon, we need to recover as well. I'm telling you, war is not good for business if you don't position yourself in advance to benefit from that war." The more Powell spoke, the more depressed he seemed, while Lex was busy reading between the lines. From what he could tell, if the Emporium was a system, then Powell had probably accepted some kind of quest, and the consequence of failing that quest was too severe for him to tolerate. Lex was slightly torn. He could see two different ways in which he could approach this. If he were a ruthless capitalist, he would. But Powell was somewhat of a friend, so Lex didn't want to be ruthless. He also couldn't stand to lose out on a good deal. "War is only good for war profiteers," Lex said, sounding absolutely disgusted, as if Jack wasn't doing just that in his spare time. "It's brought me a lot of issues as well, though not as great as yours." Powell nodded. "Yeah, I know. I heard your inn is harboring someone on the culling ledger. That must be a pain in the behind to deal with," said Powell, as he pulled out a list and showed Lex. Lex, who was about to use the topic to allude towards a possible joint venture between the inn and the Emporium, paused. This was something he hadn't known about. The ledger he obviously knew about, since Jack was caught right in the middle of the war, and was relatively up to date with public knowledge. The Midnight Inn newsroom was also operating well, acquiring relatively sensitive information from across the universe, at least the parts it had access to. Then, he also had Obsidian members selling him information regularly, although since they were all low-leveled cultivators, their information was relatively low-leveled. No, the thing Lex didn't know about was having someone inside his inn who was on the ledger. He looked at the red flyer, with a rectangular golden border in the design of a thorned vine, and saw a bunch of names. He seemed to recognize none of the names or their descriptions until he came across a very surprising one. Name, Lorle Canary. Rank, 771,889,123,111. Race affiliation, Humanoid Alliance. Bounty, 0.25 Sanctuary credits. Location, Midnight. Details, the Midnight Inn is a multi-Dao Lord-level organization with a strict adherence to self-imposed laws. Interference from beings touching Dao will elicit a direct Dao-level response, and is unadvised. Bounty status, active. Lex blinked once, twice, and then picked up the list to see if he was reading the paper correctly. "Why the hell is her name up on this list?" he asked, finding the situation unbelievable. "Do you want me to find out?" Powell asked. "I probably can, it'll just take a bit of time. Although we've suffered in other areas, at least our information network within the Origin realm is still active and strong." "Yes, please," said Lex, as he read through the other names in the list. Since this was a very small segment of the list, it only took him a single glance to go through, and he noticed that there were actually a few names affiliated with the Humanoid Alliance on there. "While you're at it, can you check if my name is on the list?" "Yours isn't," Powell confirmed. "Although your bounty has also risen drastically recently, it's not yet high enough to be on the ledger. I got a copy of that as well. I guessed you might be interested in it." Powell slid a small, black notebook towards Lex. "That's your current bounty, as well as all the forces who contributed to the bounty, at least the ones I could look up on my own. There are some dangerous names in there." Lex raised an eyebrow but didn't rush to open the notebook just yet. There was something terribly wrong. Lex was a pro at provoking trouble and had quite a few enemies, and yet even his name had not entered the ledger yet, whereas Lorelai's had. He wasn't jealous of the attention she was getting. Instead, he was trying to understand what it was about her that made her such a huge target. But then he simply issued a quest to the Midnight Newsroom and an Obsidian. He couldn't be bothered to think about these things himself. It was better to relegate the task to others. He had half a mind to send Lorelai into the Temple of Fasting. That would be the ideal place for her to hide, and it would allow her to grow as well. But he needed to understand more about the situation first. "I really didn't even know about that," said Lex, putting the flyer away and turning his attention towards Powell. "The reason I was saying that I was having trouble because of the war was the massive influx of those trying to escape the war. We can handle it, but it's just so much work, and it involves handling so many resources. Such a pain." Powell was nodding along, as if he understood Lex's pain, when suddenly he paused, as if he had been struck by an idea. "I can imagine," Powell said, trying to sound sympathetic. "Just so that I have an idea, how many people would you say that is?" Lex shrugged. "It's not like I can get live intel on what's happening inside the inn wherever I am. But if I had to guess, I'd say that right now we have about 600 billion guests, with no signs of the number of guests decreasing. At this rate, it's only a matter of months, if not weeks, before we hit 1 trillion guests." Literally, though, the only reason the inn was even able to cater to so many guests was because of how massive the Midnight Realm was, and then how big the inn's territory within that realm was, allowing them to have plenty of land and resources to use. The system's automation of many tasks also provided a tremendous amount of help. "Say, have you ever considered?" "Through the guild room," Lex answered directly. "Many people set up their businesses inside the inn through the guild room. The inn takes a fixed 1% of revenue generated through the inn, and as long as you follow the rules, you'll have no problems." Powell was stunned. Why? Why didn't he know about this? If he had known sooner, wouldn't he have tried to break into that market sooner? Then again, the main Powell was only a celestial immortal, so he had to be careful in his endeavors. "Here, this is from me to you," said Lex, handing Powell a closed box. "Inside you can find a key to the Midnight Inn. You can explore it in your own time whenever you want. But now I think it's time we talk about some business. With your supply lines compromised, will you be able to provide me with high-value resources? I need to power. Let's say a couple of really energy-intensive items. One designed for peak celestial use, and one designed for peak heaven immortals. They consume a lot of energy, so I need an energy source of the highest order." Powell broke free from his stupor, and looked at Lex like he was an angel that descended from heaven. Well, technically Lex had descended from Arch-Heaven, and he did control divine energy, so that description could be considered accurate. "Our supply lines aren't compromised. It'll just take us a bit longer to get our hands on things than usual. A high-level power source fit for peak celestials will take some months to get our hands on, but I have the perfect thing in mind. As for a heaven immortal treasure, I can have the items ready for you in 2 weeks tops." Internally, Lex commented that it wouldn't be quick enough, but he didn't let his disappointment show. After all, from now on, things will be much easier. It was likely that henceforth he'd be able to pay Powell an MP or maybe even MT. Regardless, he had a second option in mind for where to acquire resources from. Lex chatted with Powell for a bit longer before departing. The sleep-deprived, even wounded storekeeper waited till Lex left to open the box Lex had handed him. Oddly enough, besides a golden key, there was a black key inside the box as well. Chapter 2013, Message in a Glass Bottle. Lex sat back in his chair, thinking, plotting. Things were moving fast, and enemies were conspiring against him from the dark. As if that wasn't enough, there was some unknown danger targeting him as well, and the unknown was the greatest threat. Lex was not foolish enough to think that just because the danger seemed to have disappeared, it had really subsided. On the contrary, he had a feeling that when the source of the danger he felt revealed itself, he would end up facing one of the most critical dangers of his life. It was a gut feeling, and one he wasn't going to ignore. Yet just as his enemies were in the dark from him, he too could take some actions while his enemies remained unaware. Lex had 3 days before the governor visited, so he spent those days thinking and planning. In fact, for all 3 days, he did not move from his chair at all, his gaze sometimes wandering to the Midnight Inn, and other times looking down on an empty go-board in front of him. The fact that his chair was the Gabbana fruit made no difference either. He was considering many things. What could be the worst-case scenario for him? If the inn was destroyed, all his workers and friends killed, the system taken from him, and he was also killed. But what was an acceptable loss? It wasn't like Lex was getting ready to make some heavy sacrifices. He needed to understand his own weaknesses better. He was now at the level where he himself was no longer his greatest weakness. Unless he was ambushed by a demi-dao lord or someone equivalent, Lex was more or less certain he could not be trapped or killed. Of course, he would never say never. Anything was possible, and he could run into some super freak who could fight against even Lex. Heck, he was fairly certain that all the kids of any random Dao Lord would have the means to seriously mess him up, so he needed to be humble. The point was that while he was not invincible, he was no longer weak, so now he needed to identify his weaknesses and cover for them. He would not be caught unprepared again. When he first discovered Moon, in a matter of months, he had worked with the members of the inn to take down a massive terrorist organization. Well, now he was faster, stronger, smarter, had better resources, and his allies were stronger too. So while in truth it seemed like he was sitting still for 3 days, in secret, Lex began to prepare many contingencies. Firstly, he discovered that while sitting on the Gabbana fruit, he could charge the butter knife much quicker. In only 3 days, he had charged it enough to completely kill anyone at the Earth Immortal level or below. Heck, feeding on the Gabbana fruit's energy, he could charge it even further, but Lex didn't do that. The energy within the fruit was reserved for himself. It was crucial to his cultivation, so he could not share it. Secondly, he oversaw the arrival of Powell into Obsidian. Lex had been watching carefully. If Powell did not react to the news of systems or was confused by the others, then it would become apparent that he had made a mistake. Yet for 2 days, that guy didn't show up at all. Just when Lex was beginning to think that he wasn't going to show, he showed up on the morning of the 3rd day, though he wore a peculiar form. Powell wasn't actually human, that much Lex knew. Yet when he showed up in a form with dozens of tentacles in place of feet, Lex was really surprised. Guess you never really know a guy until you watch them join your secret cult, huh? The guy was also a level 8 celestial immortal, but was severely wounded, which had lowered his cultivation. This was not a result of the system scan. The system couldn't scan other system users, which basically confirmed his theories about the Emporium. No, he discovered that through his own eyes, which could now easily see through Powell's defenses. Just as he expected, Powell showed some minor surprise at learning that this was a gathering of system users, but not too much, almost as if he had encountered such a thing before. Lex narrowed his eyes and observed him closely. Prior to Powell, the strongest system user was an Earth Immortal cultivator who seemed to have the Cultural History Museum. Powell strolled around for a while before turning to the quest board that Lex had set up. Since he had quests which allowed him to level up systems, he expected that Powell would quickly start contributing by fulfilling quests. He wasn't wrong. He merely underestimated the scale on Powell's contributions. With a flip of his hand, Powell submitted hundreds of millions of small bits of secret news, ranging from all levels right up to the movements of the Henali within the Origin realm. As if that was not enough, he even directly submitted hundreds of treasures, system-generated treasures, to acquire obsidian points. It seemed like in just a few minutes, Powell had earned a personal meeting with the obsidian sage. Lex, on the other hand, had his eyes locked on a certain item that Powell had submitted. As always, Lex flashed them into the gift shop for a split second to learn about their details, and saw the one item he had been searching for so long. Slowly, deliberately, Lex placed his karmic bead on the go board in front of him, causing all the karma around him to fall into chaos. For one split second, none of his actions seemed to create any karma. Within that second, Lex took out the necklace he had been wearing, the one he did not even dare to think about, and put it inside what looked like a glass bottle, sealed by a cork. The item was called Message in a Glass Bottle and had a peculiar function. Once something was sealed inside of it, the bottle would disappear, teleported somewhere entirely random and entirely unpredictable. As advertised, the bottle disappeared, and Lex picked up the bead from the board, returning things to normal. Things were finally falling into place. Chapter 2014, Yellow Shorts. Powell's actions confused Lex. The man suddenly made a massive donation to the Obsidian Sage, but then did not redeem any of the rewards he could get. Instead, he simply disappeared, and then a short while later appeared in the Midnight Inn. Powell had been ready for whatever the inn had to offer, yet even so he was taken aback when he appeared in one of the megacities. It wasn't like he hadn't seen any megacities before, but the inn had a way of adding a little extra grandeur in everything it did. Not to mention, a megcity with a world eater sleeping in the sky made for a unique sight. He was in no rush to set up his shop, and instead took his time exploring and enjoying the Midnight Inn. Lex realized quickly enough that this Powell wasn't the one he dealt with normally. He was already aware that the Emporium was filled with countless Powells who were all a part of the same being, but they all had their own unique personalities. The one that had come to Obsidian was a different one, and the one inside the inn was different as well. It was clear that Powell was carefully probing both Obsidian and the inn before making any drastic decisions. It seemed that his experience with his expansion had a massive impact on him. Whatever, Lex was not concerned. He just kept watching. After all, it wasn't like he had anything he needed to do. He merely sat, watched, planned, and prepared for what lay ahead. Lex had a feeling that for a while, his identity as Lex would have to take a backseat, while his identity as the Innkeeper stepped into the light. He smirked. This would be fun, if everything didn't go horribly wrong first. Space. Within the Origin realm, there was a huge fuss being created, at least among the upper echelon. Rumor had it that if the wars did not end soon, the Henali would step in as well. What that meant for the Origin realm was that they would have to put an end to their approach of letting the realm mature naturally, and instead they would need to speed it up. It had caused a lot of stress, at least among the Tao lords who were visiting the realm. They had paid a tremendous amount of money to enter the Origin realm and study its natural progression. That would help their understanding of laws and of the universe, but if someone interfered, their gains would be reduced. After all, not everyone could control their power as meticulously as the Innkeeper, who had already accelerated the growth of the Origin realm with his stunt. Honestly, if he hadn't managed to maintain his power so well that the realm wasn't harmed at all, the Henali would not have let him off so easily. At least, that was the general sentiment among the Tao lords. But who would put that to the test? The Innkeeper had a mysterious background, and they didn't want to mess with him for nothing, especially when they would rather be studying the realm. Now they were thankful that none of them had decided to mess with him. 27 Tao lords stood behind the governor of the Origin realm, watching as the human messenger slowly approached the planet, bringing with him a letter from an Innkeeper. They didn't know what this was about, but the governor had hinted that if things went well, the future of the Origin realm would be secured. He even invited them in anticipation of events that may follow the official meeting between the governor and the Innkeeper. The humans' procession had already lasted days, conducting a ceremony timed specifically to deliver the letter of intent at a time that the Innkeeper had specified. But a few days or a few months mattered not to them, for they could literally alter their perception of time as they wished. To them, a moment passed, and the human had arrived in front of the mansion. He kneeled and looked down, handing the letter over to the governor, who merely nodded at the human before sending him away. Unexpectedly, the letter did not confirm, deny, or even mention the request Huron had put forward to Wukong last time. Instead, it only requested a meeting with him so that they could discuss matters in person. That was fine, too. The mystery surrounding the Innkeeper was quite interesting. The governor, too, wanted to see what he could learn of the Innkeeper. "Wait for my return," he said to the Tao Lord standing behind him. "If everything goes well, this may be the first step in securing our position. The Origin realm must reach maturity, as I'm sure you all agree." Naturally, none of these Tao lords disagreed. Why would they? They were all in the same boat. Huron Kokken, governor of the Origin realm, smiled and disappeared. This was not his first visit to the Midnight Inn, but this would be his first meeting with the Innkeeper. When he appeared in the inn, he marveled once again how his aura became so docile. Not only did it not harm the mortals around him, it did not even interfere with their destinies or their karma. Scarce were the Tao Lords all across the universe who had such fine self-control of their power. Even fewer were those who could impose such control on others. Huron had barely taken in a single glance of the Midnight Inn when the second Tao Lord of the inn, the mysterious and enigmatic Mary, appeared before him in yellow shorts and a black shirt with a Cthulhu skull on it. "The innkeeper is expecting you," she said, entirely unbothered by his station or background, though she remained polite. "Although, if you wish to enjoy the inn first, you are most welcome." Huron chuckled and shook his head. "Please lead the way. I, too, am looking forward to our meeting. Will you be joining us?" he asked, just as casually. Some Tao Lords preferred to be formal and some casual. Huron was adept in dealing with both kinds. "If the innkeeper asks me to stay," she replied candidly. Huron chuckled once more and then followed her. She too had perfect control of her aura, though Huron's keen senses picked up a scent of blood around her. It seemed that she had fought a lot in her younger days. Chapter 2015, Have You Decided the Laws? Compared to the Origin Realm, where the build-up of this meeting had involved countless ceremonies and large-scale preparation, it appeared that the Midnight Inn hadn't announced this meeting at all. That actually served the governor's purposes fine. The whole reason they were doing things with such fanfare in the Origin Realm was to divert attention. The Midnight Inn did not include the entirety of the Henali's plans, though of course only Huron himself knew that. Even the other Tao Lords thought that whatever cooperation that he was going to strike with the innkeeper was key to securing the Origin Realm. In truth, all he had requested from the innkeeper was a place to have a discreet meeting. Yet the way in which he had done would obviously allow the information to spread. That was because he didn't really expect that the innkeeper would be able to host a meeting of Tao Lords which could not be spied upon. It wasn't that he was looking down on the innkeeper or anything. It was just too difficult. Even the Henali themselves could only host such a meeting amongst themselves. If they were to involve other external Tao Lords into it, it would become fundamentally impossible to avoid having information about such a meeting leak, even if the contents were kept secret. So, in simple words, whether the innkeeper delivered or not, this was only ever meant to be a diversionary tactic. After all, the Henali were not some random force in the universe. Just because they liked to do things civilly did not mean they were weak. Far from it, in fact. Still, he was looking forward to meeting with the innkeeper. The man had attracted a lot of attention lately with the unbelievable reach of his inn. Many wanted to understand his affiliations more clearly, which is why they had been approaching him. From what the governor could tell, he was the first one that the innkeeper had responded to. Mary, who was generally very talkative to most guests, did not say much to the governor. Concerning Tao Lords, her general attitude was to say as little as possible to avoid all complications, much like Lex. The two of them entered the innkeeper's office and found him sitting at his desk, writing a letter. Although the governor did not peek at the contents of the letter, he could tell almost immediately that it was another letter of intent. Was the innkeeper inviting someone else, or was he going to go visit someone? "Innkeeper, I have been looking forward to meeting you," the governor said with a warm smile as he walked up to the innkeeper. Unlike other Henali, which often took a humanoid form when entering the inn, to make it easier to communicate with the innkeeper, the governor appeared in his natural form. The Henali were a strange race, not commonly seen across the universe, such as common beasts which appear everywhere. Although the governor was well dressed, it was easy to observe his body. He had a dark complexion with skin like smooth, polished stone. A tall yet slender frame easily supported his 8 arms, and though his face had the same general features as a human, such as lips, a nose, and ears, he had a whole lot more eyes than humans. To be specific, Henali had 26 pairs of eyes, which meant that the governor had many small yet luminescent eyes all around his forehead in ring patterns. Of course, that was not enough to hold all his eyes, so some appeared in shoulders, chest, and the back of his hands as well. It was an unusual sight, to say the least, yet the governor gave a peaceful yet powerful impression just by looking at him. "Governor, I have been looking forward to meeting you as well," the innkeeper said with his soft, signature warm tone as he put down his pen and stood up to greet the Henali. "Please, have a seat. I apologize for not being able to meet with you sooner. I was caught up in some matters of importance, and I did not want to do our meeting a disservice by being partially occupied." The governor chuckled, though internally he was marveling at the innkeeper's complete lack of aura. "Please, you honor me with your consideration. We have such a positive history of cooperation, considering you chose to establish your inn inside the Origin Realm previously, so there really is no need for such formalities between us. We were sorry to see you go, but it is also great to see you doing so well for yourself here. Have you already decided how you will shape the laws of your realm?" The innkeeper smiled softly as he looked at the governor's many eyes. Internally, Lex had his full guard up. It was clear that this governor would not be an easy character to deal with, and that he was probing the innkeeper already, and on many levels. I'm mentioning their positive history, and the fact that the innkeeper decided to start his inn inside the origin realm. It was almost as if the Henali had done him a favor, since that was technically their territory. Lex also felt like the governor was trying to work out if the innkeeper had discovered, or even taken advantage of the many secrets of that realm, for it was fairly obvious to Lex by now that the origin realm was special, even among other realms of its size. Then there was the probe of what laws the innkeeper would choose to shape his realm into. Now that was a question with a depth that Lex couldn't even discern, for he was not sure at what level Tao lords might do such things. The two of them had all but spoken 2 lines, and Lex was already getting caught in the governor's web, reminding Lex that even among Tao lords there were levels. The governor might be the strongest Tao lord that Lex had ever dealt with besides Eclipse, of course, and maybe Wukong, but neither of them seemed to be as tricky. Chapter 2016, Fortune Cookie. Very simply speaking, Lex did not even know what the governor was probing for with his question, so he could not even begin to fathom how he was supposed to answer. Fortunately, he didn't need to come up with an original answer. Lotus had asked Eclipse a question about the primordial garden, and she had given an answer that flew right over Lex's head. So, he could just say the same thing, but with his own added twist. "Not just yet," the innkeeper answered in a casual tone. "There are so many interesting laws in the universe that I am attracted to, such as the laws that allow the primordial garden to produce primordial energy. Once I'm done copying all the laws I find interesting, I'll form some kind of cycle where the flow of the laws towards deliberate imbalances in the realm, forming a complete system. Compared to rigid, immovable laws, I think such a setup is much better. Of course, first I need to finish replicating all the laws I find interesting. I'm quite looking forward to having void-woven features in my realm." The last thing he mentioned, the void-woven features, were an aspect of upgrades to the realm laws that Lex had seen in the Midnight Realm Management panel. That would allow the realm to move through the void undetectable to even Tao lords. Unfortunately, that feature was so expensive, it did not even have a price just yet because Lex had not unlocked the relevant currency for it. Lex thought that mentioning it might have a strong impact, especially since it was followed by an amended version of what Eclipse had told him about her realm. In a way, Lex was not wrong. The governor was stunned, unable to respond, and unable to comprehend what he had just heard. "What's the matter?" the innkeeper asked with a soft chuckle. "Did I say something wrong?" The governor snapped out of his stupor and looked at the innkeeper again, but this time through a new lens entirely. Although he did not know if achieving such a thing was even possible, he certainly admired the innkeeper's imagination. For now, though, he treated his words as if he had cracked a joke up until a time such that he had reason to believe otherwise. Not at all," the governor said with a soft smile. "I quite admire your gallant spirit. Even at my station, with all the support I have, this is not a step I can take. Well, it's not just that I don't dare to take it, but also that I'm nowhere near strong enough to brave that kind of strain." The innkeeper looked at the governor, and then looked out his office window, drawing the governor's gaze towards the inn as well. "You belittle yourself by saying such a thing," the innkeeper said, his sight locking in on some of the mortal guests at his inn. "I think that for one such as yourself, this is something you would easily dare to do if you really wanted to. Even mortals, the fragile, delicate things that they are, dare to put their feeble lives on the line in pursuit of their desires. How then can someone such as yourself not dare to do something you desire? It is simply a matter of not desiring it enough to overcome the initial resistance the difficulty of the task creates. On the day you decide to take action, you will find that many obstacles are all arbitrary." The innkeeper continued to look out at the people, his words lingering in the silence that followed, their meaning deep and profound, their effect long-lasting. In truth, the reason Lex looked out was because he decided to employ what he liked to call the fortune cookie tactic. Say something vague that sounded like it had many implications, and allow the listener to decipher the meaning on their own. The reason, then, that he had to look away while employing the fortune cookie tactic was because he felt like it made the innkeeper seem even more profound, adding another layer to the message within the fortune cookie. Clearly his tactic worked, because the silence that followed lasted a lot longer than just a few moments. It was the silence that indicated contemplation, so Lex did not break it, allowing the governor to continue thinking. In truth, the governor was not as focused on the message itself, though that too had an impact on him. It was true, even mere mortals had the courage to risk their lives, so how could he not? It was just that he hadn't decided to take such a step yet. That was not the reason he was silent, though. The governor, instead, was taking this time to ponder if the reason that the innkeeper kept so many mortals around was to remind himself of the courage of the weak. A direct comparison between a Tao Lord and a mortal could not technically be made. The consequences of the fall of a mortal and the fall of a Tao Lord were not even remotely similar, at least on a universal scale. Personally, though, perhaps the amount that it mattered to both might be the same. The difference was that mortals were so weak and prone to dying, they considered it an inevitability. Tao Lords, however, were more expected to live on forever than to actually die. That small thing created a huge shift in perspective among both. For a mortal to risk his life was natural, because death was not far away anyway. For an immortal, or a Tao Lord, it was unnatural, because in their long lives it was entirely possible or even probable to make up for whatever loss they suffered if only they lived on. Risking their lives was more like a loss-making deal where the benefits might not match the risk undertaken. Then again, not everything in life could be calculated through such an equation. Not the value of everything could not be calculated so simply. There were very few things that could actually threaten a Tao Lord's life, at least in the universe as it was at that moment. So for them to risk their lives was a very unnatural thing. A comparison, thus, between a Tao Lord and a mortal was fundamentally incorrect. But then again, maybe it was such a thought process to start with that had caused the governor's growth to slow down. With all of time available to him, it made little sense to risk his life, or to take risks at all for his growth. Slowly and steadily he was bound to grow, so he stopped taking risks. Such a subtle shift in perception was almost impossible to avoid over the course of countless years. Had the innkeeper, then, kept such a mindset alive by remaining close to mortals? But for most Tao Lords, it was almost impossible to resonate with such thoughts because they would originate from races that were born immortal. Very, very few Tao Lords were originally born as mortals. Was the innkeeper one such Tao Lord? The governor had no idea, but he felt like he'd gotten a peek into his mindset at least. Chapter 2017, Mother of the Acorn Realm. You honor me by thinking so highly of me, the governor said eventually. At the end of the day, I still admire you for taking a step I am not yet ready to take. The innkeeper turned his gaze back towards the governor, his warm, approachable aura making even him feel at ease. Of course, as a Tao Lord, his actions and decisions would not be influenced by external factors, such as feeling at ease. It was still an admirable quality of the innkeeper. Everyone is on their own journey, the innkeeper said. What is right for some may not be right for others. Having said that, the reason I invited you here was to discuss what you requested in your previous visit. I have some ideas to facilitate your requests, though I would love to hear your thoughts directly first. The governor was originally not in such a rush to broach the topic of the meeting since he wanted to enjoy his conversation with the innkeeper first. However, since the topic had been touched upon, there was no need to shy away from it either. It's very simple, really, the governor began. As I'm sure you're aware, the universe has fallen into chaos. New wars are erupting every day, and there's a great degree of uncertainty in the air. If the wars don't end soon, it will trigger certain contingencies. The longer they drag on, the more significant our reaction will need to be. In this critical time, it is extremely crucial that alliances be made, decisions be finalized, and we know how we will react in each given situation. While the Henali as a whole, of course, already know our stance, the more preparation we can do, the better. In that case, I need to consider not only things as a Henali, but as a governor of the origin realm. The successful growth of the realm is critical not just to the Henali, but the universe as a whole, and the amount of pressure we face is actually tremendous. In fact, if the invading forces were ever to direct their attention away from already mature realms, the origin realm would be their first target. As such, not only do I need to make thorough preparations, I am also under constant scrutiny from the universal forces. At such a time, it is natural that I try to explore all options. It was then that I was reminded of your incredible teleportation capabilities, not to mention the seriousness with which you tend your inn. Although my request seems slightly unusual, I have to make it regardless. Would it be possible for you to allow me to host a private meeting among fellow Tao Lords? I was thinking that, to ensure the confidentiality of the meeting, it would be best if the venue was also separate from the Midnight Inn. Or else, if our enemies knew where I might be congregating with allies, not only could they try to influence the meeting through various ways, they may even attack the venue directly. The innkeeper listened seriously, though no matter what the governor said, it seemed to be unable to affect his expression at all. It was as if he was talking about planning a birthday party rather than a covert meeting of Tao lords that might be targeted by potential enemies from across the universe. "I have a couple of questions," said the innkeeper once the governor was done. "Just for clarification, is it important that the venue be secret, or the occurrence of the meeting entirely? Following up on that, will it be enough to simply provide you with a safe space where you can have your meeting, content that no one will try to interfere or spy? For if the safety of the meeting can be assured, then I feel like you could possibly even use the very knowledge of the meeting itself to your benefit." The governor seemed slightly surprised by the line of questioning, because it seemed to insinuate that the innkeeper had his own ideas regarding the meeting, and some very specific ones at that. Truthfully, the knowledge of the meeting itself need not be a secret. Actually, I think it will almost be impossible to keep knowledge of the meeting secret, even if you manage it on your end. Since I am constantly under scrutiny, so are many others. It would not be easy for so many of us to make a move without alerting somebody. That is why, in fact, that I was recommending some hidden location. Not only will it prevent your inn from getting caught up in a possible attack, it will also provide us with the necessary safety in which we may conduct our meeting. If you can fulfill our requirements through some other means, then I have no issues." The innkeeper simply nodded, as if the governor's words were within his expectations. "The truth is, Governor, that you are not the only one who has requested something like this. Although it is not in keeping with my preference to host guests anywhere other than inside my own facilities, due to some special circumstances, I am making a one-time exception to this rule. While keeping in mind the current situation of the universe, the needs of many of my guests, and the excessive attention my own inn has been getting lately, I decided to host a modest tea party. The goal would be so that I may meet with all those who wish to properly introduce themselves to me, as well as allow my guests to take advantage of the unique venue and setting I am arranging to not only broaden their horizons, but also to network, as well as conduct any and all private meetings." The governor seemed taken aback, not only by the innkeeper's words, but by his goals. He seemed to want to achieve many things all at once, but no matter how he looked at it, by telling him to have his meeting at a tea party of Tao lords, he was only increasing the risk to his meeting, not decreasing it. "Now, as you previously stated, since the Henali and the inn have such a rich history, I decided to share the venue of the tea party with you, though I will be avoiding doing so for others. I trust you will not disclose it to others." Just as he was done speaking, the innkeeper picked up the letter he was writing and handed it to the governor. "This is the letter I was writing to the owner of the venue for my tea party. Please take a look and let me know if it will fulfill your needs." The governor took the letter and glanced at the words before freezing. "Dear Eclipse, I wanted to thank you for inviting me to the primordial garden." The governor did not read anymore. He could not read anymore. Instead, he stared at the innkeeper in surprise, barely holding back his horror. The innkeeper had been invited by the mistress of the eternal web, mother of the acorn realm, into the garden of nightmares. Suddenly, the governor got goosebumps as he imagined a terrifying, horrifying scenario. Was the tea party a front for an engagement party between the two? Chapter 2018, Shameless Innkeeper. Hurin Kakin, the pride of the Henali race, governor of one of their most important realms, Tao lord of immeasurable power, feared by almost as many people as he was loved by, suddenly started to regret his life decisions as he read the first 1.5 line of the innkeeper's letter. He was questioning his life, his decisions, his wisdom, and even this situation. He did not know if he should stop reading the letter or continue. What if reading onwards confirmed his theory? What if he was about to be invited to the 8th wedding of the living calamity? One had to know, the reason she got that name was not because of how many Tao lords she had killed in cold blood. No, for that she had a separate title. She earned the name Living Calamity because her random whims often brought calamities to the living, sometimes resulting in situations much worse than death. It was said that her web was so powerful, it could not be destroyed by Tao lords in less than several thousand years. Even the supreme emperor of the Henali, the ruler of the entire race, preferred not to mess with her. One might wonder why that was. They might wonder why the ruler of a race that was one of the most powerful in the universe would prefer to keep distance from a single Tao lord. Those who knew the answer needed no explanation, and those who did not know could not tolerate the burden of that knowledge to begin with. Very simply, it was common knowledge that, when Ventura turned his gaze towards the primordial garden, the matron of the endless weave showed him why he should stay within the bounds of civility. Those who could understand the severity of that statement knew why she must not be messed with. Wukong, one of the most feared Tao lords in the universe, was still unworthy of being considered her equal. After all, she had earned her title of Tao Queen the hard way. Now the governor might be on the verge of being invited to her latest engagement. How could he not be afraid? Was this what the innkeeper was hinting at when he mentioned that even mortals could risk their lives for what they wanted? Was he risking his life for what he wanted? Wait, what did he want? A matrimonial union between two forces, both with one seat of power, was literally unprecedented in the history of the universe. Overnight, the Midnight Inn could go from being someone many forces were probing to becoming an undisputed ruler. If they joined hands, it might even be possible for them to try and unify the whole universe. As long as they acted before the universe matured, they had a chance. The governor was on the verge of hyperventilating. What the hell had he stepped into? He was just using the Midnight Inn as a scapegoat while he made other plans to protect his realm. Why did the innkeeper need to take that so personally? Holy celestial shit. Huron just remembered that the innkeeper had mentioned that he wanted to mimic the primordial garden inside his inn. What was that if not blatantly admitting that he wanted to build a home for the primordial queen inside his inn? The governor looked up from the letter towards the innkeeper. His expression was entirely at ease, his eyes studying the governor with mild curiosity, his aura comforting and relaxing, as if he had not a care in the world, in the universe even. It was almost like the aura one might have if they considered themselves the owner of the whole damn universe. The governor forced himself to calm down, telling himself that he was extrapolating way too much, and that the situation was not nearly as critical as he was making it out to be. It was merely a tea party. It could merely be a professional meeting. After all, though the deity destroyer, the one Tao Lord who had killed more deities than anyone else in the entire universe, was famous for getting married in the countless billions of years of her life, 7 marriages was not so bad. Yes, this was entirely normal. Besides, according to legend, she was actually quite a romantic. She would not just randomly choose to marry whoever she came across. The governor decided that he could literally not afford to skip reading the rest of the letter. He needed to know, needed to understand the context of the upcoming tea party, not just for himself, but for the fate of the Henali, and for the fate of the universe. Dear Eclipse, I wanted to thank you for inviting me to the primordial garden. I have heard of your gracious hospitality, and so for our first meeting, I have personally overseen the creation of a new breed of flower that I hope to present to you. Huron's knees went weak. Fortunately, he was sitting, or else he might have fallen. He could not help but turn a pair of eyes towards the innkeeper again, and the man had not a single change in expression. He had never seen a more shameless flirt in his life. What kind of Tao Lord would write a flirty letter to the slayer of sages, and then have someone else read it? Why was he getting caught up in the karma between them? Huron didn't want this. He didn't want this. While the governor of the Origin Realm was having an internal meltdown, imagining impossible scenarios that would put even Velma's imagination to shame, Lex was wondering why the governor was such a slow reader. Had he written something unusual in the letter? Was he ambiguous? But the innkeeper's pen should have made it so that his words were impossible to misunderstand. What was going on? Even in Lex's wildest dreams, he could not have imagined exactly what was going on inside Huron Cocken's mind. Chapter 2019, Getting Involved. When the silence continued on for a little too long, Lex could not help but probe. Is everything all right? Are you perhaps confused about something? The innkeeper asked, waking the governor from his vivid imaginations of how he would be forced to be the godfather of the innkeeper's children. Yes, sorry, I got distracted, said the governor as he finished reading the letter in a single glance. While there was no official mention of any unions or engagements, only mentioning a tea party, the letter was, as of yet, incomplete. Many things could be added on to it. Although shocked, horrified, and feeling several other synonyms of the same words, the governor was, after all, a Tao Lord, so he forced himself to calm down. While many things were insinuated, nothing was yet concrete, so he could only prepare for both eventualities. You are correct, he continued. If the venue for the meeting is the primordial garden, conducted under the supervision of the primordial queen, then I can rest assured. In that case, as long as the venue is kept secret before the meeting, there should be no issues. I am fine with these arrangements. The innkeeper nodded. I'm glad you think so. In that case, I will also alert you of a few different requirements that all attendees must meet before they can participate in the meeting. First and foremost, I have been instructed by our other host that should anyone damage the garden, they are dead. I think I don't need to elaborate on that any further. The governor laughed, as if he had heard an amusing joke. Yes, I don't think there is anyone foolish enough to attempt to harm the garden, regardless of their affiliation. Just in case, I will take extra care to ensure that none of the guests I invite do anything untowards. The innkeeper nodded, as if that was the expected thing to do. Second, every attendee must bring one species of flower capable of surviving within the primordial garden, and it must not be a primordial species. If the flower does not meet these conditions, they will not be able to attend the meeting. The governor nodded, as if he found it acceptable and totally not as if his imagination was running wild about the innkeeper's romantic gestures. No, he had to be reasonable. That could merely be a request from the primordial queen herself. There was no knowing. Thirdly, every participant who wishes to attend the tea party must submit one sealed and stable Tao-level ingredient to participate. The governor nodded, accepting the third condition as if it was no big deal. Or maybe it was an acceptable cost. Whatever the case, Lex strictly controlled his emotions, keeping himself from feeling any and all elation. Yes, this was his plan all along, even before the system gave him the means to submit Tao-level ingredients in exchange for building the sanctuary of Tao, or for powering the butter knife. Lex's original plan was to use these ingredients to help him build his Tao body, but now he could use them for various purposes. Regardless, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he had to take full advantage of it. He was going to invite not only the governor's guests, but all those who had paid him a visit as well. The sanctuary of Tao required 50 Tao materials, but he had no plans on completing that anytime soon. Even so, it would be best if he could get his hands on even more materials than that, so that in the future, if he ever wanted to use it, he would not be lacking resources. That's fine. When exactly are you planning on having this tea party then? The governor asked. It is best not to delay things. I will have the tea party in 1 month's time. That should be sufficient for all those participating to make the required arrangements. I'll have to trouble you to send some of my invitations on my behalf. Some guests came and left their letters of intent, but provided no means of communicating back with them. This can also help you to disguise the invitations you send to your own allies. The governor had to consciously avoid trembling. It seemed that no matter what happened, the innkeeper was making sure that he would be a part of it. Even if the innkeeper himself did not end up getting engaged, if something else happened, there would be traces of his involvement everywhere. Logically, this was a gesture of trust and faith on the innkeeper's part. By allowing the governor to send out the invitations on his behalf, it showed a close relationship. Once the meeting occurred in the primordial garden, the position of the Henali would elevate across the universe for being able to facilitate such an exclusive meeting. But the more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. Although he had no evidence, he increasingly believed that there was something shady going on between the innkeeper and the primordial queen. After all, the innkeeper was well known for his fine control over karma, and the queen had previously used karmic web to trap her targets, making it impossible to escape. Since he could not escape, the governor strengthened his resolve. No matter what happened, he would have to see it through and make sure he benefited the most. "Excellent," said the innkeeper. "For this tea party, I will create special invitations that will bring all participants directly to the venue, so that they won't need to enter the midnight inn at all. Now that you have agreed, I'll have all the keys and letters ready in a couple of days, so you can send someone to pick them up if you wish. If you want to invite some additional people on your own, you can let me know, and I'll prepare sufficient keys. As long as they pay the necessary fees, they are welcome to join." Chapter 2020, Return of the Soul Plague. The number of Tao Lords that Lex himself was going to invite was just under 50. With the governor inviting a few more, he would have a pretty decent stockpile. Of course, Lex was not equipped to deal with Tao materials, which is why he asked for all the materials to be sealed as well as stable. He would have them appraised by the system, but just in case the system was unable to do it, he would have the governor appraise them for him, or maybe someone else would do it. The important thing, however, was that he, Lex, was scamming. No, he was collecting participation fees from a group of Tao Lords. Rich. He was about to be rich. With that, as long as he could find a suitable Tao material, he could begin working on his Tao body. Wait, Lex just remembered that he personally knew some Tao Lords as well. While others weren't so easy to invite, there was a certain devil who might be more than happy to participate. He might have sent an invite to the Seraphim, as well if only they hadn't literally condemned Lex and had been interfering with the functioning of the inn. "Can I invite anyone?" the governor asked as he considered certain ideas. As long as they adhere to the rules and pay the fees, I don't mind, said the innkeeper magnanimously. It was as if he had no concerns, or that he was above the worries of these mundane affairs. That case, I would like to invite some guests from within the Origin realm as well, some of whom have not yet reached the Tao realm. I will personally cover their fees, so that should not be a concern, the governor said. At the same time, I would also like to invite a noble of the upper court from the Henali Empire, so that the Henali Empire has a stronger representation. Finally, the potential allies that I am targeting are no more than 30 in number, so a total of 40 keys will suffice. The innkeeper nodded warmly. It will be a good opportunity to broaden horizons. It is generous of you to invite others, said the innkeeper. The governor instead shook his head. Actually, I was hoping to take advantage of your reputation as a neutral party to invite the upper echelon of the Fugan so that we may negotiate in a neutral setting and put an end to our long-standing war. It is what's best for the future of the realm. The fact that the inn left after being made to participate in the ongoing war stands in favor of your neutrality, so I am hoping they will accept. The innkeeper's smile grew just a little larger upon hearing that. Ending wars would be good. There has been enough senseless bloodshed, he said, though Lex started to feel distracted. He wondered if he should invite a few people below the Tao realm, but if he did that, he would need to pay for their flowers, and he'd have to make sure they didn't faint in the presence of Tao lords. This was tricky. The tea party was too good an opportunity for him to not harvest more benefits. He needed to think about what he could do. Space. Hall of Power, Julia's realm. Dekal walked with purpose, the sounds of his footsteps echoing through the massive hall, waking some of the sleeping guardians who were chained to the pillars on either side of the hall. Each one of them was a legendary being. They were great heroes of the Path of Order who had rendered great merit to their cause. Now they were chained and kept as prisoners and guards for the Path of Chaos, reduced to little more than pets. Of course, Dekal paid them no mind, for his focus was on his enemy. Though he was born with privilege, he was not fickle, nor was he immature. He never entered a hunt underprepared, and he never treated a target lightly. Once he had returned to the regular universe, he had done some divination not on his target, but on himself. It seemed his future was going to be turbulent. That could be as a result of this hunt of his, or it could be for other reasons. Whatever the case, he would bring his full might to bear. After all, since he had decided to enter into the Tao realm, he was destined to face great obstacles. Yet he was not concerned in the slightest obstacles existed for the very purpose of being overcome. Halt, boomed a voice as an armored guard stood in his way. Know your place, Dekal, you have not been summoned. Yet even as the peak celestial guard threatened him, Dekal did not care, nor did he slow. Instead, with a single step he bypassed the guard, holding a severed head in his hand, containing the soul of the guard. It is not your place to judge me. It is only your place to obey, Dekal spoke, his voice traveling through the length and breadth of the hall, awakening its many guards. It had been a long time since the voice of the soul plague had been heard here, but all remembered his ferocity. I have returned, successful in my mission, Dekal orated, for he knew the relevant powers were listening. My influence in Archeheaven surpasses almost all across the universe. Now it is time for my reward. Prepare the universal harvest. I shall be baptized in the essence of the universe before I announce my return with a slaughter of 1,000 realms. The time for my reign has come. The various guardians chained to the pillars could not help but tremble as Dekal's aura spread, filling the hall. No one greeted him, but no one else stopped him either. Such was the Path of Chaos. Compared to the Path of Order, the actual members of the Path of Chaos were far fewer, but each of them were absolute elites, focused solely on their own advancement above all else. Instead of competing, the Path of Chaos became an agent to unite them. They would unleash all their dark desires upon the universe, but in an organized and calculated way, one that would provide them with the most benefits. As for who did the calculation, none of them knew, nor did they care. The benefits were real, and so was the protection the path offered, so all else mattered not. Deep within the hall, the universal harvest was being prepared for Dekal, an extremely diluted, extremely weak, nearly exhausted speck of what Lex's system had called Proto's energy. Chapter 2021, Deploying the Taverns. The meeting with the governor came to a quick end once the governor had all the information he needed. Although, originally, the governor had planned a longer meeting, he suddenly found it much more difficult to stay within the innkeeper's company for some unknown reason, so he departed. Lex, meanwhile, did not even try to consider the governor's behavior. He just could not understand Tao lords, and it was best not to pry too much. Although the host attire could perfectly hide him, it was best not to test his limits. Speaking of which, in the latest upgrade, all the system features had undergone another round of upgrades, and that included his host attire. As long as he was inside the Midnight Inn, it was even better at hiding his identity. Previously, whenever he faced a Dao Lord, the system would enter a period of dormancy and cease all notifications, doing its best to hide. After all, his system had not fused with Lex, so it was still just a treasure residing within his soul. Now, the host attire could even withstand a light level of scrutiny from a Dao Lord. It would be best not to test its limits, though. With the governor gone now, Lex had finally set things into motion, but he was far from done. With a deadline now looming overhead, Lex now needed to prepare for the tea party. The first thing to do for that was to prepare a special key to enter the party directly, so that he would not need to funnel nearly 100 Dao Lords through the Midnight Inn to his tavern. That was actually quite easy now, especially since the latest upgrade to the taverns. Lex was not sure how it worked, because he had never heard of anything like this, but the several taverns now together formed a pseudo-realm, which was basically a fake normal realm. That was not the issue. The issue was that the taverns were usually placed far apart from one another, sometimes in entirely different realms. The fact, then, that they could remain connected to one another despite the literal physical distance between them, and still act as a single, unified realm, involved a level of laws far beyond Lex's understanding. He literally could not explain it through any laws that he understood. Perhaps that was why the original grade of his system was divine, but had been reduced due to its broken state. If Lex had to guess, he would say that the Midnight Inn system was operating at anywhere between SS and SSS grade for all the crazy things it was doing. If Lex had to guess, though, then the way the tavern was operating had to be a divine grade feature, because that was more like a miracle than any law he understood. Then again, he was only a heaven immortal and hadn't even fully understood all the 8 ruling laws yet, so he had a lot to learn. First thing was first, he had to deploy all the taverns and then pick which one he would send to the garden. Deploying the taverns was easy. He sent 2 of them to the other continents in the Midnight Realm, Jabalia and Nether. Jabalia was bigger than Menara, which is where the inn was formed, and actually had the largest natural population. Comparatively, although Nether was the largest continent, it had the lowest population because its environment was more prone to being extreme. His purpose for both taverns was quite specific. In Jabalia, he wanted to start getting in touch with the locals of his realm, which is why the tavern appeared just a few thousand miles outside the largest city on that continent. Travelers to the city would stop by the tavern, while not attracting too much attention. The tavern in Nether was more like a tourist destination that guests from other taverns would go to. It would be like a safari. From whichever tavern they were in, they could pay for a nice, unique safari, go explore Nether, and then return. The majority of the remaining taverns he sent to the Origin Realm. Previously, Lex had also sent some to the Crystal Realm, but that was no longer possible. Since there was no way Lex would leave a tavern in the Primordial Garden long-term, these were his only options. Speaking of taverns, Lex began to suspect that there was something wrong with his Treehouse Tavern. The guests were behaving oddly there, and the fact that it had already been years but Tetsuya was still in the escape room. Like, Lex had made it hard but not that hard. What was going on? Yet whenever he diverted his attention towards the Treehouse Tavern, he never found anything amiss. Well, whatever, he'd go look into it when he had time. For now, the treehouse would remain on Arrakis. There was only one tavern that Lex kept to himself. Although Lex considered bringing what had been unofficially dubbed as the Brazilian Tavern, since its internal space was as large as Brazil, he eventually decided to go with something smaller and more mundane. He doubted his taverns were impressive enough to actually impress Dao Lords, in which case he decided to go with the tavern that looked as ordinary as possible, which meant that he selected the first ever tavern he had. Now that he was done with that, Lex turned to his system. Designing a key that took guests to a specific tavern was not difficult. It was even a feature that was already included. It just cost a lot more than regular golden keys, not that such a thing mattered to Lex anymore. The issue was of color. He already had golden, platinum, and black keys, so, looking at the simple wooden tavern in front of him, Lex shrugged and decided to make wooden keys. For now, the keys would not work. Only when he activated them, which is when the tea party would begin, could they be used to arrive at the tavern. Next, Lex had to write some letters. Chapter 2022, Even If You Call Me Daddy. What's the big deal with letters of intent anyway? Lex asked as he drew squiggles on a Midnight Inn letterhead. We've been over this already, haven't we? Mary, whose projection was lying on the ceiling as if it were a bed, answered. Of course, her hair still flowed downward despite her laying on the ceiling. Even projections were subject to gravity in the Midnight Inn. Tao Lords are too powerful, and the limits of what they can do is literally unimaginable, so even the slightest move can cause misunderstandings. A letter of intent is more like an open declaration of your intentions to avoid misunderstandings. Of course, it's not really binding or anything like that, so technically a Tao Lord can still act nefariously after sending such a letter. It's just generally considered that Tao Lords are too prideful to lie, so once they've given their words, they won't go against it. Ahan got it, so it's pointless pretentiousness, said Lex as he put aside his 80th letter and started working on the next one. It's just a few letters. You're acting like a baby, said Mary as she looked at Lex complaining. Lex shook his head. Originally, he also thought it was no big deal. After all, he had written letters and memos as the innkeeper before. Yet he'd always written short letters, so he never realized that it was draining in an unexpected way. Although the system provided all the aura and power, the message itself came from Lex. 1 or 2 letters was fine, but writing so many drained him of mental energy in a way he had never seen coming. What was originally a task that would only take him an hour had gone on for over 2 days. You're the baby, Lex muttered, too exhausted to come with a better retort. Is Gerard free yet? Mary shook her head, watching in amusement as her hair dangled. Nope, the security situation inside the inn is getting worse. The security team is at its limit, and the Reaving Dread mercenaries cannot send any more security. Unless you cop up even more money to buy better security, Gerard isn't going to get free anytime soon. That was just the thing. His system still allowed him to buy more security, but he seemed to be at some kind of limit. If he wanted to buy more than the millions of guards he already had deployed, the system could facilitate him, but the cost was going to jump massively. It was not a sustainable expense. Lex clenched his fists, but then forced himself to down another shot of Midnight Signature coffee brew and continue writing letters. He'd even replaced his official chair with the Gabbana fruit so that he could continue cultivating while he wrote. It was the only way to maximize his writing speed. By the time the 3-day deadline came and the governor returned for the letters and keys, Lex had just barely managed to finish them. Of course, Lex did not give the governor all of them. There were some he kept for himself as he intended on inviting a couple of people on his own. Well, technically, he intended on Gerard inviting one of them. Finally done with the letters, Lex took off his host attire with deep red eyes and a frustration in his heart that only good old-fashioned hard work could resolve. The tyrant's mask, a mask that the inn workers had not had the pleasure of seeing in many years, appeared in Lex's hands as he put it on his face, allowing his aura to change into the terrifying, devilish aura of the invincible tyrant. Lex felt like he had just finished his final year project for college. That's how mentally drained he was. Something like that could only be recovered from after an equally intense chilling session. Back in the day, for him that involved gaming and junk food. Now, it would involve releasing his frustrations on the troublemakers inside the inn. No, wait, he thought the wrong part in his head. He could only release his frustrations by gently and politely convincing those causing problems inside the inn that this wasn't a good idea with his fists. Within the Midnight Inn, it suddenly got a little darker, confusing the guests about the change. Yet dark or light, the inn always looked magnificent, so they weren't too bothered by it. In a certain location, though, a large crowd was gathering as they watched an ongoing confrontation. It does not matter where you're from or who your father is, the security guard insisted for the final time. You cannot enslave other guests of the inn. The security guard was only an earth immortal, and he had backup arriving, yet the one he was confronting was a celestial sourworm. Bitch, what do you mean? The worm roared in anger. Do you even know who my father is? Instead of waiting for an answer, the worm was about to shoot out the acid that its race was known for when a terrifying aura descended on it, tinged with the laws of Anchor, freezing it in place. I don't know your father, but even if you call me daddy, it won't spare you from the beating you're about to get, murmured a voice, low and edged with danger. If the worm could have moved, it would have seen a human standing behind it, wearing a devilish mask that had a smile which could scare a soul right out of its body. Of course, no one other than the worm felt his aura. In fact, to the others, he looked like a hero. After all, his very arrival had caused the worm to freeze, finally resolving the situation. But oh, the situation was far from resolved, for Lex had an itch in his heart that wouldn't go so easily. Thus, the legend of the invincible tyrant which had begun to wane was once again renewed. That day, The sound of wailing miscreants and cheering crowds could be heard all across the Midnight Inn. Chapter 2023, A Favor. Now, technically speaking, the masked tyrant had still made appearances now and again. He would show up from time to time, take care of issues that cropped up, and then disappear. The reason why it always felt like he barely showed up was because of how quickly he took care of things. It was so swift that his presence barely made an impact. That was not the case that day. No, that day the guests of the inn learned that while the inn did its best to be polite and avoid causing a ruckus, it had a ruthless side too. So many new guests came, and not all of them understood the background of the inn, or how they adhered to their rules. The general case in the universe was that many forces and organizations waved the banners of righteousness, but gave special permissions and allowances to those with sufficient backgrounds. That was not the case with the Midnight Inn. Not only did the tyrant publicly beat and humiliate the celestial sourworm, he then proceeded to use the worm as a massive whip as he continued to go and beat up all the other troublemakers across the inn. While his actions were incredibly refreshing for those who had been wronged, the Midnight Inn also thoroughly offended a lot of powers. In fact, many guests even escaped the inn altogether, expecting a heavy-handed response from many of these forces. But how could Lex have not already planned for that? Now was the time to be bold in his actions, decisions, and even risks. Not only was Lex prepared for a retaliation, he was hoping for a very strong and public one. Naturally, with the Dow-level butter knife, Lex was confident in taking any force that came his way. But that did not mean he was going to be wasteful with his butter knife. After all, the conversion rate was terrible. After all, according to the pay-to-play feature, the conversion rate for Dow materials to fully charge the knife was anywhere between 1 to 10 items. That was incredibly wasteful, and Lex had no intentions of being wasteful. The butter knife, especially the fully powered butter knife, was reserved for emergencies only. No, for this situation, where Lex acted out almost anticipating some retaliation, he had another plan. Since for whatever reason, the system could never find Wukong inside the inn, he asked Mary to look for him and let Lex know where he was. It didn't take long for his faithful assistant to find that particular guest. Thus, while the masked tyrant wreaked havoc across the inn, thoroughly venting all the frustrations in his heart, a projection of the innkeeper appeared inside a certain spa. To his mild surprise, Wukong and Lorelei were both laying down on a couple of sofas, some cream covering their faces while cucumbers rested on their eyes, getting a foot and fin massage. Oddly enough, the entire floor was booked by Wukong, so it was just the two of them in there. "You seem to be making good use of the inn's facilities," said the innkeeper with a hint of amusement in his voice. "I'm glad." "Well, it's exhausting seeing so many distinguished guests visiting, but restraining my hands," Wukong said with a smirk as he picked up a cucumber and looked at the innkeeper. The innkeeper, in turn, only shook his head. "You restraining your hands? I find it hard to believe. But did you restrain your legs or your tail? Heck, I bet even a single unrestrained hair is enough for you to tease many of my guests," the innkeeper said knowingly. Wukong coughed awkwardly, but then quickly returned to his casual self. "Yes, well, there is only so much one can change in a small time. But surely you are not here over something so trivial, no?" The innkeeper chuckled but did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Lorelei, who had fallen asleep from the massage and was snoring softly. She looked at peace, which was not a look she wore easily while awake. "I am here for a couple of reasons," said the innkeeper eventually. "For one, I am here to invite you to a small tea party I am having with a few other distinguished guests. I believe you will enjoy the company." The innkeeper held out the invitation letter, as well as the wooden key for Wukong to take. "Oh," Wukong said, taking the letter and reading it with interest. But besides the invitation itself, the letter did not explain much. "The second thing I am here to let you know about is that your request has been fulfilled. The inn is now connected to a certain garden, and this tea party might be your one and only opportunity to visit the garden." Wukong suddenly jumped out of his seat, his excitement getting the better of him as he stared at the innkeeper with disbelief. You really managed to find the realm? You absolute mad lad. And the owner, she didn't say anything, right? Everyone is so afraid of her, but I'm telling you she's absolutely a reasonable person." The innkeeper chuckled because, for once, he had to agree with the monkey. As far as he could tell, Eclipse was a pretty cool person. "I have to correct you on something. I didn't find the realm, one of my workers did. As such, I found it only reasonable that I give him the fruit you gave me since I have no more use for it," the innkeeper said casually, as if the Gabbana fruit were just some random fruit and couldn't literally transform lives. Additionally, since my worker was the one who found the realm, connected it, and got permission to bring guests into it, I told him he was entitled to make a single request of you. Since, he has no interest in Chirons. Wukong was taken aback, not only because the innkeeper was basically saying he had no interest in Wukong introducing a new race to work for the inn, but because he so easily passed on a favor from him to one of his workers. Now, Wukong was not self-absorbed, but he was pretty certain that others could not do what he could do, and a favor from him was not something that should have been so easily dismissed. As it happens, he already had a request ready to ask of you the moment I informed him, the innkeeper said calmly, and then looked in a certain direction. Right in front of him was a wall, but far beyond that wall Lex was bowling with the sourworm as the bowl and a bunch of Ents as the pins. He said he was pretty certain he was about to offend a whole lot of people, so he would really appreciate it if you could help him out by scaring them so that they don't dare to attack him at the inn. For a moment Wukong was stunned, then he burst out laughing. You mean to tell me that that little twerp Lex, used a favor from me, son Wukong, to help him clean up after him? Wukong asked loudly, sounding incredibly amused. Well, all right then, consider it done. From now until the tea party is concluded, anyone who even tries to look at Lex wrongly will get a visit from me. Let him go crazy as much as he wants. With me as a backer, I'm curious to see if he will live up to his name of kidnapping king. The innkeeper just shook his head, as if he was dealing with a bunch of kids, and then disappeared. Wukong kept chuckling to himself as he plucked out a few of his hairs, turning them into clones, then sending them towards Lex. This was the first time someone had used him like a bodyguard, and he found it terribly amusing. Wukong was so focused on Lex, he never even questioned why the price to attend the tea party for him was so unusual. There was one flower, and one Tao ingredient which seemed somewhat normal. But the 9 trillion tones of high-density celestial core energy sources, a special kind of energy source utilized by celestial immortals, seemed very random and slightly unfitting for a tea party hosted by the innkeeper. Yet he didn't care. He just needed to rob a few, and he could easily get his hands on all of the required items to attend the tea party. No, Wukong was much more focused on whether or not he should teach Lex some techniques on how to improve his kidnapping. The kid had serious potential. After all, even Wukong thought twice before messing with any of the Ventura schools. Meanwhile, Lex did not know what his newfound bodyguard was thinking. All he knew was that his back was covered, so he beat those miscreants mercilessly. Chapter 2024, A Madman. And that's the last one, said the masked tyrant as he looked down on the slime monster. Unlike what common stories would have people believe, not all slimes were weak. In fact, the particular slime that the tyrant just beat up was called the bearded slime, and was actually the 100th in the cosmic ascendance spectrum, making it the last race to be considered an elder race. The bearded slime were notoriously difficult to harm since they were impervious to nearly all kinds of damage. To do any harm at all to them, the strength of the attack needed to surpass a certain threshold, and then any damage above that would actually do very minimal damage to the bearded slime. There was also their incredible recovery to consider, which generally made it very hard to damage them. Even Lex found it challenging to fight at first. After all, even if Lex was managing to control the 8 ruling laws, it was a very narrow aspect of the law that he was controlling through a combination of very specific relational and foundational laws, meaning he might even be demonstrating less than 1% of the genuine might of a ruling law. The breakthrough eventually came from his karmic bead. He didn't even need to force it to the point of reaching tether. Simply by locking into his karma, Lex was able to damage him. This was a good learning experience for him, because he learned that a more refined use of relational laws could be more useful than an unrefined application of the ruling laws. Hierarchy superiority did not translate in the 8 ruling laws necessarily being the better option, at least while Lex's use of them was still so primitive. He turned around to look at the watching crowd, noticing that many of them were cheering while others were watching cautiously. It was not lost on Lex that the rapid increase in problems could be a probe towards the Midnight Inn. The probe was subtle, the karma untraceable, the causality hidden. In fact, Lex did not need to detect any anomalies to know that it was happening. For so long, he had avoided spreading his teleportation abilities because he felt that he and the inn weren't ready. Well, now the forces out in the universe themselves were the ones limiting his reach. Whether he liked it or not, whether he was prepared for it or not, the time had come. The Midnight Inn was on the universal platform, and he had to be enough. The pressure was immense, but Lex was no longer as weak as he once was. Even if he wasn't as strong as he would have liked to be when such a thing happened, the matter of fact was that he had to react. As he stood over the defeated slime, looking out into the crowd, Lex did not see guests. He did not see an audience. He did not even see the Midnight Inn. He saw a game of chess, or maybe Go, but 1,000,000 times more complex. He saw moves hidden in the shadows of moves made in the light. He saw threads of karma weaving themselves around the inn, and even around the individual workers and frequent guests. These moves, these karmic manipulations, these traps were of a level far too advanced for Lex to actually see, but he knew they were there. As someone who had seen the world, the universe, in fact, Lex knew that peace was only as permanent or temporary as the strength of the shoulders bearing it. He could not help but recall what Eclipse had told him. There was a strain on the universe so immense that it could destroy anyone, no matter how strong they were. Ironically, though, the strain itself is what held the universe together and kept it from falling apart. Well, there was a strain on him now, a pressure of knowing that for better or for worse, the Midnight Inn had been locked onto by countless forces. There was a tenebrous tranquility around the inn at that moment, but it was only held up by the reputation of the innkeeper. Now Lex must never let the reputation of the innkeeper come into question, or the inn would be recognized for the paper tiger that it really was. "Offense is the best defense," the masked tyrant whispered, recalling the words of the Meat Mountain that Marlowe used to be. "If your enemy is dead, then you won't have anything to defend from." Although he merely whispered the words, hundreds, nay thousands around him heard them and felt a chill travel down their spines. A red, bloodthirsty aura seemed to encompass the tyrant as he looked not upon them, but those plotting against the inn, and felt not fear but total aggression. Neither the guests, nor even Lex through his own senses or even the inn, could detect that behind the masked tyrant stood a few clones of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, all clad in armor, holding their fighting staff over their shoulders. Kid, you are too bloodthirsty for how weak you are," one of the clones murmured, though the voice did not reach the tyrant's ears. Instead, the words seemed to echo around the clones, not just the clones standing behind the tyrant. Rather, the words echoed around the tens of thousands of clones spread all across the universe. Only other Dao Lords could hear them besides Wukong himself. "I remember when I was at your level. I used to hide in trees and eat apples, but then again I didn't have a backer like you do. Hey. The excited laughter of the Monkey King resonated across battlefields, across realms, across the universe, mocking those who listened. "Are you sure you want to get involved in this, Wukong?" A shadowy figure asked in a realm that had no name, his words traversing not through space, but the fabric of the universe itself to reach the Monkey King. "Involved? Not at all. But what can I do when someone like the innkeeper dares to use someone like me as a lackey?" answered the mischievous monkey. "You set your sights on Lex to probe the innkeeper, but Lex did me a favor I must return. Now, you must all bear the consequences of messing with the man who cares about nothing in the universe besides his inn." The Monkey King laughed, and the sound resounded throughout the universe. The careful, calculated chaos of war that had spread across the universe, the chaos every organization in the world was hoping would subside, the chaos that the path of chaos was meticulously orchestrating to further their own plans erupted into true, unpredictable anarchy. All powers had something to gain from war, and something to lose from war. There were very few beings in the universe who could gain true, unquestionable power and stay without any and all reservations. Unfortunately, the Dao terrorist Sun Wukong was one of those who had nothing to lose, and he had no one he feared. One after another, all the Dao Lords who had participated in the plans to probe Lex, and even the ones who were just incidentally involved in the matter, found themselves faced with their worst nightmares. They could not relax, they could not rest, and they could not focus on anything else, for the smallest flaw could lead to the worst outcome. Sun Wukong could steal their Dao. The Monkey King was a great fighter, but that is not what made him so fearsome. It was his unlimited clones and his ability to steal his target's Dao that made him so fearsome. Even if he failed, so long as he stole a portion of his target's Dao, they could be weakened forever. Dao forbid if he was successful, then it could lead to a crippled Dao Lord. Of course, such a thing was not easy, but it had happened before, so the Dao Lords who looked at the universe through the lens of eternity dared not risk anything at all. More importantly, everyone became even more wary of the innkeeper. Did he not know this was madness? Yes, this may buy him temporary peace, but sooner or later, those who were angered by him would retaliate. The Monkey King was feared, but even he was not invincible. After all, at the end of the day, he was only a Dao Lord, and that was not the strongest power in the universe. No one had the answer to what the innkeeper was thinking. All they knew was that he was a madman who lacked the patience of a typical Tao lord, who would react so violently to the smallest probe. Only a madman, or someone who was truly self-confident in his own power. The rumors about his seat of power began to gain more popularity, but for now, they were only rumors. No one could confirm them, but many doubted them. It should have been impossible for such a being to just pop up in the universe one day without attracting any attention. The rumors should have been unbelievable, and yet no one could deny them. Moreover, it seemed he himself was the least bit concerned about his newfound notoriety, for word of a tea party began to spread. What was his game? What was he truly after? No one knew. Meanwhile, in the Midnight Inn, after posing for a short while, Lex returned to his room and began to think of ways he could raise the innkeeper's reputation. It wasn't like the innkeeper would suddenly become even more fearsome overnight. Truly, this was a difficult problem to resolve. Chapter 2025, not bad. Origin Realm, Governor's Palace. Hurin Kaken laughed mockingly. These imbeciles. How could they think to mock the potential fiancé of the primordial queen? Sure, news of Wukong acting on the innkeeper's behalf was surprising, even to him. But that didn't change the fact that he was not at all surprised by how little the innkeeper cared for the status quo. With her as a backer, why should he fear the universe? In fact, just based on his awareness of that connection, the Henali had benefited tremendously from the recent chaos, one of the few forces to manage such a thing. The moment Hurin reported his suspicions to the ruler of the Henali, they reevaluated their relationship with the innkeeper as a whole. In fact, the innkeeper was not the only one they changed their relationship towards. The fondness that the innkeeper had towards the humans was evident to any who paid attention. Thus the powers that be in the Henali suspected that the future of the humans was about to undergo an unexpected shift. Unofficially, and under the table, they had begun to increase their investments in the human race. Hurin looked towards his assistant, who was presenting him with another letter of intent. Ever since news of the tea party had been leaked, everyone had learned that he was the one distributing letters on the innkeeper's behalf. As such, many powers had started to reach out to him, attempting to gain entrance into the tea party. While the innkeeper had been generous enough to give him a few spare invites, Hurin did not intend on utilizing them casually. In fact, he did not use them for his personal interests at all. Knowing the positive relationship that the innkeeper had with humans, he decided to help him out. He reached out to one of the dragon's lords and sent him one of the spare invites. After all, the favor that the dragons had shown for humans was well known. He also reached out to someone from the celestial race and sent them an invite as well. In this delicate environment, access to the innkeeper, and especially access to this tea party, became the center of attention. Everyone wanted to know more about it, yet none dared to be abrasive in their approach. Space. Primordial Garden. Eclipse was busy working with the tribulation energy she had harvested from Lex, focusing solely on developing her garden, when Harriet appeared next to her. The council has sent some news from outside the garden, the poodle said, making a report. The innkeeper has made some big waves and so has attracted a lot of attention lately. Oh, said Eclipse, only mildly interested. Her focus was on her garden, so she wasn't too interested in things that happened beyond. What happened? According to our preliminary reports, the popularity of the Midnight Inn has increased drastically over the last few years owing to the innkeeper's far-reaching range of stable teleportation. Since such range, as well as rumors of the innkeeper releasing a tremendous amount of Tao mist inside his inn recently, kept anyone from probing him directly. As a result, they diverted their attention towards Lex. Eclipse suddenly paused and looked towards the poodle. She was quite fond of Lex, that human was quite interesting, not to mention the first Nephilim candidate she'd seen personally. That did not, however, mean that she would interfere in his matters. As a keeper of a garden, she also believed in the laws of the jungle and nature taking its course. Still, that was enough to earn her attention. So what happened? She asked, well aware that Harriet had been pausing for dramatic effect. Well, the innkeeper sent the monkey thief to go and annoy anyone who targeted Lex. It caused a whole lot of chaos across the board. I suspect it won't be long before the forces unify to quarantine the monkey again. Eclipse smirked. So the mighty Tao King deigns to take care of his people, to send forth little baby Wukong to settle the matter. It's no wonder that Lex is so loyal to the innkeeper. All right, not bad. Go ahead and send word to Ventura. Tell him he's invited to a little tea party. The poodle nodded, as if it was no big deal. Eclipse, meanwhile, continued to work on her garden. Space. The humanoid alliance. This innkeeper is really arrogant, said a dwarf to a room full of other Dao lords. All of them were top members of the alliance, and were not fond of the immense amounts of attention that the innkeeper had been getting from the alliance. The way I see it, we should keep our distance from him. One day he's going to come begging the alliance to join, and he's going to bring up a host of trouble for us with him. But that's not really up to us, is it? Asked a giant. Yes, but as long as we can bring it to a vote, we can find a way to exclude him, especially if we act preemptively, answered the dwarf. That devil seems to be a huge fan of his, but remember, the devils are only one of the members of the humanoid alliance. They do not own it. The other members nodded and gave vague promises. It was too soon to decide these things, but it was certain that they didn't like the attention that the innkeeper was getting. If he really joined the alliance, the shift in resources in his favor might affect them. If that was the case, it wouldn't hurt to make plans ahead of time. Space. Midnight Realm. Gerard looked at the letter in his hand, the weight of trust and responsibility threatening to crush him. Don't worry, he said, looking up at the innkeeper who sat behind his desk. I will do my best to deliver this letter. The innkeeper chuckled, watching the seriousness on his face. Don't take it too seriously. In all likelihood, they should already be expecting this letter. Delivering it should be no problem at all. Chapter 2026, Spread Your Legs. Jeeves, I'm telling you that there is no need to check my weight, said Lex as he wiped the sweat off his brow. It's a suit. It needs to fit my frame, not carry my weight. Absolutely absurd, the tailor retorted angrily. Any suit I make is not just another suit. The suits I make must be the pinnacle of my ability. It is the reason the inn has had to hire other, more mundane tailors while I only deal with the clientele with at least prestige level 4. Do you know what that means? It means I have even dealt with celestial level guests. Although my current cultivation realm limits the extent of my ability, I still do not compromise on doing my utmost, which is why I have managed to maintain a strong relationship with all my customers. In short, I know what I'm doing, so hurry up and go stand on that platform. Lex looked reluctantly at Jeeves, and then at the circular platform that would scan him, and then sighed. By the way, the cost of the suits have gone up tremendously. I expect a premium suit for you won't cost less than 39 MT. Don't be surprised at the price. It's not my fault. A lot of the ingredients need to be imported into the inn to make the suit. Since your physical strength is equal to some celestial guests I have, then you need to be treated the same. That means an entire moon or even a small planet have to be taken as raw materials to simply make up for the necessary mass of the suit. Then, depending on the customer's requirements, instead of finding a random planet or moon, we have to look for planets with high star ratings. We then need to buy rights for that entire planet, and then ship it to the inn, which costs a lot of money. That's exactly why I said the minimum price for a premium suit is 39 MT, but I did not mention an upper limit. Lex groaned, not because of the price of the suit, but because of his weight at 67 tones, although he knew that he should not care about his weight so much. His body was absorbing literally primordial and Dao ingredients, so it was natural that his weight would increase. That did not mean he was fat. He was just made of high-grade materials. Listen, Jeeves, I don't mean to complain, but I've been forced to go naked too many times because my suits keep ripping apart. It's quite embarrassing. I don't need the defense feature. How about just a self-repair feature? The old tailor snorted as he pulled out a tape measure and began to measure the length of Lex's ego. Nonsense, Jeeves said. The suit absolutely must have a defensive feature even if that's not the main focus. I have learned some new techniques so I can try a few new things. For example, ha ha, muahaha. Lex watched as Jeeves erupted into a totally evil laugh. He wanted to say that it was out of character for the old man, but considering how excited he was when he planned to frustrate Lex's enemies through the sheer defensive ability of his suit, meticulously planning the collapse of their minds, it seemed more like his true nature was slowly beginning to reveal itself. Yes, I see here in the questionnaire you filled out that your focus is on brute strength, fire, swords, and karma. The others are fairly simple, but I can make use of your emphasis on karma. Lex raised his eyebrow, curious as to how Jeeves would do that. As far as he could see, nothing in the system interface should have allowed him to do such a thing. Could it be something he learned to do on his own? Yes, this is perfect, Jeeves said with a wide smile. The more an enemy attacks you, the more karma they'll build, and the greater karma you have with your attacker, the greater defense your suit will gain. He muttered to himself as he continued to take measurements, now using his tape measure to check the width of Lex's masochism. Wait, you can do that? Lex asked, shocked. Yes, of course I can't make the suit completely impervious to damage, Jeeves explained. However, up to a certain level, I can increase the defense of your suit the more your enemy attacks, combined with a solid basic defense to build upon. This suit, muahaha. Lex sighed and said nothing to Jeeves, focusing instead on the inn. Once this suit was read, Lex would wear it to deliver a letter from the innkeeper to Eclipse, informing her of when he was arriving and when he would host the tea party. Lex himself planned on being absent during the party. Although this tea party was going to be a massive opportunity, it was also an incredible risk. All it would take was just one of the many Tao Lords probing too deeply, and the facade would be revealed. The tea party would be a tightrope act, where he had to delicately and carefully handle the situation, all the while improving the innkeeper's reputation. It was very important that he keep the innkeeper appearing aloof and yet powerful, for his own sake, and for the sake of the inn. Spread your legs a little, I need to check the length of your dancing ability, said Jeeves, as he wrapped the tape measure around Lex's thigh. What? He asked, confused. Yet he was not nearly as confused as Jeeves, who was holding the tape at 0. Your dancing ability. I need to know it to know how free-flowing or restrictive the suit needs to be, but why is the tape going negative? How is that even possible? Wait, let me check again. Lex groaned and closed his eyes. He was half convinced that Jeeves was a quack, if only he didn't genuinely make incredible suits. Chapter 2027, Hot Gossip. 2 weeks later, Lex looked at himself in the mirror wearing a steel-gray, double-breasted suit. He had to admit, it was a nice look. The yellowish-golden pocket square and tie matched the golden key lapel pin, giving him a starkly different appearance from when he wore all black. Compared to the more simplistic and regal black suit, the gray and gold combo made him appear more stylish. As if to further emphasize that stylishness, the suit came with more accessories than just the lapel pin. There was a gold pocket watch, with the chain hanging on the right side of the suit. As if to balance it out on his left hand, he was wearing a rather elegant watch. Lex's suit was made out of a small planet, and each accessory came from a moon that orbited the planet, making a perfect set when together. Despite literally wearing a planet on his body, Lex didn't feel the weight of it at all, mainly because the weight was being diffused through certain features of the suit itself. Of course, Lex provided the energy to run those features, but it was nothing to him. The final accessory, of course, was a pair of pale golden tinted aviators. You think it's a bit much? Lex asked Mary, who was sitting atop the mirror looking at Lex. Not at all. It's quite a shame you never pay attention to fashion, otherwise you'd truly learn the benefit of looking good. A suit is nice and all, but you should really shake things up now and then. Lex turned and looked at his side figure, still not sure. He was so used to black and white that the new color scheme threw him off a bit. Just get on with it, sheesh. You spend more time in front of the mirror than me, said Mary as she jumped in front of him, taking up the spot in the mirror. Today she was dressed normally, opting for some jeans and a flannel shirt. Of course, even in such simple clothes, she still looked stunning, at least to her own eyes. Yeah, I guess I should stop delaying things, said Lex as he grabbed the letter, and then teleported back to the primordial garden. Over the past few weeks, he had used almost all his time sitting and meditating upon the Gabbana fruit, increasing his primordial aura ever so slightly. As such, the pressure he faced when he entered the primordial garden was not as devastating as he was expecting. Unfortunately, the garden also wasn't as empty as he was used to. The moment he returned, he stumbled onto a mongoose fighting a snake. Or rather, a primordial grass hegemon mongoose fighting a primordial fancy name here snake. Honestly, Lex had started to zone out the names of these ancient beings, for they were all too long and sophisticated sounding for no reason. He felt like his own version of the race name was better. Regardless, Lex instantly tapped into the few threads of karma he had and disappeared, flowing into the string and away from the devastating fight. Yet even away from the fight, he noticed that the garden was teeming with life, entirely unlike his last few visits. It seemed like the realm was finally recovering from the aftereffects of fusing with the crystal realm. Speaking of which, Lex had not run into Vinei or the other divine birds. He wondered how they were coping with this new environment and new life in general. Lex noticed that monsters sometimes randomly appeared in the dark, though not always, so the crystal must have had some influence on the realm. Lex was just wondering how he would find Eclipse when he was forced out of his karmic form, appearing right in front of a small black poodle. Or, well in front of Harriet, the Tao Lord assistant of Eclipse. You have arrived with the letter of intent, he asked, even as he held his hand out. Clearly, he already knew why Lex was there. Yes, the innkeeper sent me to deliver the letter for Eclipse, Lex said, holding out the letter. Yet instead of grabbing the letter, Harriet grabbed Lex's hand and teleported him over to Eclipse, who was awkwardly squatting on top of an unusually shaped rock, doing something with her hand inside a small opening in the rock. Hey Lex, Eclipse said excitedly. You're here, look at this. I was thinking of releasing this during the innkeeper's tea party. What do you think? She pulled out her hand and revealed a large, something that looked a lot like a fleshy worm. I'm not sure what that is, said Lex awkwardly, considering how excited Eclipse seemed. This is a primordial bagworm, Eclipse said. Back in the primordial age, these things were a huge menace because of the nearly infinite space within their stomachs. They used to eat anything that came their way, ending a lot of powerful races. Later on, once new realms began to appear, primordial bagworms went nearly extinct because someone who shall not be named figured out that they can be used to fashion a spatial tool. In short, the primordial bagworms resulted in the first ever space bags, and they were used to carry newfound realms alongside the owner in the void. Lex was stunned and only barely managed to keep his jaw from dropping. Unfortunately for him, Eclipse was not done speaking. Of course, these ones that I've kept are already full. Don't tell anyone, but inside this bagworm is a realm I've been hiding since the primordial age. Anyone who visits the realm can bypass the restrictions hiding the secrets of the first age and learn about what happened back then. Or, well, what happened back then in the realm hidden inside this worm at least. Lex's jaw finally dropped as the shock of Eclipse's secret nearly knocked him unconscious. Fortunately, he had been training rigorously, and so he was barely able to stay awake. How's that for hot gossip, huh? I've been waiting for a good opportunity to whip this out, Eclipse said, sounding incredibly pleased with herself. Lex, on the other hand, felt slightly weak in his knees as he tried to think of how he would keep a handle on things during the tea party. Chapter 2028, Surprise Guests. On one hand, Lex wanted nothing to do with it. Secrets of the primordial age were called secrets for a reason. It was almost impossible to break the veil of mystery that shrouded that age, and Lex had a feeling that successfully breaking that veil would have pretty big consequences. Yes, he was curious about what happened back then, but his priority was survival, not history research. He was not quite as strong as he pretended to be just yet. On the other hand, the most benefits and growth Lex had ever gotten came from getting involved in matters way beyond his grade and surviving somehow. The kinds of opportunities and treasures he could encounter were the primary reasons for why his cultivation had been so quick. If he had relied on using the treasures relevant to his own cultivation level, it would be a wonder if he would have even reached the Earth Immortal realm by now. Lex smiled awkward and decided to simply answer the question truthfully instead of trying to mix in any personal agenda. It's definitely the hottest gossip I've ever heard of, he said, providing her with a sense of affirmation. However, I don't really know if this is really the right venue to bring out something like that. I mean, the tea party is a collection of random Dao lords, not close friends or historians. I don't know if they could even fully appreciate what you offer, let alone the fact of whether they deserve to benefit from your generosity or not. Eclipse seemed surprised by Lex's words. And here I imagined you would have done anything to make your innkeeper's tea party more successful. Wouldn't it have reflected better on your innkeeper if the participants got more benefits? Yet here you are, trying to talk me out of it. Lex smiled weakly and shook his head. I'm not really trying to talk you out of it, I'm just sharing my genuine opinion, he answered. Besides, if you've held on to something like this for so long, I'm sure you had your reasons for it. I doubt it was so you could reveal it at a random tea party. Eclipse sighed and let the bagworm fall back into the oddly shaped rock. You're right, but I have a reputation to uphold, you know, she said, jumping down from the rock. If I'm having guests over, I need to really wow them, you know. I would have shown off my garden, but since things broke, it's not really in a position to show off anymore. Lex gulped and looked around him. The primordial garden was extremely impressive no matter how he saw it, even without Eclipse pulling out any of the things she had tucked away. I suppose I'll have to think of something else. Is that the letter from the innkeeper? She asked, walking up to Lex. Yes, he asked me to deliver it, said Lex as he held out the letter with both hands. Lex's formality only caused Eclipse to chuckle as she grabbed the letter, skimmed it, and then passed it on to Harriet. Well, please let him know that I look forward to seeing him. I have invited a couple of old friends as well, not to mention an enemy I have deigned not to kill for now, Eclipse said with an expression of having something bitter in her mouth. It should add to the festivities. I'll keep their identities a secret for now. A good surprise always makes for a fun party. Lex's weak smile widened and grew into an awkward smile, He would have felt pity for the innkeeper if circumstances were different. As it is, he only felt an uncertain dread. "I'm sure the innkeeper will greatly appreciate your efforts to contribute to the party," said Lex. Eclipse nodded. "By the way, I heard you've been causing a lot of trouble lately," Eclipse said, handing Lex the report that Harriet had provided her with. "I recommend you try to avoid attracting so much unnecessary attention. Immortals are so fragile, it would be a shame if you accidentally died." Only a Tao Lord could call an immortal fragile. Then again, as he read the brief report, and began to understand exactly what Wukong had been doing during this time, he could not help but feel like things were getting out of hand. He had only asked for some protection, not for him to go smash the proverbial hornet's nest with a baseball bat. Or, well in his case, smash it with a staff. "Yeah, things might have gone a little overboard," said Lex as he looked at the report with a frown. "Still, it's not like I had a choice in the matter. I only asked for protection, not an all-out war." Eclipse shook her head. "Well, you better plan for some contingencies, boy. Unless you become a Tao Lord quicker than anyone expects, there will eventually come a time that the innkeeper will be too occupied to protect you. At that time, your survival may be at risk." Lex only nodded without answering. His situation was too complicated. There was only so much he could plan out in advance, many things he'd have to deal with as they came. "All right, you can go back now. I have to prepare the garden for guests so I won't have time to keep you company," said Eclipse, waving her hand as she walked away, giving Harriet instructions as she walked. Lex put away the report and sighed. Yeah, he really needed to improve the innkeeper's reputation during this tea party. The better he performed, the more time he would buy for himself. After the party, well, it was too soon to plan for what might happen afterwards. Who knew what would happen during the party? Of course, if things went well, then Lex may focus on staying inside the Midnight Inn for once, focusing on his cultivation and avoiding going outside. Before that, though, there was one more letter he needed to deliver. Gerard was already out delivering the card to a certain devil, so now the only guest left for Lex to invite was someone from the one and only bank he had a relationship with. They'd been pestering him for a meeting with the innkeeper anyway. Might as well hit two birds with one stone. Chapter 2029, Another Tao Lord. While Lex knew Riplet from the bank, he did not know any Tao Lords as such. So, to keep things simple, Lex sent his invite directly to Ripley, only telling him that the innkeeper had sent it to the bank. He would let Ripley figure out who exactly that meant. Meanwhile, Gerard once again found himself inside Garvitz. It was not his first visit, nor his second for that matter. It went without saying that since his relationship with Lilith had received official approval, there wasn't much of a point in hiding it or sneaking around. As such, on occasion, Lilith had brought him to Garvitz. Across the entire universe, the name Garvitz was famous, and for more reasons than one. To start out with, it was a legendary hell. The entire realm itself was a hell instead of having a smaller hell inside of it. Not only that, but it was a mature realm as well. Just as the Seraphim are born only in heavens, Hellions are born only in hells, which originally made Garvitz one of the key strategic points for that race. The fact, then, that the devils were able to forcefully take the realm from natives was quite a big accomplishment. It was not achieved without great effort and sacrifice. That, however, was not the only reason it was famous. Ever since taking control of the realm, the devils had moved their entire race within, undergoing an evolution that gave them additional devil forms with increased strength compared to their normal humanoid forms. Moreover, just as all mature realms had unique qualities, the quality of Garvitz was that it allowed summoning from its realm very easily from across the universe. For example, to teleport someone from one realm to another would usually require extremely valuable resources on the celestial level. From Garvitz, however, even normal mortal-level materials could summon simple projections, while basic immortal-level materials could result in proper teleportation. Of course, this was usually only for the residents of Garvitz, meaning devils could be summoned out easily, but not others. Similarly, it was not easy for others to teleport in through ordinary means. Of course, since Gerard was dating Lilith, special arrangements had been made so that he could come and go as he pleased without even requiring the inn to connect to Garvitz. The first time he arrived in Garvitz, Gerard did not know what to expect. The name did not inspire much positive imagery. As it turned out, hell lived up to its reputation. To nurture a hell, one needed to take a conceptualized torment. When the hell was formed, that conceptualized torment dictated the kind of environment that particular hell would have. In the case of Garvitz, the conceptualized torment centered around gravity and space. Oh, what a magnificent and terrifying hell Garvitz was. Although he arrived within one of the regions that the devils had terraformed to facilitate their survival, he could not help but acknowledge just how intimidating the very air of that hell was. The very fabric of the space within that realm pressured him, wanting to tear his body apart, while the gravity acted in a highly restrained manner, as if it was being prohibited from acting normally. Yet the reason why was evident as long as one looked outside the safety zones. There wasn't just high or low gravity, but even entire regions of anti-gravity. Islands of rocks and mountains floated in the air, yet upon those islands the gravity was both very high and very low, putting immense strain on anything in its territory. Space would randomly warp, tearing away entire regions and bringing them elsewhere. Light and sound were subject to both gravity and space, and so they became unreliable, showing illusions and reality at the same time. Hellions of strange kinds that Gerard had never imagined before were born from the environment each day, and each day they were destroyed. It was hell responsible for destroying them, but the countless legions of demons that the devils were nurturing. Regardless, Gerard had no interest in any of that. At the moment, Lilith was occupied with a task for her father, so she wasn't available to escort Gerard. Fortunately, he was well known, so he faced no problems. After explaining his purpose to Lilith's assistant, Gerard wasn't doubted at all. Instead, with the utmost urgency and respect, he was escorted through the realm to the Val-Kilgur domain, the domain of the Tao Lord Balam Val-Kilgur. It was not a palace within which the Tao Lord resided. No, his abode was an entire minor realm unto itself, making it both small and unassuming, while being unimaginably vast. The entrance to the realm was a massive black gate that seemed to blot out the entire horizon, appearing as if it was made from trillions of bones. As if its presence was not daunting enough, the gravity from the gate was so intense that it threatened to tear Gerard apart despite him being an immortal. Only through the protection of his escort did Gerard remain unharmed. What happened inside was a mystery to Gerard. He seemed to have fallen into a trance, only waking up momentarily as he saw himself deliver the letter. As for who he delivered the latter to or anything they may have said, he had no idea. As soon as he delivered the letter, the trance resumed, and when he came to, Gerard was laying inside a warm pool with a devil massaging his feet, while another massaged his shoulders. "You have been cleansed of all residual Tao aura, Master Gerard," said the devil, massaging his feet politely. "Your body is still recovering from the stress it received. Please, rest here until your treatment is complete." Gerard did not question why the domain was filled with such intense Tao aura, nor did he question why he was so severely affected. It was not his place, even if such an occurrence was highly unusual. What he didn't know was that within the Val-Kilgur domain, Balam was not the only Tao Lord. Currently, the devil was standing face to face with another Tao Lord, one that was holding the Innkeeper's letter. "You should know your place," said Balam, controlling the dissatisfaction in his voice. "It is not for you to interfere in my matters." The other Tao Lord only chuckled. "I shall see about that." Chapter 2030, The Tea and the Tea Party. It would be absurd to assume that the flow of time could be so easily changed, yet the days leading up to the tea party seemed to fly away faster than anyone anticipated. The venue was set, and so was the time. There was only one missing component in the tea party. While Lex could theoretically have the party without addressing that final component, it might lead to the Innkeeper's reputation falling. At a time when he was doing his best to raise the Innkeeper's reputation as high as possible, such a thing could not be afforded at all. Yet solving the problem seemed outside the limits of what he could do. The issue at hand was a simple one. Although Lex did not know the habits of Tao Lords, for mortals and immortals at least, the concept of a tea party without tea or food sounded absurd. The issue, then, was that he did not know what he could feed Tao Lords that would satisfy them. Lex thought of countless possible ways to address this issue, but found no solution. Even the galactic sovereign turtle could not produce tea that would satisfy Tao Lords in a short frame of time, and especially not in a realm like the Midnight Realm that was limited by its upper ceiling of what it could make. Lex considered asking Wukong to steal him something, or maybe make his payment in some Tao-level food. But if he did that, everyone would know that it wasn't the Innkeeper who got the food, it was Wukong. He tried baiting the system into giving him a quest that might reward him with what he needed, but that didn't work either. Lex asked Mary for solutions, hoping that maybe he could use his amber chaos resin to make, or maybe even trade for some food that Tao Lords might like, but it was for naught. It seemed that for once Lex was truly going to fail. As if. Or a farming 101 with Professor Williams, Lex said to Mary once all options were proven pointless. There is no situation in which you cannot pose. If you can't get your hands on top-grade stuff, then purposefully go for the most basic things possible. Mary resisted the urge to roll her eyes, and instead continued to listen to Professor Williams' lecture on posing. Since I can't get my hands on top-level Dow ingredients, nor do I have a way of preparing them either, I'm going to have a mortal prepare the simplest possible meal for them. In fact, when I say mortal, I mean mortal. Now all we need to do is find a chef who has absolutely zero cultivation, but is a great cook. At the same time, we need to think up the most basic and mundane dishes and prepare a menu including only them. We don't have much time, so this is going to be close. If we can't find a decent chef in time, then I'll just have to buy one from the system. Thus began a manhunt for a literal man, or woman, with no cultivation at all and highly appraised cooking skill. It was simultaneously harder and easier than Lex expected. It was easy because within the realm that the humans had migrated to, the legendary chef-cultivator known as Gordon Rumpelstiltskin had started a show in which kids who had not yet cultivated competed with their cooking skill for a chance to get admission into his cooking-based cultivators sect called Master Cultivator Chef. So, in a mere matter of minutes of beginning his search, he found countless children with no cultivation who could cook. The difficulty came with the fact that they were kids, and while they were technically decent cooks, the pressure of cooking for actual customers intimidated them greatly. Thus, Lex, in partnership with Gordon, arranged for a competition. 200 children took part, each of them acting as a restaurant chef for an exact 100-guest dinner party. Nearly 2 weeks of intense competition, drama, emotional moments and revelations, unexpected breakthroughs in cooking abilities, and general festivities later, a winner was finally selected. The winner, and this was no joke, was someone called Cole Sanders, and he had won the competition because of his famous Southern-style fried chicken which won over anyone and everyone who tasted it. As far as Cole was told, he had won the opportunity to cook a meal for some important guests, after which he would gain admission into Master Cultivator Chef sect with a full scholarship and a few other prizes besides. The kid was excited but not overwhelmed. He had no idea that he was actually cooking for nearly 100 Dow Lords. Oh well, what was the worst that could happen, right? Lex had recently adopted a positive thinking mentality, so he saw no issues with this arrangement at all. Gerard had returned from delivering his letter, and though he requested some time off to rest after his mission, Lex noted that he was showing signs of breaking through. Soon, he would be one step closer to the peak of the Earth immortal realm. Ripley had confirmed that the Versailles Bank would send a representative, and the governor had also sent word that he would personally lead his delegation to the party. Wukong had been ready to go since he got the key, though unfortunately, the key didn't work at the time so he couldn't teleport over. Almost everything was ready. Now, it was finally time for the Innkeeper to make an appearance once more. Sitting in his office, Lex spent the last 24 hours leading up to the tea party meditating, and getting mentally prepared for the most critical party of his life. Lex always thought that his wedding would be the most important party of his life, but nope, there was no way in hell his wedding could ever beat this tea party with almost 100 Dow Lords in attendance. It just wasn't possible. A few hours before the party began, Lex finally opened his eyes, not a hint of doubt or concern in them. He was totally focused and was more in the zone than even the flow state could put him in. He was ready. Chapter 2031, Real Father. Although Lex had taken to sporting a new gray suit, the Innkeeper appeared in the same black suit he always wore. Yet despite his unchanging attire, no one who saw him thought that it looked old or out of fashion. For some people, the clothes are what brings or adds appeal. Others, however, add their own charm to whatever they wore. In this case, the Innkeeper was the latter, for the simple black suit, when worn by the Innkeeper, became a timeless classic. It was bathed in a graceful yet approachable presence, as if the one who wore it deserved to be placed on a pedestal, and yet was always within reach. Yet much more signature to the Innkeeper than his black suit was his soft, casual smile. It was as if he was always happy to see whoever he was talking to, and as if he could make all troubles go away. Oftentimes, his mere presence was enough to take away anyone's worries, yet his patient, welcoming charisma, his wisdom, and his insight were enough to attract anyone. A king was just as likely to come to the Innkeeper and seek administration advice as a teenager seeking help with their homework. While the universe viewed him with caution and wariness, anyone who had actually met the innkeeper viewed him as someone they hoped would become their best friend. When the innkeeper walked out of his office and into the grass on the surrounding hill, he ran into Zen, the small patch of grass which had become sentient within the Midnight Inn. The poor grass, back when the innkeeper had first found it, was frightened of absolutely everything. It was as if, at any time, one of the roaming giants would step on it and end its short existence. Now, though, the patch of grass had a very calm demeanor, able to take on any obstacle in its path. Zen waved at the innkeeper, and the innkeeper waved back as he continued his walk. The innkeeper wasn't going anywhere in particular. He was just walking through his inn, looking at his guests. Although the guests had been divided now according to level, he could still find all kinds in all levels. This division would become even more prominent once he made use of the tavern network properly, but it wasn't time just yet. For now, the innkeeper just took pleasure in watching the satisfaction of his guests, whether they were mortals or immortals. He missed the good old days where he used to interact with the guests more often, as the innkeeper. Maybe after this tea party, he could return to that once again. Even Lex did not know why he was walking through the inn. Maybe it was a way of getting into character, or maybe he was really enjoying the inn since he hadn't been able to do that in a long time. Or maybe it was because his future was incredibly uncertain. The next few hours would determine a lot of things. For better or for worse, the fate of the Midnight Inn would be heavily influenced by whatever happened in this tea party. "Mary, watch over everything while I'm gone," said the innkeeper out loud, summoning a full-size projection of Mary. In this instance, she was dressed in a beautiful white gown that was both elegant and formal. "You can rest at ease, innkeeper," Mary responded with a gentle bow. "Everything will be as you left it when you return." The innkeeper nodded softly and then chuckled. He had caught sight of one of the giant butterflies grabbing a kid's balloon and lifting it in the air, taking the kid along with it. Of course, the kid was incredibly excited to be flying, while the parents ran after him on the ground, alarmed by what was suddenly happening. "Don't let the mischief get out of hand," the innkeeper said before disappearing. Space. Primordial Garden Tea Party Venue. The simple wooden tavern appeared right in the clearing that Eclipse had prepared for the party, as if the system knew exactly where to put it, even if Lex didn't specify. It was a meadow surrounded by a forest on all sides, with a small, purple lake near the edge on one side. There was a lot of tall grass and small furry animals running around, making the scene look quite peaceful. Seeing the beautiful venue and the lack of outdoor seating in the tavern, the innkeeper waved his hand and added a small, fenced garden seating area to the tavern, visible from the main window in the ground-floor lobby-cum restaurant. Within the tavern kitchen, Cole was already working on food for the party, while a number of other workers acted as staff. None of the usual names, such as Gerard, Luther, Z, or Velma, were present today. The innkeeper had purposefully left them out. The tea party was not for a few more hours, at least according to the flow of time in the Midnight Realm. Over here, the beginning of the party was mere minutes away. Of course, the innkeeper had no way of knowing if his guests would be punctual. He would merely make the keys able to access the tavern at the designated time. As for when the guests arrived, that was up to them entirely. "Some lemonade?" asked one of the waiter staff, walking up to the innkeeper with a tray full of traditional tavern mugs filled with lemonade. The drink menu had also been decided by Cole, and the innkeeper had no idea why he thought lemonade would be a good option, but he wouldn't interfere. "Thanks," said the innkeeper as he grabbed 2 mugs and exited the tavern door and walked into the newly added garden portion of the tavern. As it happened, right in front of him, a lady was walking towards the tavern. Even now, with his host attire and the help of the system, the innkeeper could not retain the knowledge of the lady's appearance. He merely knew she was beautiful. "You must be Eclipse," the innkeeper said as he walked up to the lady and offered her the drink. "Thank you for allowing me to host some guests in your garden. I'm greatly embarrassed for intruding like this." Eclipse looked at the mug of lemonade, and then at the innkeeper, and then back at the wooden mug. "You're Lex's real dad, aren't you?" she suddenly asked, sporting a smug look on her face as she grabbed the drink and chugged it. "What?" the innkeeper asked, not at all expecting such a statement. "Oh my, I seem to have overheard some interesting tea before the tea party even began," said another, unfamiliar voice from behind Eclipse. Chapter 2032, Humans So Troublesome. Hurin Cocken was inside his own palace, sitting beside a rather prestigious group, even among Dao lords. Although there were a couple of additional, unexpected guests, he had enough spare invitations to accommodate them. He was absolutely certain that the innkeeper would not mind their attendance at all. If anything, he may even be pleased with the guest list that he had prepared. In fact, when he turned to look at the guest accompanying the Dragon Lord, he was especially excited about the upcoming tea party. Even he had never had the opportunity to meet with uttered Hurin when his surroundings suddenly changed. One moment he was in his palace inside the Origin realm. Next, he was in an unfamiliar room, not to mention this realm. Hurin, a voice spoke from the shadow, startling the governor. "Yes, my emperor?" he asked as he kneeled on the ground, turning his gaze downwards. Of course, who else but the supreme ruler of the Henali Empire could transport him across realms in an instant without alerting him at all? "The plan for the tea party has changed. Send the envoy back instead." Hurin listened, suppressing his genuine surprise at the instructions he was being given. He would have never anticipated what was happening. Space. The innkeeper leaned a little to the right and saw a thin, blurred figure walk behind Eclipse, hidden from view by her body. It wasn't even slightly alarming or confusing that Lex could not sense either of them through his system. It only made sense. "My apologies, I didn't see you there. Let me have someone bring you a drink," said the innkeeper as he raised his hand, a clear indication for the staff that was watching his every move. The very next moment, a waiter emerged from the tavern with a tray full of lemonade mugs and brought it to the unknown figure. "How interesting. I genuinely do not think I've ever had such a drink," the figure said as he looked down at the mug and then picked it up. "Don't change the topic, you can't hide it from me," said Eclipse as she switched out her mug for one with more lemonade. "Even if my powers are sealed, I have a very good sense for anyone I see. Not only can I tell you share an extremely strong bloodline connection to Lex, I can also tell that I've met you before at some point. While that leaves your real identity still up in the air, I can at least confirm that you must be Lex's father. I mean, unless you're his brother or his son." Now that would be a twist I never saw coming. Eclipse smirked smugly, feeling good about detecting one of the innkeeper's secrets in their first meeting. Meanwhile, Lex suppressed any emotional fluctuations he might have from hearing her words. After all, if she could see through the defenses of the host attire at a glance, determining not only his bloodline, but the fact that she had met him before, then the chances of his identity being revealed were fairly high. Even if Eclipse herself did not see through his disguise, the chances were high that one of the other guests might be able to. After all, Eclipse had said that she would invite 3 guests of her own. Lex seriously doubted that anyone she invited would be weak. "How curious, a human Tao Lord. I could have sworn they were all dead. How did you manage to hide from the cosmic ascendant spectrum's detection?" the blurry figure asked. Lex was just thinking of how he should respond to this question when Eclipse slapped the back of the blurry figure's head. "Did your mother never teach you any manners? You have to introduce yourself first before you begin asking questions. Innkeeper, Lex may have mentioned to you that I plan on inviting a couple of friends and one enemy. This is the one enemy I have temporarily decided to spare. You may call him Ventura." Lex had no emotional reaction to that news whatsoever. He most certainly did not curse like a sailor internally, because the beings in front of him may be able to sense such a thing. So this was Ventura, the being that was possibly above the Tao Lord realm. "Eclipse, you are too harsh," Ventura said with a jovial tone, as if he did not mind being slapped at all. "The innkeeper and I are old acquaintances. We encountered one another once in the crystal realm. Of course, that was merely a passing encounter and cannot compare to a proper meeting." The innkeeper smiled softly, as if he was not at all bothered by the company he was in. In fact, his at-ease demeanor and casual aura was quite infectious. "True, a casual encounter really cannot equate to a proper meeting. I have heard a great deal about you both, and it is an honor to finally meet you," the innkeeper said with a gentle nod as he sipped on his lemonade. "Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you by informing you that I am not Lex's father, so I never really needed to hide from the spectrum either." Eclipse frowned and then snorted. What a spoiled sport. He should just admit when he was caught. It wasn't like she would randomly reveal his secret in front of an unaffiliated immortal or anything. Ventura, meanwhile, did not seem bothered by his words. Instead, he just focused his gaze slightly. There was a layer of protection on his suit, and it was decent at keeping his secrets, but it couldn't serve as an obstacle to him at all. Yet as soon as he saw through the suit, he was surprised by what he saw underneath. Instead of the innkeeper's identity, he saw what he believed was the reason the innkeeper could hide from the spectrum. He saw another barrier around the innkeeper keeping his identity a secret, and this one carried an aura he knew decently well. Somewhere else in the universe, Nuwa sighed heavily. I went 2 ages without anyone detecting I'm alive, yet all it takes is helping one human, and in less than a century the secret is revealed, she said as she dusted her shirt and stood up. You were prepared to have yourself revealed when you protected the human. All your plans are set, so all that's left is to put things into motion, said another male voice. Yeah, well, just because I was ready didn't mean I'm okay with it. Humans, I swear, they're so talented at causing trouble. She said no more as she controlled her energy that she had placed around Lex. Chapter 2033, Half Human, Half Serpent. Well, I was not expecting this when I was invited to this tea party, said Ventura, pleasantly surprised. Eclipse, you won't guess who else will be joining us soon. Eclipse snorted and took a step away from Ventura. Don't get too comfortable with me. You're only alive because I don't want to undo my seal right now, she said with clear disdain in her voice. Though Lex could not see Ventura, he had a feeling that he was giving the innkeeper an awkward smile. Don't mind her too much, Ventura said to the innkeeper. We had a small misunderstanding when we first met, and she's holding on to that grudge quite dearly. We're actually on quite decent terms. Eclipse rolled her eyes. You tried to take my garden. I would not call that a misunderstanding, said Eclipse with her arms crossed. Yes, and we became friends through conflict, continued Ventura. There is really no reason to get caught up over such things. If you allow me, I have been doing my best to make it up to you. Eclipse looked at Ventura skeptically as she chugged down another mug of lemonade. Fine, whatever. I'll let you live, Eclipse said, though she didn't seem too pleased about it. She turned her gaze back towards the innkeeper, who did not seem in the least bit concerned that they may really have a falling out. Even if I am wrong about you being Lex's father, and I really think I'm not, you still have to admit we've met before. I'm never wrong about these things, she proclaimed. The innkeeper, as if not in the least bit intimidated, softly chuckled. Well, yes, I admit we have met before, the innkeeper confessed. But that was another time when I was someone else. I am simply the innkeeper now, though I have to admit, one of the reasons I wanted to have the tea party here was because of how much I enjoyed your company previously. Before anyone could respond, the mug in Ventura's had burst as he looked at the innkeeper with an air of surprise. Even Eclipse was taken aback, for generally speaking, there were very few people in the universe who spoke positively about her. For one entire second there was silence between them, and it was broken not by them, but by the waiter who showed up on the side with a fresh tray of drinks. More lemonade? He asked with a delightful smile, as if he wasn't the least bit afraid of who he was serving. In truth, how could he be afraid with the innkeeper right there? My innkeeper, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were attempting to flatter me, Eclipse suddenly said with a provoking smile as she grabbed her 5th mug of lemonade. The innkeeper laughed, as if he found her provocation amusing. Internally, Lex was surprised by the fact that he was still alive. If he hadn't messed things up even after meeting these two, then maybe the tea party would go just fine. On that note, allow me to present you with a flower, said the innkeeper as he waved his hand and summoned a flowering pot with a small bush growing in it. Atop the bush, there was one single flower that looked like a massive jasmine flower and smelled absolutely divine. In fact, once the flower began to absorb the primordial energy around it, its smell improved immediately, filling the air with a refreshing and relaxing aroma. Ventura looked at the flower and then at the innkeeper with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Did he really not fear Eclipse at all? What kind of relationship did he have with her that he was so comfortable around her? Eclipse, on the other hand, approached the flower pot and stared at the flower closely, assessing how it absorbed primordial energy without getting hurt. Not bad at all, she said, rubbing her chin. This will make a fine addition in my greenhouse. You know what, innkeeper, you're all right in my books. I will forgive you for pretending to not be Lex's dad. The innkeeper laughed, instead of chuckling like normal, as if he found her words to be hilarious. You are quite generous, the innkeeper said. It's no wonder that Lex praises you so often. Eclipse shook her head, suddenly becoming slightly serious. He's a good brat, she said, thinking of the surprising little human. You should hide him inside some hole, or I don't expect he'll live for too long. If he keeps parading around in front of Tao Lords the way he is, it'll only be a matter of time before someone notices his Nephilim state. For the second time in a short while, Ventura crushed his mug. What, he's a Nephilim? He asked, startled, before turning his gaze towards the innkeeper. Although his figure remained blurry, his eyes had turned into cartoon stars, at least in Lex's eyes. There was no way that was real. What will it take for you to hand him to me? I'll buy him off." Ventura never got to finish his words because Eclipse kicked him out of the tavern, quite literally. "I hate to admit it, but hiding him inside Ventura might be a good option if you want to keep him hidden," Eclipse whispered. "Don't take him lightly just because of how he is with me. He's quite formidable. Don't tell Ventura I said that, though." Barely a second later, Ventura walked back in as if nothing happened and grabbed another mug of lemonade. "Right, excuse me. It was quite rude of me to try and buy your son from you," Ventura said to the innkeeper and raised his mug. "I got a little too excited. If you want to send him to my school, though, my doors will always be open." Then Ventura sighed and looked towards Eclipse. "Did you say that in front of me on purpose? Are you trying to goad me into trying something with the inn? Unfortunately, even if I want to, I don't think I can do anything to the inn. You see, an old friend of ours already has her hands on it." The moment Ventura stopped speaking, a cloud of gray smoke emerged from the innkeeper's body, surprising even Lex, though he maintained his warm, nonchalant expression. The gray cloud took on the form of a half-serpent, half-human lady, though the finer details of her appearance did not appear. Only her eyes opened, bringing with them a weight that caused even Eclipse's expression to change. Chapter 2034, Arrogance of a Dragon and the Pride of a Phoenix. Ventura already recognized Nuwa's aura long before she appeared, though her presence took him by surprise. Although the two of them had not met, Ventura was more than confident in his own powers. Yet a mere clone of Nuwa's exuded a power far greater than he expected. Eclipse, on the other hand, slowly allowed her casual smile to fade as she looked upon the clone and felt its presence trying to suppress her. It wouldn't, obviously. No matter what, the primordial garden was Eclipse's seat of power, and no clone, Nuwa's or anyone else's, could subdue her in her own domain. She had to acknowledge, though, that compared to Ventura, who liked to play things low-key, Nuwa had a lot more presence. Compared to the two, Lex was the most surprised, though he kept his emotions thoroughly suppressed, maintaining a casual smile. He had no idea who this lady was, but clearly she came out of his body. Had she been residing in his body this whole time? Had she been protecting him in the dark, or was something else going on? More importantly, could a cloud clone drink lemonade? "It is good that you know your place, Ventura," Nuwa said in a domineering tone once her clone had properly taken form. "It would be best if you did not interfere in my matters. In fact, the reason I arrived here to begin with was to inform you both not to probe too deeply into matters that should be left alone." It was clear that she was referring not only to Ventura's questioning of how the innkeeper had avoided detection from the cosmic ascendant spectrum, but also the Nephilim matter regarding Lex. She spoke with an authority that could not be questioned, and with power that could not be denied. Were she talking to anyone else, no one would have questioned her, yet she was speaking to two of the few entities that did not exactly fear her. "There is no one who tells me what to and what not to do," declared Eclipse, looking at Nuwa challengingly, not backing away in the slightest. "Not to be rude, but why must we immediately delve into such serious topics?" Ventura asked, though he spoke with a bit more tact than Eclipse. "I have long wished for the opportunity to meet with you, Lady Nuwa. Why waste this opportunity on unnecessary squabbles? I believe we both can benefit from a congenial conversation." Nuwa was not surprised by the resistance she faced by those two. In fact, she had already expected it, which is why she started so strongly. "A butcher and a fraud, do I need to be congenial with you? I am only here to warn you." "Excuse me," said the innkeeper, stepping between the confrontation between three of the strongest beings in the universe without the faintest bit of hesitation, or a drop in his warm smile. "Before you all plunge the universe into a brand new war, would you like some lemonade?" The three, Eclipse, Ventura, and Nuwa, all stared at Innkeeper with varying levels of shock, and then turned their gaze towards the tray he was holding with 4 new mugs of lemonade. Clearly, he was offering a drink to Nuwa first, though whether it was because she had just arrived, or because she was clearly from the same camp as him was uncertain. Eclipse suddenly started laughing out loud, as she grabbed a mug before Nuwa had a chance to do so. "With a father like you, no wonder Lex is the way he is. You know, in my entire life, he is the only immortal to casually chat with me or ask me questions after learning who I was," she proclaimed, all the seriousness about her vanishing. Ventura, too, looked at the innkeeper with interest, as he wondered what gave him the confidence to stand between them. Nuwa, though, did not wonder. She looked at the innkeeper, and in the next moment Lex found himself standing in a white room, as himself rather than the innkeeper, facing Nuwa. Lex was both surprised, and not so surprised at the development. After all, he was dealing with an entity far beyond the realms of his understanding. He could feel that his real body had not been teleported elsewhere. Instead, he was inside some kind of illusion with his perception of time artificially enhanced drastically. "Don't you have any sense of self-preservation?" Nuwa suddenly admonished, getting right into the thick of things. "Do you realize the trouble I'm going through to ensure your safety? Instead of appreciating it, you're cracking jokes and stepping right back into the spotlight." Lex blinked. He was getting yelled at by a being of unimaginable power, and yet he felt not even an odor of danger or ill will. If anything, he felt like he was getting nagged by his mother and couldn't help but feel warm. Of course, all of that could be artificial. Who even knew if his thoughts and emotions were his own when faced with such a being? Since he couldn't do anything about it, there was no point in worrying about it either. "I assume that you can see the details of my life," Lex said, not bothering to ask why she was protecting him. "From the moment I became the Innkeeper, I have been dealing with guests who can kill me. A golden core cultivator could kill me back when I was a mortal just as easily as any random Tao Lord can kill me now. Death from a mortal is pretty much the same as death from someone stronger. I'm used to dealing with such things. On the contrary, treating the danger like nothing and facing it head-on has allowed me to live a lot longer than I would have otherwise." Nuwa did not seem pleased with Lex's response, as was clear from her very obvious scowl. Truly the arrogance of a dragon and the pride of a phoenix, treating death like nothing, facing it head-on and surviving for so long, has truly made you stupid, she said as she grabbed her brow, trying to suppress her headache. Chapter 2035, Jailer. Lex felt like he was in a dream. One of the things he had feared so much for so long was his identity as the Innkeeper being exposed. Now the tea party had not even begun, and not only was his identity already exposed, at least to one person, but he'd already witnessed the immense friction between powerful forces. He had no idea how he was going to get through the rest of the tea party, nor could he focus on that ordeal at the moment. Whether he liked it or not, he was thoroughly in the palms of this serpent lady. Although he had already heard Ventura referring to her as Nuwa, he dared not address her as such. Nuwa shook her head and looked at Lex, studying him. "You already know who I am," she stated directly, not bothering with a self-introduction. "You may not know much else, but have at least gathered that I am protecting you. I have done as much now, and I have been doing so for a very long time already. You are not entirely to blame, since you seem to cause a universal phenomenon every time you progress your cultivation level. Thus, I have obscured your fate and your identity. I have kept you from detection by beings who would view your entire existence as a toy. Even now, I have established a connection between you and I in front of those two, so that you may have a modicum chance of survival in the long term. Do you know why I have done so much?" Lex had an urge to crack a joke about her saving him because he had killer lemonade, but Nuwa's lips wavered, as if she sensed his intentions and didn't give him an opportunity to actually answer. "I have done so much because I consider you an investment," she informed him solemnly, not a trace of humor in her expression. "You have great potential, and if you can ever reach the Tao Lord realm, you can become a worthy asset. But this is the last time I will help you, besides hiding your traces during your ascension to the celestial realm. Henceforth, I advise that you take all actions with great prudence. Even I, with my power, with my influence, have spent the last 2 ages in hiding, not attracting attention. It is not because I enjoy the tranquility, but because this universe is at war. Not the new wars involving the major realms, but a hidden war that has transcended the ages, occurring in the shadows." Nuwa seemed genuinely agitated as she talked about the war, as if she was distracted by something. After a couple of moments, she recomposed herself and stared back into Lex's eyes. "The waters in this universe run deep. No one knows who all the players are, and not a single one of these top powers can be trusted because they may say one thing, but will be plotting something else behind your back. Remember this, no matter what you do, no matter how things progress. Even if I never acted out to protect you, you will always be considered a member of my faction by the other powers, even as they entice you to join them. I see that you seem to have a good relationship with the spider, but do not lower your guard. One of the reasons that the secrets of the primordial age are kept so well is because very few Tao Lords, and even fewer immortals from that age, survived past it to share the details. She played a great role in that as well. This realm, her garden, is made from the corpses of countless primordial beings. How else could she set the foundation for a realm that can endlessly create primordial energy? So you see, she is not as harmless as you treat her to be." Lex shrugged. "I never considered her to be harmless," he explained. "I am just going off of how she treats me. I think someone like me is not adequately qualified to question the motives and thoughts of such powerful beings. I can only act and react on face value. The thing was, Lex did not always have the option to do as he wished. The system was especially adept at forcing his hand, so even if he understood the concepts of prudence and caution, he did not always have the luxury of adhering to them. My knowledge of the upper tiers of the universe is also limited. I have to often face much stronger beings, unaware of how I might provoke them. The easy thing to do would be to avoid them, but often even that is not up to me. If you could guide me on how I can avoid attracting their attention, maybe I could stop getting into trouble, Lex concluded. Of course, his conclusion only received a look of disdain. If you want to avoid attracting attention, then stop doing your level best to get yourself killed, she stated. You are a good investment, but if I have to constantly nanny you, then you are no better than a liability. Lex smiled wryly. Although the innkeeper acted aloof of any worldly concerns, Lex could not be like that. I sincerely thank you for all the protection you have given me. If there comes a day where I can repay you, then I will surely do my utmost, Lex said, bowing sincerely towards Nuwa. The half-woman, half-serpent had her expression soften as she watched Lex, and then shook her head. A small secret that very few knew about her was that the title she had gained of Mother Nuwa was not because she created all the humanoid races, but because she had a soft, motherly heart, a critical weakness that had been taken advantage of before as well. If you want to do something for me, then stay alive and keep getting stronger, she said eventually with a softened tone. You don't need to mind the humanoid alliance or care about such things. Although there is a secret war going on, it is secret because beings like me are currently restricted in this universe. As long as you stop purposefully provoking trouble, I can grant you safety until the end of the Dawn Era. Something Nuwa refrained from mentioning was that even she did not know how long the Dawn Era would last. That was something only Eclipse could answer, for only she held the ability to start the next era. The primordial garden not only sealed her own power, but in a way acted as a seal on the growth of the universe itself. Whether she was keeping this era going was because she was protecting the universe, or because she had her own hidden agendas was something only she could answer. Chapter 2036, Inopportune Timing. Before Lex could continue the conversation, the illusion faded, and he returned to the scene of himself presenting lemonade to the three. Eclipse had already taken hers, while Ventura and Nuwa were looking at him oddly. Nuwa sighed audibly, and then grabbed a drink, quickly followed by Ventura. It is the responsibility of a good host to cater to his guests, the innkeeper spoke gently, taking turns to look at each one of them. Of course, a host must also ensure that all guests enjoy themselves. If there is perhaps some misunderstanding or maybe an unresolved issue among you, please feel free to request my mediation. Nuwa shook her head as if she couldn't believe the gall of the human in front of her. A mere immortal asking to mediate her problems. The funny thing was, he did not even understand why such a thing would not be possible. The matters of Tao and beyond cannot be resolved with simple words. Some enmities are predestined. Of course, neither Eclipse nor Ventura knew what Nuwa was thinking. All they saw from her was an overly protective woman who was somewhat fed up with the innkeeper's antics, almost like if he did that kind of thing often, and she was never able to stop him. Eclipse suddenly looked at the situation with a hint of disbelief, and then she shook her head as if she was imagining the wrong thing. No, it couldn't be. Thank you, Innkeeper, for the offer, said Ventura. You are a true gentleman. Lady Nuwa, for what it's worth, I assure you that I will neither act against the innkeeper, nor will I share the information I have learned. The simple fact that he can get Eclipse to agree to a tea party is too valuable for me to sacrifice over anything else. Do you know this is only my second time inside the primordial garden? Nuwa nodded appreciatively, and then looked towards Eclipse. Lex was ready to jump into a conversation in case an awkward silence developed, yet it wasn't the silence that was awkward, it was the conversation that followed. What is your relationship with the innkeeper? Eclipse suddenly asked, looking at Nuwa skeptically. What's it? Nuwa began aggressively, but then caught herself. It was tough to be polite to Eclipse, since she was practically her jailer. The way Tao Lords could not exert their full strength in an immature realm without the risk of destroying the realm, Nuwa and her peers could not use their full power without facing retaliation from the universe itself. They had to wait till the universe grew some more, and entered the next era before they could unleash their power. Unfortunately, through means of her own, Eclipse had somehow linked the growth of the universe to her own advancement. Until she unsealed her power and attempted to take a step further, the universe would not enter the next era. Some would think then that Eclipse could be forced. Maybe if her realm was attacked or she herself was attacked directly, she would need to unseal her power, starting the process. Those who thought that way did not know Eclipse. She was one without weakness, and if a weakness was perceived, it was a trap. Ventura's amiability was a testament to that truth. He, whose conquest had encompassed many mature realms in the universe, chose to retreat and apologize after clashing with Eclipse. Even with her powers sealed, she was not a pushover. With her powers unsealed, she might truly be able to drag one of them down. No matter the case, Nuwa and those like her all more or less considered her their unwitting jailer. They were simultaneously above the whole universe, and at the same time under one who was technically weaker than them. It was a situation without a clear resolution, one that frustrated all of them, but also one that they all have to tolerate. After all, who knew if she was secretly being backed by one of them? What if there was a hidden conspiracy? What if she was bait? The higher their status, the more that they needed to consider. Regardless, Nuwa suppressed her irritation towards Eclipse. There may be a lot of benefit to be gained from her actions, so there was no need to be so critical all the time. Why are you curious about the relationship between the Innkeeper and I? Nuwa rephrased her question. Is it not enough that he is under my protection? Eclipse shook her head, unable to shake her suspicions. I don't mean to intrude, but I should let you know that the time for the tea party is about to begin. The Innkeeper spoke up, aware that any moment now the wooden keys would be enabled. Yet neither Eclipse nor Nuwa paid any attention to that. Why am I curious? Isn't it obvious? Lex is not the average human, and being a Nephilim candidate is not enough to explain it. At first I thought that with a Tao king like the Innkeeper for a father, everything could be explained. Now I'm beginning to wonder, who exactly is Lex's real mother? As soon as Eclipse uttered the question, everyone froze, the Innkeeper included. Eclipse's insinuation was clear enough. She was wondering if Mother Nuwa was his real mother. As the Innkeeper, Lex wanted to assure Eclipse that her imagination was running wild. However, there was one more, much more imminent situation that he needed to handle. The Innkeeper lifted the tray of lemonade and walked behind Nuwa towards the latest guest who was standing there, frozen, looking at the four of them. Dear guest, welcome. Would you like a drink? The Innkeeper asked. The supreme ruler of the Henali, yet another entity above the Tao realm, stood there silently. He had come to the party filled with aggression, ready to challenge both Nuwa and Ventura. He had questions that needed answers. However, it seemed like his timing was inopportune, and he heard something that he shouldn't have. Chapter 2037, Second or Third Universal. I didn't know this was going to be that kind of tea party, spoke the supreme ruler as he grabbed the lemonade mug and eyed the others. Is Divine aware of this? Lex did not hear the second sentence that the ruler spoke, though he had a feeling that this new guest had said something. Immediately, Nuwa's aura wrapped around the Innkeeper to protect him as Nuwa. Ventura and Eclipse all three drew their weapons. Hold your tongue, Asho, Ventura ordered, not a shred of his former civility left behind. Or maybe he really was being civil because Eclipse's reaction was even stronger. I will cleanse the universe of your race if you dare toy with me, she declared. For a moment, Lex felt that behind her he saw the illusion of a massive and terrifying spider, with its webs extending far into the universe. Although Lex had no proof, he could sense that those webs seemed to be moving closer to countless Henali. Lex had a feeling that if Nuwa's aura hadn't been protecting him, he might have already died. He did not know what exactly had provoked such a sudden standoff, but clearly offering more lemonade was not going to resolve the situation. Nuwa drew forth a whip of her own, and though she glared at the ruler, she forcefully calmed herself down. This is a tea party, nothing more. If you have come to pick a fight, go elsewhere, said Nuwa, putting away her weapon first, though she did not withdraw her aura. Instead, she concentrated it around the ruler as a small reminder of who he was talking to. For a moment, silence fell between them as the parties stared at one another. Despite his desire to do something, the Innkeeper remained standing. Eclipse, however, couldn't help but notice that it looked more like the Innkeeper was watching a show with an amused smile than caught up in a fight between peak powers. Even now, his soft, amused smile remained. The ruler looked from the others towards the Innkeeper, and then at the drink in his hand. He swirled it but did not take a sip. I have only one purpose in coming here today, the ruler spoke, showing no signs of being intimidated by any of them. It is to declare openly that if any of you are behind the ongoing wars and you dare to target the Henali, then I will show no decorum. I have no intentions of adhering to rules I did not create. His words seemed to lack the same depth of provocation his first sentence had, but he had not really backed down by much. Understood, said Eclipse, nodding. But since I did not start the previous wars, it will be perfectly fine for me to target the Henali, right? Do you think you can get away with provoking me without a cost? Ah yes, having a tea party with some of the strongest beings in the universe. What could possibly go wrong? Was this the second or third possible universal war he was facing? The innkeeper did not change his expression, but wrapped in Nuwa's aura, Lex focused his thoughts towards a certain idea he had, seeking her permission to act. Since the host attire seemed no barrier to her whatsoever, there was no reason his thoughts should be hidden from her either. Just as he expected, a moment later, he sensed a small nudge of approval in his mind, as if Nuwa was allowing him to act. It was really important he get her support before acting because Eclipse had spoken, but before the ruler could respond or anyone else could add to the situation, the innkeeper moved once again, now standing face to face with the ruler. In keeping with the theme, Lex could not see the ruler's true appearance. Instead, all he saw was a blurry figure. "Dear guest, it seems there has been some kind of misunderstanding," the innkeeper said with a warm smile. "I am hosting this tea party so that my guests can enjoy themselves and chat among friends. If you have other intentions, then perhaps you should find a more suitable time and venue." The ruler chuckled, as if he had heard some kind of joke. "Are you really kicking me out of your party? Can you really bear the consequences of crossing me?" he asked, his voice actually becoming the calmest it had been since he arrived. "Do not think of this as an eviction," the innkeeper. "Instead, think of this as an invite. To be more specific, an invite to host your own party or event where you may do as you wish. Of course, if you can find it in you to enjoy the tea like the others, then you are more than welcome to stay. As for bearing the consequences, I'm still standing right here, are I?" Dead silence. No one spoke, though Ventura used that moment to take a sip from his lemonade. This was the most drama he'd seen in billions of years. Why weren't any of his parties ever as entertaining? Nuwa, on the other hand, quietly continued to protect the innkeeper. The truth was, of everyone here, the innkeeper was the only one who had no idea of what the conversation was actually pertaining to. Yet it was exactly because of his ignorance that he could get away with saying certain things, which is why she had allowed him to carry out his plan. The ruler, or a show as Ventura had called him, did not immediately reply, and instead continued to stare at the innkeeper silently, before turning to look towards Nuwa. "It seems I was mistaken," he finally said, all hostility absent from his voice. "When I sensed a meeting taking place, especially within the domain of the primordial queen, I imagined something else entirely. Now that I know that it is a simple tea party with no ulterior motives, I have no more reservations." Nuwa snorted and Ventura chuckled. Eclipse was still disgruntled, wanting to avenge the insults she had suffered, but she understood well that this was not the time or place to pick a fight. She would not forget this incident, though. "Speaking of meetings, we should now disperse," Nuwa said firmly, almost commandingly. "If we have any more unexpected guests, then things may really get out of hand." For once, it seemed that the entire group was in agreement, though Ventura showed no intentions of leaving. Nuwa turned into smoke once more and returned to the innkeeper's body. Asho, too, left the primordial garden, though his voice lingered even after he was gone. "Previously I thought the little spider was joking, but you are quite the courageous one. Who knows? Maybe Lady Nuwa is finally a mother after all." Chapter 2038, Will You Dare? Just as Nuwa and Asho left, Lex returned to the White Room, face to face with the mysterious Nuwa. "Thank you for protecting me once again," he said, bowing humbly before her. If it hadn't been for her protection, let alone face the ruler, he would not have even survived his presence. Surprisingly, contrary to his expectations, Nuwa was not upset or angry at his behavior. "You weren't in any real danger," she explained. "He was not truly here to pick a fight, it was a simple probe more than anything else. It was just that it has been too long since he met another like us, and forgot that we are not like his subjects, tolerating everything. If that spider's seal wasn't strong enough, preventing his words from leaking, then a true war may have erupted right there. But since things were managed, most likely the Henali and humanoid alliance will grow even closer in the future. Ventura, as usual, will remain entirely impartial." Although she explained herself, it was more because she was reflecting on something rather than correcting him. Her gaze sharpened after a few moments, though, as all her thoughts now focused on him. "Little human, I have protected your karma and your fate, but more and more you are touching upon things beyond your means. I cannot act to save you again, lest someone uses that as a weakness to plot against me. So, during your ascension to the celestial realm, I will protect you one more time, but it will also be my final time." For you, if you wish to hide, I only have one piece of advice. The Temple of Fasting is the safest place for you, even more than your inn. If you ever need to escape, you can go hide there. But that option will only be available for a limited time. Once Cassandra reaches the point of triggering her tribulation, the Temple of Fasting will retreat and become unreachable, even to you. However, I see that giving up on everything you have is not a part of your temperament. In that case, I still recommend that you go to the Temple of Fasting and learn the masterless technique. Even if it won't keep you from dying due to idiocy, at least I won't have to look at the gruesome ways in which you die every time I look at you. Lex was stumped. Was that a compliment or a curse? Should he thank her? You want to ask something, Nuwa stated, though most likely she even knew what he wanted to ask. Go ahead. Unless you reach the Tao Lord realm, this is likely the last time we will ever meet. I will do you this one last favor. A question, more like a billion questions. From the seal in his forehead to the mysteries of Abaddon to the origin of the systems, there were countless questions Lex wanted to ask, but he was restricted to only one. If that was the case, keeping in mind the immense likelihood of him dying, apparently, then there were very few questions that really mattered. He had to be strategic and calculated. No matter what he was Lex, he was the Innkeeper, but he was also Jack. Even if Lex died, as long as Jack survived, it was good enough, and vice versa. This was, of course, considering the worst-case scenario. The best possibility was that he would avoid dying altogether. How can the curse on fairies be lifted? Lex eventually asked. Even if not on the race as a whole, then at least one individual. Nuwa shook her head, as if she knew such a question was coming. It is both simple and yet complex. Graft the fate you wish to change onto another, stronger fate, preferably one belonging to a sage race. But even that is only a roundabout way of doing it. If you can find a way to place your name on the cosmic ascendance spectrum, you can sever your fate from that of your race and exist independently of all karma and consequence. Nuwa sighed and then disappeared, ending the illusion of the White Room. The truth was that she had not exaggerated the dangers of the universe. If she were invincible, would humans have declined? Would the fairies have been cursed? Would she have spent 2 ages in hiding, pretending to be dead? The complexities of the universe could not be underestimated, even by her. She had acted out so many times to save Lex that she even began to genuinely suspect that he was bait, prepared for her by someone else. Unfortunately, her soft heart could not allow her to ignore such a talented child. If he had been born with the right background, she would never have needed to act at all. Since it was not so, she could only spare him some help. For Lex, the vision ended, and the Innkeeper was left standing with Eclipse, Ventura, and the ruler's words. For some reason, his name seemed to have been erased from Lex's memory. Perhaps Nuwa had done that to protect him. Lady Eclipse, although you are, in a sense, a host as well for this tea party, your sense of humor is too unique. I feel like I will have trouble searching for prospective partners in the future, the Innkeeper said with a hint of regret, and an equal hint of humor in his voice. Eclipse burst into laughter at the Innkeeper's words, clearly delighted at having caused him some problems. Serves him right for pretending to not be Lex's father. Don't you worry, if it ever comes to that, I can introduce you to a really fine lady. I guarantee you two will hit it off, Eclipse said teasingly. My question is, even if Eclipse dares to introduce you to someone, are you brave enough to follow through? Ventura asked. The Innkeeper chuckled. It seems like in my future it will only be me and my inn, he answered, not making any promises. His previous statement had been a joke to mellow things down. He really didn't want to face another possible universal war in his tea party. Fortunately, he did not need to keep the atmosphere light on his own, for other guests finally started to arrive at the tavern, starting from one incredibly famous monkey. Chapter 2039, Throw Him Under the Bus. Sun Wukong, the legendary Tao Lord, the Monkey King, was smiling widely as he used the key to enter the primordial garden. It was the sacred land, even more so than the primary realm, in his opinion, because only the primordial garden could still produce primordial energy. Although he secretly worked for Nuwa, unbeknownst to the universe, that did not prevent him from having his own goals and agenda. For him, what greater goals were there to grow stronger and steal better? Both of those could be achieved within the primordial garden. The best part was that the mistress of the garden had sealed her abilities, so she wouldn't be able to detect his tricks, while any guards she had accompanying her would likely not be skilled enough to detect him anyway. Yes, there was that super casual and always annoyingly happy Innkeeper, but he never did anything besides leaving a few scathing remarks, and Wukong could tolerate that. Feeling giddy, Wukong put on his best, most prominent attire and teleported to the primordial garden, ready to mingle and then slowly get lost in the crowd. Yet when he arrived at the primordial garden, there was no crowd. Instead, the innkeeper, the garden mistress, and a scary-looking fellow were the only ones standing there, looking at him oddly. "Sir, would you like some lemonade?" asked a rather ordinary-looking waiter. "Oi, look at you, little Jasper. Looks like you got selected for a big gig. Moving up in the world, eh?" Wukong said as he grabbed the drink. The server actually blushed at the praise, though his proud expression could not be hidden from the eyes of everyone watching. Wukong grabbed the drink and made his way over to the group. "Ahoy, innkeeper, you seem to have started the party without me," he exclaimed excitedly as he walked up. "Indeed, I seem to have done that, though I suspect you may not have enjoyed our previous activities. Regardless, allow me to introduce." Ventura, who had been observing all along, interrupted. "Son Wukong, such a prestigious personality needs no introduction. Say, Wukong, you have been ignoring my invitations for a long time. Now that you're here, why don't you give me an answer?" The smiling monkey suddenly became hesitant, realizing that he couldn't recognize the scary figure at all. "This is Ventura," the innkeeper introduced. "I never knew that you were in contact with him as well. You truly have a social personality." The change of expression on the monkey's face could only be equated to the facial equivalent of clenching one's rear, as he realized who he was standing before. Lord Ventura, what an honor. Truly it is. It is such an honor to meet you. How dare I ignore your invitations? I simply thought my skills were insufficient to hold such an honored post as a teacher in your school." His words only caused Ventura to chuckle. "Eclipse, have you heard of the little monkey that can steal dows?" Ventura asked. "As it turns out, it was all just rumors. His skills are insufficient, it seems, to even be a teacher at my school." Wukong pulled in his neck, wondering how he got involved in this mess. He hadn't even started doing anything, and he was already in trouble. His eyes locked onto the innkeeper's, pleading for assistance. "I think that having him as a teacher may not be worth it," the innkeeper said, finally allowing Wukong to feel a sense of relief. "Just look, he acted as a bodyguard for Lex for only a month, and provoked countless little fellows for no reason. Can you imagine if he became a teacher and stole the talent from all his students?" Goosebumps. Wukong got goosebumps as he looked at the innkeeper with an expression of betrayal. What was throwing a fellow under a bus? This was throwing a fellow under a bus. All he had done was use the innkeeper as a convenient scapegoat. Was that so wrong? "Yes, you're not wrong," Ventura said musingly. "In that case, Eclipse, why don't you invite him to be a part of your garden? I've heard you have a special place reserved for powerful specimens." Eclipse looked at Wukong, but instead of going along with the two of them, she frowned. "No, I feel like this monkey has bad intentions for my garden. It's better to throw him out to the edge of the void." Sun Wukong, proud Monkey King, and menace to the whole universe, once again looked at the innkeeper pleadingly. Why did this feel more like a grilling party rather than a tea party? "These are all great ideas, but let's perhaps wait till after the tea party is over. After all, he is one of my guests here. More importantly, he still has an outstanding fee to pay." Wukong suddenly leaped at the opportunity. Yes, I am a guest of the inn," Wukong exclaimed with great fervor. "You saw how close I was with little Jasper. It's because of how close I am with everyone at the inn. In fact, I have long been considering joining the inn. Alas, the innkeeper won't let me. Even so, I'm still a guest of the innkeeper." The innkeeper chuckled, feeling a little of his stress finally drain. Everything was great as long as no one was threatening to start another universal war. Before they could continue to tease Wukong, more and more guests started to appear. This time, it was not one at a time, as nearly a dozen guests all appeared in quick succession. To start with, Huron Kaken, the Henali governor, appeared, leading a few other guests. Then some of the guests who had sent letters of intent to the innkeeper. Yet the arrivals that attracted the innkeeper's attention were two devils. From what he recalled, he had sent Balaam only one key to enter the tavern, so where had he gotten his hands on another key from? Had he reached out to the governor? The innkeeper didn't mind. He was just curious about the woman who was standing arm-in-arm with Balaam. Chapter 2040, Payment. As more guests started to arrive inside the tavern, it was time for the innkeeper to start collecting entrance fees. He could have opted for an automated system and have the system collect the resources, but then they would be converted into MT or something of that sort, and these resources were much too difficult to come by to waste in converting to MP. Fortunately, Lex had already planned things out. After all, he wasn't the only one who needed to get paid. For a brief time, he considered letting Wukong collect the payments on his behalf, but Lex stopped himself. No matter what, he mustn't forget that he was a Tao Lord and couldn't be treated like a lackey. Also, due to his inclination for theft, Lex didn't want to risk putting him in close proximity to all his treasure. If could even fake attempting to join the inn just to get out of trouble with Ventura, who knows what he would fake with the innkeeper. "I see more and more guests are arriving to our humble little gathering," said the innkeeper, which attracted a strange gaze from Ventura. "Before the guests get too involved in the festivities, I think it would be best that we introduce them to Eclipse, so that they may present their flowers." Although it seemed like the innkeeper only spoke among his group, all the Tao Lords heard his words. The matter of fact was that besides a very few people, most did not know the venue that this tea party would be taking place in. When the Tao Lords arrived, they immediately swept their surroundings with their spirit sense to identify their location. After all, the primordial garden had a seal around it, isolating it from the rest of the universe, meaning that they could not immediately identify their location. That was even more so because none of them had been to the primordial garden before. It did not take too long for them to understand, though. The innkeeper did not need to specifically spell it out for them. It was clear at a glance that the tavern was surrounded by a primordial land, filled to the brim with primordial beings. While that in itself could point to a few other places in the universe, when they heard the innkeeper's words, they immediately realized where they were. There may be many who go by such a name in the universe, but when accompanied by a primordial expanse. Nay, a primordial garden there is only one, the primordial queen. Although the likes of Nuwa and Ventura knew much about her, for most of the Tao Lords alive, the primordial queen was a mysterious and distant entity, one about whom they knew very little. They had long heard legend of her magnificent power, and a few of them were even lucky enough to witness some of the monuments of her power she had left behind before her self-imposed seclusion within her garden. Now to be able to enter her garden and meet her in person, how had the innkeeper achieved such a thing? Balam seemed to take the events in his stride, but the lady accompanying him seemed stunned, which seemed to please Balam quite a lot. "It is an excellent idea," Wukong exclaimed before the conversation had a chance of turning on him again. "Allow me to start first, Lady Eclipse." "You may refer to me as Primordial Queen," said Eclipse, looking down on Wukong. "Even now I can sense that your intentions have not changed. Just so you know, I've informed the innkeeper beforehand that if anyone messes with my garden, I reserve the right to kill them." Wukong dropped to his knees, though the innkeeper could not quite tell if it was because he was afraid, or if he was in a rush to present his flower and run away. "Yes, of course. As soon as I was informed of your requirements, I knew exactly what to get for your garden. I present to you the Jade Lotus from the garden of the Jade Emperor." Though he was on his knees, which was a strange position for a Tao Lord, it did not feel unnatural at all. In fact, it seemed just right when he held up his hands and revealed a flower seemingly made of jade, floating in a small pool of void essence gathered within Wukong's hands. The innkeeper and Eclipse weren't the only ones who were attracted by the sight of the flower, so were the other Tao Lords. Lex had done his research and knew who the Jade Emperor was now. He was an extremely fearsome beast Tao Lord who ruled over the Jade Palace realm, an extremely prominent major realm. Although its size was considered small for a major realm, the smaller size only made the concentration of energy and resources more concentrated. The Jade Emperor was an extremely powerful Tao Lord who had a very fearsome reputation, and not many could bear to cross him. Unfortunately for the Emperor, that list did not include Wukong. "Your offering is very nice," Eclipse said, suddenly putting on a smile. "As long as you behave, you can stay in my garden." Eclipse wasn't the least bit concerned about any danger attached to the offering, or about offending the Jade Emperor. Although in terms of titles, an emperor was above a queen, in this situation, the reality was reversed. After presenting the flower to Eclipse, Wukong turned and looked at the innkeeper with a fond smile. Just as he was about to offer his payment to the innkeeper for attending the party, he received a message from the innkeeper. "If your payment to me has the Jade Emperors as a descriptor, then perhaps I might just send him a key to attend this party. After all, I haven't really arranged for any entertainment." It was strange. Mentally, Lex knew that he shouldn't mess with a Tao Lord. He absolutely should not and should remain respectful and reverent. For some reason, though, he just couldn't help it when it came to Wukong. With Eclipse and Ventura by his side, he felt even more emboldened. Chapter 2041, Tao Kings and Queens. "Do you believe me now?" Balaam asked with a hint of schadenfreude in his voice as he looked towards his enchanting partner. Balaam, as a Tao Lord, prominent leader among the devils, and high-level member of the humanoid alliance, was naturally someone with an incredibly high status. As such, it was no surprise that he had many concubines. He had even more children. As of late, Lilith, one of his many daughters, had been receiving a lot of attention, but generally speaking her achievements were incomparable to her siblings. One of his other daughters, Loretta Pendle Valkilger, had much greater achievements in terms of demon rearing. In fact, she had even shown great potential in her cultivation, as well as leadership and espionage capabilities. It was only natural, in a sense, for not only was she Balaam's own progeny, she was also from the great Pendle family, another prominent devil family led by a powerful Tao Lord. Although Pendle himself was not as strong as Balaam, his influence among various realms was sufficiently acceptable to Balaam, which is why he took one of Pendle's descendants as a concubine. Neither Balaam nor Pendle himself had anticipated that the concubine Balaam took would one day rise to the rank of Tao Lord. While many would rejoice at such a thing, and the Pendle family was truly rejoicing, Balaam wasn't the least bit pleased. Back when she was a celestial, this concubine of his dared not voice any complaints. Who could have guessed that upon becoming a Tao Lord, instead of becoming more independent and proud, she had turned into a jealous housewife? She had only just become a Tao Lord, but instead of going into retreat and trying to gain better control of her powers, she had latched herself onto Balaam, staring at all his other concubines with venom in her eyes, not leaving him alone for even a moment. Yes, I suppose you were right, the innkeeper isn't a woman. Can you blame me for being curious when you held him in such high regard? Bridget asked as she watched the performance from afar. But who is that lady he's standing next to, and why is that monkey giving her a flower? Bridget asked openly, without a single shred of the caution she should have had as a newfound Tao Lord. Have some respect, Balaam spoke solemnly. That monkey is son Wukong, a legendary Tao Lord who has alone created his own legend. You have only just become a Tao Lord, you wouldn't even realize as he stripped you of your Tao and sent you back crying. Bridget snickered. Yes, he can beat me, but can he beat you? I'm very curious to see your unleashed form. Maybe you should challenge him to a fight. Balaam sighed and rolled his eyes. Even Balaam didn't love himself as much as Bridget loved him, and while that was flattering, it was also tedious. It felt like he was stuck on babysitting duty. Even if he cannot beat me, he is not an enemy I want to provoke needlessly, so mind your tongue, Balaam instructed. That lady you asked about is known as the Primordial Queen. She is an extremely powerful lady and an incredibly mysterious one. I can't believe the innkeeper knows her. I wonder what their relationship is. They seem quite familiar. Bridget did not like the attention and curiosity that Balaam was giving the queen, and could not help but scrunch her nose. Of course, even if she was love-struck, she was not an idiot. She could tell that even the very formidable Wukong was very afraid of this queen, so she must be very strong or influential. Is she stronger than you? Bridget asked. Balaam nodded without hesitation. She is a Tao Queen. Do you know what that is? Balaam asked, not moving his gaze from Eclipse. Wukong had already given his flower, and so the others were also lining up, taking this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to try to build a connection with her. Already this tea party was worth way more than the cost they were paying to attend, and it had barely begun. Tao Queen, I've never heard of that. Is that the realm after Tao Lord? But wait a minute, I've never heard of a realm after the Tao Lord realm, Bridget said, confused and curious at the same time. It is not the next realm, but you can consider it as much, said Balaam slowly, his voice deep and low, adding immense gravity to his words. Most Tao Lords, once they reach the realm, never make any progress again. It is not that they are too lazy, it is just too hard. To improve their Tao to grow it is a task beyond difficult, it is practically impossible. Of course, the many restrictions of the universe also play a role in why most Tao Lords are unable to grow much stronger. Some, however, find a way to keep on growing. Whatever the reason, these few who keep on growing eventually gain dominance in the universe and become incredibly well known. Wukong is among such Tao Lords. A new Tao Lord, or one who has never improved, is basically just a child in front of him. Yet he, much like myself, has only made some progress. There are some, however, who have walked far beyond others on such a path. I do not know if there is an end to the progress one can make to their Tao, but if there is, there are very, very few who have reached it. Across the whole universe, including all the sage races, maybe there are 100. Maybe. Bridget was genuinely amazed, and looked at Eclipse with wonder. So someone who has reached the end of the Tao Lord realm is a Tao Queen, or Tao King, she asked, though she believed the answer to be self-evident. No, said Balaam, shaking his head. A Tao king or queen is someone whose Tao is no equal. It is not about how far they have grown their Tao. Rather, it is someone who has measured, someone who has tested their Tao and found all others wanting. A Tao king or queen is someone whose Tao is so strong that none dare challenge them anymore. In the whole universe, there are many theorized Tao kings or queens, but only one, truly uncontested, unquestioned Tao queen. Awe radiated from Balaam's voice, as he did nothing to hide his reverence for the primordial queen. This was a true legend of the universe, the kind that was far rarer than even Tao lords. So if she is all that, how can the innkeeper and that other guy stand next to her so casually? Bridget asked. Chapter 2042, Innkeeper, the Multi-Layered Mastermind. Balaam shifted his gaze from the primordial queen and then looked towards the innkeeper. Despite the location, despite the company, the innkeeper's demeanor had not changed in the slightest. It seemed as if the innkeeper was neither impressed nor bored of the company he was keeping. In short, he was treating everyone the same as he did with all his guests. Balaam pondered a little about the details of the innkeeper's Tao and if it had anything to do with hospitality. As unusual as it seemed, it was entirely possible. For a moment, he imagined the innkeeper with his Tao of ultimate hospitality, asking his enemies if they wanted a drink before thoroughly extinguishing them. As bizarre as it seemed, Balaam had to admit he could see it happening. You already know, as I've already told you countless times, the innkeeper's background is unknown. Even the Alliance has not been able to peer into his origins, nor find any connections between him and any of the known, missing Tao lords, Balaam explained. Since he seems to generally mind his own business and focuses solely on his inn, none of the major forces are too interested in probing him at the moment. The few who tried to probe him indirectly were faced with Wukong instead. How he was able to persuade one of the most notorious Tao lords in the universe to do his bidding is an entirely separate matter. What is known, or at least theorized about, is that the innkeeper seems to have remarkable insight into karma, and he is supposedly in the process of turning his personal realm into a seat of power. Bridget listened with great interest, not only because it was rare for Balaam to be so forthcoming, but also because she could sense that this was a rare opportunity. Whatever she could learn and gain from this tea party might aid her for a long, long time. What's a seat of power? She asked, naturally curious about the unfamiliar term. Naturally, since he mentioned it, Balaam was ready to explain. A seat of power is a place carefully and meticulously created by a Tao Lord. Each and every law operates as the Tao Lord wants, granting them familiarity that far exceeds what normal Tao Lords can achieve in any random location. Ultimately, it becomes an area where they are absolutely dominant, able to exert far more power than the ordinary peak that their realm allows. What Balaam did not say was that it was theorized by many across the universe that the seats of power were the key to entering into the next cultivation realm. Of course, this was just a theory, and no one could confirm it. Or to be more specific, those who could confirm or reject it kept the knowledge to themselves. How or why a seat of power may allow one to transcend the Tao realm, Balaam could not say. While Balaam was no weakling, he was far from reaching such a realm. His current goals were more aligned with developing his own Tao. Someone like Balaam was not satisfied with mere titles. He could not care what the Alliance thought of him or what honors the devils gave him. Each of those were things he earned with his strength, and so if his strength were even greater, he would earn even more of them. Mediocrity was never an option for him. Even if he has a seat of power, that doesn't really make him equal to a Tao queen, does it? Dominance in one's own realm is not the same as having an unbeatable Tao, Bridget continued as she assessed the innkeeper. That is true. While there are many potential or supposed Tao kings or queens, there is only one that no one provokes, Balaam explained. But who can say what makes one worthy? If the primordial queen acknowledges him, what other qualification does he need? Compared to the innkeeper, that other guy, as you so aptly put it, is a well-known entity in the universe. No one knows his true name or even his true race, which is why he is called by the name of his academy, Ventura. He is the owner of the Ventura Academy and master of multiple major realms. Beneath him is a small army of Tao lords and a network that spans the entire universe. Whether in terms of personal strength, influence, and character, he is no pushover. Ordinarily, even the representative of the devil race itself would not be able to get a personal audience with him. The fact that he is here now is equally an impressive deal, and that only serves to elevate the standing of this tea party further. Once again, Balaam refrained from mentioning the rumors that said that Ventura was an entity that had crossed the Tao realm. Something like that could not be confirmed easily, and he himself had not openly declared as much, so there was no point in mentioning it. After all, whether he was in the next realm or not, he was not somebody Balaam or Bridget could mess with. In that case, this is quite the collection of personalities, Bridget said, beginning to understand just how unusual this tea party was. In that case, I wonder what the innkeeper's real reason for hosting this tea party is. It can't just be to mingle or network, can it? A gleam of light flashed through Balaam's eyes as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Of course, he did not mention them all, just one. Even if nothing else of consequence happens in this tea party, the innkeeper has, in one move, cemented his position among the upper echelon of the universe, marking himself as equal of the primordial queen and Ventura. Considering the upcoming war, this is a masterstroke, making it highly unlikely that someone will target him. Of course, it also means that if someone does challenge him, they will have sufficient background and strength, so he will need to be ready for that. Yet somehow, knowing the innkeeper, I doubt that is all he has planned. From my experience, the innkeeper is a mastermind at making layered moves. Each one of his words carries layers and layers of hidden meanings that you will only understand years later. A mere show of status is not enough to warrant him making an appearance like that. No, I bet he is waiting for the right moment to unveil his real plans. Balaam was absolutely confident in his assessment, causing even Bridget to view the innkeeper with a solemn gaze. The innkeeper himself, though, knew none of that. In his mind, the innkeeper was just counting his payments. That's 7 Dao materials and 31 gifts, not to mention all the extra loot I got from Wukong. Pay to play, here I come. Lex thought internally as he casually sent another sealed piece of Dao material to the museum in his home within the inn. Lex was now, probably, the richest immortal in the universe, and his scams were just getting started. From deep within his heart, Lex could feel waves of satisfaction radiating out. His inner capitalist was incredibly pleased with how things were going. Chapter 2043, Strongly Advise. I have been looking forward to meeting with you, Innkeeper, said the insect Dao Lord. Lex thought it slightly unusual that even insects fit into the broad categorization of beasts sometimes, but that was hardly relevant. I had not anticipated, however, the extent to which our eventual meeting would surprise me. Please, accept this synaptic slime, the most premium-grade Dao fluid released during my wife's last shedding. The innkeeper showed not the slightest deviation in his expression as he accepted the Dao material, though he knew that this would be the first material he would use up. He'd either use it for the butter knife, or to start construction on the sanctuary of Dao. Even if the sanctuary was not built any time soon, merely having its skeletal structure ready, demonstrating its aura, would be a nice addition to the inn. After all, one of Lex's main points on his agenda was to build the innkeeper's reputation as much as possible to avoid confrontation as long as possible. It is a pleasure to finally be able to meet you, responded the innkeeper warmly. I apologize that it took so long for our meeting. Please enjoy yourself for now and mingle. There will be time enough for more in-depth conversations soon enough. The Dao Lord expressed his interest in continuing their conversation before moving aside, giving the next one in line the opportunity to present his flower to the primordial queen. If you don't mind me asking, said the innkeeper, addressing Eclipse privately, what do you plan on doing with these flowers? I was under the impression that you only add true primordial flora to your garden. Eclipse glanced at the innkeeper from the side of her eye, considering him for a moment. You know, I'm seeing more and more similarities between you and Lex, Eclipse said tauntingly. It's been a long time since others have asked me questions like that, not that I mind. It's not too complicated. I have a separate greenhouse and enclosure for more modern flora and fauna I find interesting. For one, it serves to keep me updated with the new and modern species of the universe. Even though my focus is on my garden, that does not prevent me from seeking inspiration from elsewhere. Secondly, it grants me an opportunity to spawn new, completely original primordial species. Even though the primordial age has ended, so long as there is an appropriate climate, there is no reason why new species cannot spawn. Without constant evolution, without constant change, there is a chance that even the primordial will be left behind. After all, who can say what the future holds? No one can predict what the situation will be once the universe matures. The innkeeper nodded. The future was truly unpredictable, and if even someone like Eclipse was considering the future lest she be left behind, Lex needed to make even more efforts than her. Since you've asked a question, now it's my turn, said Eclipse. Lex told me you want to study the environment in the primordial garden to attempt to recreate it. Can you really do such a thing? Do you think you can manage to create an environment where primordial energy is created? From what I understand, you don't even intend on creating a whole realm like this, merely a small corner or section of the realm where such a thing occurs. The innkeeper's smile widened, as if he really appreciated the question. In truth, Lex had just translated his usual awkward smile into a casual, warm one. When speaking with the governor about the laws of the realm, Lex had copied the words spoken by the primordial queen to fool him. Whose words was he supposed to copy now? "I do not know if I can manage it or not," answered the innkeeper. "But there is no sense in giving up before I try. Who knows, creating a small primordial pocket might be much easier than creating a whole realm. Of course, such a pocket would surely be unable to capture the true magnificence of what you have built in a full realm. But my goal, ultimately, is to provide an environment for guests who enjoy a primordial environment, nothing more." Eclipse paused and looked at the innkeeper curiously. Her sudden action seemed to attract a lot of attention, not that either Eclipse or the innkeeper cared. Ventura, though, who was feeling left out, couldn't help but pout, though no one knew since no one could see his figure clearly. As more and more new guests were continuously coming, not everyone understood what was happening. Hurin Cocken, leading a massive delegation of guests, arrived at the garden feeling an immense pressure. He did not know what had happened, but the unusual mood of the ruler clearly indicated that something major had gone down during his meeting. All he knew was that the ruler called the innkeeper bold, and that currently there was nothing for them to worry about. When Hurin heard that, he could not help but sigh in relief. Although he had no proof, he took that to mean that the innkeeper may have expressed his interest in proposing to Eclipse, but was rejected by her. Yet when he appeared at the tea party, burdened with a lot of responsibility, the first thing he saw and sensed was the primordial queen, standing next to the innkeeper, boldly and directly staring at him as if. "By any chance do you accept sentient treasures as your guests?" Eclipse asked, her tone ambiguous. "Naturally," responded the innkeeper. "As long as the guests do not break any of our rules, we accept any and all guests." There was a subtle change in Eclipse's expression. "Well, just in case you already haven't, I advise you to update your rules," she said in a strongly suggestive tone. "If any sentient treasures or weapons come to you and request to stay in the primordial portion of your inn, I advise you to reject them. It would be wise to avoid the calamity that occurred during the primordial age." For some reason, even though she spoke ambiguously, Lex had a very strong feeling that he should absolutely listen to her. More importantly, although she had not spelled it out clearly, Lex sensed that she was talking about systems. Immediately, Lex glanced at the primordial energy scale in his system, the very one he had got a quest to take to 100, and the very same one he had received a cryptic notification from his own system to not complete, and saw that it was at 3. Chapter 2044, Hints. "This can't be happening," murmured Hurin as he did his level best to control himself. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he could not stop his mind from running at full speed. The many hints dropped by the innkeeper previously, the unusual behavior of the ruler, odd behavior by the primordial queen and the innkeeper out in public. It was all too much. The hints were too obvious. No matter how much Hurin tried to tell himself that this was not so, he could not deny what was right in front of him. This tea party. The innkeeper's intentions were to propose to Eclipse during it. That was the only thing it could all possibly mean. When the ruler said there was nothing to worry about for now, he surely meant that the two of them intended to have a long engagement period before the actual wedding. It was the only thing that made sense. Hurin took a deep breath and contained himself. Who was he? He was the governor of the Henali to the Origin Realm. He was not some random Dao lord. He was someone tried and tested who had faced countless difficulties. Even this would not deter him. He began to observe the innkeeper, the primordial queen, and all the other guests, trying to determine what the situation was, and what was the best way to react to it. As it turned out, he spotted Balam with his former concubine and new wife, Bridget. Balam and Hurin were on good terms, so it was natural that Balam got the extra invite through him. Moreover, both of them were broad-minded and focused on the future, which is why they got along. Since Hurin was slightly late to the party due to the ruler, he might as well get the details of what he missed from Balam. No matter how probable the situation seemed, he had to first gather all the information. Hurin repeatedly reminded himself not to jump to conclusions as he approached Balam. "Good to see you, Balam. Is this Lady Bridget that I've heard about? How fortunate you are to have welcomed a partner into the Tao. Very few find someone with an equal status," Hurin said politely. Hidden within was a hint he was sure Balam would pick up on, at least as long as he continued along this line. The matter was not of finding a partner, but one of equal status. Whether the innkeeper and primordial queen had an equal status was not up to them to decide. Though Balam and Bridget were conversing with one another, with Balam teaching her about the basics of Tao life, They noticed the arrival of the governor and his party. How could they not when nearly 60 Tao lords all arrived together? As if that was not enough, each and every one of them had a powerful presence, not to mention fame that even Bridget had heard of. "Governor, it's good to see you made it," responded Balaam with a hint of formality in his voice. Subconsciously, he could not help but compare conversing with the governor to conversing with the innkeeper. No matter what the subject, Balaam hardly ever felt the need to be formal with the innkeeper, even though he stayed that way regardless. With the governor, on the other hand, despite the longer history and much more frequent meetings, he could not build that level of ease. "Indeed, Bridget has been a great source of luck for me," Balaam said. "Bridget, this is the governor of the Origin realm that I've told you about." For a few minutes, the three of them went through the introductions and polite conversation before the governor was ready to drop his second hint. "Although I arrived as swiftly as my responsibilities would allow, I ended up coming later than I would have liked. Tell me, Balaam, did I miss anything of importance?" Our host seemed engrossed in some important conversation. "They haven't made any important announcements yet, have they?" Though Huron never said the words out loud, he may as well have yelled his suspicions out loud over a bullhorn as far as other Tao lords were concerned. Balaam had the experience and self-control to take the governor's words in his stride, but Bridget was absolutely intrigued as she studied the innkeeper and the primordial queen with a new gaze. By first mentioning partners of equal status and lucky few, Huron set the foundation of what he wanted to say. Then, by addressing not just the innkeeper as their host, but the queen as well, he specified whom he was talking about. Finally, the mention of an important announcement sealed the deal. What Huron did not know was that Balaam had already put Bridget in the mindset to dissect each of the innkeeper's actions, painting him as a master of hidden messages and intentions in each of his actions. Now, with Huron insinuating a possible partnership, perhaps professional, perhaps romantic, the couple's imagination exploded. The trio began to observe the innkeeper and Eclipse, and noticed that they had even paused accepting gifts, for they were in the middle of what seemed like an incredibly important conversation. Not just that, but the third in their group, Ventura, seemed to be showing visible irritation at being left out of the conversation. What the contents of their conversation were, the group could only imagine, so imagine they did. Suddenly, Huron could not help but venture another guess, one that might provide an alternate reason for why the ruler felt like there was no immediate threat. Beside the queen and innkeeper was Ventura, and he was clearly not pleased by the situation. Was it possible that this was a love triangle? Were the innkeeper and Ventura competing for the hand of the queen? That would explain why the innkeeper and Ventura were the only known entities in the universe who had a way to enter the primordial garden, a realm that almost all forces in the universe had been searching for. Could it be that all this time the two of them had been pursuing the queen? With Ventura to compete with, it was no doubt that the ruler calmed down. It would not be easy to reach a conclusion. Chapter 2045, Licensed Purveyor of Citrus-Based Refreshment Liquids. Eclipse, with her senses sealed, picked up next to nothing about what the other Tao lords were thinking. They were, after all, Tao lords themselves, so being able to keep their thoughts and feelings from being detected externally when they didn't want them detected was a basic skill. The almighty innkeeper, in truth, could not pick up anything from any of the Tao lords anyway. He could, at most, detect the expressions and body language they deigned to show. So naturally, he knew nothing about what Balaam, Bridget, and Huron were talking about. Ventura, however, was in a unique situation. On one hand, he was in the primordial garden. This was Eclipse's seat of power, and was a domain he dare not easily touch upon. That basically meant that, like the Tao lords attending this party, most of his senses were sealed. Whether it was karma, fate, causality, or any of the countless other laws and forces of the universe that Tao lords usually used as their natural senses, they were all smothered within the garden. But unlike them, Ventura was not a Tao lord. He was something more, so even though he was greatly suppressed like the others, he could still see more than them. Thus, to him, it was no secret the odd misunderstanding that Huron, Balaam, and Bridget had somehow fallen into. Yes, it was slightly awkward that he was caught up in this mess as well, but not only did he not mind, he found it hilarious. Thus, his mind began to work on how he could use this situation. Eclipse was out of his reach, and the innkeeper was protected by Nuwa. Neither of them were beings he could do anything about without paying a cost, but he could most certainly work to further any and all misunderstandings about them that he found hilarious. Serves them right for ignoring him. So while Eclipse and the innkeeper had a very serious conversation, they were both unaware that their locked gazes would be the beginning of a legend that would rock the universe. Lex's mind raced to make sense of Eclipse's words. She had been vague, not so vague that he couldn't understand the underlying message. Sentient weapons and tools should be kept away from primordial energy. This was a very generic, blanket statement. Could more be read into it? In fact, considering the fact that Tao Lords tended to look so deeply at everything, it was absolutely a requirement. Lex could not be considered all-knowing, but in his short 25 years of life, he had experienced a thing or two. The only spirit tool which might result in an adverse reaction from exposure to primordial energy were systems. His very own system had, in fact, warned him not to allow his system to absorb primordial energy. If that, combined with what Eclipse had said, was not ominous, then he didn't know what was. Moreover, he could not help but think back to Abaddon. Although that place was messed up, and he didn't necessarily believe everything he learned there, he could not help but think back to the calamity Abaddon mentioned, the one that nearly wiped out all beings. Was it possible that calamity had happened because of systems? Based on what Prime Colonel had told Lex, even the systems didn't know about what happened back then. What was the reason? Even though he didn't know for sure that this is what Eclipse meant, he decided to err on the side of caution. Still, he couldn't help but feel curious. "Are you talking about?" the Innkeeper began to ask, but Eclipse interrupted him. "Don't say it," she cautioned. "Don't say the words. If you understand, then you understand. If you don't, then it's best to simply do as I've said." This was the first time Lex had seen Eclipse so serious. It seemed like nothing in the universe could disturb her, but clearly that wasn't true. "I will take your advice to heart," the Innkeeper said sincerely, causing Eclipse to finally relax. "Good," said Eclipse. "Many assume that the primordial is simply something incredibly powerful, but what they don't realize is the truth. The primordial is simply the spark, the catalyst. It is what started everything, and it is one of the most magnificent things in creation. Unfortunately, it can also bring forth magnificent terror." Eclipse looked away from Lex towards the next Tao Lord who was waiting to present a flower. "There is quite a crowd beginning to gather. I suppose soon it will be time for me to invite my two friends over as well. I feel like you will enjoy meeting them," she said, a mischievous smirk suddenly appearing on her face, replacing her solemn attitude. "I look forward to meeting them," the Innkeeper responded, taking a mental note about systems and primordial energy. For some reason, Eclipse chuckled out loud when she heard the Innkeeper's words, as if she knew something he didn't. "If you two are done chit-chatting, there's something I wanted to ask you," Ventura said, clearly letting his irritation be heard. "Since you all are inviting friends of yours, do you mind if I invite someone as well?" Eclipse raised an eyebrow, wondering what that despicable fraudster was up to now. She looked at the Innkeeper, but he did not seem bothered in the least. "As long as our primary host has no concerns, I have no problem with more guests," he said cordially. "Oh well, go ahead. I'm curious to see who you spend your time with," said Eclipse challengingly. "Thank you. Now it's finally starting to feel like a party," Ventura said with a chuckle before chugging down some lemonade. Oddly enough, Lex found that the lemonade was a whole lot more popular than he anticipated. Well, as long as nobody hated it, he was fine. Space. Far away from the primordial garden, in the central hub of where the systems operated from, Xerxes, the first ever system created, finally completed all his scans. Although he was too broken to be able to access the deeper layers of his database, through various in-depth scans, it was revealed that there was no corruption within him. Thus, as was the normal procedure, he was repackaged and sent out into the universe to find a new host and begin his journey anew. Normally, the host location process took a long time, from months to centuries. As fate would have it, when Xerxes was sent out into the universe, he appeared in the night sky in the Origin realm, above a one-star planet with a primitive society. His operations began, and almost immediately he identified the perfect target. Down on that planet, a weakened nascent soul was searching for a way to survive when it stumbled upon a stillborn baby. The body had no soul, which was causing the body to slowly shut down as well, regardless of what the midwife did to save him. Full of desperation, he forced his soul into the baby, thus successfully reincarnating, albeit in an unexpected way. No sooner had Julius opened his eyes than he heard an unusual sound so startling that he cried out, almost like a real baby. "Assimilation is complete. Launching system. Welcome to the Lemonade Stand system. Host designation Lemonade Man. Error. Refreshing designation. Host designation Lemon Man. Error. Refreshing designation. Host designation licensed purveyor of citrus-based refreshment liquids. Error. Refreshing designation. Host designation." Julius kept crying and crying, alarmed and afraid by the sounds playing in his mind. But there was nothing he could do, for he had inherited a truly broken system, in more ways than one. Chapter 2046, Double Payment. Lex was slightly curious about what guests Eclipse and Ventura were going to invite, though mostly he felt cautious. The last thing he wanted to do was start another universal scale war, and one would normally think that was easier said than done, but Lex was no longer sure. But since it was currently out of his hands, Lex put it behind him and instead focused on counting his ever-increasing wealth. 10 little Dow materials, 11 little Dow materials, 12 little Dow materials, and a bunch of extra gifts on the side. Truly, Lex could genuinely appreciate the warmth of the innkeeper felt from taking care of his guests. How could he not feel genuine pleasure from taking care of his guests when each one of them was paying such a price? After a few unfamiliar faces, Lex finally saw some familiar faces. Balaam and the governor had walked up together, alongside the lady who was hand in hand with Balaam. Behind them was a rather large group which probably constituted those who the governor had originally wanted to have a secret meeting with. Well, one thing was certain. While the contents of their individual meetings could still remain secret, there was no way this tea party itself would remain secret. Before the governor, or Balaam for that matter, could extend their greeting, the innkeeper spoke first. "Huron, your payment for attending the party will be double," the innkeeper said directly, and without the slightest bit of hesitation. The governor paused, unsure of what brought that about, and so was Balaam. This was the first time he'd seen the innkeeper speak without his cordial tone. Was he upset that the governor was spreading rumors about him? "Don't think I'm targeting you or anything," the innkeeper clarified. "Your previous guest, quite a charming fellow by the way, left you with the tab. I believe the term for what he did is dine and dash. While I can excuse his attempts to start universal war, I cannot allow a precedent for guests skipping on their bills." The innkeeper was speaking firmly and seriously, making sure to get his message across. His seriousness over payment actually caused Eclipse to burst into laughter. Who could have guessed that the man who could casually walk up to a show, face to face, and tell him to be polite or get lost, would get so worked up over a matter of payment? Yes, of course," said Huron, smiling awkwardly. "Please do not be concerned. The Henali Empire will more than make up for any losses you suffered." The innkeeper shook his head. "There is no need for excess payments. I am not lacking these few trinkets. It's more a matter of principle. Everyone has paid in Dow materials to sip this lemonade, so how can someone get it for free? That would be tantamount to favoritism. For all the guests who you have brought to this tea party to discuss private matters, you need to demonstrate your integrity, or the very purpose of your congregation could be at risk." The governor tried to do his level best to remedy the situation, while also bearing the pressure of talking to the primordial queen's possible fiancé. Any other time, he would not have minded at all, but right in front of the queen, he could only be at his best behavior. Meanwhile, Balaam looked towards the simple, mortal drink known as lemonade and judged it seriously. The innkeeper was clearly telling them something important through the use of mortal sustenance. They just needed to decipher what it was. While Balaam was observing the drink, Bridget was observing Eclipse. There was a saying among her friends. If a man can make a woman laugh, then she's as good as his, and the innkeeper was not just making her laugh. He was keeping the primordial queen constantly engaged and entertained. Her eyes started to sparkle as she saw the beautiful magic in their relationship. That was so precious, just like her and Balaam. "You are right, please forgive me for this small misunderstanding. Rest assured, I will not renege on any dues," the governor said. "We came here together, the three of us, to first pay our respects to our honored hosts, and so that I may have the honor of introducing some of our guests to you." The innkeeper raised an eyebrow. He was expecting that Balaam and Bridget would take some time to talk to them, but instead the three of them stepped aside. Behind them stood two notable guests. The first was a golden dragon. Unlike the golden dragon that Lex had seen inside the primordial garden, this dragon had an overbearing presence that made one's breath freeze. The Midnight Inn neutralized all threats and dangers from passive auras, but that did not mean it erased the grandeur in them. As someone who had been studying dragons might for a long time, Lex was especially sensitive to them. The dragon in front of him was remarkable. There was no arrogance or pride in his eyes, though it was not because he lacked the arrogance of his race. Instead, it was inbred into his very being. The epitome of arrogance was not haughty and boisterous, it was pure indifference. As the dragon stepped forward towards the innkeeper, Eclipse, and Ventura, there was no reverence or awe in his bearing. There was only simple etiquette, not because of who they were, but because that is how he chose to act. It was strange. Lex was certain that Eclipse was stronger than the dragon. Actually, he knew she was stronger. But there was something about this dragon's bearing that Lex could not help but admire. Maybe he was just partial to the race because of his origins. Yet beside the golden dragon, in equal measure of prestige and presence, was a phantasm Leviathan, one of the former members of the sage race. "Lady Eclipse, it is my honor to meet you," said the Leviathan as it bowed its head not to a stronger being, but to one it respected with all its heart. "All my life I have heard hymns sung in your praise. Now I finally meet the benefactor of my race." Chapter 2047, Hunting Trophy. To his side stood Eclipse and Ventura, and in front of him stood the governor, Balaam, his wife, a golden dragon as well as a legendary phantasm Leviathan. If there was ever a setting in which one might feel inferior, it was this one. Yet Lex felt not a single ounce of inferiority for one very simple reason. Most of these big shots were paying him to be here. How could Lex feel inferior in a setting where others were paying him to allow them entry? So as the Leviathan greeted and praised Eclipse, Lex felt no pressure at all. Instead, he was quite curious about the hidden history between them. It seemed among the many other advantages in store for him. This tea party was going to be a good opportunity to meet some people. He was not bothered that the dragon or the Leviathan were more or less ignoring him. He was simply here as a host, not as someone who needed to be worshipped. As long as they enjoyed his event and paid for their attendance, he did not need direct acknowledgement. "No need to act so formal," Eclipse said, not really caring for the excessive praise. "Very few old friends have survived the ages. I am glad that at least the phantasm Leviathan race has managed to hold on. I'm actually surprised to see one of you out here. What's going on?" While they were speaking, the dragon couldn't help but look towards the innkeeper. Why could he sense a faint, distant connection with the innkeeper? He was sure that the dragon race had no significant interaction with him. "I have come to pursue a mystery," told the Leviathan. "The universal restriction on our race has somewhat eased, allowing for the birth of a new Leviathan. I was sent out to investigate what had changed to allow such a thing, and if it could be replicated." The Leviathan's words caused a murmur among the surrounding Dao Lords. The reason their race fell off the sage race was because despite being a race composed almost exclusively of Dao Lords, there was also a limit imposed upon the number of Leviathans that could be born by the universe itself. If there was something that could cause a change in that, a new universal power could return to the playing field. This news affected various powers differently. Just as everyone was considering the implications of what this could mean, the innkeeper spoke up. "Feel free to find me once the introductions are over," he said warmly. "I may be able to enlighten you." Including the guests that were already here as well as the ones brought by the governor, there were nearly 100 Dao Lords present at the tea party. So, when the innkeeper spoke so casually, nearly 100 Dao Lords snapped their necks towards the innkeeper, trying to pierce through his thoughts. This was incredibly valuable information, the likes of which could not be put a price on. The phantasm Leviathans could literally be made into the innkeeper's personal army if he so wished, as long as he leveraged that information correctly. He could literally become an overlord of the universe if so wished. So then, what were his intentions in calling the Leviathan for a private meeting? Were they going to come to a private agreement? Was he going to ask them to pay a price? Was he going to? "What's the point in being so secretive? If you know the answer, just tell him now and spare the suspense," said Eclipse. "It's not nice to keep people hanging." The innkeeper shrugged, as if he didn't mind at all. "If you don't mind, I can tell you now," he said, speaking to the Leviathan. "If you don't mind sharing the details with everyone, I was only being considerate of your privacy." No one gasped, but many felt like it. Was the innkeeper's relationship with the primordial queen really so close that he would oblige to her requests? Or did he simply not care about the power he could leverage with that information? Then again, considering that he was able to hold this party in her garden, he must be exceptionally close. Eclipse, on the other hand, just shook her head. This is why she didn't get along with most Dao Lords. They read too much and thought too deeply about everything, to the point where they overlooked basic simplicity and courtesy. The reason she had said that to the innkeeper was because she sensed that he was not so manipulative and conniving. His subsequent behavior demonstrated that he was only honoring the Leviathan's privacy. But the thing was, that wasn't really necessary. "Don't bother," Eclipse said. "With me here who would take advantage of the Leviathan, just get on with it. I'm a little curious as well." Once again, all the Dao Lords were overwhelmed. The queen was declaring her protection for the Leviathans, not that they needed it, honestly. It was still a bold declaration because it joined two absolute powerhouses into one camp. I mean, it's not such a big secret. I suppose you have already guessed as much. I saw someone use up a phantasm core. Now I can't say for certain, but I can guess that using up the core probably had something to do with it, the innkeeper answered simply. In truth, the core had been used by Lex himself to improve his system, but he wasn't about to disclose that. What if the Leviathans were sensitive about such things? But by claiming he saw someone using it but protecting their privacy, not only could he reveal the necessary information, he could paint himself as someone who protects others' privacy. As the innkeeper, he was such a saint. Sometimes Lex could not help but be impressed with himself. He was the epitome of gentlemanly behavior. A phantasm core? The Leviathan muttered, having somewhat confirmed his theory. If that was the case, there should be two more cores out there in the universe. If the cores could be used up or returned, then maybe they could have two more kids. Of course, while the Leviathan was thinking that, everyone else was thinking of how to spread this news in the quickest way possible. The value of those cores had just shot up. Anyone who could get them could control the phantasm Leviathan race. I know the location of at least one more core, Ventura suddenly said. You should give up on getting your hands on it. The owner is someone who greatly prizes his trophies. In Ventura's mind, he could not help but think of that fellow who lived in Gaia's graveyard. Yeah, there was no one who could get back one of his hunting trophies. Chapter 2048, Little Krusty. Just like that, without so much as a hint of hesitation, the innkeeper gave up the opportunity to wield an army of Dao lords. Many of the attending Dao lords began to look at the innkeeper in a new light. Not only had he allowed them all to attend this once in an age party, with an opportunity to interact with actual, literal legends which they could never otherwise meet, all for the low price of a single Dao material, he even freely gave up leverage that could have shaped the development of the universe without regard. Originally, when some of them heard they had to pay to attend his party, they started to view him as some kind of greedy businessman. Only now did they realize that he was not greedy, he was a saint. By making them pay to attend, he was saving them from the karma of intruding upon the queen's domain. By paying, they were guests of the innkeeper and were under his protection. He had gone out of his way to expand their horizon, provide them benefits, and he had done it all for such a small fee. Silently within their hearts, many of them began to view the innkeeper as Saint Innkeeper. Lord Innkeeper, could you perhaps inform me of who used the core, or how? The Leviathan asked once he recovered from the gravity of what he heard. Please, no need to call me Lord. I am but a humble innkeeper tending to my small inn, the innkeeper said, earning another odd look from Ventura. As for those details, please forgive me, but I must honor others' privacy. It should make no difference to you either way. Eclipse nodded as if agreeing. Yes, now you know, she said. Your mission is complete, so you should just enjoy your party before returning to report to your elders. Don't think about unnecessary things. Now move along, you're holding up the line. The two, upon receiving a clear dismissal, did not hold up the line much longer. They both presented their payments and moved on. Lex had to admit, although he had absolutely no way of gauging the value of the Dao materials he was getting, the payment made by the Leviathan and the dragon felt like they were top-notch. After them, the governor stayed as he kept introducing all his guests one by one. Even though Lex did not know these Dao lords by name or legend, their presence revealed their might, not to mention that all of them were at least an elder race. The last to be introduced was a primal, a member of the sage race. As it happened, he was not invited by the governor, but by the innkeeper, for he was a director from the Versailles Bank. On behalf of the Versailles Bank, as well as the primal race, I thank you, innkeeper, for inviting me on this occasion, the director said in a very professional manner. To show my appreciation as well as to pay for my attendance, please accept this gift from me. The primal handed the innkeeper a silver briefcase. It looked completely ordinary except that it had no number-lock dial on the front. Within the briefcase is sealed a frozen time-space stone, which I hope will be useful to you as you craft your seat of power, he finished strongly. Now, as the innkeeper, Lex actually had no idea what the case actually contained, or how it was supposed to help him craft a seat or whatever, but both Eclipse and Ventura seemed taken aback by the gift. It seemed like the director, or maybe the bank, had been very generous in their gift. For you, primordial queen, I fear my gift is somewhat lacking. Had I known that it was for you, I would have prepared something more fitting. As it is, I can only present you with this primeval petunia. Although he said the gift was lacking, his flower drew the closest reaction to an actual gasp from the guests that anyone had so far. Once again, Lex had no idea what it was, but assumed that it was an extremely generous gift. "You primals are really too filthy rich," Eclipse said, accepting the gift though she showed no special reaction to the actual gift itself. Instead of being offended, the primal chuckled. "On the contrary, my lady, this is from the bank, not from us primals," the director said. "Oh yeah, as if the primals don't own all the banks," Eclipse said while rolling her eyes. "But I don't mind you. At least you don't hoard your wealth, you put it to good use. So I'll do you a small favor. Since you were the last guest to arrive, then it's time for me to bring in my friends as well. You can stand next to us as I call them so you can be among the first to meet them." Eclipse rubbed her hands with excitement as she had clearly been waiting for this moment. She had brought in Ventura, but had purposefully waited to bring out her two friends. Clearly, she wanted to make a big show of their arrival. Honestly, even Lex was curious as to who Eclipse would consider her friends. In that case, let me introduce you to one of my oldest friends, and part-time gardener Krusty," Eclipse said, her voice resonating across the entire tavern before she clapped her hands together. Harriet, Eclipse's poodle assistant, suddenly opened a portal and allowed someone to walk through. As soon as Lex saw the figure that walked through the portal, he was stunned, and he was not the only one. After all, the one to walk into the garden, one of Eclipse's oldest friends, was a fully mature galactic sovereign turtle one that had clearly entered the Tao Lord realm. Although his body size appeared entirely normal, Lex had a feeling that the primordial garden itself was shrinking his size. After all, just the gravity radiating from his body made him seem like his original size was larger than the sun. "Hey, little Spidey, how have you been?" the galactic sovereign turtle asked, ignoring literally everyone else at the party. He could not care less about everyone else. Lex, meanwhile, suddenly felt slightly concerned. Even though he knew he was being hidden by Nua, he was now face to face with a sovereign who was a Tao Lord. Could he detect Lex's system? He wasn't sure at all. "I've been good, Krusty. I was having a little party in my garden and thought it might be a good opportunity to invite you as well. I bet you'll see a lot of familiar faces today." The primal standing next to Eclipse suddenly turned his gaze to the ground, not daring to look up at the sovereign. This privial had turned into something more than he could handle. Chapter 2049, The Tea They Were Waiting For. Lex was genuinely and completely taken aback by the sight of a mature galactic sovereign turtle. Back when he had encountered his very own turtle, it was the first time he encountered a sovereign, and so he didn't know how big a deal they were, though the subservience of his system was clear at a glance. Sometimes it felt like his own turtle was the real host of the system, and he was just some random substitute. Later, he learned more. He learned that sovereigns were greatly beloved by the universe to an unfair extent. The universe literally catered to their entire whims. Then, as he grew and experienced more, he learned that sovereigns were actually quite rare and weren't born randomly. The birth of each sovereign required special circumstances, though there was no one fixed formula for their birth. Circumstances that might birth a sovereign once might never do so again, so they could not be artificially created. He also learned that while sovereigns were considered peerless beings, there was an extent to it. Specifically speaking, Tao Lords could ignore the influence of sovereigns, and in fact, many Tao Lords sought to hunt them down for various reasons, including but not limited to resource harvesting, taming, manipulating, and so on. That was yet another reason why sovereigns were so rare. If a Tao Lord ever learned of the existence of one, they would surely be hunted down or captured. In a way, their attraction to Tao Lords only served to emphasize how powerful and impressive they really were. Having said all that, Lex had learned that, much like Nemo, most sovereigns were unique beings, except in very rare cases. What might those cases be, someone might wonder? Well, an entire race, wherein every member born was a sovereign, was one good example. The galactic sovereign turtles were a well-known race of sovereigns, and not just that. They were known to be particularly powerful even among sovereigns. That much even Lex had managed to learn. In fact, in the Origin realm alone, there were rumors of a grown galactic sovereign turtle that ate black holes. Lex did not know how old, or even accurate that rumor was, but it definitely existed. The system had even confirmed it once. That said, after his shock, Lex was filled with curiosity as he watched Krusty make its way towards Eclipse. For some reason, he gave off an aura very similar to his own turtle, except he gave off grandpa vibes, if such a thing made sense. The innkeeper looked left and right. While Krusty seemed entirely harmless and even quite friendly to the innkeeper, almost every other guest inside the tea party had suddenly grown very still, not daring to make eye contact with him. The only exceptions were Eclipse, the innkeeper, Ventura, Harriet the poodle, Wu Kong, and Bridget. Literally everyone else was looking away, including the Leviathan and Dragon. Lex was really curious about why none of the Tao Lords were looking at him, but could not ask. That would reveal his ignorance about the situation. Fortunately, there was a new Tao Lord there to conveniently ask the questions Lex could not, almost as if her presence was specifically there to serve as a tool for exposition. "Balam, dear, why is everyone looking so nervous?" Bridget asked Balam in a whisper. Of course, in this party, everyone could hear the whisper, so it wasn't really a secret. "That's a sovereign Tao Lord," Balam explained awkwardly. "He can immediately detect if anyone has ever hunted or tried to hunt another sovereign. Logically speaking, sovereigns should not be able to enter the Tao realm because it is infinitely harder for them compared to others. If they manage to do it, and then manage to survive the Tao tribulation. Well, I won't say they are any stronger than other Tao Lords. They are, however, uniquely gifted in destroying Taos, though. No one wants to provoke such an enemy. Even if they survive the encounter, a damaged Tao may never be able to be repaired." Understanding dawned on Bridget as she looked at almost everyone looking away awkwardly. Why did she get a feeling that the Primordial Queen had specifically invited such a guest just to create some trouble? Yes, I see some familiar faces," Krusty said joyously as he hobbled up to Eclipse. "I think I even saw a dragon who tried to add me to his collection back in the day. Oh, how time passes. But more than that, I am curious about this new friend of yours. He smells wonderful." Eclipse was surprised, and so were a lot of others as they heard Krusty's words, and then looked towards the Innkeeper. "I have a special cologne, but I'm not wearing it today," said the Innkeeper amusedly as he explained to everyone, giving him an odd look. The Velaris Dominion was a reward he got from his system for winning the dance competition, but he had avoided wearing it for now. Who knew even his natural scent was so appealing? Why did his own turtle never compliment him that way? "He's referring to your universal affinity," Eclipse said, though she had a feeling the Innkeeper already knew that. Was that supposed to be a joke? Did she ruin it by explaining it? Yes, I can smell it," said Krusty as he ignored everyone and walked right up to the Innkeeper. "I can smell some lost time on you too. How wonderful. No, wait, I can even smell some friends on you." The Innkeeper looked at Krusty, and then sniffed his suit to make sure he smelled fine. His antics caused Eclipse to burst into laughter, ignoring the literally dozens of Tao Lords around them who didn't know how to behave. Bridget could not help but notice how easily the Innkeeper could make Eclipse laugh, and then glanced towards Balam. "I think you should start preparing for the baby shower," she whispered as a hint. Most who heard her assumed that she might be carrying Balam's child. Only Balam and Hurin knew what she was actually referring to. While to Bridget this was just some interesting, to the two of them this could change the dynamics of the whole universe. "But I'm not ready to be a godfather," Hurin complained, creating even more confusion among the other guests. Since when were Hurin and Balam so close? Were the Henali and Devils secretly creating an alliance? That was, literally, the kind of tea they were hoping to get at this party. Chapter 2050, The Nullith Race. "Please stop smelling me, Krusty," the Innkeeper said with a warm chuckle. "You can feel free to ask me if you're curious about something. By friends, if you mean sovereigns, then yes, I do have a couple of them in my employ." Someone somewhere dropped a mug of lemonade, but after so many back-to-back shocks, Lex could no longer keep track of what was surprising who. He was more concerned about something much more serious. After mentally sending out the orders, the waiters who had so far only been serving lemonade brought out the finger food. Ranging from small hot dogs on a toothpick to dynamite shrimp and orange slices, the menu was really something. There were no other adjectives that could describe what the menu was. It was something. Somewhere out in the universe, a race of sentient lemons were laughing in madness at their sudden rise upon the cosmic ascendant spectrum. The reign of the lemons would soon overshadow all citrus. Of course, Lex knew nothing about that. "What wonderful news. It is not often I encounter friends so easily. I would like to go pay them a visit," said Krusty eagerly. Yes, after the party," said Eclipse. "Now it's time for me to bring out my second friend, unless, Ventura, you want to call out whoever you invited first." Ventura raised his hands, as if he did not mind at all being left out of the conversation for so long. No, please, you first," Ventura said like a perfect gentleman. "I would not want to take this moment from you." Eclipse narrowed her eyes as she looked at Ventura suspiciously, but then shrugged. It was not every day that she could freak out random Tao Lords like this. Krusty was actually not specifically well known in the universe. These turtles, all they cared about was gardening, which is why she became friends with him in the first place. Even so, his presence had really added some flavor to this party. Her second guest, though, She glanced at Harriet, who opened yet another portal. This time, all the Tao Lords took a step back and mentally prepared themselves for who or what might emerge, yet their precautions immediately felt inadequate when they saw who emerged. The primordial garden was pretty good at maintaining an abnormal sense of normalcy, even in the presence of Tao Lords. But when Eclipse's friend stepped out of the portal, the temperature seemed to drop drastically, so much so that a gentle frost covered the primordial grass. The light of the shining stars above dimmed, and everyone held their breath. What emerged was not some grotesque monstrosity. In fact, as Lex looked at the latest guest, he could not help but feel attracted to her. Her appearance was entirely humanoid, though her long, elegant legs seemed to be made of a deep blue crystal. A long, flowing dress of a lighter shade of blue seemed to shimmer with every step she took, complementing her curvaceous body. She walked with a certain attitude that revealed that she was well aware of her beauty, and there was a mystery in her eyes that one could get lost in. While her dress was elegant, it was also modest, covering up much of her skin, leaving much to the imagination. Her hair seemed to be made of fire, which seemed oddly apt considering the emotions the sight of her seemed to evoke. A second later, Lex realized that he was the only one feeling like that. This time, besides Eclipse and Ventura, everyone seemed incredibly intimidated by her presence. "Nully, so good you could make it," Eclipse said with a wink as she ran out and hugged the newest guest. Ventura, on the other hand, only shook his head. "The primordial Nullith, she really overdid herself this time. Innkeeper, I fear your tea party may come to a premature end," Ventura said, sounding both amused and reluctant. Lex wished he knew what those words meant, but he had no idea what, or rather who, was the primordial Nullith. If only there was someone around to conveniently ask the question, he could not. As expected, Balloon's explanation followed soon after, filled with incredible fear and reverence. "The Nullith are the first sage race," Balam told Bridget, though his voice could be heard by everyone just in case there was someone who was unaware and might accidentally do something stupid. "Despite their high position, they are hardly ever seen in the universe. That's because they have the highest affinity for time known in existence. It is said that rather than experiencing time like everyone else, they directly step into the future whenever they wish. Of course, it is only the future they step into, but that alone is enough to make them invincible. It is said that in every battle they've ever fought, they simply step into the future when their opponent is weakened for whatever reason and kill them directly. The primordial Nullith is the first Nullith ever born in the universe. She is still alive today, all the way from the dawn of this universe itself." Balloon's explanation was naturally sufficient for anyone who could read between the lines. A race naturally adept at controlling time, the undisputed first race in the universe, a mysterious race that no one knew many details about. That was the Nullith race, both revered and feared by all. "Of course I made it," Nully responded with a laugh as she hugged Eclipse back. "How could I say no to your invitation? How long has it been since we last met? I don't even know. More importantly, who is that hunk who smells so good? He smells like 1,000,000,000 years." Once again, the innkeeper was left standing there, unsure of how to respond as Nully stared directly into his eyes and winked at him. She assumed that, like everyone else, he would become flustered. The excitement in her voice was more than enough to drive anyone crazy. Instead, the innkeeper looked from her to Eclipse. "Are all your friends going to sniff me? Is that a mutual hobby? That's a bit of gossip I would have never expected to hear," the innkeeper said jokingly. Nully was shocked. She wasn't taken aback by the fact that she was directly ignored, or that her target wasn't flustered at all. Instead, she was shocked that someone dared to tease Eclipse. Had she somehow stepped into an alternate timeline where Eclipse hadn't forcefully married 7 times? No, wait, alternate timelines didn't exist, so what was going on? That was the same question everyone else was thinking too. Was the innkeeper openly flirting with the primordial queen? Of course, Lex himself wasn't thinking that. Instead, he was freaking out. He was supposed to be under Nuwa's protection, so how could this lady smell the time that had been hidden in his forehead seal? No, wait, was she smelling the time that had already escaped, or did he have more in there? Even he himself did not know, so how could she tell? Chapter 2051, Too Late to Leave the Party. "The first sage race?" Bridget asked, her brows furrowing. "I thought the primals were the first sage race. How come there is another one?" This time, Balam did not rush to answer, and instead turned to look towards the primal among them. He was a director of the Versailles Bank, and clearly not someone to provoke. It would be unwise to say anything offensive, so he was planning to switch to communicating with spirit sense. The primal, however, took this opportunity to distance himself from Eclipse and the others, and approached Bridget. "It's nothing too serious," the director said. "It's a bit of a misunderstanding that has blown up into a whole conspiracy. You see, the primals are the only ones who get to visit the ruins of Ascension, so they're naturally the ones who keep watch over the Ascension monument. As you may already know, there are many primals charged with observing the changes on the list, and then disseminating the information. But therein begins the problem. Although the monument records the cosmic ascension spectrum, the monument itself is not the list. The monument is simply a powerful tool created by our forebears to resonate with the universe and show the list as the universe judges it. That then begins the first point of contention. Many claim that the monument isn't accurate or isn't accurate enough. The issue is then further progressed because the list is constantly in flux, with races moving up and down all the time. While it's true that the changes are more common among weaker races than stronger ones, that fact in itself creates some issues. You see, the primals don't directly publish any lists. Instead, they sell the updated information to various organizations which they then publish. But because of the differences in when the lists are published, and when the lists are sold, there are various versions of the list available. Some people have taken to saying that the primals have taken to artificially dictating the places of the races to suit their needs rather than faithfully reporting it. Though the primal was speaking about a conspiracy theory against his own race, he maintained a congenial tone and attitude the entire time, as if he didn't care. "Everyone is free to believe what they wish. It makes no difference to us. Yet this conspiracy is the origin of the doubts about the actual rankings. Compared to the primal race, which is very active in the universe, and has a wide presence, the mysterious and elusive Nullith race seems more fitting for first place according to some people's perception. Well, I can't deny that their control over time makes them very dangerous. Maybe that's why everyone seems to think that we falsely lowered their position and elevated ours." Understanding dawned on Bridget as she observed the legendary being called Nully. It wasn't a straightforward matter, and there was no clear way of determining who was truly above or below when the difference was so little. "Regardless of the place, I must admit, this tea party has turned out to be far more dangerous than I ever imagined it could be," the primal continued. "Ordinarily, it is incredibly difficult for a Tao Lord to encounter something that can damage their Tao even if they try, yet this party is teeming with such threats. Starting from Sun Wukong, who is supposedly able to steal Taos, to the Primordial Queen and Ventura, onto a Tao Lord Sovereign, and a formidable one at that, with a legendary Nullith making an appearance as well. It seems the company that the Innkeeper keeps is extremely exclusive, and especially prominent." Balam chuckled, as if he found that statement amusing. "The Innkeeper keeps the company of mortals and immortals, and whoever else visits his inn," Balam explained, since the primal seemed not to be familiar with him. "This is more like collecting those of a similar status, though normally the Innkeeper does not usually care about such things." The primal seemed to have anticipated such a response. "My horizons have been broadened. I thought that as a primal I would be immune to the influence of prestigious company. As it turns out, I'd never truly experienced it before, which is why I never realized. To think, all of this excitement and the tea party hasn't even started yet. We've just witnessed the arrival of all the guests." Bridget turned her head slightly, looking at the primal. "It seems to me like there should be one more guest arriving," she said, and then pointed towards Ventura, who was watching everything with a pleasant smile. He was incredibly glad that Eclipse was enjoying herself, shocking others with her guests, because now it would be his turn to shock her. Unaware of Ventura's thoughts, Eclipse brought Nullu to introduce her to the Innkeeper. "Nully, this is the Innkeeper. He's quite an interesting fellow, trying to copy the laws of my garden for a corner of his own realm. I thought it might not be so bad to meet him, and I'm not wrong so far." Nully needed no convincing of the Innkeeper's worth, for she was looking at him as if she couldn't control herself. It was almost as if she wanted to leap up towards him and grab a hold. "It's a pleasure to meet you," the Innkeeper said. "I hope you did not mind my joking remark." Nully laughed provocatively, revealing her long, deep blue neck as she did. "Oh, I'm quite open-minded. If you want, we can head to a corner and you can crack a few more jokes while I try to do the same. We can see who comes out on top." She winked at him, as if hinting at the hidden message in her words, yet the Innkeeper seemed entirely unbothered. "Why go to a corner? I'm fine right here," he responded with a warm smile. Though there was no added wink from him, all the Tao Lords felt like he was challenging her. No matter what happened after this, one thing was certain. No one would accuse the Innkeeper of having no guts. "Since you're done with your guests now," interrupted Ventura, not allowing the conversation to continue lest it become something too enticing, attracting all the attention. "I think it's my turn now. Allow me to bring in my guest as well. I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Ventura raised his hands and clapped, creating a portal right beside him. All eyes turned towards the portal, waiting in anticipation. They were not disappointed. The guest who emerged from the portal was not some world-ending danger or calamity, breaking the theme Eclipse had set. He was, however, someone with extreme fame to the point where almost everyone recognized him, and then drew cold breaths. Was it too late to leave the party? Chapter 2052, The Legendary Ex-Husband. The innkeeper studied the new guest with curiosity, though Lex was actually quite stunned. Never in his life did he think that he would look at a bear and think that it was handsome, and yet that is what was happening. In front of Lex, out of Ventura's portal, walked out a bear upright on his 2 feet. Though his hair, made out of some black, rock-like material, was wild, it also looked incredibly well-groomed. Its claws looked sharp and deadly, and yet also looked oddly presentable. There was a fierce, savage aura around his body that made him both incredibly intimidating and oddly appealing. Oh, there was also the halo of red, endless bloodlust over his head, and wings made out of some celestial material that Lex did not recognize. More importantly, no matter how he looked at him, Lex could feel that this particular bear had an unbearably powerful, charismatic air about him. Looking at him, it was impossible to not appreciate his rugged and untamed character, while acknowledging that there was a hint of sophistication hidden within that overwhelming persona. "Oh, dear Lord," the primal uttered, looking at this new guest with a troubled expression. "It's the Voidmaw Grizzly King." The innkeeper immediately noticed that many of the female guests were looking at the bear with odd expressions. In comparison, Eclipse was looking at him with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "This, Ventura, is why you remain firmly on my list of enemies," Eclipse said in an odd display of retreat that Lex had never seen before. What kind of entity could cause the universe's most powerful Tao Lord to retreat? Only one kind came to Lex's mind. The legendary ex-husband. My, I never thought I'd smell that sweet, primordial honey ever again," the Voidmaw Grizzly said in a deep, rumbling voice. Lex had to admit it wasn't just his appearance, but even his voice that was impressive. Bridget did not ask any question, but she shot Balaam a questioning look. When the devil sighed and shook his head, she then turned to the primordial. "The Voidmaw Grizzly King," the primal spoke in a low, awkward voice, "is most famously known as the Primordial Queen's 5th husband. More specifically, he is not known for being her husband as much as he is known for honey-trapping her with his overpowering charisma and charm. Their marriage was the shortest, and most filled with drama of all of the Queen's marriages. It is said that even his Tao has something to do with attraction." The grizzly clearly heard the primal, but instead of being offended, he nodded towards the primal, as if accepting a compliment. "Oh dear Eclipse, how good it is to see you again," he said, walking up to her. "Now if only you would feed me honey like you." Before the grizzly could complete his words, the upper portion of his body disappeared, as if it ceased to exist. Lex did not even see what happened, nor did he detect anything. Just to be sure, he looked towards Eclipse to make sure she wasn't on the verge of losing it, but surprisingly, she looked quite embarrassed and helpless. "I was also young once," she said defensively when she saw the innkeeper looking at her. "It is totally understandable for a lady to make some mistakes in the heat of passion." The grizzly, meanwhile, regrew the upper portion of his body and only chuckled instead of feeling offended by her reaction. "You always did pack quite the punch," Voidmaw said in a reminiscing tone. "It was almost as sweet as your—" This time, the grizzly's entire body disappeared, leaving only his feet on the ground. "Ventura, I will have my revenge for this," Eclipse glared at him, but that only caused Nully to laugh out loud. She leaned over and whispered something in Eclipse's ear which seemed to both horrify and somewhat tempt her. "Why, I have no idea what you mean," said Ventura with a laugh, enjoying watching the legendary primordial queen get flustered. "I merely invited a guest over, just like everyone else." Voidmaw was slowly regrowing his body, but even so he did not stop walking. This time, however, he was smart enough to not continue teasing Eclipse. Instead, he looked at the innkeeper challengingly. "So you're the bloke hosting this party. Do you really think something weak like that will impress a lady? If you want some tips, though, you can always reach out to me." A sudden hush fell across the tavern as all the Tao Lords froze. Was Voidmaw acknowledging that the innkeeper was pursuing someone? Was that the primordial queen or Nully? Compared to the queen, his flirting with Nully seemed a lot more provocative and blatant. Or could it be he was pursuing both? The innkeeper laughed, as if he had heard an amusing joke. Internally, though, Lex quickly analyzed the situation. He could not allow the innkeeper's reputation to fall, but also had no way of directly retaliating. In that case, there was nothing to do except diverting attention and making someone else the scapegoat. "I much appreciate the offer, thank you," the innkeeper said warmly, as if he wasn't bothered by the grizzly's words at all. "While I do not currently need any advice on pursuing women, if you ever happen to need some advice on how to avoid getting robbed blind by Wukong without realizing it, you can reach out to me." The innkeeper's words caused an even deeper silence to fall upon the tavern as everyone looked from the innkeeper towards Voidmaw. Voidmaw, in turn, realizing that something might be amiss, suddenly blared his aura. The sudden eruption of his aura seemed to have undone some kind of concealment, revealing Wukong, standing right behind him with his hands inside Voidmaw's body. Wukong looked incredibly awkward and then looked reluctantly towards the innkeeper. He wasn't the one challenging the innkeeper, so why was the innkeeper throwing him under the bus? Just because he was robbing the innkeeper's guests. Well, okay, that was an acceptable reason, but still, the timing could have been less provocative. Chapter 2053, Damaged Reputation. The dead silence weighed heavily on Wukong under the gaze of so many Dao lords, though Lex felt great about it. Wukong was one of his most reliable assets, in a way. Although he did not technically work for the innkeeper, he was helpful enough. More importantly, Lex could always rely on him to stay true to his nature. He did not need to see through his illusions, or discern his intentions, or predict his actions. He could just bet that at any given time, Wukong was up to no good. The others underestimated him because they relied too much on their senses. They could not sense Wukong doing anything wrong, so they assumed it was so. Lex did not have such a handicap, because he just accepted that there was no way the mischievous monkey would miss any opportunity to gain some advantage. For example, the situation with Voidmaw. Compared to the past few guests, he lacked a certain lethality despite having an impressive reputation. Was that not the perfect target? As far as Lex could tell, it was. The most beautiful thing about the situation was that if Wukong was caught in the act, the prestige of detecting him would go to the innkeeper. But if he wasn't caught by now, his reputation was so soiled that everyone would just believe that only the innkeeper had been able to detect his actions, even if Wukong never actually did anything. He was the perfect scapegoat. Wukong coughed awkwardly and pulled out his hand, still holding onto a kidney. Without any shame or reluctance, Wukong put that away and looked Voidmaw directly in the eyes. "Your recovery ability is very impressive. I was just testing it out for you, no need to thank me," he said with a nod and was about to leave, but saw the innkeeper looking at him with a warm smile. There were no words, no hidden message in his eyes, yet Wukong suddenly got chills. "You know what, on second thought, you can have this back," Wukong said, handing Voidmaw back his kidney, 3 ribs, 1 bag of blood, and a spatial ring. Yet the more he did this, the more furious Voidmaw became, and the more amused Eclipse became, finally recovering from her flustered state. "Wu, you should be pleased I am not charging you extra for each of your clones," said the innkeeper warmly, as if addressing an old friend. "Please refrain from targeting any of my guests during the party lest I feel that you need supervision." Lex had no idea if Wukong had clones or not, but at this point the truth did not matter. Wukong would not reject him, and the others would naturally believe him. "Hey, my semi-sentient vest is missing," said one of the guests. "Wait a minute, I'm bald. Where did my hair go?" exclaimed another guest. "I lost my watch." "Hey, my socks are gone." "I lost my will to live." "You left that at home." "Oh." As Lex heard the guests suddenly complaining, he gave Wukong an odd look. Treasures he could understand, but why did he want, or need, another man's socks? Eclipse, on the other hand, found the whole situation amusing. In truth, she too had not detected the monkey's shenanigans due to her sealed senses, which is why she was surprised by the turn of events, and found them enjoyable. Ventura, too, did not mind too much. After all, the party had just begun, and there were plenty of opportunities to get back at Eclipse. More importantly, it was essential to ensure his pranks didn't go too far. Thus, the diversion was welcome. While Voidmaw managed to show some restraint despite the attention, merely glaring at Wukong, the others were not so amicable. After all, Dao lords were worshipped wherever they went, and many of them became used to being honored and revered. When was the last time they had faced such humiliation? "Is this your idea of a joke, Innkeeper?" exclaimed one of the guests angrily. "Are you toying with us? You brought us here, made us pay, and for what? So that you could sit back and watch someone rob us." Despite facing an angry Dao Lord, the Innkeeper looked completely at ease, though internally that's not how Lex was feeling. While the inn could neutralize passive aura, it could not defend him from actual Dao Lords in any capacity. If they so much as decided to nudge him, he was screwed. He needed to defuse the situation, and he needed to do it without lowering the Innkeeper's reputation. "Of course not," the Innkeeper answered. "My sincerest apologies. The purpose of this tea party was to provide my guests with a private venue in which they may converse. Wukong, please return all the guests' belongings to them immediately. If you continue to disrupt the tea party, I will have to withdraw your invitation." The accusing Dao Lord clicked his teeth in irritation. "Do you think such a thing is sufficient compensation?" he asked angrily. Many others nodded in agreement, clearly eyeing Wukong and the Innkeeper provocatively. "To me, it seems like it's barely a slap on the wrist. Maybe he had your permission to act like this all along." As soon as he said those words, Wukong's awkward smile and goofy attitude suddenly faded. The matter was getting serious now, something he wanted to avoid, which was precisely the reason he only stole random, valueless things. The issue was not the dozen or so Dao Lords challenging him. They were nothing but pleb to him. The issue was that because of Wukong's actions, the Innkeeper's reputation was being put into question. Now that was something he could not afford at all. Everything was fun and games as long as the Innkeeper treated it like nothing. But if he decided that this was a serious matter, Wukong would not be able to bear the consequences easily. Just as he was about to act to attempt to remedy the situation, the Innkeeper spoke once again. Chapter 2054. I resent that I paid in full. While Lex could not see through the endless strategies that Dao Lords may employ, he could see through some surface-level ploys, at least by Dao Lord standards. For him, as the host, in such an incredible setting and company, to be so blatantly challenged by some random guests was actually not so random. Maybe they were genuinely upset about Wukong's actions, but this was also clearly a probe. All Lex could say was that either these Dao Lords were way smarter than him, or way too dumb. Why would they challenge him when he could so easily bring them to such an incredible place, while also hosting some entirely out-of-reach characters in the same party? Either they saw through his real strength and wanted to reveal it, or they were too dumb to come to the conclusion that anyone who could do such a thing would clearly have to have sufficient power. Another option could also be that they just wanted to show off. There was a handsome grizzly who could attract the female guests, an enchanting blue lady who could make even Lex's heart stir, not to mention countless other impressive guests. Being in the presence of such illustrious company may entice anyone to show off a little to attract some attention. But why would they choose to pick a fight with the one guy trying to make sure no fight erupts? The answer was because they were stupid, that's why. "Dear guests, it seems like there has been some kind of misunderstanding," the Innkeeper said warmly, his smile never fading, the light in his eyes never dimming. "I am here as your host. My purpose here is to ensure you all have a pleasant experience, which is exactly why I stepped in to stop what I can only assume is a harmless prank. What I am not here to do is hold your hand and make sure that the mildest occurrence won't offend you. Dear guest, this is a party with many other guests here as well. While I am here to make sure that the basic rules of etiquette are followed, I have no salve for those who suffer when no harm has been done. If you cannot abide by the presence or actions of others, or perhaps if you find my hospitality lacking, then I can only apologize to you, as well as inform you that you are free to leave whenever you wish. Or maybe, if you wish to take certain matters into your own hands and seek compensation, then feel free to do so. Just know that as I stepped in to stop Wukong from wrongdoing, I will be forced to step in if any rules are broken. And if, through some unfortunate actions, I am not able to save you from the consequences of your own actions, and you end up damaging the garden in any way, shape, or form, then I should have you know that the condition to arrange this party was that Eclipse can kill whoever harms her garden. You may test the veracity of my statements yourself if you find my words questionable." Throughout, the Innkeeper never dropped his smile and kept talking as if he was utterly concerned for his guests' well-being. However, the message was clear. If anyone wants to pick a fight, they need to do so at their own risk. Also, some people really needed to learn how to take a joke. Silence followed the Innkeeper's words, as everyone waited to see if anyone would continue to challenge the Innkeeper. A challenge need not be a fight, it could be many things. The only question was if anyone would truly have the guts to do it, and if so, how would the Innkeeper react? Nully kept giving the Innkeeper provocative looks, as if she was incredibly thrilled by his words and could not get enough of his diplomatic firmness. Krusty was ignoring the lot of them, staring instead at the flowers Eclipse had collected. Eclipse was waiting for someone to start a fight, and Ventura was studying Voidmaw's ribs which he had taken from Voidmaw. It seemed that none of them actually took the probe or threat seriously at all, and instead were treating this like a game, and the other Tao lords like children. "Wait a minute," Bridget suddenly said, ignoring the confrontation. "The innkeeper said you're not charging Wukong for his other clones, right? But I just searched this entire tavern. Besides the workers and us, there are no extra people. Does that mean one of us is actually Wukong's clone in disguise?" Although she addressed the question to Balam, the question itself ushered in a new bout of silence as the entire group stared towards Wukong, who now had a deadpan expression. He was struggling internally. The issue was not the innkeeper. Although the innkeeper had thrown Wukong under the bus, he had also defended him, so he was not worried about offending him. No, he was worried about the curious looks the primordial queen was giving him. Damn it, his plan was to lay low so that she didn't notice him when he slipped into the garden. Now it felt like he was under extra supervision. He gave that one Tao Lord who complained a hateful look. This was far from over. After that, two other guests who were attending the party, who had accompanied the governor, and had long-standing relationships and influence going back thousands of years, suddenly morphed into Wukong. "I resent that statement. I paid for the attendance of all my clones," Wukong said. It was another matter entirely that he had tried to spread countless hairs across the tavern without transforming them into clones, but they kept getting cleaned up. Damn that innkeeper and his impeccable cleanliness. The governor, who was up until now focused entirely on the dynamic between the innkeeper and Eclipse, suddenly had a change of expression. What the hell? Even he had been fooled by the monkey. How many organizations had he infiltrated with his clones? All of them. Chapter 2055, Disperse. Lex resisted the urge to facepalm. It was a good thing he had incredible practice controlling himself, or he might have really done something to expose himself at that moment. "Wait, how long have you had this identity?" one of the Tao Lords asked. "Surely you must have intercepted the real, intended target right before this meeting to replace them. There's no way you could have replaced someone for so long without anyone noticing." Wukong looked at the one speaking and chuckled. He knew why this particular guy was giving him a way out. Some centuries ago, he had revealed a few embarrassing details to him, and did not want to believe that he had revealed them to Wukong. Ah, delusion, it is the best medicine right up until death. "Naturally," Wukong answered. "I was worried that someone would object to my presence, so I made contingencies. Look, I haven't stolen anything valuable and have returned everything. How about we end this witch hunt and move on?" While Wukong was trying to resolve the situation, Lex had a feeling it would no longer be so simple. It seemed that some Tao Lords had been thoroughly offended and they would hold on to this grudge. The worst part was, Wukong was the one stealing, but the grudge was against him. How was that fair? Well, fairness hardly mattered anymore. Although Lex had not wanted to do this just yet, he mentally submitted the slug slime material to his pay-to-play feature, beginning to charge the butter knife. He wasn't sure if one material would be enough to charge it, so he was ready to submit more. Although a demi-Tao Lord level attack would not be enough to keep him safe in this crowd, he had to take every measure he could to protect himself. "Dear guests, now that everyone is here and has presented their flowers, then you are free to roam and chat among friends as you wish," said the innkeeper, diverting the flow of the conversation. "Since the purpose of this party was to provide a safe space to conduct your meetings, you can rest assured that complete privacy will be given to anyone who rents a room. If you feel like you need to take extra precautions, you can rent the Chamber of Secrets to have your meetings. Of course, it will only be private from those outside the room, not within it. As such, I strongly recommend that you take care." Yes, now that all the guests were here, there was no point in congregating everyone in place. Instead, it would be better if they broke off into whatever parties they wanted and held their meetings. That way, the pressure on him to maintain the peace would drop drastically. "I would also like to let everyone know that the duration of the tea party is fixed to 240 hours, and that it started from the moment the keys became active," the innkeeper said, finishing up. Upon hearing his words, and realizing that there was nothing else planned, many of the guests were disappointed. Most, though, simply breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed. Considering the guests around him, if the innkeeper still had other plans, it would be difficult for them to avoid getting involved. That sounded both like a blessing and a curse. Despite its simple wooden appearance, Lex had made sure to add all the available features of the inn to the tavern, such as the Chamber of Secrets, meditation room, training room, and so on. The governor, before leaving, approached the innkeeper. "Thank you, innkeeper, for arranging this," he said sincerely despite the great fear in his heart. "This is beyond anything I had imagined. The chances of our meeting being spied upon with the protection of the primordial queen's realm are next to none. Not only is this an excellent chance to network, but we can make thorough preparations in case the war is diverted our way." The innkeeper nodded. "It is my pleasure to be able to host you and your guests at my humble tavern. I hope you will be able to get everything you need out of this party, for it is unlikely I will be able to host another one like this any time soon," he said, with a hint of reluctance in his voice, as if he regretted not being able to continue hosting them. "It is more than enough," the governor responded, aware that such things could not be casually wished for. Technically speaking, if he wanted total security, he could have had this meeting inside the main realm controlled by the Henali, but even that was not equivalent to what the innkeeper had achieved. This was like having the ruler of their race oversee the meeting personally, but such a thing was not difficult. It was impossible. No matter what his identity was, he could not request the supreme ruler of their race to bring in a bunch of random Dao lords to his residence. "Although it is not my place to interfere in your matters, if you wish, I can include the Midnight Inn within any defense pacts I create," the governor said, finally saying the real thing he wanted to mention. This was a massive opportunity for Lex, and it was also a huge trap. If he was really as powerful as he appeared, then he did not need protection. If he was slightly less powerful than he seemed, he would need protection, but joining the pact might reveal such a thing. If he was drastically weaker than he appeared to be, then joining the pact may be the same as a death sentence. The pact would probably require him to also offer aid to others if they were in trouble, which would be equal to putting himself in harm's way. Of course, the whole point of the pact was to act as deterrence, but there were too many negatives and risks for Lex to join, despite the perceived security it offered. "A very generous offer," the innkeeper said. "However, I think it may not be appropriate." The governor nodded, as if he already expected as much. "In that case, at least allow me to repay you properly. Before the party concludes, I will have a private gathering of select individuals to share something. That will definitely interest you. Please, I would be honored if you attend that gathering as well. Do not worry, joining the meeting does not bind you to any agreement, nor are you required to participate in anything." The innkeeper looked at the governor curiously and then nodded. That seemed fine. Chapter 2056. No, wait, he didn't care. The governor seemed pleased by the innkeeper's acceptance, and then excused himself to go convene with the guests that he had brought. As soon as he left, the innkeeper was approached by Balaam, Bridget, and the Primal, who all seemed to be getting along together. "Innkeeper, you have been holding out on me," Balaam said with a familiar smile. "Here I thought you were a bit of a recluse, who knew that your inner circle turned out to be legends from my childhood." The innkeeper laughed softly, revealing a less formal, more familiar side as well. "It's nothing of the sort. I was merely aiming to test out what it was like to have multiple Dao Lord guests. This event will enable me to cater to such a situation much better when the Midnight Inn fully opens." Yes, Lex was going with the excuse that the Midnight Inn was currently in the middle of a soft launch. It was not like he could pretend that the inn had existed for a long time anymore. In that case, he would make it so that everything the inn currently had was a work in progress. That way, if anyone found any shortcomings, he would have an excuse, and if anyone was impressed, his achievement would seem even greater knowing that he planned on improving things. "You are such a gracious host, but you must give us an opportunity to host you as well," said Bridget with a large smile. "Balaam and I are planning an official wedding for us. The ongoing wars don't make for a great backdrop for a wedding, so as soon as this is over we intend to have a great celebration. You must come as well. Oh, and naturally you are most welcome to bring a partner as well." The innkeeper seemed incredibly flattered by the invitation. "It seems congratulations are in order. This is excellent news. Unfortunately, Bridget, for various reasons, I am unable to leave the territory of the inn, so it will be difficult for me to attend," the innkeeper said with great reluctance. "Oh, nonsense. Please bring your tavern as well, we won't mind," Bridget said, not accepting a refusal. "Oh, and don't forget the +1 for the invitation." Balaam rolled his eyes, while the innkeeper merely chuckled. "In that case, I look forward to attending your celebration," the innkeeper said. "I know just who to bring to the event, too. She is greatly fond of weddings." Internally, Lex was thinking of Velma, but everyone who heard him immediately thought that he was referring to Eclipse. If that wasn't an outright declaration of their relationship, then nothing was. "I must say, Innkeeper, that I have long heard of you, but all stories fall short of the real thing," said the Primal. "This is, by far, one of the best parties I have ever been to. You really know how to make an event exciting." The Innkeeper nodded humbly. "Thank you for your compliments, though I only played a small role in making this happen. The real thanks should go to Eclipse for allowing me to host here," he said. The mention of her name made the group turn their attention towards her. Eclipse, Harriet, Nully, and Krusty were chatting among themselves while Ventura and Voidmaw had headed off somewhere else. It seemed that everyone was mingling. "Even so, your part in this cannot be underestimated. Please, if you ever want to partner up with Versali's bank, especially in the development of your seat of power, you must reach out to me. It will be a great honor for me to participate in such an endeavor, and I will ensure that the bank gives you the best terms," the Primal said, clearly displaying his worth for the Innkeeper. "I may just do that," responded the Innkeeper as he thought of all the expensive options inside his system for realm development. Although he was certain that, with enough time, he could afford those on his own, if he ever needed to rush, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get a bank loan. Wasn't it very common to get a bank loan when developing one's first realm? Not everyone could inherit a fully developed realm, and buying a developed one in the market that day and age. Impossible financing was the only option. Heck, even the Henali worked with the bank to develop the origin realm. "Are you planning on participating in any of the ongoing meetings?" Balam asked, diverting the conversation from pleasantries and networking. The war was all anyone was talking about these days, and for good reason. Even though everyone is hoping the momentum will subside, signs indicate that the wars will only grow worse as time goes on. Too many forces have had too much time to prepare for war, and now their hands are getting itchy. The Primal shook his head. "I don't think it's that simple. Everyone is speculating that the universe will mature in the next few billion years, and no one knows what to expect. Who knows if there will be any opportunities for Tao Lords to grow in a mature universe, since the realms themselves can no longer mature. Personally, I think this is a power grab. There are too many Tao Lords who want to use the pretext of war to practice their comprehension of laws as much as possible, and develop their Taos to prepare for the inevitable unknown of a mature universe." The Innkeeper pondered for a moment and then looked towards Eclipse. Did they not know that the maturity of the universe was in her hands? When the universe matured was up to her, at least according to Eclipse herself, and Lex believed her. The issue was, if it was a secret, why did she mention it so casually to him? He would not get an answer so easily, just as he did not think he'd be able to discover the true reason for this war and this party. In that case, he might as well use this opportunity to collect as much information as possible to help out Jack. He had a feeling that the timing of the wars was not an accident. Someone was trying to speed up the Nexus event. The question was who and why. No, wait, Lex didn't care. The true question was, how could he benefit? Chapter 2057, Standard Package. Nuwa had already warned him not to trust anyone, including Eclipse. Although he certainly liked Eclipse's attitude, and she had done nothing to make him suspect her even in the slightest, the immense disparity between them made it so that Lex needed to be cautious regardless of the situation. The same was true for all the other Tao Lords. If he wanted to fish for information, he subsequently needed to offer something in return. While he would do his best to gather information slowly without having to pay for it, he needed to prepare just in case he had to pay. His mind went towards the Heaven's Puppet. He had an active quest which could turn the Heaven's Puppet into a one-time use weapon, or reveal a forbidden secret about Archheaven, or reveal a forgotten history about the primordial age. The issue was that he wasn't sure how powerful a weapon the Angel could be. If it could rival a Tao Lord, he'd keep it for that. If it couldn't, then it would be useless. Even if it could attack Demi-Tao Lords, he had the butter knife for that. Besides that, he had to determine whether a secret about the primordial age or Archheaven were more useful to the other Tao Lords. Personally, he would rather stay away from any secrets about the primordial age. He felt he was too weak to dabble in such matters. "I have heard rumors that the Path of Chaos is behind the wars," Balam said, responding to the Primal. "I don't mean the puppet races that act as grunts for the Path of Chaos. I mean the true agents of the Path of Chaos." The Primal shook his head. "These rumors are naive. Who, besides the Tower of Providence, strictly adheres to those distinctions? I would be willing to bet money that there are many forces consciously cooperating with agents from the Path of Chaos. Why does it matter who they work with as long as they can get what they want? Unless there's a major reshuffling of the powers in the universe, I doubt this war will end soon." What the Primal said made sense. The history of the universe was too long, and the strongest organizations had existed, at the very least, from the beginning of the Enlightenment Age, right after the Primordial Age ended. As such, these forces had a long time to accumulate resources, weapons, and tools. Now, these forces sought to transform those resources into personal power before the universe progressed into its next stage. But even that was merely the surface-level reason for the wars. Lex was absolutely certain that behind these wars were even greater reasons. After all, Lex was discussing this conflict from the level of a Tao Lord, but it was already confirmed that there were forces in this universe above that level. Heck, Nuwa, Ventura, and the Henali ruler were three such entities that he had personally met. There was also that entity that Henali ruler had mentioned, the one whose mere mention nearly caused an outright battle. Who knew how many more of such beings there were in the universe? If even Nuwa was hiding from them, then it was certain that however many they were at the very least as strong as her, if not stronger. There's still hope. If the war can be contained, then the situation can still be redeemed. Once the situation escalates to the point where even Tao Lords can die, there will be no heading back, said Balam, shaking his head. We all need to make preparations. Does the Versailles Bank have services regarding the war? He asked, sounding genuinely concerned. Not yet, but a few plans are in the works, the Primal answered. The life insurance policy for Tao Lords will be our first priority to ensure the continued survival of a Tao Lord's descendants if they fall. Besides that, we are looking to mimic something like the sanctuary credits being used. Bridget finally looked away from her beloved Balam and towards the Primal curiously. Sanctuary credits, what's that? I haven't heard of it before, she asked. Surprisingly, both Balam and the Primal shook their heads when they heard. It's one of the greatest scams out there, Balam answered. Certain significant forces have joined together to create a sanctuary from the war. Anyone can pay to reside within, and they claim that the sanctuary will not experience the war because so many forces will work together to protect the realm. Bridget blinked, confused. That doesn't sound like a scam, right? What's wrong with offering a safe place? She asked. This time the Primal explained. Claiming absolute safety for one is somewhat of a scam. Who can claim that they will stay absolutely safe? If the sanctuary were a major realm, it would still be somewhat believable, but it's not. I hate to say it, but the sanctuary can be anything from a simple money grab to bait or accumulating souls for a mass sacrifice or any number of shady things. It could also be real, but I highly doubt it. Even forces like the Henali don't dare to consider themselves absolutely safe, let alone a group of random powers. The Innkeeper just stood among them, only listening and not speaking. It seemed somewhat inappropriate for him to gossip, and his persona of focusing only on his inn must also be maintained. Fortunately, the conversation soon turned to his inn regardless. If you don't mind me asking, Innkeeper, have you considered any safety measures for your inn? The Primal asked. I am only asking because we will also soon be launching a safety financing service soon, targeted towards solo Tao Lords. Basically, it will be a standard package to help you build a strong defensive formation around your realm. The Innkeeper nodded, not smiling or chuckling for once since this was a serious topic. Safety is a primary concern for the inn, or else how can I protect my guests? I have made several arrangements, though I won't go into the details. Of course, I don't mind getting help in improving my security, although I doubt my requirements could be met by a standard package. Chapter 2058, Cubes of Death. No one suspected anything when the Innkeeper stated that normal packages probably wouldn't be able to satisfy him. Based on their perception of the Innkeeper, that was the natural response. Now could someone who hangs out with the Primordial Queen have normal standards? Little did they know, the real reason Lex stated such a thing was that he did not need actual formations or anything of the sort. Compared to others, he trusted his system a whole lot more shady though it was, to create better defenses without any hidden flaws. What about you? The Innkeeper asked, looking towards Balam. Although as the Innkeeper he was not generally interested in foreign things, he at least took interest in his guests' well-being. Do you think that the devils will be targeted? Upon hearing this question, Balam laughed, almost as if he was excited. Most assuredly, he said with a wide smile. Whether we want it or not, the devils will forever be associated with the angels now. Since the angels have relaunched their war to claim Eden, not only do they have to bear the pressure of the universe, we will have to bear it as well. But we're not too worried. If anything, someone attacking us will make our lives easier because currently the biggest debate ongoing in Garvitz is who we should target. If someone targets us first, that will make things much simpler. The innkeeper nodded, while not believing 99% of what Balaam said. It was natural to put up a strong front, especially in such a delicate time. No one would openly show weakness unless it was bait. Whether the devils were truly hoping to join the war, only time could tell. Lex was beginning to understand why Tao lords read so much into each and every action. Not a single one of them was honest to begin with. Speaking of which, Balaam continued, since you've given me the honor of inviting me to this tea party, then I should make good use of it. I see some lords ready to make decent deals. I should capitalize on the opportunity. See you all shortly. The primal also excused himself, promising to meet up with the innkeeper once more after he'd had the opportunity to greet all the guests. For a brief moment, the innkeeper was finally free of all guests. He looked around and found that all the guests were either mingling among themselves or had gone into private rooms to hold meetings. Specifically, they'd all opted to go into individual chambers of secrets and then personally added layers of security themselves so that they could be sure no one could peek. This was a good opportunity to join Eclipse once more. Every random conversation with her gave Lex immense revelations, but he supposed that was normal when one had lived a life as long as hers. But before he returned to that, this moment of relative freedom was also a good time to go check in on the kitchen and staff. To be entirely honest, the lemonade was a greater hit than Lex had anticipated for reasons he could not quite understand, but he wasn't exactly complaining. He entered the bustling tavern to the sight of countless workers, running to and fro, bringing refreshments to guests and taking back used cups. As a majority of the workers in the tavern at the moment were mortal, this really was an immense test of their abilities. Lasting 10 more days of this was going to be a challenge. Fortunately, they had already decided on shifts and working schedules so that their service would not be interrupted. Only poor Cole Sanders was left with the least amount of break in between. Such were the burdens of the head chef. Yet his dedication would pay off in the long run, even if he didn't know it yet. After all, to be very specific, neither Cole nor most of the staff actually knew what was going on or who they were serving. To make sure that they did not suffer from too much pressure and mess up, Lex may have been slightly creative when telling them exactly the event was. "How are you doing, Cole?" the innkeeper asked as he walked into the kitchen, watching the young man wiping the sweat off his brow with a towel. He supposed, for a mortal, the temperature inside the kitchen was quite hot. "Excellent," Cole answered excitedly. "I popped out of the kitchen for a moment to see how everyone was responding to the drinks and starters. I have to say, this is the most intense Comic Con I have ever attended. I mean, each and every one of those costumes looks so realistic." The innkeeper smiled, looking down on him. "Yes, the costumes, they're very nice," he repeated affirmingly. Cole didn't seem to notice. "Yeah, not only are the costumes great, all the participants are so nice as well. I mean, I thought the costumes would make them sweaty, which is why I thought lemonade, you know, nature's own electrolyte drink. But I never anticipated that everyone would chug so much. I guess they're all too excited about reenacting a small-scale midnight-in event." The innkeeper patted Cole on the back, appreciating his enthusiasm. "Don't forget to get some electrolytes yourself. This is a long event and it has only just begun. Pace yourself and don't wear yourself out. You know all the guests are cultivators, so don't try to keep up with them." Cole nodded knowingly. Yes, I know. They're all Foundation Realm cultivators. It kind of shows in some of their attitudes, all high and mighty. But don't worry, I'll keep my own pace. For now, I'm working on my first course. It's something I learned from my friend's aunt. They're Indian, or well, they were Indian. I don't remember the original name of the dish, but I call it the Cubes of Death. I hope the guests have a high spice tolerance because I won't be holding back. The innkeeper smiled at Cole, though no one could tell the awkward smile Lex was giving him internally. Well, at least it was good to see that Cole wasn't being affected by the pressure. He just hoped everyone else was taking it so well. Next, he would check up on the waiters. Author's note: you might find it interesting to know that the Cubes of Death were a real dish my Indian roommate from college used to bring when his aunt made them. I never learned their name, because I called them Cubes of Death because the spice in that could make my scalp sweat. Chapter 2059, Gen Z. Alright, so in the interest of preserving his workers' sanity, he may or may not have embellished a little. No, that wasn't the right word. He had reimagined the tea party as a universal version of Comic Con. No one had doubted him, because why would they? Lex was a well-known member of the inn. Everyone trusted him since, after all, he worked for the innkeeper so often. Eventually, they would learn that this had, in fact, not been a Comic Con. When that happened, it would have been Lex who had misdirected them, not the innkeeper. Besides, he would have done it for their own good, to provide them with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Honestly, although it was slightly awkward, he did not expect anyone would have any complaints. From the kitchen, the innkeeper walked into the pantry. The refreshments and food from the kitchen would be brought here, and all the waiters would receive everything here. This would avoid them having to enter the kitchen and disturb everyone repeatedly. It was not the most efficient system, but it was the one that worked for them. Even among the waiters, there needed to be a manager overseeing operations and coordinating the different departments and areas of the tavern that needed seeing to. The worker who was acting as manager was called Peer. Peer was uncharacteristically short for an inn worker, reaching 4 feet, 1.2 meters, when he wore boots with a high heel. As if to compensate for that, the man was gifted with a voice that more than made up for any lack of presence due to his height. "Brenda, for the last damn time, you do not taste-test all the drinks before giving them to the guests," Peer yelled over the cacophony that filled the pantry. "No, the drinks are not poisoned. What do you mean? That's what an assassin would say." The innkeeper chuckled hearing all the commotion. He had to say this current generation of workers was a little different from the older ones. He wondered if he should distinguish them by generations. If that was the case, what would that make his newest workers? Gen Z. No, wait, that was a few decades ago. Or was it? Traveling between different zones with different flows of time really messed with Lex's perception of what time it was and his age. "Good work, everyone," the innkeeper said, suddenly attracting all the attention in the room towards himself for a moment. "I don't want to disturb your workflow, but your service has been phenomenal so far. If you run into any issues or need any help, feel free to reach out to me at any time. This is going to be a long event, so let's do our best to make sure our guests remember it for a lifetime." Although the innkeeper only spoke briefly, his praise greatly reinvigorated all the workers. Before the innkeeper left, he looked towards Brenda and gave her a wink. One day, he would tell the story of how one of his workers took a sip out of multiple Dow Lord's drinks and lived to tell the tale. Of course, first she needed to actually get through this alive to tell the tale. Seeing that the workers and kitchen staff were doing well, Lex decided to go check up on all the services that required workers, such as the gift shop. Oh, the trinkets that had been added into the gift shop were truly, well, in keeping with the theme of keeping things simple. It did not take long before he reached the gift shop, and actually found a crowd inside. To be honest, just based on all the mortal, simple items he put in there, he never expected the gift shop to attract any kind of attention, but it seemed he was mistaken. On one side of the shop was the counter, and behind it all the goods and souvenirs that had been prepared for the tea party. On the other side, there were about 8 Dow Lords surrounding a large wooden basin that was 4 feet, or 1 pier wide. Inside the basin were 8 colorful, spinning tops, clashing against each other for dominance. Yet, unexpectedly, the battle ended in less than a minute. Well, considering that the tops were simple toys, and that the Dow Lords had not used any powers when deploying them, it actually made sense. You know, normally people only deploy 2 of them at a time for a proper bout, the gift shop attendant explained to his customers. But I suppose a royal rumble is not a bad idea either. Now, what you all have is a basic spinning top. For actual clashes like this, you want the upgraded ones with a heavier base and more aerodynamic design. The innkeeper retreated from within the gift shop silently. Sometimes, it was best not to tempt fate too much. Also, he did not know what to say to fully grown men, women and beasts playing with spinning tops except that they should add spikes to the tops. But that would lead to a whole other kind of fight that he didn't want to encourage, if middle school was anything to judge by. From the gift shop, the innkeeper went to the hot tub room where he found Voidmaw and Ventura both sitting in the hot water and chatting. Once again, Lex retreated silently. Why did everything seem so dangerous? From there he went to the bar. Hopefully, things would be safer there. After all, it wasn't like his current guest list could get drunk on mortal drinks. "So what other kind of milk do you have?" the innkeeper heard someone ask as he stepped in. In front of him, a cow was sitting at the bar with a dozen different glasses of milk in front of it. "No, explain to me how this makes sense. Yes, I am not saying that I am discriminating against almonds. I have many good almond friends, but how does that work? I mean, if you mutate the almond and give it organs, yeah, but then that doesn't count as mortal." Lex resisted the urge to sigh and retreated once more. Chapter 2060, Rumor Mill Eye. Lex felt some pity for the poor worker left to explain almond, coconut, oat, and other types of milk to an angry bovine Dow Lord. But this was not something he wanted to get involved in personally. The absurdity also extended to the fact that even cows had Dow Lords but humans didn't, Yet Lex didn't dwell on that. Instead, he focused on checking up on all of the tavern's services and facilities. As long as there weren't any problems specifically, he decided to leave things alone. One would think that after the common services, such as a bar, gift shop, hot tub room, and chamber of secrets, there wouldn't be much else left to offer Dao Lords as a service. They would be wrong. While Lex refrained from adding a barber shop because he literally would not be able to cut any hair, he did not shy away from adding the gamer's den. Now, games that required precision and timing would not be entertaining for Dao Lords at all, since they would all be perfect in that. The only option, then, were games with strong story elements. Since he didn't want to favor Earth too obviously, he did not add any of the games from Earth. Instead, he only added the games that had been built by the refugees who resided inside his inn. Some examples of game titles were Dramacat Simulator, Innkeeping Chronicles, Saturn Cake from Hell FFXXX, Call of Dragons, Marlowe Kart, and of course, Burgundy Myth, Handsome Wukong. When he entered the gamer's den, he saw two Dao Lords playing Handsome Wukong, though they didn't seem too interested in progressing in the story. Instead, they were repeatedly just having the playable character, a certain handsome someone, just get beaten up to the brink of death. Yes, this was totally normal and healthy behavior, which is why he thought it was best to leave them be. The last room for him to visit was actually a mix of two different services. Lex had joined the rumor room, where rumors were collected and posted, with the Midnight News building. However, Lex had specifically configured the news within this room to only share mundane stories about mortals. Since the information was sourced by the workers, he could just divert mortal news stories from any random settlement they collected towards the tavern. He figured that between stories of some sports, fashion trends, useless economics, politics, and a little bit of mundane gossip, he could provide a glimpse into the lives of mortals. All in all, he did not expect this room to attract too much attention, but when he entered, he discovered nearly 30 Dao Lords inside. Although the innkeeper did not reveal anything amiss, Lex was surprised by the large number of guests in this room. How interesting could mortal news be? He hardly paid attention to it when it was still pertinent to him. He investigated, and immediately discovered a simple oversight. While the newsroom only delivered news related to mortals, the rumor room listed down popular rumors nearby the tavern. Fortunately, the rumors could not collect rumors being spread by Dao Lord and above, so he didn't need to worry about Eclipse's claim of him being Lex's father showing up on the board, or of Nua being the mother. Unfortunately, the rumors being spread by those in lower levels could be recorded. "Ho ho, innkeeper, you're quite bold to put up something like this," said one of the guests. Although as the innkeeper he had never interacted with this guest before, he was one of the people who had wanted to meet the innkeeper to begin with. The innkeeper smiled warmly. "They are just some random rumors, nothing to take too seriously. It's just for a bit of entertainment," the innkeeper said as he walked up to the board and saw the rumors that had been pinned up onto it. Quite a few of them had been collected. Much more importantly, why were so many of them about him? "Ahan, just harmless fun," responded the Dao Lord, some kind of crystal elemental who had taken on a humanoid shape to appeal to the innkeeper. "Like this one." He pointed to the very one Lex had been reading to begin with. Rumor has it that the primordial queen was seen holding hands with a human immortal, leaping through the garden, taking him to some unknown place. Could it be a casual fling, or are there chances for wedding bells to ring? The innkeeper turned from the rumor to the crystal Dao Lord. "Yes, well, the crystal realm just fused with the primordial garden, so a lot of humans have entered the garden. She might have been dealing with their relocation. There's no need to read too much into it," the innkeeper said. The timing of his explanation could not have been worse, because a moment later someone else spoke up. "I have it, a new rumor confirming the mystery human's identity. Check it out," exclaimed another Dao Lord who was standing by a different rumor board. All the guests didn't need to come up to him. Their spirit sense alone was enough to find and read the rumor. "My sister's brother's mother's daughter's husband went to Oka and heard from a toad outside his shop that a male human, possible 3,000 to 5,000 years old, named Lexus, had recently undergone the underground trial, with the final reward to clear the trial being a date with the primordial queen. It has been confirmed by my daughter's mother that this so-called Lexus was the one holding the primordial queen's hand." The innkeeper was dumbfounded as he read the rumor because, well, among many other things, how did a toad get a hold of his name, or at least something so close to his name? Before he could ponder for long, the crowd became rowdy once more. Look, I found more details on Lexus," said another Dao Lord. Rumor has it that Lexus kidnapped a poor, innocent bystander and sent them to the city of Sin when the bystander overheard his plan to marry the primordial queen. The bystander had this to say. Whoa. Chapter 2061, Rumor Mill II. Damn, this Lexus is bold, exclaimed one of the Tao Lords. For an immortal to court the primordial queen, how did his body not blow up just from thinking about it? A bunch of Tao Lords murmured, agreeing with him. If the primordial queen held his hand, she must have given him special permissions or protection. That's why he could get away with it. Lex resisted the urge to rub his temples as he looked at the board in front of him and studied some other rumors. I heard Lord Harriet used to dye his hair black back in his early days. Rumor has it that the primordial queen has taken on an apprentice, causing him to encounter enlightenment with each word. The apprentice was a strange creature with two narrow bendable trunks supporting the main frame of its body, with two more slender branches coming out of its side. It was a strange, moving tree as far as rumor has it, with no bark, but leather instead. The funny thing was, it had a massive acorn on top instead of leaves. Incredible. The rumor appeared for a short while, before disappearing with an updated version. The ability to update rumors by gathering several similar rumors and compile them into one was a new feature that the Rumor Room had acquired after multiple upgrades. Rumor has it the primordial queen has taken Lexus Will, IAM, as an apprentice. Rumor has it that Lexus Will, IAM, is the son of an incredibly powerful Tao Lords who paid the primordial queen for a summer internship for his son. Guys, be reasonable. These rumors are just too fake to be real, said a Tao Lord. What kind of Tao Lord could bribe the queen? I'll tell you what kind, the kind that already has access to the garden. Lexus must be the child of someone from Ventura. Many Tao Lords agreed with that theory. It was incredibly inconvenient that within the garden they were restricted and unable to look into the secrets through reverse divination. In fact, a majority of their senses were sealed, which is why they were left to speculate on rumors rather than just looking up the correct answer themselves. Yet at the same time, this inconvenience brought about a novel experience. It had been too long since any of them were left answerless, which allowed them to partake in this rare case of baseless speculation. At this point, the content of the rumors barely mattered to them anymore. Guys, seriously, this is not possible. The primordial queen doesn't have an apprentice, and there's no way she was holding some random immortal's hands. These are called rumors exactly because there's no proof here, said a sober-minded Tao Lord. We should instead focus on more realistic rumors. For example, there's a rumor of a black primordial phoenix in the garden. I've never heard of such a breed of phoenix. Could it be a new one? A lot of the Tao Lords turned to the board to read the related rumors. So what if there's a new phoenix? I'm more interested in this Trellup race that's apparently been growing rapidly. Look here, it says the race is mutating to adapt to primordial energy faster than any other race. There were indeed quite a few mentions of Trellups and their ever-growing strength. Speaking of, Lex still hadn't seen the real body of a Trellup yet. He wondered what they looked like when they were fused with a massive territory. As he looked at the board once more, he noticed that there were a few rumors that were, generally, unrelated to him. What's this about a tribune of primordial humans? As far as I know, there weren't any primordial humans, or am I mistaken? A Tao Lord asked. Well, knowing anything about the primordial age is tough. But yes, it is generally agreed upon that none of the humanoid races had a true, primordial form despite being born in the primordial age. They merely benefited from cultivating in primordial energy, answered another. Lex looked at that particular rumor. Rumor has it that a tribe of humans have independently declared a country, coming together to help other humans adapt to the realm. Apparently, the king of the humans is taking help from the Ventura students who visit the realm to help create primordial humans. Instead of causing more discussion, many Tao Lords became quiet after reading that. Does that mean that the humans have allied with Ventura, or has the humanoid alliance done that? A Tao Lord asked. Surely the humans haven't forsaken the humanoid alliance for the sake of Ventura, have they? The situation turned from enjoying random rumors to discussing universal politics real quick, and for once Lex was glad he was in the thick of it. He dared not observe these Tao Lords through his system lest they detect him, so he could only go to each place in person to check up on them, which is why he had come here to begin with. Now he was learning important tidbits about history and what the universe thought about humans. Don't be absurd. The actions of one group of humans in a single realm don't reflect the position of humans universe-wide. But this explains why humans have had such a massive jump in rankings lately. It seems that Ventura has decided to invest in this group. This is important information. It could influence how other organizations treat humans during the war. The only thing we need to discern is if these are a real investment or if they're being nurtured as cannon fodder, said a Tao Lord. What do you think, Innkeeper? Is this why you've been investing in humans so much inside your inn? Asked one of the Tao Lords, suddenly shifting the focus of the conversation drastically. Seeing nearly 30 Tao Lords suddenly turn towards him, Lex smiled internally. Of course he was going to get caught up in this mess. The type and race of workers in my inn reflect nothing other than their ability to serve my guests, he answered without hesitation. Human adaptability makes them well-suited for the service industry. The inn has never concerned itself with external factors, focusing only on serving its guests to the best of its ability. Many Tao Lords found such an answer to be disappointing, not just because it wasn't scandalous in the least, but also because it was grounded in logic. On a universal scale, humans were more likely to be enslaved, or at least brought into service by stronger races simply because of how versatile they were. That, combined with their lack of Tao Lords, make it so that the human race is a reliable, dependable race when seeking out slaves without the threat or possibility of retaliation. Still, if the human race is able to adapt to the primordial garden and evolve into a primordial form, then they will become a formidable force. Who knows, the very first Tao Lord of the human race after so many years might be present right here, in this very garden at this very moment, said another. Many of the Tao Lords seemed to find that possibility quite probable, especially since Ventura was the one backing them. Not a single one of them doubted that the human race could regain not just one, but many Tao Lords as long as Ventura backed them properly. With the resources of multiple major realms available to him at his disposal, there were few things he could not accomplish. It might not be so simple. While the primordial garden is out of reach, and so the humans here remain protected, I doubt that the Gon and Tyranni's race will silently watch their rise. The humans hiding in other realms might be in for some trouble. This might be a good opportunity to bait them into the open. Lex watched silently as some of the Tao Lords plotted to use humans as bait to kill some members of the Gon and Tyranni's race. Since they were from one of the few races firmly associated with the path of chaos, killing them would earn merits for the Tower of Providence, which was apparently valuable even for Tao Lords. Just as Lex was about to excuse himself and leave the room, a new commission attracted his attention. Hey, look at this. There's a new race that seems to be on the rise, a Tao Lord said, pointing to a new rumor. Rumor has it that a member of the Crystal race has formed a Tao heart and has appealed to the Tao Congress to allow him to undertake the Tao Tribulation. If they find his chances to be decent, they might recommend him to be sent out of the garden to undertake a Tao Tribulation. He is the 7th candidate to come out of the Crystal race, and of the 7, 2 are still undergoing their Tao Tribulations with the possibility of success still existing. Author's note. Chapter 2062, Probes. The Crystal Race. Lex's relationship with them wasn't the best. Although he met too few of them to form a judgment for the entire race, his general perception of them was that they were arrogant, pompous pieces of talking crystal. They were incredibly strong, but self-centered enough to let their entire realm suffer slaughter for their own hidden agendas. He would not go to the extent of saying that he hated them, but he certainly wasn't a fan. Regardless, seeing that the topic of conversation was finally deviating from Lex thought that it was time for him to retreat from the rumor room as well. He did, however, make a mental note to keep on coming back here to check up on what was happening. Just as the innkeeper was about to leave, though, the crystal elemental who had been talking to him in the beginning sought him out. Innkeeper, if you have some time, I would love to have the opportunity for a one-on-one conversation, he said, walking up to the innkeeper. When I sent you that letter of intent, I had not even vaguely anticipated that it would lead to something like this. It was quite the pleasant surprise, though it has not distracted me from my primary purpose. Lex looked towards the elemental and quickly thought back to all the letters of intent he had read, trying to recall which one this is. It took hardly a second before he remembered. This should be Tao Lord Praman, representing the elementals of Myriad Hue Essie Major Realm. Of course, responded the innkeeper. Come, let us go somewhere we can converse in private. Ordinarily, Lex would lead a guest to a room, for that would be safe enough considering the system's isolation features. In the case of a Tao Lord guest, however, Lex decided it was best to play it safe and went to another chamber of secrets. We can talk freely here, said the innkeeper as he went and grabbed a seat at the center table. Of course, feel free to add any additional layers of security if you wish. Praman studied the room for a moment, but then shook his head. "If it's good enough for you, then it is good enough for me," he said, right before taking a seat opposite to the innkeeper. "I must say your reputation precedes you. When the wars started, we decided to take extra precautions to avoid any accidents. While researching new threats, your name surprisingly came up pretty high." For once, Lex allowed the innkeeper to show an expression of mild surprise as he heard Praman's words. "Oh, a threat, me? How is that possible? I do not disturb anyone unless they harm my inn," he said, explaining himself. "Yes, that's exactly what your bio stated," Praman said, agreeing with the innkeeper. "However, that does not change the fact that your teleportation ability rivals some of the best in the whole universe. If any force were able to gain access to your teleportation capabilities, they could launch a surprise attack that could decidedly affect the tide of an entire realm war." Ah yes, the teleportation. That had been troubling Lex from the very beginning of his inn. In fact, he recalled once that some force did exactly that. They used the Midnight Inn to assist in launching an attack on X-142 back in the day. He had to change the teleportation rules after that, though it was hardly perfect even now. In fact, I recall that some forces even tried to plot against the inn, considering forcing you to act on their behalf. The planning had only barely begun when you sent out your punishment, affecting anyone planning against the inn. I must say, I was incredibly impressed when I heard about it. At the same time, that didn't help your threat ranking at all, Praman continued. Lex was slightly confused about what punishment he had sent out, but then he remembered. Some time ago, he had spent a lot of MT on security, and the system had thus done something to prevent any incident. While he wasn't sure about what the system had done, it seemed like that was taken as a subtle warning from him by the other Dao Lords. Well, as long as it kept him from getting attacked, he felt good. At the same time, knowing that Dao Lords had considered attacking him, he felt incredibly vulnerable. Of course, besides the warning, it was also the fact that no one could locate your realm that kept you safe, Praman continued. Even when they sent agents inside your inn, it made no difference. It was as if there was some kind of incredible formation around your realm that hid it perfectly. Ironically, being so well hidden only raised your threat assessment even higher. The innkeeper chuckled upon hearing Praman's story. "It seems that no matter what I do, some people will see me as a threat," the innkeeper said jovially, as if he didn't take this too seriously. Praman shook his head, as if he was exhausted by this as well. "It's the curse of being too skilled," he said with reluctance in his voice. "Being weak would get you attacked, but by being strong you're viewed as a greater threat. The only real solution, I suppose, is to be such a big threat that no one dares to offend you. So far you have proven yourself exceptionally exceptional in teleportation. Your ability to sense danger from afar is incredible. Your ability to send out warnings across the universe is noteworthy, and your stealth is remarkable. If that doesn't make you the perfect assassin, I don't know what does." Lex could not help but admit that, from Praman's point of view, he really did have all the necessary skills to become an incredible assassin. Of course, from his own point of view, he was merely a young, handsome lad who was slightly in over his head. "I see your point," said the innkeeper. "But I am only interested in running my inn, not in getting involved in any wars. I'll just have to make sure that everyone understands that." Praman nodded as he looked away, his thoughts growing distant. "That is one solution, I suppose. I don't know how well it would work, though. For now, it's fine, but once the wars grow more intense, once Dao Lords start getting involved and start falling, things will get a whole lot more desperate. Who knows what might happen then?" Lex could tell that Praman was gearing up for something, and he could even guess what that something was. "Indeed, many things have become unpredictable as of late," said the innkeeper vaguely. Praman finally turned towards the innkeeper. "In that case, would it not be prudent to search out for allies?" he asked. "Strong allies, the kind who can do more than just handle themselves. For someone of your status, it might be more appropriate to search for the primordial queen, but what if you're not the one searching? What if I am? In that case, would there be any chance of reaching some kind of agreement?" The innkeeper did not react immediately, and instead just studied Praman. This could very much be bait to test his actual inclinations, just as it could be a sincere request to form an alliance. Or it could be a trap being woven against not just him, but Praman as well. He himself had said that the innkeeper had a high threat assessment, so couldn't this conversation also be a part of an assessment? Even if he was highly skilled, as long as he chose no sides, he would not attract too much attention. Yet the moment his teleportation turned from a hypothetical to an even slightly possible threat, he was sure he would be faced with more than just mild probes. Lex had no interest in getting involved. as hosting a tea party and getting involved in a fight through the capacity of a Tao Lord were two entirely different things. Unfortunately, I have my hands tied with managing my inn, and am not able to focus on any other matters. In fact, I will not be leaving the inn's territory any time soon, the innkeeper answered diplomatically. Upon hearing the innkeeper, a certain rumor about his seat of power came to Praman's mind, but he did not give up so easily. What if, and I mean hypothetically speaking, you were never required to leave the inn? What if you were only required to teleport something discreetly once in a while? You could gain a handsome reward, and I'm sure building a seat of power, you would need as much help as you can get. After all, who would want a bank getting involved in their personal matters? Now Lex was sure this was more than just a random probe, though that should have been expected when meeting a Tao Lord in a private meeting. He was testing the innkeeper, as well as baiting him and even trying to understand if he could be bought. At the same time, he was trying to get any benefit he could find out of the innkeeper. Lex predicted the next line of questioning would involve regular services he offered in his inn, but used for ulterior purposes. He needed to find a proper answer to get out of this mess. If only he could somehow make Wu Kong the scapegoat once more. Unfortunately, he did not want to push him too much, lest their relationship sour. Best to find a new scapegoat then. Chapter 2063, Please Excuse Me. Lex's recent experiences had not made him arrogant, nor was his positivity enough to delude him to the extent that he thought he could fool Tao Lords. He knew well that all misunderstandings so far had merely occurred through a combination of his system hiding his identity, and the protection of his identity Nuwa provided him. On his own, he was not so capable of fooling Tao Lords. The moment he forgot that, he would end up making a mistake that could compromise everything. All fun and games aside, blaming Wukong worked less because the innkeeper kept catching him in the act, and more because he thought that both he and the innkeeper were working for Nuwa. The moment he pushed things too far, that mere semblance of cooperation might collapse. Thus, it was best to avoid antagonizing him needlessly, at least too often. The problem Lex was left with, then, was how to get out of this situation. Praman would not be the last to probe the innkeeper, and his probe would be far from the worst. Lex could decide to go down the route of simply denying any cooperation, but that would mean taking on all the pressure of rejection on himself. If he could find some kind of scapegoat, then he could shift that burden onto someone much more capable. But who and how? Praman, I understand your point of view, I really do, said the innkeeper with a reluctant tone. In fact, it is because I understand your point of view that I ask you to understand mine. It is in everyone's best interests if I stay uninvolved, minding my inn, not caring about external matters. After all, a price you can offer can surely be offered against you as well. A bidding war would benefit no one, and would needlessly attract trouble for me, but without one my services could be easily acquired by everyone. In a situation where one person wins, everyone loses. Besides, no wait, never mind. In short, if you succeed in getting my help, you will ultimately become the biggest loser, not the winner. Praman suddenly looked towards the innkeeper with immense interest, as he realized that he may have stumbled onto one of the innkeeper's secrets. While it seemed unlikely that he could get the innkeeper to get involved so easily, using only words to persuade him, if he could get access to one of the innkeeper's secrets, it would be an actual, immense gain. Maybe he could speed up his own progress, or learn a shortcut to acquiring strength. Or, realistically speaking, he might be able to gain a deeper insight into the actions of some mysterious and powerful beings, since it seemed like the innkeeper was on such good terms with them. It seems to me, innkeeper, as if you are bothered by something and that is affecting your decisions. If you wish to talk about it, then I am all ears. You know that our words won't leave this chamber, and maybe I can even provide you with some assistance. The innkeeper looked at Praman and chuckled while shaking his head, as if thinking of something too serious to mention. My dear guest, be careful what you wish for. There are things more dangerous than war in this universe, if you know what I mean. Lex himself had no idea what he meant. He simply said that to allow Praman to fill in the blanks himself. Since the only advantage he had was his hidden identity through the system and protection of Nuwa, then he would have to leverage that protection as much as possible without attracting unnecessary danger. That also meant, as far as possible, giving the least amount of information and letting others fill in the blanks. As if proving his theory correct, Praman seemed to adopt a solemn expression as he straightened up, not speaking for a good few minutes. Are you referring to the taboo? He whispered, not revealing more. The innkeeper gave Praman a knowing look and seemed to change the topic of conversation. "What do you know about Ventura?" he asked casually, almost as if he was unwilling to answer Praman's question. "Ventura the entity, or Ventura the organization?" he asked hesitantly, feeling like he was getting mixed up in things beyond him. The innkeeper did not answer, but only gave him a look, meaning that Praman already knew the answer to that question. "Ventura is an unknown entity," Praman said with a whisper. "No one knows his origins or his affiliations or even his race. He seemed to appear out of nowhere one day, and by the time he appeared he was already strong enough to be unrivaled in the universe, just like." Praman's words froze as he stared at the innkeeper in horror. He was about to say that Ventura had just appeared one day, just like the innkeeper, but left the words unsaid. Some things, once spoken, could never be taken back. In that case, it was best to let them be. What was the connection between the innkeeper, Ventura, and the taboo? Praman had no idea, and he did not want to find out either. "I realize now, innkeeper, that you are exceptionally wise. There is no reason to get involved in this war unnecessarily," Praman suddenly said, changing his tune. "I admire your upright and noble dedication to maintaining neutrality. It is difficult to come across someone like that in the face of temptation. Speaking of which, I need to resolve some difficult situations myself. Please excuse me for being unable to accompany you for a longer duration." Praman promptly jumped up from his seat and shuffled out the door, thanking and apologizing to the innkeeper. While Lex himself had no idea why he was being thanked or feared, he was not about to stop a good thing from happening, and just watched as Praman left. Unfortunately, true to his expectations, another Tao Lord was waiting outside to have a long chat with the innkeeper, likely for the same purpose. Chapter 2064, Confrontation. "No, I can't tell you what I was talking with Praman about," said the innkeeper for the umpteenth time. "And to answer your second question, I have no intention of selling my teleportation services to start a fast food chain across the universe." By now, Lex had already talked to several Tao Lords, and rejected getting involved in the war using the same tactic of insinuating greater dangers. However, the Tao Lord talking to the innkeeper at the moment seemed incapable of comprehending the innkeeper's issue with starting an instant teleportation delivery service. It could revolutionize the fast food industry, and yet he selfishly withheld his abilities. Lex, on the other hand, tried hard to suppress his growing headache. How was it that he had figured out a way to convince other Tao Lords that he was not getting involved in the universal wars, but this one couldn't take a hint regarding food delivery? "Listen, I understand if you think this is too menial a use of your job. Why don't you create and sell lesser versions of your own ability, like a formation or something? Just imagine you order a fresh garlic cosmic slurry blurry from several realms over, and it arrives, still fresh and cool without the slightest rise in temperature, without artificial freezing. Just imagine," said the Tao Lord with severe desperation in his voice. Lex, through sheer use of willpower, resisted the urge to rub his forehead, managing to maintain the perfectly calm demeanor of the innkeeper. "While I understand the absolute convenience such a service will provide for many well-meaning services and facilities, my current focus remains my inn," the innkeeper explained again, patiently. "The extent of my responsibilities relating to my inn are vast and occupy all my attention, thus such ventures remain firmly outside the realm of possibility for now." Even though Lex's phrasing was open-ended, leaving open the possibility of future cooperation, this Tao Lord failed to get the hint, or simply refused to understand. "You are wasting your talents, I tell you, wasting them," he said with absolute disgust before standing up and storming out of the room without the slightest reservation. Internally, Lex sighed. He was sure that this was also some kind of layered tactic, full of hidden plots and traps, yet he was unable to see beyond the surface level of these demands. The innkeeper walked to the door and welcomed the next guest. "That meeting was far longer than your previous ones," commented the Tao Lord as soon as he entered. "It seems you both found some common ground to discuss." Sigh, yet another trap. Yet again, more bait to get him to reveal what they had been discussing. "I enjoy talking to all my guests. By understanding the needs of my guests better, I can improve the service of my inn," answered the innkeeper. "Enough nonsense. Just give it to me straight. Will you or won't you participate in the war?" the Tao Lord asked aggressively. "Or rather, to what extent have you already contributed to the war? How else could so many forces have silently crept up on secret upon so many realms?" The innkeeper, who was still standing by the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets, did not answer. Instead, he continued to look at the Tao Lord before him, his casual smile slowly but surely fading. "It is your greatest fortune that I have played no hand in this war," the innkeeper said finally, and firmly, not a hint of politeness in his voice. Because if what you said were true, and I had teleported so many forces to besiege so many realms, then for the disrespect you have shown me, I would surely send them directly to your home next. The threat in the innkeeper's words was obvious and direct, needing no veiling. Do not presume to laud your misplaced righteousness in front of me. My only interest is in running my inn, not some insignificant war. Or perhaps you are trying to provoke me into giving you some kind of reaction. Whatever the case, choose your next words carefully. If I rescind your invitation, then I would like to see if you have the courage to continue attending this tea party. The only threat Lex gave currently was to kick this guest out of the party, and it was a fairly light threat, but that wasn't the point. As dangerous as it was, Lex could not afford to show weakness in the slightest. He was getting mentally exhausted far quicker than he had anticipated. It was not just the draining actions and words of some Dao Lords, it was interacting with them at all. Despite the system and Nuwa shielding him, his mental energy was draining rapidly, yet he could not allow that to affect him or his actions. Standing on the edge of death, Lex continued to look directly towards the Dao Lord who had spoken previously, waiting for a response, fully aware that a random snort from him could end Lex's existence. There was nothing he could do, not even the butter knife, which was now fully charged, could save him from the influence of a proper Dao Lord. Yet retreating was surely going to set him on the path to death, while standing up to him was only probably going to get him killed. That small chance of survival was what he was fighting for. If he wasn't so mentally drained, he might have considered other approaches, but at the moment he was just not capable. Just as the Dao Lord was going to respond, there was a knock on the door, breaking the tense silence. The innkeeper looked towards the door, surprised, and went to open it, ignoring the guest he already had in the room. This was not a chance he was going to give up to possibly get rid of the guy talking to him. Yet when he opened the door, he nearly winced. Standing right in front of him were Voidmaw as well as Ventura, both of them still dripping from the hot tub they had clearly just emerged from. "I hope I'm not disturbing anything," said Voidmaw in his smooth voice. "I was wondering if we could talk." The innkeeper's stern expression softened, and his usual warm smile returned. "Of course, we can talk any time. This guest was just leaving," said the innkeeper without looking back. "Excellent," said Voidmaw, clearly pleased. "Why don't you join us instead? There's no need to chat in some chamber. Talking in a hot tub is clearly a whole lot more relaxing." Chapter 2065, Before It's Too Late. Lex genuinely needed to think of a way to recover mental energy. If he could not, there was no way he would be able to attend the entire meeting. He had not even spent a full day, and the mental exhaustion was beginning to seriously affect him. Fortunately, Voidmaw was giving him a good excuse to use the hot tub, which should help with the situation. Lex had no idea if he was contaminated by Dao aura, or if there was some other reason behind his exhaustion. He could only try things one by one to help him recover, and the hot tub was as decent a place to start as anywhere else. Without looking back at the guest in the room, or so much as even bidding him farewell, the innkeeper followed Voidmaw out the room. The unusual behavior of the innkeeper was not missed by any of the nearby Dao Lords, all of them turning to look at the guest within, already planning out their next moves. Some moved to investigate, while others moved to distance themselves. "Are you beginning to see the drawbacks of making yourself too available?" Ventura asked. "They're like bees to honey whenever they see someone who does not fawn over them all the time. I tell you, no one appreciates anything given to them freely. You must make access to yourself more restricted, if only for your own sake." The innkeeper chuckled in amusement. "But this access was not free. They each paid with 1 Dao material," the innkeeper said, but upon hearing that both Voidmaw and Ventura burst into laughter. "I have to admit, you're a lot funnier than I imagined," Voidmaw said. "When I heard you're on good terms with Eclipse, I couldn't believe it. She's too picky, not to mention she feels disgruntled whenever she needs to deal with other Dao Lords. But I can see how she would get along with you, and the sense of humor is only part of it." The innkeeper gave Voidmaw an unusual look, but kept quiet. "Come on, boys, we're not here to talk about Eclipse," said Ventura as he lowered himself into the hot tub. "Come on, get in the tub. Let's relax a little. All this talk of war is not good for the nerves." For once, Lex was inclined to agree. "Tell me about it," muttered the innkeeper as he looked down at the hot tub. His host attire had a function that allowed it to change forms, so he simply had it change from a suit to some trunks before stepping into the water. The warm, soothing waters gently caressed Lex's body, releasing all the pent-up stress he had accumulated during the show. It wasn't just the possibility of constant universal wars that were affecting him. It was mere exposure to so many Tao lords. Even all the protection he had was not enough to save him from tiring out. "This toy is not bad," Voidmaw said, jumping in as well. "I plan on making one for myself when I get back home. Naturally, my hot tub will be designed with myself in mind rather than mere immortals, so it should be even better." The innkeeper studied Voidmaw's relaxed expression, and couldn't help but voice a question he was wondering about. "If you design a hot tub for yourself, how exactly will it be better than this one?" the innkeeper asked. "What more features would you add to it, or like to add to it?" Voidmaw pondered for a moment, as if not expecting a follow-up question. "Well, seeing as the best feature about the hot tub is the soothing, bubbling sound as well as the sensation of the bubbles, I'd work on improving those. I'd probably replace the water with another liquid which makes crisp sounds and produces soft and velvety bubbles. It's all about the texture." The innkeeper looked down at the hot tub he was in, and then at Voidmaw once more. Sure, Lex was beginning to feel relaxed and refreshed from the effects of the tub, and such a thing wasn't likely possible for a Tao Lord, but were they really just using the hot tub as a source for real-life ASMR? "You find the idea unusual?" Ventura asked, observing the innkeeper's expression. The innkeeper in turn shook his head. "Not really, I was just thinking about how much you might enjoy a specific type of artwork I encountered once. It is focused primarily on sounds, so it might just be the thing you need." Voidmaw nodded, as if appreciating it. "I am quite open to exploring new art forms," he said. "It is one of the best ways to pass eternity." Lex immediately noticed something odd about the last statement made by Voidmaw. Although on the surface it seemed like a praise for art, Lex detected a hint of despondency. If even he, as an immortal, could detect it, then it was clearly obvious that Voidmaw had revealed that weakness on purpose for the innkeeper to detect. Was he depressed? The innkeeper turned from Voidmaw to Ventura, and found that the mysterious owner of the universe's largest academy was already looking at the innkeeper. "Do you realize the issue, innkeeper?" he asked. "The problem with our universe?" The question, for Lex, was entirely unexpected, and immediately reversed the sense of relaxation he had managed to build up. Yet despite the unusual question, Voidmaw did not react at all. Seeing that the innkeeper did not answer immediately, Ventura seemed to get the hint. "I've known you from before Nuwa turned her gaze towards you," Ventura said. "I saw you back in the Crystal Realm when only he had paid attention to you." Though Lex said nothing, and revealed nothing, he could not help but think of that mysterious guy who had shown up inside his in one random day, instructing him to go set off on the journey that had set him on the path for where he stood today. If Ventura had his eye on Lex since then, was it possible that his system had already been detected by him? Or maybe his facade had been seen through? Both theories were incredibly dangerous, and yet Lex felt no threat whatsoever. "I am not too interested in your past, nor am I interested in interfering in Nuwa's matters," Ventura explained. "I only have one thing I am interested in, and chances are you can help me achieve that." The innkeeper did not reveal even the slightest expression that something was amiss, or that he might be panicking, leaving the impression that he was only listening curiously. "You know much about the evolution of universes, innkeeper?" Ventura asked, yet instead of waiting for an answer, he just began explaining. "The starting of the universe is one of the most important factors that determine the extent of the universe's growth. The longer it is allowed to exist without maturing, the stronger and better foundation it has. Subsequently, the greater the peak such a universe can reach. However, even so, most universes have a starting era that lasts no more than 50 billion years. However, our universe has deviated from that time frame by way too much. Voidmaw, how long ago did you meet Eclipse?" The question seemed unrelated to the length of a universe's era, but obviously it was linked. "A little over 200 billion years ago," Voidmaw answered absently. Ventura nodded, as if that answer was within his expectations. "You see, innkeeper, 200 billion years, and that's only how long ago he met Eclipse, not his actual age. That does not even include the length of time the primordial age existed. Our universe has already existed for way too long in stagnation. Yes, it will set us up for an even grander peak once we reach it, but unless that stagnation ends, we may never get a chance to see that peak. We may all be wiped out by the subtle onslaught of time-induced madness." The innkeeper did not say anything yet, as if merely listening and waiting for Ventura to get to the point. The opportunity to experience eternity is a great gift, but eternity mired in stagnation and constriction may actually be the worst form of torture. You see, as the universe refuses to grow, many others are forced into an abnormal state beyond what they are supposed to be doing. That is equally true for Tao Lords, and slowly we are reaching a tipping point. Unless the attention and purpose of all Tao Lords undergo a natural shift within due time, they will set on an irreversible course for self-destruction. Once such a thing happens, the chances of the universe being destroyed are far greater than of it maturing. The innkeeper, who up until now had merely been listening silently, finally asked a question. "How is it that you would like me to assist in this endeavor of yours?" he asked, requesting some clarification. "Simple," answered Voidmaw. "Even though you're not married to her, you were able to do something even I was never able to do by having her host this tea party. Now, for the sake of the universe itself, you must convince her to let the universe grow before it is too late." Chapter 2066, Fishing for Bigger Game. So the universe, this universe to be specific, was super old. It was far older than other universes at the same level of development, which surely had some benefits in terms of the growth of the universe itself. However, it also had some drawbacks. Since the universe was not entering the next phase of development, it was greatly restricting the development of Tao Lords in certain ways. Although Lex did not know the specifics, it was apparently slowly driving them towards madness, which threatened to destroy the universe itself. Cool. The innkeeper showed no surprise upon hearing such news, and instead studied Ventura's expression. It was clear that Ventura had no qualms about sharing the news of Nuwa with Voidmaw, which meant their relationship probably wasn't ordinary. Regardless of that fact, he found it quite curious that he made this request of him, despite knowing Eclipse for much longer. To be clear, Lex had absolutely zero intentions of getting involved in this matter himself. Maybe when he became a Tao Lord he could consider it, for even if the Tao Lord were going to fall into madness, it would not be any time soon. But if he were to consider it, even if he only did so briefly, there were many aspects of this matter that needed clarification. No matter what anyone said, and regardless of how eccentric people seemed to consider Eclipse, no one could consider her dumb or unintelligent. If there was an issue that Ventura and Voidmaw could realize, then surely Eclipse could as well. After all, she too was a Tao Lord. If in spite of that knowledge she maintained her current stance, then she surely had her reasons. "Let me ask you a question," the innkeeper said, addressing Ventura. "Do you perhaps also know what happened during the primordial age?" It was clear to the innkeeper that Eclipse knew what happened back then, having lived through that age. But did Ventura? Lex wasn't sure of Ventura's age and origin, but he was clearly far from simple, so he should be aware of certain things. "You are perceptive," Ventura said, though there was no surprise in his voice. "To answer your question, yes, I do know what happened back then, to a certain extent. I doubt anyone alive knows the full story of what really happened back then. I can also answer your subsequent question. Yes, one of the major reasons for why Eclipse refuses to let the universe continue its growth is linked to those events. However, we cannot live in fear of events that happened so long ago. In this case, fear is literally hampering the progress not only of the universe, but countless forces as well. Unless something changes, there may come a time when Eclipse is forced to act due to circumstances. After all, no matter how strong she is, she does not live alone in this universe. It is not without reason that everyone is looking for the garden despite her fearsome reputation as a Tao Queen. Rather than allowing things to lead into a bloody conflict that will harm many, it would be much better to actively work towards a solution on her own. Heck, she can even make her own arrangements and conditions to avoid or circumvent the issues she fears from occurring. Everything is negotiable as long as she is willing to negotiate. The innkeeper was not surprised in the least. The issue really was related to what happened back in the primordial age. Lex had a strong feeling that, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would sooner or later have to face whatever problems were caused back in the primordial age. Or, at the very least, he would have to uncover that history. The feeling was not based on his instincts or such. It was based on the fact that he was a magnet for trouble, and he did not know any trouble greater than one which could shroud an entire age in mystery and severe bloodshed. Even now, the innkeeper did not refuse Ventura and Voidmaw. There was no point. He could simply wait a few thousand years and do it then if he wanted to. He doubted beings that had waited 200 billion years would mind a few thousand. "Is this the only reason you called me here?" the innkeeper asked. Voidmaw shook his head. "I know something like this can't be easy, and I don't even expect you to be able to completely resolve it. There's no harm in asking, though," he said, sounding despondent and entirely unlike what he showed himself outside. "I do have a much more realistic and incredibly difficult request, though. I see you have a lot of services designed to help mortals and immortals relax and rest. If you could somehow create a service that can help me relax completely, that would be tremendous. As soon as Lex heard those words, he knew his system would take it as a request. As expected, he got a quest. However, for once, the quest showed up without a notification sound, as if afraid that his guests might hear. New quest: a guest has requested a means to relax. Create a special room where Tao beings may relax. Quest reward: subject to performance. Remarks: want to fix the universe, call a plumber, but if you want to relax, call the Midnight Inn. At least the quest did not have a time limit, so that was nice. I will work on that, the innkeeper said seriously. Voidmaw simply nodded appreciatively, as if he did expect any real results but was simply being polite. Why have you not tried talking to Eclipse yourself? The innkeeper asked, turning back to Ventura at his request. Ventura chuckled, thinking back to a certain event. I did try talking to her, in my own way, he admitted. Although I knew her reputation, I myself am no pushover, so I did not take it too seriously. Well, as a result, I learned that Eclipse really is a formidable woman. Forcing her hand would be a dire mistake, one that I was unwilling to make. Ventura did not elaborate, but Lex could read between the lines. The old academy head had his behind whopped got it. The innkeeper chuckled, not hiding his amusement upon hearing the words. He still did not make any promises, and the other two seemed content to not mention it either. Instead, they transitioned to other topics of conversation. I feel like the mood at this tea party is a little strange, said Voidmaw. All the surprises aside, it seems to me like many of the participants came with a hidden agenda that they have failed, and so are awkward or upset. Ventura snickered. You mean besides wanting to pressure the innkeeper into working for them? He asked, amused. The mere venue of this meeting ended those dreams, not to mention everything else that happened, and is bound to happen at this party. Personally, I doubt that anyone will involve the innkeeper in this conflict of their own volition. The thing that Ventura left unsaid, and the thing Lex understood on his own, was that he might now get pulled into an entirely different conflict. The universe was looking for the primordial garden, and the only one who knew how to reach it before was Ventura. Now, that also included the innkeeper. Such a prestigious status was bound to attract some attention as well. But for once it seemed that Lex misunderstood what Ventura meant. Voidmaw snorted. You think Eclipse's other ex-husbands will challenge the innkeeper? Those losers? I doubt it. He seemed entirely disdainful of his peers. Lex, on the other hand, was thinking something else entirely. Was he going to have to face Eclipse's 7 evil exes? No, wait, considering Eternix was in there twice, that was 6 evil exes, and Voidmaw didn't seem interested in challenging him either, so that was only 5. But the thing was, he wasn't interested in Eclipse at all, at least in that way. I didn't say that, said Ventura defensively. But since you brought it up, Innkeeper, do you have any plans on how you will deal with them? I say let the news of your Anua's son spread, and the matter will take care of itself. Voidmaw's jaw suddenly dropped, and he turned to look at the innkeeper in equal parts horror and worship. I'm afraid if such a thing happens, not everyone will understand that Eclipse was merely joking when she said that, the innkeeper said casually, as if he was not too bothered by the news at all. Ventura smirked, but did not mention all the evidence Eclipse had backing the claim up. After all, Nua had specifically stated not to reveal matters related to Lex, and there was no point in provoking that crazy lady. Someone who didn't realize they were crazy was absolutely dangerous, and as the only reasonable, logical person in the group, he had a hard time just avoiding needless fights. Despite his somewhat defensive explanation, Voidmaw seemed not to believe the innkeeper. Instead, he could not believe the audacity of the innkeeper. No wonder he couldn't be bothered to court Eclipse. He was fishing for much bigger game. Chapter 2067, Good Place to Work Out. The innkeeper looked towards Ventura, and then Voidmaw, and then just shook his head. Yeah, there was no way this rumor was going to stay suppressed. The innkeeper was about to get cooked. Fortunately, at least his identity as Lex was going to stay out of this mess. He wanted to ask a bit about Eclipse's evil exes, but couldn't. Questions like that were far too revealing, and could betray his knowledge or ignorance of common information. Lex was beginning to miss Balam's wife. Instead, he decided to turn the conversation in a different direction altogether. Aren't the two of you interested in forming alliances for the ongoing war? The innkeeper asked. I already have too many alliances, Ventura said casually. Anyone attacking my academy is provoking countless forces simply due to their children or their invested assets suffering. But even if you ignore that, too many forces have vested interests in my success. I don't even need to lift a hand, they will act on their own to protect me. However, if you ignore even that, then there is the fact that I personally have over 900 Dao Lords who obey me spread out across the 5 major realms I control, not to mention my personal strength. Who exactly should I fear? The innkeeper nodded softly, while internally Lex numbed his emotions and kept his butt from clenching. Over 900 Dao Lords? 5 major realms? So what? As a young 25-year-old, Lex had his whole life ahead of him to accumulate all that. Positive thoughts. Yes, with positive thinking on his side, it's only a matter of time before he acquires 900 Dao Lords under him. I may not have all that, but I don't fear anyone either, said Voidmaw casually. The Voidmaw Grizzlies are adept at destroying realms and living in the void. Whoever messes with us better be prepared to pay the price. But what about you? I don't see you going out of your way to make alliances. From what I see, you're actually discouraging them. The innkeeper chuckled upon hearing the question. I'm just trying to run an inn. I don't need alliances for that, and if anyone wants to attack the inn, they first have to deal with the infinite Wukongs that'll annoy them for eternity. But ignoring how our guests might annoy anyone who attacks me, anyone considering attacking me would need to be sure they can kill me in one hit. Otherwise, for the rest of eternity, all sorts of monsters from across the universe will be teleporting into their lap. No part of their organization will be safe. Not one member who follows them will be able to escape. The innkeeper spoke casually, referring to his acknowledged teleportation ability as an incredible and grave threat to anyone who provoked him. In truth, he was not saying anything new. Anyone who wanted to probe the innkeeper acknowledged his amazing teleportation ability. That was one of the key reasons he was considered such a big threat. It was also why everyone wanted him on their side, and yet no one wanted to pick a fight with him. Well, almost no one. Just as Voidmaw was about to continue speaking, a strange look flashed through the innkeeper's eyes before he continued speaking. At most, if someone annoys me too much, I'll teleport them directly to Abaddon. Voidmaw was confused, unfamiliar with the name, yet Ventura suddenly snapped his head towards the innkeeper, not expecting to hear such unexpected words. You know of Abaddon? Ventura asked cautiously, unwilling to reveal any secrets just in case there was some misunderstanding. I went there once when I was younger, the innkeeper said dismissively. I do not recommend it as a vacation spot. It's good for a workout, though. Ventura looked at the innkeeper oddly, wondering if this guy was bluffing. Unfortunately, he could tell that he was not. He really did consider Abaddon a good place to work out. I don't get it. Is Abaddon a really dangerous place? Why have I never heard of it? Voidmaw asked, looking towards Ventura. You can consider Abaddon a tumor growing out of the side of this universe, Ventura said tactfully. It is a necessary evil. Its presence is a threat to the whole universe, sucking energy and resources from the universe itself, but it is also a convenient spot for the universe to dump all its trash that would otherwise pollute the universe greatly. It is not a place anyone should visit, because the very purpose of that place is destruction. If the innkeeper can send his enemies there at will, which should not be possible, then there is no Dao Lord alive who can afford to mess with him. He's basically automatically a Dao King by default. Voidmaw was both confused and shocked as he turned to look at the innkeeper, who only casually shrugged, neither confirming nor denying anything. Damn, this tea party is just too great, he muttered under his breath. The innkeeper laughed and stood up from within the tub. It has been a pleasure, gentlemen, but unless there's something else I need to see to some matters, he said politely. Neither Ventura nor Voidmaw stopped him, only bidding him farewell as he left. In truth, the reason Lex left was because he was running out of mental energy. He was on the verge of collapsing. If he didn't get some rest soon, he might actually faint. Mary, I need your help, Lex uttered internally. I need you to cover for me while I recover. Tell Eclipse I'll personally deliver her a flower on your behalf. Things could get really bad if I don't exit. Without any hesitation, Mary's full body projection appeared right beside the innkeeper, just as Lex stumbled. Balam and Bridget just happened to walk inside the tavern. Followed by a few other Dao Lords they were meaning to lead into a private room for a meeting. They appeared just in time to catch a scene of the innkeeper, supposedly leaning against a beautiful red head wearing a long, red gown. Balam froze and Bridget shrieked internally as they saw what looked like the innkeeper intimately whispering something in her ear before disappearing. Chapter 2068, Coincidental Timing. Lex had not done it on purpose. Talking to so many Dao Lords, not to mention chilling with a being above the Dao Lord realm inside a hot tub, was extremely draining on his mind and soul. Even the protection of the host attire wasn't sufficient when quantity and quality were both against him. He was feeling incredibly weak, and was forced to call Mary even though he wanted to avoid getting her involved. Yet just as he called her, he seemed to reach his limits and fell. Almost instinctually, he fell towards her so she could support him, yet she was just a projection. She could not hold him up. He was practically upon her when his brain worked enough to realize he would fall right through her, and teleported back to his office, leaving a reluctant and incredibly awkward Mary, facing a group of Tao lords who were staring right at her. Within his office, Lex collapsed on the floor and nearly fainted, yet he could not allow himself to lose consciousness. He could not allow it. Who knew when he would wake up if that happened, and this tea party was much too important for him to waste. He needed to push through. With a mind that was more than half asleep, with the remainder completely lethargic, he went through all the gifts and prizes he had received. Normally, he would use the gift shop to check the details and worth of any item, but currently he was too slow and weak to do that. Most of the time, he never left an item in the shop long enough for it to be even noticed, let alone be redeemed. Yet in his current state, he could not do that. Given the dire situation, he could only rely on his instincts. He laid out all the gifts in front of him and tried to focus on all of them, allowing his instinct to guide him towards which one would suit him the most. Unfortunately, that was the mucus slime due to its gentle nature. Without paying attention to how disgusting it was, Lex unsealed the gift and softly touched it. He immediately began to cultivate, hoping that his nameless cultivation technique would absorb any lingering Tao aura on him, as well as the slime, and help him increase the strength of his Tao body. Only in that way could he possibly continue to tolerate the presence of so many beings. Or, well, if that didn't happen fast enough, which was likely going to be the case, then at least he hoped to recover fast enough to return. Fortunately, time flowed much faster in the Midnight Realm, so he would have more time here to recover. He did not have the mind to worry about the awkward situation in which he left Mary. She would have to cover for herself. Meanwhile, within the tavern, the gossip spread faster than the speed of light. While Mary turned to look at the Tao lords who had seen the innkeeper disappear, and they looked at the Mary they had all at least heard about, they also sent images of what they saw to all their contacts within the tea party. One after another, the images spread, and within a single moment, all participants of the tea party save the innkeeper and Mary had seen that image. A sudden, unexpected situation has forced the innkeeper to step out, Mary said informatively, but with a naturally confident attitude. He will be forced to step in and out during the rest of the tea party, and has requested my presence to smooth things over while he is gone. Please, if you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. Bridget stared at Mary with subtle hostility as she stepped in front of Balaam, as if protecting him from her. It couldn't be helped. Mary had a kind of natural yet ephemeral beauty that was otherworldly. It would be entirely natural for one to fall for her, which is why she had to keep her husband away from her. Balaam, on the other hand, had barely noticed Mary's beauty. Instead, he could not help but wonder what it was that had demanded the innkeeper's attention. It must be something extraordinary. As it happened, at that very same moment in a different part of the universe, something major was happening. During some routine transit between realms, a number of Tao lords were ambushed. The ambushes happened in the void and resulted in something no one had expected. Using a very high-level authority in Archeheaven, an artificial portal to Archeheaven was opened within the void, and all the Tao lords were pushed in. No sooner had the ambushes happened than news of it spread. It was not easy to keep secrets in the universe, at least with so many Tao lords around. Unfortunately, nothing could be done. The locations of the ambushes were cleverly chosen, far away from any help, and far from any important locations. No one would expect anyone to be targeted in such areas, yet that is exactly what happened. To make matters worse, all the Tao lords who were ambushed had never been to Archeheaven before, and so had a very basic level of authority there. Those who ambushed them, however, were all experts who had spent a long time nurturing their Archeheaven authority. What the result of this ambush would be was something that could not be determined in a short time, but it was now abundantly clear that whoever had planned this had sufficient preparations. A rescue operation started to be planned the very moment they were sent away. Unfortunately, the rescuers also had to prepare for the fact that this ambush may be bait to begin with. If all high-authority personnel were killed or trapped within Archeheaven, then the influence of many organizations over Archeheaven would weaken drastically. Of all the Tao lords who were ambushed, there was one who had tried to use a golden key to escape to the Midnight Inn at the last moment. Unfortunately, that part of the universe had been sealed, as if the attackers were specifically protecting against the inn. This ambush happened at the same time as the disappearance of the innkeeper. No one drew the connection between them yet, mainly because everyone who knew of the innkeeper's disappearance was as of yet unaware of what was happening outside. As for what they might assume happened when they learned details of it later on, no one could say. In that case, why don't you join us for a casual chat? One of the Tao Lords asked Mary once they recovered from the shock of what they had seen. Chapter 2069, Not Going to Answer. Mary studied the group, well aware that they had already spread the tea about what they thought they perceived. She could have tried to correct them to set the record straight, but she couldn't be bothered. Unlike Lex, who was in the middle of faking it till he made it, Mary's pride and arrogance of being a Tao Lord was genuine. Although many of her memories were missing, she also retained many of her memories as well. While the details of her exact previous identity seemed to be purposefully suppressed or missing, probably by the system, she could draw conclusions on her own. She used to be a celestial, and she was quite a well-known entity among them. Thus, it was fortunate that she no longer looked like her original appearance, or she would have been easily recognized. Regardless, the faint few memories she had allowed her to remember that, ordinarily speaking, she could not be bothered with low-level Tao Lords. While she was no longer as powerful as she once was, since she needed to act like she was at full power, she could not help but tap into the arrogance that was fused within the depths of her soul. She looked at Balam and his group with a restrained look, one that made it clear that she did not actually take them too seriously. Instead of feeling offended, or as if something was amiss, the Tao Lords took this in their stride. Compared to the anomaly that was the innkeeper, who was polite to everyone he met, this type of arrogance and attitude was far more common and prevalent among Tao Lords. Since the innkeeper has requested my aid, I will of course entertain all his guests while he is absent, Mary said with the utmost politeness and respect, making it clear to all who heard that she was only helping them because the innkeeper said so. But the more it was like this, the more they believed there was something going on between them. Then please follow me, said Balam as he led the group towards the nearest available chamber of secrets, so that they could all converse at ease. As soon as they entered the chamber, the entire group dispersed, taking a seat at the various corners of the room, leaving one spot empty for Mary. Lady Mary, your reputation precedes you. I had already heard that the innkeeper works with someone of your caliber, but I was entirely unfamiliar with just how impressive you actually are, said one of the Tao Lords. Mary looked at the guest, and her faint smile suddenly transformed into a deadpan expression. I do not accept compliments from harem owners. Please remain within the limits of propriety between a host and a guest, she said politely yet firmly. The guest who had spoken suddenly felt awkward, while the rest of the group started to laugh, finding amusement in his embarrassment. Yet the moment did not last, for such a simple quip could not genuinely offend a Tao Lord, especially when it came from another formidable Tao Lord. It was ironic and unusual, but the more arrogant Mary acted, the more others treated her as if her actions were justified. Lady Mary, I hope you don't mind if I ask a few questions. Please let me know if I overstep my bounds, said Balam. Mary studied Balam, but seeing that he had no other intentions, she merely nodded, accepting his request. Have you joined the Midnight Inn recently? He asked. That seems not to be the case, since you and the innkeeper seem so familiar, yet I never had the fortune of encountering you before. Bridget frowned upon hearing those words, but understood they were more formality than anything else. She had to restrain herself from snorting. I have worked for the innkeeper since he started the Midnight Inn. In a sense, I can be considered his first employee. She spoke with a hint of reverence in her voice, as if she deeply respected the innkeeper. You never met me before simply because I was busy with other things. I am not the first one of the innkeeper's workers you haven't met, nor will I be the last. Her words were not surprising. Balam had not known the innkeeper for long anyway, so it wasn't surprising that he hadn't met all of the innkeeper's followers. Oh, so you must know the innkeeper well. In that case, do you know the innkeeper's opinion on the war? Many who met with him claim that the innkeeper has no interest in the war, but with the extent of his teleportation capabilities, it is just hard to feel at ease, spoke another Tao Lord. Why ask a question you already know the answer to? Mary asked, rolling her eyes. He does not run an inn because he needs to make his locations known to you lot, nor does he do it because anyone is forcing him. He does it because he wants to, and participating in this war will interfere with that, so why would he do such a thing? The answer seemed to only vaguely satisfy everyone. After all, the guarantee that the innkeeper wouldn't participate was too weak. Whim and will were something that could change at any time, so it was not the greatest form of defense. In that case, do you know about the details of the relationship between the innkeeper and Eclipse? Bridget asked, narrowing her eyes. She wasn't suspicious of the innkeeper. He was a gentleman. Instead, she was highly suspicious that this Mary was far more than she made herself out to be. Mary could answer, but that was sounding a whole lot like gossip. Now her inner arrogant self wanted to act out, but she had to remember that at the end of the day these were her guests, so she couldn't be too impetuous, lest the system punish her. If the reason you all have called for me here is to talk about the inn or the tea party, I can assist you. But if you wish to learn or gossip about the innkeeper, you will have to contact him directly yourself. I am not going to reveal the details of the innkeeper's actions to anyone. Bridget smiled knowingly. Mary had refused to answer the question, which probably meant that not only did she know about the innkeeper and Eclipse, but that there was something spicy going on between them. Chapter 2070, True Identity. Chapter 2070, The Innkeeper's True Identity. My apologies. Yes, as suggested, we should stick to relevant topics, Bridget said with a knowing smile. Yes, I agree, said another Dow Lord. In fact, there's a question I was meaning to ask the innkeeper, but since he left, I was wondering if I could ask you. Mary's expression remained polite as she nodded, channeling her innate arrogance. At the same time, though, she could not help but feel that she had outgrown such feelings. Maybe it was because her soul was damaged, or so much time had passed, or Lex's influence, but she had a feeling that if she returned to her full power, she'd probably behave a lot more casually, similar to the innkeeper. It was a whole lot more freeing than having an attitude. I have heard that the Midnight Realm is creating a hell and even a heaven within its realm, said the Dow Lord. At the same time, there are great forests for elves, great mines for dwarves, gardens for gnomes, and massive mountains for giants. It seems to me that increasingly the Midnight Inn is catering more and more for humanoid beings. In that case, do you have any hidden affiliation with the Humanoid Alliance? It was a layered, complex, and pathetic question to which Mary responded with a death glare and deadpan question. If you swear a Dow oath to never step foot in another forest, visit a mountain, enter a mine, go to hell or heaven, dip your foot in a lake, breathe air, or simply even exist in a semi-stable environment, then I will admit that we are doing all of that to secretly cater to the Humanoid Alliance, she said, staring the Dow Lord right in the eyes. The Dow Lord coughed awkwardly. No, I think there's some kind of miscommunication. What I meant to suggest was that if the inn can alter its environment for its guests, then I'd like to request a voidwood forest in a vacuum for members of my own race to visit, he said, shamelessly ignoring the scathing burn Mary left on his ego. Mary nodded. The Midnight Inn caters to all guests. We have probably encountered no guests from your race before, thus explaining the absence of the necessary environment. However, I assure you that if they come, such an environment can be arranged, she answered. Mary felt like getting up and ditching this group of people, but she had to remind herself that she was still a worker for the inn. Thus, to make this meeting more bearable for herself, she stopped tapping into her dormant arrogance as much as she was, and instead allowed some of her normal personality trickle in. From the guests, her gaze went down to her red dress. It was flattering and went well with her hair, but she wasn't feeling the high heels, so she swapped them out for some white sneakers. The strong color contrast drew too much attention, making it so that every eye would naturally gravitate to her feet rather than the rest of her. Somehow, that felt even more arrogant than before, so she added a pair of long, white gloves to her attire. Now, feeling much more comfortable, she turned her gaze back to the guests. It has been a long time since I attended something like this. Has the standard really dropped so low? She could not help but ask. There's a war going on, and you're all probing the innkeeper who hasn't done anything at all, and in fact provided you with a platform in which to discuss freely. Surely there's a better use of your time. Mary suddenly sensed an odd familiarity, as if she had done something like this before. Tapping into that feeling, she found her memories missing, but her instincts still valid and present. She leaned forward, resting both her elbows on her knees, her fingers intertwined with each other, with only her index fingers free and tapping on each other. Please do not answer these questions. The last thing I want is some conspiracy that I'm mining for information. However, consider this, have you secured your Dow fields? A single polluted law could destroy countless years of work. The question was unexpected, and at first alarmed some, but they promptly relaxed as they came to an answer. Mature realms cannot be polluted so easily. The laws of the realm are self-correcting, and would need significant damage before they are polluted enough to affect the production of a Dow field, a Dow Lord answered, as if teaching her. Many others nodded, yet Balaam creased his brow. He did not underestimate Mary, and so looked deeper into the question. How could someone working for the innkeeper not have such basic knowledge? Just as he expected, their answer almost made Mary laugh, and she didn't hide it either. It seems there are a lot of misunderstandings today. Who told you I was concerned for the health of your field? I meant, if someone were to conspire to destroy your realm, the production of your Tao fields would begin to gradually decline, making it a clear indicator that something is amiss. It's one of the best ways to monitor your realm's health. Mary's answer once again alarmed the group. Destroy a major realm? What kind of insanity is that? Why would anyone want to destroy a major realm? Wait, have you heard something? While the others hounded Mary, Balaam's expression changed as he realized that he had been correct. The view and perspective of the innkeeper, and even Mary, looked at things from a higher angle. They were not restricted by conventional thinking, which was something that could only come through experience. Who told you that a major realm can't be destroyed? There are many tactical advantages to the destruction of a major realm, not to mention countless opportunities and resources produced as a result. I have not heard anything. It was just a simple question I proposed to you to make you consider the kinds of questions you should be asking in this meeting. Just because it hasn't happened before doesn't mean it can't happen in the future, but that doesn't even apply here because major realms have already been destroyed in the past. But, forget it. Why am I helping you out here? If that's all, I'll take my leave. I have many other guests to see to. Her abrupt motion to leave alarmed many, and they all began to rush to stop her, their perspective of her changing rapidly. Thus, without any original intention of doing so, Mary began to point out a few bits of knowledge she thought should be common sense, giving out extremely practical, strategic advice for maneuvering in a realm war. She spoke with such familiarity that it almost created an illusion that she had personally commanded many such wars. Even Bridget listened with interest. Only Balaam, the one with the most experience in the room, leaned back as he studied Mary with a renewed impression. Such familiarity with matters pertaining to the influence of Tao in a war could not be attained through theory alone. Indeed, it seemed that the innkeeper's true identity was extremely sensitive, just as he had expected. Chapter 2071, New Reputation. A Tao Lord could not be judged using normal metrics. They were beings of near infinite power. One of the primary reasons most Tao Lords never progressed beyond simply entering the realm was because they were so powerful that they themselves could not completely master their own strength. Alongside that strength came a near infinite mental capacity for thought and processing. It took any random Tao Lord less than 1 second to perceive every action ever taken by all living beings on Earth, just as an example of just how powerful their minds were. Yet this was only the most basic requirement of being a Tao Lord, for they needed exactly such a mind to control their power. They used a majority of their mind to process information from their numerous senses, since they perceived the universe in such a vastly different way. For example, while a normal human, a regular old Joe, like Lex might judge how a situation may evolve based on experience, common sense, and deep insight, Tao Lords would judge it based on factors a human would not even know existed. Their every thought was more accurate than regular divination from non-Tao beings, which is why they did not need to judge things based on experience. After all, even experience left room for errors in new situations. Generally speaking, Tao Lords were always correct. The only exception was when they were up against other Tao Lords. Since they all relied on similar senses and powers, they could manipulate or hide many indicators, influencing the conclusion another Tao Lord might reach, thus rendering their great advantage null. Theoretically, any Tao Lord could pull this off, but practically the situation was a whole lot more complex. Hidden between the perceived certainty of reality through the eyes of a Tao Lord, there was room for infinite possibilities, revealing that even Tao Lords were vulnerable to other Tao Lords. Of course, this was something most did not know or realize. It had been too long since a mass slaughter of Tao Lords, or a proper war that ended in death instead of defeat. The stories of the loss of humanity's Tao Lords was too old for even Tao Lords, making it seem like a distant reality. However, one reason everyone was so tense was because this latest war had the possibility of becoming such a war. On the surface, it seemed like the progress of this war was normal, yet as Mary conversed with the Tao Lords, she began to see a pattern, one that was apparent to all Tao Lords. This war was progressing exactly at the scale and pace desired by whoever wanted this war to begin with. Not a single action taken by the defensive forces as of yet, based on publicly available information, managed to derail the enemy's plans. Thus, even now, despite the distinguished guest list for this tea party, its greatest aspect remained the ability to meet, plan, and devise without the possibility of being spied upon by the various laws of the universe. The isolation barrier of the primordial garden was one of the best in the universe, far surpassing even the Midnight Inn. Mary had spent several hours talking to the Tao Lords alongside Balaam. She told them nothing specific. She only offered some basic guidance, making them aware of possibilities they automatically negated since that is what their many senses told them. Yet just like humans who fell subject to illusions, the various senses of Tao Lords could fool them if they were being manipulated accurately enough by another Tao Lord, with Wukong being notably adept at just that. Eventually, though, much to the reluctance of all those she was talking to, Mary had to leave. After all, she needed to tend to other guests as well, not just sit and chat with these few. At least during this session, she had discovered the persona she wanted to maintain while dealing with other Tao Lords. She could not eliminate her arrogance, not entirely. Instead, she simply needed to manage it, alongside her usual friendly attitude. Though even her friendliness was tempered compared to how she was with normal guests. These were, after all, Tao Lords. While the system kept her secret well hidden for now, the slightest mishap could ruin things. The issue wasn't even if she did something revealing now. Anything she said or did now could become the basis for her exposure many years down the lane if she made a mistake at that point. Thus, she needed to walk a delicate balance between approachable and distant, only fulfilling her role as a host rather than anything else. Among this first batch, she had spoken more than she needed to, but that was something she learned after the fact. Once she left that meeting, she made her way across the tavern, checking up on guests. Fortunately, most of them were occupied with their own meetings, so no one seemed to mind hers and the innkeeper's absence. The few who were still lingering, not participating in any meetings, or leaving out some clones because they didn't want to miss any tea, got a chance to interact with her. She was just checking up on people, making sure everything was fine, and if they needed anything. In turn, most Tao Lords were curious about this lady who was apparently so close to the innkeeper. Quickly, though, that pervading sentiment changed. After she started to make the rounds, no longer was anyone interested in Mary, the innkeeper's assistant and possible romantic interest. Instead, they were all keen to meet Mary, the Tao War expert. Even though she avoided giving instructions, and only gave general advice based on a guest's general situation, even that served to enhance her reputation greatly and rapidly. It was so much so that even some Tao Lords who were in meetings were sent messages by others to possibly include her in their meetings, or at least consult her opinion on some issues. Compared to the mysterious yet friendly innkeeper, Mary started to develop a reputation as a mysteriously knowledgeable warrior and tactician. In fact, many found it entirely conceivable that she was the strategist behind the Midnight Inn. Chapter 2072, Queen of War and Conquest. "You know, this is quite unlike you," said Nully as she poured herself a drink, watching everything happening around her. She did not pry into the secret or protected areas of the tavern, but her gaze did not shy away from all the public areas. She was not looking for secrets, or even some gossip. She was just observing, taking in this anomalous event inside the fabled primordial garden that had remained inaccessible for so long. "Oh, really?" Eclipse asked, looking at Nully curiously. "What's different?" The only one even remotely close to the two of them was little Krusty, but that turtle was lost in his own world, studying all the flowers that had been brought into the garden. All of them were entirely unique, created just for the occasion, or especially rare. With Nully by her side, even Wukong could not act like a clown, so the two of them talked freely. "Letting so many inside your garden, aren't you afraid they'll ruin something?" Nully asked. Eclipse sighed and shook her head. "The garden is already ruined. The addition of a new realm messed up all the synergy and feng shui of the place, so I'll need to start again. I'm just treating this tea party as a small vacation before I get back to work, not to mention I was quite curious about the innkeeper. He's nurturing an interesting human. If the human doesn't end up dying, then he'll grow up to be a real unique character, I tell you." Nully raised an eyebrow out of curiosity, and then took a sip of her drink. Normally, Nully would just play back time and watch Eclipse's interactions with the human, but they had an audience, so she would wait until everyone left. "How are things going on your end?" Eclipse asked. Nully shrugged. "There's a new war starting, and everyone is tense about it, but besides that, well enough, I suppose," Nully answered. "I paid the Dungeon Master's keep a visit. He's nearly done with his current campaign and is getting ready to start a new game soon, should I put down your name." Eclipse smirked at her friend. You know well enough that I would need to leave this realm for that. It's not time for that yet, she said. Nully shrugged as if saying she tried. It couldn't be helped. Eclipse was worse than the worst introvert. She hadn't left her realm in forever. Besides that, there's another Nexus event coming up, Nully continued as her gaze fell upon Mary, who was followed by a crowd wherever she went. I would have said that it'll appear in about a century or so, but with all the deaths from the war that number might get pushed back. Who can say for sure? A Nexus event is basically impossible to predict. Eclipse nodded as if agreeing. Yeah, destiny is a real messed up thing. I always preferred karma myself, Eclipse said. Nully rolled her eyes at Eclipse. Let me think. What else is going on? Nully continued. There's signs of a new broken cycle in the folklore realm, so that'll be interesting. Oh, and there's been an uninterrupted energy wave near the void end. If that keeps up, we're on for a new record. Eclipse was finally surprised to hear something, taken aback by Nully's words. Wait, how long has the current wave been going on? She asked, sitting up from her chair. Nully took another sip, as she looked through the flow of time to the beginning of the wave. Approximately 901 years, she stated. We haven't had waves like that in ages. Eclipse frowned, not nearly as excited as Nully. You're right and you're wrong. It's not that we haven't had a wave that big in ages. It's that we haven't had a wave that big in ages. Since the end of the primordial age, to be exact. Have there been any signs of universal instability? Nully paused, once more looking through the flow of time. Signs, I can't see any, doesn't mean they don't exist. What are you thinking? Eclipse didn't answer immediately, instead taking some time to think. Theoretically, an influx of energy into the universe is not a bad thing. It's a very good thing, in fact. But with Abaddon growing on the universal boundary and the things sealed in the primary realm, the slightest anomaly can cause issues. There was a primal in here, right? I might just need to talk to him about monitoring the universal boundary. Nully shrugged. You know, this wouldn't be a concern if you just, do the thing, Nully said. Yet her words only made Eclipse sigh. You too, Nully, you know full well that I can't just do the thing. Not yet anyway, said Eclipse, sounding troubled. No, not me too, Nully clarified. I was just saying it could resolve your problems. I don't really care either way. I can just step into the future at the point the universe matures any time I want. It makes no real difference to me. Eclipse realized that she had mistaken Nully's intentions, but that didn't relieve her. The universal boundary. It seems we have a guest, Nully said, looking towards the tavern. From the entrance emerged Mary with an annoyingly persistent entourage of Dao Lords who wanted to take a moment of her time to continue their discussion. Unfortunately, she was uninterested in delivering specific answers, so there was only one thing she could do. Lex had asked her to inform Eclipse that he would pay a flower on her behalf. Maybe going up to the primordial queen would scare her followers off. Unfortunately, her plan failed, mainly because the other Dao Lords wanted to see the interaction between Mary and Eclipse. The rumors regarding Eclipse and the Innkeeper may have accidentally made the rounds, so now, as far as everyone was concerned, this would be an interesting exchange. It's an honor to meet you, Primordial Queen, Mary said with a soft head bow, acknowledging a far superior being openly. You as well, Primordial Nullith. Before Eclipse could respond, Nully walked up to Mary with an extra glass in hand. The honor will be mine if you share a drink with me, Nully said teasingly before winking at Mary. Her actions, though simple, gave all the Dao Lords pause. What was going on? This wasn't on the script. Was the primordial Nullith flirting with the midnight tactician, queen of war and conquest? That may have been a new nickname Mary randomly earned by overly enthusiastic Dao Lords in an attempt to flatter her and get more advice from her. It had not worked, but the nickname stuck. Chapter 2073, Interesting People. Nully was awfully close to Mary's face as she spoke, their noses almost touching. There was a teasing smirk on her face, as well as mischief in her eyes. Mary, on the other hand, did not react at all. She looked Nully directly in the eyes without so much as a single emotional fluctuation throughout. Then, once Nully had offered the drink, Mary kept her waiting for a good few seconds before answering. I noticed that you sniffed the Innkeeper when you arrived, and now you're pretty close to me too, said Mary with a neutral tone. Is smelling each other some kind of greeting among the Nullith race? Many from the crowd observing the exchange nearly gasped, but managed to stop themselves on the account of the fact that they were Dao Lords. That did not, however, change the fact that they couldn't believe Mary would burn Nully in such a way. Queen of war and conquest, indeed. Yet before they could even properly process what had happened, Nully gave a response no one save Eclipse expected. It's not really a norm among the Nully, but if you want to get to know each other better, I wouldn't mind smelling you a little more. If Mary had a real body, she would have been tempted to slap Nully. This was blatant harassment, even if it was coming from an unfairly attractive woman. No thank you, but feel free to smell this, said Mary, handing Nully a small pamphlet about sexual harassment in the workplace, as well as appropriate behavior in a public setting. Eclipse burst out laughing while Nully only smiled with an admiring expression, not bothered in the least by Mary's words. Instead, she seemed to have approved of her to a certain degree. You're not bad, Nully said. You feel like a celestial but don't have the aura of one quite interesting. Since you don't want to drink, then at least join us for a bit so we can talk in private. Nully glared at the following crowd as she said private, as if to send them a hint to clear off. The crowd was disappointed, mostly because they wanted to see how this meeting progressed. Mary had proven herself to be remarkable, and no one could deny it. Though she had not revealed her strength, her insight was not something that could be casually gained. Then her identity as the innkeeper's assistant, if that even was her position, made her even more special. No one could ignore her, but Eclipse wasn't just anyone either. As the crowd cleared off, Nully slowly stepped back and sat beside Eclipse, calling Mary to take a seat as well. Greeting, primordial queen. The innkeeper had to leave momentarily for an urgent task, so he sent me in his stead. He asked me to let you know that he will personally give you a new flower to pay for my attendance, Mary said as she walked up to Eclipse. Eclipse waved her hand as if this wasn't a problem at all. Please forget it. You gave me a good laugh, and that's more than worth any payment to attend this tea party. And call me Eclipse, none of that queen nonsense. That's reserved for the uninteresting people who have nothing but flattery going for them. Mary raised an eyebrow, but then she decided she liked the logic and took a seat. You had quite the crowd following you. Even the innkeeper didn't have such a crowd behind him, said Nully, stating her observation. Considering the people in attendance, that's quite the feat. Mary shook her head, not agreeing. Actually, it's not. As a host, I need to make sure my guests' needs are met and provide them with the space to do whatever they want. In that regard, the innkeeper is better. I got a little too involved with their matters, and one can argue that such a thing is even more hospitable. However, they will only say that as long as my interference has a positive result. The moment I make a mistake, or my advice leads to an undesirable result, even if the result is a positive one, the interpretation will change. Moreover, I'm also pushing the limits of my neutrality by interfering. So, on the surface, while it seems like I did a good job, the truth is the opposite. Or, well, at least that is the ideology we maintain at the inn. Nully shrugged while Eclipse nodded. Your inn sounds like an interesting place. If it's still running once I finally get free from here, I'd love to check it out, Eclipse said. She meant it as a compliment, but that statement gave Mary pause. Do you think we won't survive until then? She asked, looking at the owner of the primordial realm. Not necessarily. You all might just stop running an inn. Who knows? Once you've been alive as long as I have, you've basically seen everything. Everything changes sooner or later, including people. Even if you do survive all the trials and hurdles that will no doubt come your way, there's no guarantee you'll be the same people or want the same things when you come out the other end. Mary did not respond and instead thought about the words. Just a few hours ago, she had been reflecting on how her previous arrogance no longer suited her current personality. It seemed that time really did change things. Maybe you're right, Mary finally answered, once she was done reflecting. But I'd be willing to bet that the Midnight Inn would still be around when you finally leave this place. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that it would stick around for a long, long time. Eclipse smiled, admiring her loyalty to the innkeeper. Lex had that loyalty too. Loyalty. It was such a rare commodity, and it was exactly the thing that made the Midnight Inn so interesting. Then she thought about the influence of time, and the incredibly long energy wave from the universal boundary, and could not help but worry. Tell me, does the Midnight Inn have sufficient defenses? She suddenly asked. If the inn gets pulled into a conflict, do you have a way of getting out of it besides the innkeeper? Because if you want, I can help you out a little. Chapter 2074, Ferak's Realm. Of all the things Mary had been expecting from this conversation, a helping hand in inn defenses was not one of them. This was a conversation that Lex or the innkeeper should have had, but that wasn't possible given his current situation. The issue was, even if she were given a mountain of gold on a silver platter, she would not be able to accept on behalf of the inn. She was literally restricted by the system in what she could do. though those restrictions had eased up regarding certain topics as of late. At the same time, while she did not think that Eclipse would need to probe them if she wanted to harm them in any way, asking such a question as a Tao Lord was borderline an attack on its own. It wasn't that the question in itself was harmful, Mary could just deny it, but that, as a Tao Lord, one needed to be cautious about everything. There was literally no way of knowing what an enemy was capable of, so one's guard needed to be always up. For example, if this question were asked from a normal Tao Lord, even if they didn't answer, the question itself would prompt the listener to think of some of their most critical defenses. That thought alone could stir countless universal forces, too abstract to list but each one incredibly real. By detecting which of these forces was stirred, and then tracing them back to the source, the person who asked the question could glean hints or even direct details about the defenses. Fortunately, that would not work with Mary as the system protected her thoughts firmly, mostly to keep a hold on them. Whether Eclipse had any ulterior motives while asking the question or not, Mary did not know. What she did know was that she could not get involved in this conversation at all. "I am not at liberty to discuss any of the inn's defenses," Mary stated directly and professionally. "If you wish to learn any details or provide any assistance, you may discuss the matter with the innkeeper." Eclipse only chuckled upon hearing the question. This was exactly the loyalty she had been thinking about. Mary had not even considered hearing her suggestion in the slightest, at least as far as Eclipse could tell. "I can give you a suggestion, and you can pass it on to the innkeeper on my behalf," said Eclipse. "The frozen time-space stone is a genuinely valuable item that even I used in the molding of my realm's laws, but utilizing it to its maximum potential requires someone with incredible control over time. I had Nully here help me out with it, but forging a seat of power is a very private thing. Not everyone can take external help with it. Thus, before using it, I recommend the innkeeper head to the barren plains atop Mount Jaffrey in the Pharax realm. What few know now is that those plains are barren because of an eternal time storm above it. Well, I call it eternal, but it's just because it has been going on for a long time with no end in sight. It's a good place to train with time. If the innkeeper can manage to learn something there, he might be able to use the time-space stone to form an isolated time-space barrier around his realm. That is one of the most powerful realm barriers I have ever encountered, making it almost impossible for the barrier to be breached regardless of the size of the attacking force. Of course, certain races such as the Nullith are less bothered by it, so it's important to pair that barrier with others for maximum effect, but you get the point. With a barrier like that, it won't matter if there's an invading force of 1,000 Tao Lords at your gate. Which one of them will be willing to breach a time-space barrier? Only the ones tired of living and searching for a quick and easy end. The name Pharax Realm seemed to trigger a distant memory, but when Mary thought towards it, she found it missing. The memories were missing due to her incomplete soul rather than the system's restrictions, she could tell. It seemed that this Pharax Realm was an unordinary place. "I will pass on the message to the innkeeper," Mary said, not commenting on it in the slightest. "Come on, guys, let's not talk about such serious topics," said Nully as she put down her drink. "It's so rare for us to relax like this. This is a tea party after all. Let's talk about something light and fun for once. It's always doom this, gloom that, self-defense this, kill enemies that. How about you help a girl find a good masseuse? I would find that a whole lot more useful than some stupid barrier. The last time I stepped through time, I discovered that the whole damn race I used to use for massages went extinct." Eclipse looked at her friend for a minute and tried to remember how they became friends in the first place. Why was she always so non-serious? Oh, right, because she'd never felt threatened her whole life. That would do that to a person. "Fine, fine, if you insist," said Eclipse as she clapped her hands, promptly summoning Harriet. "Send the Wattle Brigade to the tavern, and while you're at it, arrange for some entertainment as well. The innkeeper isn't the only host here, so am I, so I guess I should do my part in entertaining the guests." Harriet nodded, as if he had been given a mission of utmost importance. "It will be done at once, my lady. If there's anything specific you have in mind, let me know. Otherwise, I will convene the Senate." Eclipse waved her land, letting Harriet decide on his own. The poodle, well aware of his mistress's habits, understood and teleported away. While the Tao Lords of the Garden were convening to decide on entertainment for Eclipse's guests, Harriet showed up beside a massive lake covered by thick mist. Hidden behind that mist was the legendary Wattle Brigade. Chapter 2075, Entertainment. Harriet looked at the mist above the lake warily. This was something that even he needed to be wary of, for it was the guardian of the lake underneath, and only those recognized by the lake could enter. Yes, being a Tao Lord could allow him to exert his strength and power, but within the primordial garden, that strength only went so far. Even then, this remained merely a garden, and not a mature realm, which is why some of the genuine horrors of the primordial age were destined to never be recreated. "You are being summoned," he spoke into the mist, and waited for the Wattle Brigade to come out on their own. Deep from within the mist, sounds of something moving through the water could be heard. Meanwhile, the other Tao Lords of the primordial garden convened, very seriously discussing the most critical issue of the moment. "Shall we forego refreshment? I feel like if we bring refreshments of our own, the Innkeeper will take offense to that," said one of the Tao Lords. A murmur of discussion swelled within the room as they all voiced their opinions. He has taken to following a theme of mortal foods and services. It is his way of informing the other Tao Lords not to expect such service again, because he is mostly focused on catering to mortals. If we, then, provide high-quality food, the contrast will be informing them that the primordial garden is welcoming them to come again, said one of them. His words seemed to get a lot of approval. Truly, he is a genius of hospitality, to provide his guests with a novel experience while simultaneously using it as a method to inform them that they should not get too comfortable. The dichotomy of utility and purpose found within his lemonade is legendary. I vote that, henceforth, lemonade should be the recognized beverage of the primordial garden, said another. We're getting off topic again. We have been instructed to provide entertainment, not refreshments. The Queen is satisfied with the arrangement of foods and services. The venue also cannot be changed. Please stay on topic, said one of the presiding Tao Lords for the literal millionth time. No, I disagree. Summoning the Wattle Brigade indicates that she considers services as a part of entertainment. I suggest that we include a farmer's market as well as show off some of the garden's specialities, said another. You can just summon Oka if you want to sell some items. Why have a whole farmer's market? GUIS, when will we focus ON entertainment? What does entertainment even mean? I say we challenge them to a fight to the death. The thrill of a good fight is certainly entertaining. The Senate conveners sighed, well aware that this was not a discussion that would conclude quickly. It wasn't like the Senate members could be blamed either. They all just wanted to find a way to attend the tea party themselves. I have an idea. How about we all perform as a choir? Asked one of the Tao Lords, and suddenly the whole room started to voice their agreements. At least it was a step in the right direction. Meanwhile, Eclipse, Nully, and Mary were still at the tavern, having a very important discussion. I appreciate the gesture, but I really cannot accept a massage, said Mary. I need to see to the guests and the party. Nully seemed especially disappointed. Look, you don't have to go bareback if you don't want to. A bikini is also good enough to accept the massage. You can even wear a really thin shirt if you wish. That shouldn't be a problem either, she said, looking at Mary with hope. Mary just rolled her eyes. It was a good thing Nully was an exceptionally beautiful woman, or else her overly eager behavior would have been interpreted as harassment. Well, Mary still considered it harassment, but someone else might be okay with it. You two enjoy, and please, if you need anything, do call me, said Mary, waving at the two as she departed. There was no way she was accepting a massage, and that had nothing to do with Nully's behavior or intentions. It wasn't even the fact that she was a projection. Such things hardly mattered at this point to beings on such a high level. Instead, it was because her soul was intertwined with the system, and if someone touched her, they might be able to discreetly probe the nature of her existence. Furthermore, compared to all the other Tao Lords who so easily became her fans, she felt like Nully and Eclipse were fathomless beings that were difficult to see through. Nully's comment about her being a celestial yet not having the energy signature of one was both abrupt and unnecessary, which meant she was alluding to something else entirely. Mary didn't know what she had noticed, but it was best to keep her distance. What do you think? Eclipse asked as she watched Mary leave. Nully wore a smirk and swirled her drink in her glass as she silently stared at the departing redhead before she answered. I got mixed notes, so I can't distinguish what her smell was, Nully finally answered. It's different from the Innkeeper, yet impressive nevertheless. I suspect she has transitioned from her original race. Maybe she became a spirit. That confidence, though, was not fake. If I had pushed her farther, I feel like she would have attacked me, and that takes a whole other kind of courage. Instead of being offended or alarmed at the thought of being attacked, Nully felt excited. When had she feared a fight? Never. Eclipse was the only being she would rather avoid picking a fight with, at least after what happened last time. Eclipse gave Nully an odd look. No, I mean about the Wattle Brigade. What do you think about getting a massage from them? Do you think it will suffice, or shall I make other arrangements? And why the hell were you smelling, Mary? Have you really developed some kind of fetish since we last met? Nully froze. Chapter 2076, Nuptial Present. Lex's eyes flashed open, feeling an unusual sense of clarity. He felt incredibly refreshed, as if he had just woken up after the perfect night's sleep, but that didn't make sense. He had been expecting that it would take him a whole lot longer to recover after he had been so thoroughly exhausted and overwhelmed, yet here he was, just fine and dandy. Due to his connection with the system, he knew that within the tavern, only a few hours had passed since he left. That meant that he had taken a little over a day within the midnight realm to recover. Was it because he was merely mentally drained, or was it something else? He wasn't entirely sure. What Lex remained entirely unaware of was that some of the Tao gas he had absorbed inside his body within Archeheaven had been used up. He could not be blamed for his ignorance, because he could not sense it to begin with. Lex checked his body and found that he had made some minor progress in both his primordial aura and his Tao body. He had barely used up the slime, so he sealed it back up and got ready to return. Every little bit of progress he made with his Tao body would allow him to tolerate more and more Tao aura, which is exactly what he needed at this point. Lex stretched his body, feeling his newfound power course through him. Despite his limited progress, he already felt the familiar tug of another tribulation slowly coming his way. Fortunately, he could suppress it, otherwise he would have needed to take his tribulation elsewhere. There was no way he could undertake a tribulation with an audience of over 100 Tao Lords. Once he was sure that everything was fine, Lex had a few things he could do. For one, he could return to the tea party, which he would, but just not yet. Second, he could go to the Temple of Fasting and check out that technique Nuwa told him about, but that was also something that could wait. Instead, he went to the Galactic Sovereign Turtle to request him to make another flower, and also to inform him about Krusty. He quickly put on his host attire and teleported over to the turtle, and found that it was once again working on its heaven, tending to the small bodhi tree sapling. "Oh dear, I feel like you have some troubling news to share with me today." The turtle looked at the innkeeper with a wary expression. Lex was taken aback, not expecting such a response. He thought that the turtle might be excited to learn of another from its race, but he hadn't even started talking, and the turtle was already upset. "Troubling? I hope not. I met another galactic sovereign turtle, a mature one, and thought to ask if you wanted to meet with him. I expect there is much you can learn from him. What's the matter?" The innkeeper had to slow down his words, and eventually gave up on asking the turtle if he wanted to meet the mature one entirely. Instead, he became concerned about the turtle, as for the first time he witnessed it showing an expression of what could only be described as horror and distress. "No, no, you cannot bring him here. He will snatch my garden from me. You must never bring another galactic sovereign turtle into this garden," the turtle exclaimed. Oh dear, this is too troubling. Don't you worry, little Bodhi, no one will take you from me." The turtle, as if tending to an upset child, began to caress the small sapling. Lex, on the other hand, did not know how to react. He supposed it made sense. The turtle had always been passionate about his gardening, so it only made sense that others from his race would be equally so. In that case, if two from the same race were to meet, they would obviously clash. Lex looked at the turtle, who seemed extremely distressed, and was relieving that distress by planting strawberries near the bodhi tree and going, "Oh dear," repeatedly. Since the turtle didn't want to accompany him, Lex returned to the tavern. Yes, he could have taken this time to do things outside the tavern and catch up on some work, but honestly nothing took as much priority as a tavern full of Tao Lords. "Mary, I'm back. How are things?" Lex asked in his mind as he teleported over to the tavern. Since he did not want the system to be detected, nor did the system want to be detected, it dared not spy on the Tao Lords. As such, he had no idea what had happened during his absence. "Things are going good, except that someone is trying to poach me from the inn using a percentage ownership of a major realm as a nuptial present. It's a good thing my actions are restricted by the system, or I might have slapped somebody," she responded. Lex froze, unsure of how to respond to that. "Please don't try to slap a Tao Lord. If you're finding this unsettling, you can return to the inn now that I'm back," he said as he began to walk towards the kitchen. It seemed there was a problem there. Lex had been replacing the waiter every half an hour, not risking any overexposure to the Tao Lords, even if the system protected them. The kitchen staff, however, never interacted with any Tao Lords, so they were fine. "No, it's fine. It's best if I stay here consistently in case you need to go back to rest," Mary said. Lex nodded internally. Mary was just as reliable as always. He entered the kitchen to the sight of absolute chaos. "For the last damn time, Brenda," yelled Pierre at the top of his lungs. "This cooking batter, not a dipping sauce. Stop sending it to the guests alongside the fried fish. The tartar sauce is the dip. That's the white one. What do you mean you're color blind? Everyone can see white." Chapter 2077, Courtship. Despite appearing as the innkeeper, Lex allowed himself to laugh as he entered the kitchen. There was nothing wrong in finding some amusement in the moment. The funniest thing was how intensely serious Pierre, all 4 feet of him, was while Brenda was insanely happy-go-lucky. Actually, Lex thought of the perfect cultivation technique for Brenda. He made a mental note to pass it to her after the tea party was over. "I see you all have been doing a tremendous job," said the innkeeper. "But clearly you're all getting tired now. Take a break, get some rest. Allow the night shift to take over." Despite appearances, the greatest issue in the kitchen was not Brenda, but the fact that the staff was too dedicated and refused to take a break. Considering their low cultivation techniques, they could only work so much before reaching the point of exhaustion. That was the whole reason he had prepared multiple shifts of workers, but he forgot to take into account their zeal for their work. Upon hearing the innkeeper, Pierre looked incredibly reluctant, but eventually nodded. "Good," said the innkeeper. "I've prepared staff bedrooms in the basement for you all. Go get some rest. Someone will let you know when it's your turn to come back up. Pierre, be sure to drag Cole along with you when you go, or he'll never leave the kitchen." Although it may seem like not much had been done yet, the kitchen staff had constantly been pumping out refreshments. Finger food and lemonade might not sound like much, but anyone who would try feeding 100 hungry Dow Lords, they would learn that no amount of drinks or snacks would ever be enough, thus keeping them running constantly. The main course had not been served yet because it would be served on the 3rd, the 5th, and the 8 days according to a schedule that had been created. In between those main courses, there would be countless drinks and snacks. Once the innkeeper was done overseeing the kitchen staff, he paid all the waiters a visit as well. Many of them were curious about why they were being switched out so frequently, but they didn't ask any questions. Only Lex knew how necessary it was because of how exhausted he himself had become. Sure, the waiters would barely interact with the Dow Lords, so the protection of the system should be sufficient to keep the same. Yet they were also very weak, so it was better to play it safe. Lex left the kitchen and began to walk around the tavern, keeping an eye on all the public areas and guests. There was one decent thing that happened during this time, though he didn't know how much it would help. The butter knife had been fully charged. While Lex was cultivating back at the inn, once he'd recovered enough to think clearly, he paid using some of the Dow materials to charge the butter knife and had to use up 2 whole items. However, now the butter knife was ready. His next attack would unleash the full, maximum might of the butter knife. That was a good thing since it offered him some protection, but it also meant that he couldn't use the knife for other, smaller occasions. Reassured by his recent cultivation session and the charged butter knife, Lex met with the free Dow Lords with relative mental peace. Right up until he met them, of course. "Innkeeper," said the first Dow Lord he met, his voice deep and decidedly grave. "The discussion we must have now will henceforth divide our lives into before and after. The before will be a dark and despondent time, filled with ignorance and lost opportunities. The after, in contrast, will be a period of unequaled prosperity." Lex was taken aback, even if the innkeeper only revealed mild curiosity. What could a Dow Lord possibly want from him? The answers were infinite, but what he could actually offer them was extremely limited. At least if this was about the war, he had already practiced how to politely reject their invitation for alliance. "That sounds important," the innkeeper said, acknowledging the depths of the speaker's passion. "Shall we retreat to a private room for this discussion?" The Dow Lord dramatically shook one of his 5 hands. "Nay, I say, there are things that need to be spoken which can no longer remain unsaid, and they should not be uttered in secret. We are not thieves conspiring in the dark. Nay, sir, we are men boldly heading into the future. Innkeeper, I will cut the matter short. I seek the hand of your lovely assistant for courtship. What say you?" The innkeeper blinked, because for once it was necessary that even the innkeeper express some surprise. "Excuse me," the innkeeper said, just in case he had misunderstood the question. "I see an explanation is required. I would expect no less. During your absence, I had the absolute pleasure of interacting with Lady Mary. She is as wise and insightful as she is witty. Her loyalty to you is unquestionable, as many have already witnessed, and thus I concluded that it would be moot to court her without your blessing. Hence, we now find ourselves locked in conversation. What are your thoughts on the matter?" If you would hear my qualifications to court her, I can list them in detail." Ah, so he had not misheard the original statement, nor had he misinterpreted it. The innkeeper looked around the room and noticed many other Dao Lords present as well, observing the interaction. It seemed that this was no secret to anyone else, as if they had all long anticipated this. "Dear guest, I fear you have become a victim of a misunderstanding," said the innkeeper politely. "Mary works for me, that much is true. However, I have never restricted her personal affairs, nor do I maintain any say in them. As long as no force or coercion or anything of the sort are used in the process, I have no qualms with the matter. If you wish to court her, then I wish you the best of luck in your attempts." Of course, Lex knew internally that Mary would never accept such requests. The system literally would never allow such a thing. That didn't stop him from enjoying the process a little while he could. No sooner had the innkeeper finished speaking that word of his statement spread throughout the tavern. After witnessing Mary's insight into war, many Dao Lords wanted to build a connection to her, even if employment or partnership were off the table. They didn't need to poach her. Even a normal, personal relationship would suffice for their purposes. After all, they only needed access to her insight, and there were many ways of achieving that. "I would have hoped for your blessings in my endeavors, but your permission will suffice nonetheless," the Dao Lord said. "Once my courtship has succeeded, and our union is strong, I will invite you to my home to celebrate and think back to this fateful moment." The innkeeper smiled and summoned 2 mugs of lemonade. "Here to your courtship," he said, offering him a mug. Seeming extremely pleased by the turn of events, the Dao Lord cheered using the mug and gulped it down in one go, eager to go find Mary. Unbeknownst to him, many had already beaten him to it. The moment they heard that the innkeeper gave permission for them to pursue her, and that there would be no conflict of interest between them if they did, many Dao Lords vanished. The innkeeper openly chuckled as he watched the Dao Lords head off towards her. Why should he be the only one getting harassed by Dao Lords? Mary should share in his misery. It built character. Just as Lex was thinking of heading on over to watch the show, he spotted an unfamiliar owl walking up towards him. "Dear innkeeper, I am here to inform you that the Queen has requested everyone's presence tomorrow afternoon in the front garden. She has prepared some activities for the tea party, and everyone is invited to attend and participate." Suddenly, Lex got a very, very bad feeling about this. What had Eclipse prepared? Why was she inviting everyone again? Lex was beginning to love the fact that all the Dao Lords had been split into groups and would not convene again into one big crowd. Now, if they were all being summoned for an activity. Lex sighed internally and mentally prepared himself. "Thank you for letting me know. Please have some refreshments while you're here," said the innkeeper to the owl. "Thank you for your hospitality, innkeeper, but I must spread the word to the others. If you will excuse me, I will be off." The owl hobbled away, heading towards the next Dao Lord. All the pleasure Lex found in sending Mary some trouble had now vanished, because Eclipse had now sent some trouble his way. He just hoped they could get through it without almost inciting another universal war. Chapter 2078, Grandma Bertie's plan to make her ex-husband jealous. Over the next few hours, Lex actually found himself with little to do. Upon finding out that Eclipse had organized an activity at noon, those Dao Lords who were lounging about quickly went off to go complete, or at least start any meetings they wanted to have. Who knew how long the Primordial Queen's event would last? It would be a shame if they wasted this opportunity to form agreements just because they were slow to start. Even those who were already in meetings were informed by that trusty owl that went around knocking on all doors. At first, many were angry to be interrupted, but once they heard that the Primordial Queen had invited them, all that anger dissipated into thin air. Thus, the tavern became mostly secluded. The few Dao Lords who could not be bothered to go into the meetings were mainly those who wanted to court Mary. Even then, they were not forceful. In fact, they did not bring up the matter of courting her at all. Though silly their actions may seem, they were Dao Lords nonetheless. Which one of them had not experienced the vicissitudes of life? How could they not understand that Mary had expressed disinterest in being pursued? They were in no rush. 1,000,000 years was still too short a time if that's what it took to pursue a woman like her. They were playing the long game, sowing seeds now that would take a long time to sprout. So Mary actually ended up having quite a pleasant time, much to Lex's regret. The conversations she had were interesting and stimulating, ranging from all sorts of topics. She did not feel pressured at all, and instead found the experience quite enjoyable. Although she knew the guests' intentions, and they knew that she knew, no one mentioned it. Everyone was smart, there was no need to show off. She was humoring her guests, and they were keeping her company, and everyone was having a good time, so why get caught up in the details? While this sort of tactic would never work on Mary, who was she to deny an easy time in dealing with guests? Compared to having to fend them off repeatedly, this was much more preferable. So in a strange twist of fate, Lex found himself mostly free. Even the new shift of workers in the kitchen found themselves with nothing to do, though they stayed on their toes nevertheless. The next morning, just before noon, the kitchen staff went to rest, and the other rotation of workers came in. Most of them looked pretty fresh and energetic. With the inn providing them with the best rooms, best food, and best environment, how could they not be refreshed? That was the exact thing Lex wanted to find out when he walked up to Pier, who looked like he hadn't rested a wink. "What's wrong?" the innkeeper asked concernedly. "Were you unable to sleep?" Pier looked up at the innkeeper and sighed. "I did sleep, and that's the problem. I kept having nightmares that Brenda replaced all the salt in the salt shakers with baking soda. My body is refreshed, but my mind is wary." The innkeeper looked at Pier, and then towards Brenda, who was testing the consistency of French toast that was to be served to the guests with a chopstick. "Do you want me to have a word with her?" the innkeeper asked. "You know, she does not seek to cause trouble, she just wants to look out for the guests and has her own way of doing that." Pier shook his head. "No, you don't need to do that. This is my responsibility and I can handle it. Besides, if I didn't know she only had good intentions, I would have never allowed her into my kitchen. It's just that. This morning she tried to create a French toast-scented soap so that the smell of her soap doesn't ruin the French toast. I would have just ignored it if she hadn't gone and stolen the French toast we were supposed to serve the guests." Lex looked from Pier to Brenda, who was now trying to pick up the mashed French toast she had somehow created. It wasn't going well. Lex felt like she might be the first mortal in history to successfully steal food from a Dao Lord. Not only that, she had lived to tell the tale. "You know, I can see through the intricacy of the formation of space itself, but I'm not quite sure how her brain works," the innkeeper said to Pier as he patted him on the back. "If she gets too much, then you can let me know. I can talk to her, or maybe have her transferred to a different department." Pier nodded reluctantly, though he did not quite seem satisfied with the result. Pier sighed as the innkeeper left and said in a defeated voice, "Brenda, you can't suck French toast through a straw." The innkeeper chuckled, and then finally made his way outside the tavern to check up on Eclipse. Although it was not noon yet, he wanted to see what all the fuss was about. What he had not expected, honestly, was to come outside and find that Eclipse and Nully were lying on their chests chatting with each other while a waddle of miniature ducks, each one barely the size of the innkeeper's pinky-finger, walked all over their backs, massaging them. The sight was actually quite adorable, if one ignored the fact that each of the tiny ducks was a demi-Dao Lord. Bloody hell, was there a sale on demi-Dao Lords at a wholesale store that he didn't hear about? Could he still buy one if he reached in time? "Oh, innkeeper, do you want a massage too?" asked Nully, who promptly noticed his arrival. "Feel free to join us, you'll have to take your shirt off first, though." Even if Lex were a billion times gutsier, he would not let a bunch of demi-Dao Lord ducks walk on his back. Not to mention, this Nully clearly had ulterior motives. She was the first Dao Lord he'd witnessed who was so open about her tastes. "Thank you for the invitation, but I will have to decline," said the innkeeper politely. "Though, I must admit, this seems like a truly luxurious facility." Eclipse seemed pleased at the comment. "Yup, this is my personal massage army. The Waddle Brigade is pretty good. Did you know their mother was once married to a phoenix? It was quite the scandal back in the day, since the duck had successfully pretended to be a fire crow by painting its feathers orange and carrying a star with it everywhere it went." Before the innkeeper could even process what he had just heard, Nully exclaimed in shock. "Oh shoot, are these Grandma Birdie's kids? Did you know their father has been looking for them for billions of years?" Eclipse snorted upon hearing Nully. "So what? That old phoenix divorced Birdie, and he didn't care about the kids until he realized that they had the eternal sun bloodline within them. If he has a bone to pick, he can come find me. I promised Birdie to look after her kids." Lex just felt like he had accidentally overheard a piece of huge gossip. Unfortunately, he did not understand the context well enough to grasp the full scale of what he had heard. Maybe he should share the news with Velma to see how she would react. "Why doesn't she look after the kids herself? It's not like she's dead or something. Last I recall, Grandma Birdie was seen inside the Oblivion Realm," said Nully. Eclipse rolled her eyes. "What, you want me to reveal all her secrets to you? I'll have you know, I am a very trustworthy friend, and would never reveal the details of how she is making her ex-husband jealous." The innkeeper coughed, This conversation was going in a direction he felt was inappropriate for the public. Besides that, he now confirmed that Eclipse was basically Velma's soulmate. The two were born to sit and gossip together, he had no doubt about that at all. Not to interrupt your extremely crucial and sensitive conversation, but I was wondering if we might speak, said the innkeeper, quickly taking control of the direction of the conversation. I was wondering if you might share with me the details of what you have planned for today in the afternoon. I might be able to help with the organization. Eclipse looked at the innkeeper for a moment, and then nodded. You sure are a helpful fellow, but I think I have this handled. I left all the details of the activities up to my Senate. They will come up with something based on their understanding of me. They've never disappointed me so far, which means that we should all look forward to the festivities. Ah, so even she herself had no idea of what was about to happen. Wonderful. Chapter 2079, Karmically Bound. Since there seemed to literally be nothing else for him to do, the innkeeper summoned a lawn chair and sat beside the two ladies receiving a massage. It would not be long before noon anyway, so he might as well spend some time here. At the same time, he made a mental note to copy the idea of little ducks or ducklings walking on someone's back to give them a massage. For larger, stronger guests, the size of the ducks could be increased. Why do I feel like you're looking at my ducks oddly? Eclipse suddenly asked, looking towards the innkeeper. I'm not even looking at your ducks, though I do admit that I was thinking of copying the idea. It's quite novel, and can provide both entertainment value as well as decent service as long as they are trained properly, the innkeeper answered. Eclipse did not say anything else, but she smirked as if feeling proud of her wattle brigade. The time passed leisurely without much stress, which was nice because noon soon arrived. At 11:59, not a single one of the guests had shown up, but as soon as it became 12, they all appeared out of thin air. Compared to their last congregation, all the Dao Lords were much more composed. Not a single one of them flinched at the presence of Little Krusty, or Nully, or Voidmaw. Heck, even the three Wukongs no longer attracted much attention considering that they were on their best behavior. Lex noticed that Nully didn't seem to be flirting with anyone else, so either she had been acting that way towards him and Mary purposefully, or she had a very specific type one that he had yet to figure out. Eclipse, noticing that everyone had arrived, reluctantly sent the Waddle Brigade to the side as she got up, her attire changing automatically to suit the formal setting. Welcome, everyone. I hope this little event of mine didn't disturb you. I just felt like, as one of the technical hosts for this party, I wasn't really doing my fair share of entertaining the guests. After all, it's not every day that I get guests inside my garden. All the attending Dao Lords graciously thanked her for her consideration, not a single one of them trying to say that she shouldn't have made the effort. What if she took it seriously? This was an opportunity to be hosted by the Primordial Queen. They weren't going to give it up so easily. As such, I have asked my Senate to prepare some fun activities for us all to take part in. Even I don't know what they've cooked up, so let's all see what they have in store for us. Eclipse clapped her hands, and Harriet, this time leading several other Dao Lords, appeared behind her. Welcome, one and all, to Primordial Garden, Harriet said in a professional yet neutral tone. Under the instructions of the Queen, we have prepared a 3-part activities segment for everyone so that this visit may be a memorable one, and that you may take back some souvenirs alongside the memories. However, before any of you participate in these activities, due to the nature of the second activity, you must consent to being karmically bound to the activity and those that participate. No further details can be provided about the activities at this time, so feel free to opt out of the activities if you wish. Even if you opt out, you will still be allowed to attend the first activity, which requires no such binding. A sudden hush fell upon the grounds as all the Dao Lords contemplated their decision, trying to determine if this was some sort of trap. While the rest could only speculate, the innkeeper was in such a position that he could not afford to take a risk. Harriet, I hope this activity won't harm my guests. It would be highly untoward if the guests were summoned for a party only to be taken advantage of, said the innkeeper in a gentle yet firm tone. The poodle was not surprised by the statement. Rest assured, innkeeper, that the activities are not intended to harm any of the participants in any way. In fact, the karmic bond is more for protection than anything else. So long as none of the participants seek to harm or betray each other in the future with what they experience here today, there will be no repercussions. The innkeeper nodded, though he knew things couldn't be so straightforward. Once the karmic bond was formed, regardless of the pretext used, it could become a potential weakness. Of course, there was one simple solution he could think of to address that weakness. "Will you swear a Tao oath that the karmic bonds won't be used for anything else?" asked Bridget. Yes, this is exactly why Lex was fond of Balaam's new wife. She could ask the questions he could not. "Naturally," responded Harriet. "Everyone here is a guest, so they will all be treated fairly." With those details out of the way, many of the Tao Lords began discussing amongst themselves about what to do. A majority of the Tao Lords opted to participate in the activities, and only 3 chose not to participate. The 3 that chose not to participate still stuck around, though, to see what the first activity was that they could participate in without any bonds. The Innkeeper also stepped forward to participate. After all, he could not leave his guests to take on any risks on his own, though Lex was internally feeling extremely stressed. If he was required to do anything at all on the Tao level for these activities, he would surely fail miserably. It was a gamble, honestly, but he was mainly relying on the fact that Harriet said there should be no issues. At most, he'd opt out of the activity if things became problematic. "The first activity we have prepared for you is a press briefing, one utilizing the secret information channels of the primordial garden. We will provide you with some breaking news that happened outside the garden while you were all in here, and then you can ask some questions. We will answer those questions based on the secret intel we have been able to gather during this time." Chapter 2080, Tao Prison. Upon hearing that the first activity would be a news briefing, many of the Tao Lords felt that it was incredibly anticlimactic. But perhaps being able to access the garden's hidden intelligence network might make it worth it. Only a few focused on the part about some breaking news. All of them knew about the war, and so they knew that in war anything could happen at any given moment. They were used to important, urgent intelligence coming in all the time, but knew that whatever it would be wouldn't affect the scale of the war anytime soon. Unfortunately, they were all very, very wrong. After glancing at everyone, making sure they were ready, Harriet continued. As of exactly 11 hours ago, over 300 Tao Lords were ambushed while traveling in the void, and were forcefully pushed into Arch-Heaven. Publicly, there are no updates available on the status of any of the Tao Lords, though it is confirmed that none of them have died. However, our private intel sources have revealed something more. The actual number of Tao Lords ambushed is near 1,000, and it has been confirmed that a majority of the targets are those who, historically, have no record of having been inside Arch-Heaven, making their authority the absolute base amount possible. Harriet paused to allow the Tao Lords to process the information, and indeed such a news was enough to shock them all tremendously. Most of the Tao Lords who entered the primordial garden were completely cut off from the rest of the universe due to the many barriers around the garden. The only reason Lex was not cut off was because of his system, which allowed him to maintain a connection to the Midnight Realm. Since he could maintain that connection, he also managed to retain his connection to Jack. However, not everyone else had a system to help them out. "Do you know where inside Arch-Heaven they were sent?" one of the Tao Lords asked. Harriet, anticipating just such a question, pulled up an image which showed a massive dome made of a purple crystal, with sparkling lights all around it. The Innkeeper showed no change in expression, but he immediately recognized them both. When he had recently visited Arch-Heaven, the island he first appeared on was floating atop a bed of exactly that purple crystal, floating right above those sparkly lights. Yes, through our reconnaissance, we were able to learn that under the authority of various ministers in Arch-Heaven, and a lord, the spawn point for all new entrants into Arch-Heaven was set inside this dome. In case you are unable to recognize the purple crystal, this is Bone Meadow Crystal, a Tao-grade material that was formed at the birth of the universe. It is incredibly rare, incredibly hard, and almost extinct as a resource in the entire universe. Or so it was believed up until this image was seen. An ordinary Tao Lord is unable to break this crystal, and even an extraordinary one cannot do so without explicit preparation. Outside the frame of Bone Meadow Crystal, you see Helios Wisps, an equally rare Tao material that has the incredible ability to completely suppress the nature of all other Tao materials, making them easy to transport, manage, manipulate, and even absorb. We believe that this dome was artificially created as the perfect prison to trap Tao Lords. This place has effectively become the best prison for Tao Lords ever created in the history of the universe. Considering they are unable to leave Arch-Heaven on their own, they are basically all trapped in there until they are rescued. The news that they were hearing was absolutely unprecedented in the history of the universe, leaving them all stunned and unable to react. Meanwhile, Lex was on the verge of tears. He couldn't believe that he had gone out of his way to avoid the Helios Wisps when he was in Arch-Heaven, not to mention the Bone Meadow Crystal that even Tao Lords couldn't break. Damn it, he had been standing atop two incredibly rare Tao-grade materials, and he had no idea about it. Also, the Tao Lord prison thing sounded like trouble. He needed to hide the mermaid, Lorelei, as quickly as possible because he could protect her from a few bounty hunters. But that would not be the base if every major organization in the universe was looking for a way to get their Tao Lords out of Archheaven. That poor little mermaid was absolutely going to get into trouble if she stayed at his inn, and he'd get dragged in as well. After all, he could not go against the whole universe alone. Without any hesitation whatsoever, he sent a message to Luther to get her out of the inn and send her to the Temple of Fasting as soon as possible. With that out of the way, he began to study the Purple Tao prison with a bit more seriousness. Although this was a great way of getting rid of some Tao Lords, it was far from a permanent solution. It was only a matter of time before they were rescued. In that case, he suspected that whoever orchestrated this had more in mind than a simple prison. "Well, at least they're safe," said Bridget, sighing with relief. "Someone will be able to rescue them sooner or later." Harriet looked at Bridget and shook his head. "It is highly unlikely. Not only is it nearly impossible to break into the dome and get others out, even if someone finds a way, will it be in time? Although we have not yet found any evidence to support this theory, we at the Garden Senate believe that it is only a matter of time before these Tao Lords are attacked somehow. Perhaps they will be in the heart of an Archheaven collapse, or some other calamity strikes. Either way, I doubt someone who could plan and execute such a kidnapping has failed to plan further ahead." Chapter 2081, Learning How to Aura Farm in Silence. "Something like this could not have been hidden so easily," said the Primal gravely. Due to his status as a Sage race member, not to mention his position in the bank, his insight into the matters across the universe came from a higher and deeper perspective. The Primals effectively ran the universe, even if they did not claim ownership of it. They controlled all interrealm banks. They controlled the means of communications between large organizations. They controlled the information on several key features of the universe, with the cosmic ascendant spectrum being just one of them. The scope of their understanding of the undercurrents of the universe could not be understated. That was also one of the reasons that the Primals were some of the most untrusted and even somewhat hated races in the universe, for many believed that they were complicit in many shady dealings and various frauds. No one believed that the Primals lacked foreknowledge of the war. But due to how insanely powerful the Primals were, no one could really do anything to them. However, this was another matter altogether. Even if the Primals tacitly consented to the war, which they most definitely claimed not to have done, they would never agree to something like this. The war, even if it affected much of the universe, could do nothing to the Primals. One could contest whether they were first or second on the cosmic ascendance spectrum, but one could not deny their absolute strength. Who could wage a war against them? But an inescapable prison in Archheaven was something else entirely. It was a known fact that Tao Lords, as a rule, avoided Archheaven. The few that had been there usually did so before they became Tao Lords. Very few Tao Lords had been to Archheaven as Tao Lords and had come back without regrets, if they came back at all. Something like this could definitely threaten some of their forces, especially since Archheaven was one of the only domains where the power and influence of Primals was weak. In fact, as a trend that the Primals had themselves created, most of the weaker races had greater influence in Archheaven. That was, they could act on behalf of the Primals without them ever needing to enter it. Although the Primal had said that statement to himself, Harriet treated it like a question. "You are correct. If so many ministers in Archheaven had worked together, it would be impossible to keep it a secret. According to our preliminary research into the matter, most of the ministers who acted to set this point as the spawn point for new entrants had no idea who they were working for. They were simply paid well, unaware that others had been recruited as well. As for the construction of this prison, we have not yet found any leads about it. Our best guess is that the very top leadership of the Path of Chaos has been planning this for a long time. They are one of the few who have the means of keeping their activities from detection." That came as no surprise to anyone. Honestly, very few of them took the Path of Chaos too seriously most of the time. Although there was an ever-present war going on between the two paths, it wasn't like it spanned the whole universe. In fact, keeping a constant war going in a contained area of the universe was quite beneficial to most of them. Not only could it allow them to acquire wealth, the battlefield was a place where many of them gained the insight and experience required to grow in their cultivation and deepen their insight into laws. They never anticipated that it might grow into something so large because it was simply impossible for the Path of Chaos to take on the whole universe. Now, it seemed like they had given the Path of Chaos too much leeway. Since the threat had now extended to Tao Lords, if these forces unveiled their true powers, then the collapse of the path of chaos was a foreseeable outcome. Yet which one of them could not see that this might be exactly the purpose of such bait? "What is the official response of the Tower of Providence in this matter?" asked one of the Tao Lords. "The Tower has prevented the path of chaos from gaining a lead for so many years. How could they falter now?" Harriet nodded, as if appreciating the question. "The Tower of Providence has declared that, while the path of chaos is the acting agent, someone else is behind this. It is impossible for the path of chaos to make these arrangements without being detected by the Tower. Someone else was behind this." Suddenly an air of distrust spread across the tavern as all the Tao Lords warily eyed each other. It seemed all their previous treaties and alliances suddenly became moot in the face of this new development. It was growing increasingly impossible to know who was the enemy and who was an ally. "Have the primals made a statement?" asked the only primal in attendance. Everyone's attention returned to Harriet. "Of course, they have agreed to lead a rescue party under certain conditions. Since no primals were abducted, they will only lead the party if a sufficient number of volunteer Tao Lords step up, as well as pay a certain remuneration for their services." Despicable, but also quite in line with what one might expect from them. "Just a second ago, Dragon King Adrios made a statement as well." Harriet spoke before anyone could ask any questions. "He has demanded that within 10,000 years, the Bone Meadow Crystal Dome must be presented to him as a gift, regardless of who owns or controls it. If it is not, then he will invoke a dragon tide, and the dragon race will begin their conquest for ownership of the universe." Silence, dead silence filled the garden, as even Eclipse sat up straight upon hearing that news. If the dragon race were ever to unite under one banner or purpose, then the structure of the whole universe would change. Lex, on the other hand, was taking mental notes. 10,000 years was too distant a period of time for him to stress about when even tomorrow was not guaranteed. In that case, he may as well learn aura farming like that damn dragon who caused even 100 Tao Lords to be stunned into silence. He also could not help but wonder if, in 10,000 years this dragon tide was called, would he have to answer as well? Chapter 2082, Dragons Rulers. "Aren't these dragons a little too arrogant?" Bridget asked out loud. "The universe is at war, and here they are, causing unnecessary trouble. They should go find the owner of the dome if they have a problem. Why are they threatening the universe?" When Bridget asked the question, she expected everyone to agree with her. It was almost common sense. The dragons weren't even sages, and yet they were threatening to challenge the universe. That was not the response she got. Instead, everyone just looked at her awkwardly, while the golden dragon in attendance simply smirked, satisfied with the response. Balam coughed to fill the awkward silence before explaining. "The dragon race is in a unique position in the universe," he explained. "No one wants to mess with them." Balam was attempting to be tactful in his answer, but with a dragon in attendance, that was not so easy. The golden dragon snorted, as if dissatisfied with the answer. "Why are you being so shy, little devil?" he said with a sly grin. "Tell your wife the truth. Dragons are the original overlords of this universe, the original owners. Even now, the universe bends to our will. Back during the primordial age, we were the owners of this universe just like some plebeians now act as owners of realms. For various reasons, we gave up that ownership back then, but the mark of our ownership is forever ingrained within the laws of this universe. Even the mighty primals have tried and have failed to claim the throne that was ours, but we can reclaim it whenever we want." Bridget gasped as she stared at the dragon, and even Lex was dumbfounded by what he heard. This didn't make any sense. A dragon giving up on treasure was already unbelievable, so for them to give up on the whole universe seemed simply impossible. Actually, Eclipse cut the silence to add a correction. Technically speaking, this universe has never had an owner, dragons included. The situation back then was pretty complicated, but yes, the dragons came about as close as anyone ever has to achieving that. The golden dragon growled, angry to be contradicted so directly and so quickly, but he restrained himself. There was no point in arguing with Eclipse. She was alive back then, not to mention that he did not want to pick a fight with her. Eventually, he just snorted and looked away. "I just find it hard to believe," said Bridget. "Everyone knows dragons hoard their treasures with their life. I would soon find it easier to believe that they would have died defending that near control of the universe than willfully giving it up." Eclipse paused for a moment, as if considering something, but then shook her head. "I could tell you, but I think it's for the best if we don't discuss the primordial age right now. With the ongoing war, you lot have enough problems on your plate. Learning those things would only attract unnecessary problems for you all. What I can tell you is that the dragons are definitely acknowledged for their past strength, but past strength does not equate current prestige. Right now, the dragon race is even more powerful than they were back in the primordial age. Don't let the cosmic ascendant spectrum fool you into thinking otherwise. Lex reflected on Eclipse's words. She seemed to be indicating that either the list wasn't totally accurate for some reason, or that there were ways of hiding from it. Maybe there was a kind of strength and power that the list did not take into account. Whatever the case, this latest information made it so that he needed to be careful of a few more races. Actually, it made sense. The Henali had a cultivator above the Tao Lord realm, and yet they were not considered a sage race. Maybe the truly top races of the universe did not want the unnecessary attention caused by that list. "We are getting sidetracked," said one Tao Lord impatiently. "What's the latest status of the war? Has the disappearance of those Tao Lords caused a change in the battle lines?" Many of the Tao Lords were actually quite interested in the history of the dragons. They could be said to be powerful, and yet it wasn't like they were the most powerful. Many races were even born stronger than them. So then, why were they given such a wide berth? Even if they almost took over the universe, they never actually managed it, so what was the big deal? Why did Eclipse say they were more powerful now than before? Yet it seemed they would not get these answers now, so they let the matter lay. The intensity of the invasions have indeed picked up, but not in major realms. Now, many of the forces traveling across the void through known paths are being attacked. The scope of the war is spreading, though no serious fights between Tao Lords have occurred. From that point on, the questions devolved into the Tao Lords asking about the exact status of their own specific organizations or powers, and Lex learned no new specific information that was interesting to him. He simply took a back seat and limited his interactions as much as possible. While this was a great opportunity to learn more secrets about the state of the universe, he limited his interactions so that he would not be overwhelmed by interacting with so many Tao Lords so quickly. After all, this was merely the first activity. There were still 2 more activities left, and they were the ones that required a karmic bond. While Lex did not even remotely attempt to imagine that he could peek at the secrets of karma through how Tao Lords used them, it still counted as exposure. One day, when he reached such a realm himself, this experience might help him then. The question and answer session continued for half an hour, until all the Tao Lords were more or less satisfied with what they had learned. Since the situation was somewhat stable, they would not retreat from the tavern so soon to return to their organizations. Though the situation outside was perilous, the opportunities inside the tavern were worth leaving their organizations slightly short-handed for a while. Chapter 2083. No fun teasing the Innkeeper. Yes, the rescue efforts will most likely be led by the Humanoid Alliance this time around, Balam concluded based on everything he had heard so far. Not only did the Alliance lose 3 Tao Lords to surprise attacks, making a response from them likely, but in this particular area, humans have a strong presence. In comparison to their relatively weak influence in the rest of the universe, humans actually dominate in Archeheaven. In fact, based on the statistics that we have collected over the years, as many as 100,000 human Earth immortals have accidentally entered Archeheaven in this latest age alone. Through various means, we have already determined long ago that a majority of them are still alive. While these humans themselves don't necessarily have any direct relation to the Humanoid Alliance, it is much easier to establish a connection and build trust among the same race, by using this as a point of. Lex stopped paying attention to Balam because Eclipse walked up and stood right beside him, seeming like she wanted to talk. "What do you think this is about?" she asked, sounding curious. It was such a simple question, but it put Lex in a difficult position because he needed to appear to have the insight required based on his realm. With others, the fortune cookie method could work because they would likely imagine a bunch of things on their own. To some extent, that would work on Eclipse as well. However, due to the fact that she herself was so open and upfront with her answers, he needed to give her an open and honest answer as well, or she would sense it. "You already know that I don't usually concern myself with matters unrelated to my inn," he answered honestly. "But you can make some conclusions, can't you?" she asked, not giving him an easy escape. The Innkeeper appeared thoughtful for a moment. "Lex recently visited Archeheaven," the Innkeeper said. "When he appeared in Archeheaven, he was above an island of bone meadow crystal hovering over Helios wisps. There were many other such islands floating through the air when he arrived. Of course, he didn't know what it was back then, or he might have just found a way to grab an island or 2 and bring them back with him. But the point is, this was just a few days ago. Either there is more than one of these domes, or this was done very recently and very openly. Someone like that, they're not afraid of getting caught. Whatever the plan is, it is not as simple as trapping some Tao lords. One very easy goal to see is that they're trying to spread distrust. It seems to be working. Do you have any other insight into the matter? Eclipse rubbed her hand on her chin, thinking about what the innkeeper said. So you think that someone used a resource as rare and difficult to find as Bone Meadow Crystal? Not to get something from the Tao lords they trapped, but merely to spread distrust, she asked, her faint smile on her lips. You really have a different way of thinking. I'll bet everyone attending this party is thinking that the goal might be to farm some Tao mist, or maybe to convert the Tao lords, or maybe use some kind of sacrificial ceremony to do something big. Something as simple as spreading distrust as the primary goal. Instead of answering the innkeeper, she just mused on his words for a moment, ruminating on the possibility. The more she did, the more she realized that not only was it plausible, it was likely exactly what was happening. Of course, there were likely secondary and tertiary goals to this, and hundreds if not thousands of alternate agendas something like this could fulfill. But the primary agenda, the one hidden amidst all the confusion and chaos, that was the one that mattered the most. I like it, Eclipse said. Yes, this is a good enough guess to gamble on. Even if I'm wrong, I won't regret it. Lex resisted the urge to gulp. Had he accidentally convinced Eclipse to leave her garden, was the universe about to enter the next level this very instant? Eclipse turned to look at the innkeeper with a hint of an excited smile. You asked for my insight? Well, I'll tell you. This is not a plan orchestrated by Tao lords. No, they do not have the capacity to do something on this scale. One of them is making a move, and I'm afraid until the critical moment it won't be possible to know which one of them it is. Maybe. Even at the critical moment we won't realize who the actual mastermind is. The innkeeper nodded, even if he had no idea who they were. He guessed it would be those beings above the Tao lord realm. For your incredible insight, I'll tell you a little something interesting. To spice things up, I might just make a move of my own. Eclipse looked at the innkeeper with interest, wondering to see if he would be able to guess her intention with the hint she had given. Instead, he just looked at her plain before saying, Just don't cause trouble inside my inn. Eclipse's expression collapsed. She went from grinning mischievously to looking at him with a deadpan face. Teasing the innkeeper was no fun. All right, I'm bored of this news conference now, she said loudly, cutting through the discussion that was going on. Let's start the second activity already. Without waiting for any further instructions, Harriet and the others began making preparations for the next segment, leaving the other Tao lords stumped. Wasn't that a little too abrupt? Those Tao lords unwilling to partake in the karmic bond, now is the time to leave, announced Harriet. The 3 Tao lords who weren't interested quickly departed, and Mary left as well to see if they needed anything. Lex also considered leaving, but as the innkeeper it would arouse suspicion if he left. His purpose was to create an overwhelming image so that no one would challenge him. Unfortunately, that meant he would need to face such things head-on. Chapter 2084, Karmic Repercussions. A somber atmosphere filled the garden as all the Tao lords waited for Harriet and others to set up whatever the second activity was. Simply based on how insightful the first activity was, they were all anticipating that the second activity would be even more rewarding. After all, unlike the first one, it came with a relatively steep price. None of them had heard the conversation between the innkeeper and Eclipse, since they had conducted it behind a protective barrier. Though neither the innkeeper nor Eclipse set up that barrier, it had been erected when the two began to talk, and none tried to pry through it. Now, once those uninterested in participating had left, an even stronger, much more apparent barrier was erected around the group, leveraging the power of the entire Tao Senate within the primordial garden. Even though within that barrier there were nearly 100 Tao lords, and the ones creating the barrier were around 40, the absolute strength and aura of the barrier was gravely intimidating. The system in the tavern made it so that the aura wasn't harmful to any of them, but that did not negate the overwhelming pressure it brought about, letting everyone know just how absurdly powerful it was. The Tao Senate were working together to form a barrier, utilizing their synergy that they had mastered over millions of years, making it so that even thousands of Tao lords might not be able to break the barrier, let alone those few. Of course, of the whole group, the innkeeper was one of the sole few who seemed entirely unbothered by the aura. Something like this couldn't be faked, because the stupendous aura of the barrier made it so that the Tao lords automatically became tense to react and protect themselves if needed. Yet there was not an ounce of tension in the innkeeper's body. The secret to his casual demeanor was the fact that the aura was so profound and abstract that Lex, as a mere immortal, could not sense it at all. He would need the senses of a Tao Lord to detect it, which he did not have, so he was totally relaxed. Besides him, only Eclipse, Ventura, and Nullith remained at ease. Even little Krusty began looking at the barrier warily. Although something like this could not be equated to the Bone Meadow crystal, for these few, it was effectively the same. Lex even suspected that once this barrier was completely formed, he wouldn't even be able to return to the inn if he wished. Yet just like the others, he did not try to leave. Eventually, the barrier was completed after what seemed like an eternity, sealing them all in. For a fraction of a second, even Lex felt a sense of terror deep within his being, as if he was cut off not just from the Midnight Inn, but the actual universe itself. In truth, that is exactly what happened. Jack suddenly lost his connection to Lex, though he was not alarmed because he knew what was happening prior to the connection loss. Similarly, Lex lost his connection to Jack, but also much more. He felt countless chains suddenly disappear from around him, chains he never knew he carried. The connection to the cosmic ascendance spectrum was lifted, allowing Lex to realize just how much of a burden the destiny or fate of the human race was to him. It constantly kept him restricted, as if pulling him down, and his rise was in spite of it. He had a feeling that if he cultivated now, his cultivation speed would skyrocket to speeds he could never have even imagined. But that was merely one of the connections. He felt many external influences disappear, influences he could not even identify. All his karma vanished, as if non-existent. Unbeknownst to him, certain forces had cast subtle and difficult-to-detect curses on Lex after his rise to fame, curses to weaken him or perhaps leech off his fortune and luck. Now, without a target, those curses began to fade. Lex was, for the first time in his life, entirely cut off from the entire external universe, existing solely within this small spot. If his system were not hidden within his soul, his host attire would have failed because of its loss of connection to him. Many others went through similar experiences, though they were not nearly as surprised as Lex was by this, for they had a much more mature understanding of themselves and the forces affecting them. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin," said Harriet, walking to the center of the crowd. He summoned a statue of an Eclipse Weaver, the very race from which Eclipse belonged, though no one was sure if the face on the statue belonged to Eclipse herself. Lex marveled at the smooth, gray statue that was merely 10 feet, 3 meters tall, and yet had an aura so imposing it seemed giant in front of them. Then again, this could be the effect of the primordial garden shrinking the statue down to this size. For a brief moment, Lex could not help but wonder about this race. Why was it that he had never heard much about them? If the strongest Tao Lord in the universe was an Eclipse Weaver, shouldn't the whole race be a sage race? Yet he was pretty certain that they were not a sage race, or even an elder race for that matter. Very peculiar. You must all consent to this karma. If any of you use what you learn here today in this activity to harm anyone present here, or reveal the contents of what you learn here to anyone else, then you must bear the consequential backlash of karma equal to the sum of all karma that will be created in this activity. In case any of you fail to understand what that means, if you use what you're about to learn against anyone here, or leak it, then you better be strong enough to bear the full karmic weight of nearly 100 Tao Lords, including the primordial queen herself, or else your very existence will be wiped from the face of the universe. Chapter 2085, Flicking the Karma Away. Harriet did not need to explain. Everyone understood what he meant even without it. However, explicitly stating the probable outcome, which was straight-up death even for a Tao Lord, certainly put the risks in perspective. Of course, the outcome was not certain. It was just what Harriet assumed would happen based on the fact that it would not be easy to handle the karma originating from so many Tao Lords, let alone Eclipse. No one bothered to correct it. It would be moot to do so. Consenting to be subject to such a karma was a clear indicator of the importance of what was to come. Of course, simply not revealing what happened here and not harming one another were two specific restrictions, leaving much room for the knowledge gained here to be used in other ways. For example, if Lex suddenly went crazy and revealed his identity as the Innkeeper, even though no one would be able to spread that news or harm him because of it, the Midnight Inn would effectively be doomed. The Tao Lords could act without fear of the Innkeeper's retaliation, and even harm all his employees or straight-up destroy the inn. Neither of those outcomes would trigger the condition of not sharing the intel gained or harming Lex. Yes, Lex would suffer tremendous loss, but that would not be the same as harming him. Heck, he could even be imprisoned, and that would not harm him. So even with such strict requirements, there was a lot of room left for maneuverability. Yet that did not take away from the seriousness of the moment and the anticipation for what exactly it was that would follow. You may accept this karma by coming and touching the statue of the Eclipsicrawler. A karmic web will tie us all together, making sure that none of us are able to manipulate this karma on our own for our own purposes. As Harriet said the last part, he glanced towards the Innkeeper and Eclipse. Both of them, as it turned out, were well known for their skilled use of karma, so this restriction was targeting them both more than anything else. To demonstrate, I will go first, Harriet continued, before walking up to the statue and placing a single paw upon its base. When he pulled the paw back, a thin, ethereal thread could be seen attached to his paw, emerging from the statue. Even Lex could see it, and sense that it was a karmic string. What was interesting was that the karmic string was in a completely sealed state, meaning that it could not be tampered with from external forces, making it extremely stable. Oddly enough, that meant that Lex could study it thoroughly and deeply without any concern or reservations. Damn, had he accidentally stumbled onto a way of speeding up his control over karma. Too impatient to try it out, the Innkeeper didn't wait for anyone to step forward. He simply stepped up to the statue and touched it. The smooth, cool surface of the statue felt oddly normal, as if there was nothing special about it whatsoever. When he pulled his hand back, the same ethereal thread was sticking out of his hand. Lex lifted his hand and observed the thread, peering into its mysteries, ignoring all the Tao Lords observing him. How interesting, he muttered to himself. Without the countless external influences affecting him, Lex's comprehension was shooting through the roof, allowing him to gain insights into karma in real time. On a whim, he summoned the karmic bead in his left hand, and then flicked the karmic string that was coming out of his right hand. In front of everyone, the string shifted from the Innkeeper's hand to the bead, disconnecting from his body. Now the karmic bead was deeply intertwined with Lex's karma, meaning that it could not be separated from him no matter the circumstances. Thus, whether the string was connected to him or the bead, it made no difference. That was also why the karmic bead benefited from the disguise of the host attire, so no one would recognize it as the bead Lex used. The observing Tao Lords, however, had no idea of that. Hurin Kakin's jaw dropped open while Wukong's eyes turned into stars. Wukong knew it. The Innkeeper was the coolest damned Tao Lord he had ever met. Who else could so casually aura farm with the karmic string from an Eclipsicrawler sentinel? Wukong reaffirmed his vow that when he grew up, he wanted to be just like the Innkeeper. That way, he could even fool karma and prevent it from detecting his clones. Eclipse was taken aback as well, but it took her only a glance to see that the string hadn't really left the Innkeeper, so she calmed down. Ventura also quickly saw through the trick. Everyone else, though, was freaking out. Wait, if the Innkeeper can get rid of the karma, how are any of us safe? Asked one Tao Lord. Did that guy just flick away the karma from the sentinel? Why the hell is that bead covered in the cloud of the primordial age? It contains karma from all the way back then. What is the Innkeeper's real identity? Bloody hell, what kind of favoritism is this? Did he literally riz the karma away? Damn, bro is running on the Tao of Hacks. I knew it. This was a trap. We're doomed. The Innkeeper and Eclipse will control us via karma now. Noticing the sudden commotion he caused by his little trick, Lex suddenly took the karma back and put away his bead. My apologies, everyone. I was simply observing the karma to make sure there are no traps hidden within. After all, it would be most untoward of me to allow my guests to get harmed like that. Fortunately, I discovered nothing of the sort. You may feel free to form the karmic bond. Chapter 2086, just the tip. I think at this point we can pretty much basically confirm that the Innkeeper and the Primordial Queen are a thing, Bridget said to Balam through her spirit sense. I mean, she's basically taught him how to manipulate an Eclipsicrawler's karma. That's huge. I've never even heard of that before. Balam wanted to disagree with Bridget, because that sounded highly unlikely. However, the evidence in front of him was difficult to argue with. Do not panic, everyone. I can confirm that the karma never left the Innkeeper, said Ventura, stepping in. Although it appeared to have shifted from him, the tool that it connected to was closely linked to the Innkeeper, so it was still connected to him. Hearing assurances from someone external to the situation made everyone feel better, but there was still an air of doubt and discomfort left in the air. How easy was it to shift the karma from them to one of their tools? Many Tao Lords tried, but weren't able to replicate the feat. The only reason Lex had been able to do that was because the karmic bead was literally a part of Lex's karma. and so one way or another, the string was already connected to it. But whatever everyone else felt, Lex didn't care. He'd given an answer and explained his actions, and now he was using every spare moment within this barrier to study the karmic string. Once the barrier was removed, many if not all the earlier restrictions on him would return, slowing down his advancement. Thus, he needed to make the most of this opportunity. Lex's gains were nothing to scoff at, and if he weren't suppressing his cultivation, not to mention the fact that this place was cut off from the laws of the universe, Lex might have triggered a tribulation for his next realm. The little stunt pulled by the Innkeeper slowed things down, but soon enough everyone had created a karmic bond, Eclipse and Ventura included. "What do you find so interesting about this?" Eclipse could not help but ask as she noticed the Innkeeper fixating on the string. "It's like reading a book. There's a lot to learn here," answered the Innkeeper without looking up. He had faith that with the system and Nuwa working together, his disguise would remain intact, so as long as he did not say anything too dumb, everyone would find their own interpretation of what he said. Naturally, he still needed to be careful of what he said or did, or else the conclusions or interpretations of others might not be so good. Indeed, that is exactly what happened. Eclipse felt like he had gained some insight into the karmic string of an Eclipse-crawler's sentinel, while the others thought that he was studying a way to replicate the sentinel. "All right, everyone," said Harriet, attracting everyone's attention back towards himself. "Now that the preparations are in place, allow me to introduce you to our second activity." The other two Tao Lords who were accompanying him stepped forward and joined hands, using their combined power to open some kind of portal on the ground. From within the portal, a black pillar of some kind rose out, though it was clear to anyone watching that this was only the tip of something incredibly massive. "Oh, that's quite bold," Eclipse said, realizing what was happening. "What you are all seeing right now is called the Enigma Pillar, and it contains many hidden mysteries and secrets that the Primordial Queen has collected throughout her life. Currently, it is in a dormant state. You can activate it by submitting worthy secrets to the pillar, and depending on the quantity or quality of secrets submitted, the pillar will enter a subsequent activation level. Now, to make things interesting, you all will collectively have one opportunity to draw out a secret from within the pillar. But to access the secret, you need to activate it first. The relative importance of the secret you draw out depends on the activation level of the pillar. For example, if it only activates to the first level, you can draw out an ordinary secret. It might interest some, and to others it would be completely useless. But if the pillar activation level is high enough, say to level 7 or 8, then who knows what kind of earth-shattering secret can be drawn out. Even the Primordial Queen herself cannot know what might come out, giving you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get access to something truly amazing. Of course, for that, you will all need to work together and pay a corresponding price. Or, who knows, if someone is feeling generous, they can reveal a major secret all on their own and activate the pillar to a high enough level. Lex took a moment to stop studying the string and looked towards the Enigma Pillar. He understood the gist of this activity. Participation was not mandatory, so some Tao Lords could really just kick back and watch others contribute secrets. Since everyone would get the reward in the end, they could risk inaction to reap the reward, but if that was the case, they'd have to settle for whatever level the pillar activated to. Ideally, everyone could contribute a secret or two, thus helping the pillar activate to a high level while keeping things fair. The earlier karmic bond was also so that everyone would have fewer reasons to hesitate while sharing certain secrets that didn't directly affect them. Yet everyone's level of participation could not be predicted. After all, the value of the final prize was a gamble. Oh, by the way, the third activity, in which you will all get some souvenirs to remember the Primordial Garden by, will also be affected by the level of the activation of the pillar during this activity. The greater the level now, the better the value of the souvenir you will get later on. Yes, now the stakes were rising. Lex stopped studying the karmic string and instead began to quickly wonder what secret he could reveal and how that might contribute. Would the things he learned in Abaddon count, or did they not count as secrets? Chapter 2087, A Salesman's Smile. Lex had to look at the situation from multiple angles. One of his main goals in this tea party was to build up his reputation as much as possible to try to deter any possible plans of targeting him. He did not expect to survive this way forever, but he aimed to buy as much time as possible. He was already growing strong far quicker than anyone had any right to. If he could just maintain his deterrence of danger long enough, maybe even just a few thousand years, which was nothing to Tao Lords, then he was certain he could find ways to keep himself safe. The problem was buying those few thousand years to begin with. Since his main reliance for that was his reputation, any secret he revealed had to be of sufficient quality. The way that Eclipse reaffirmed her power, influence, and strength was by dropping random bombshells with every other sentence she said. Her nonchalance and disregard for matters that others could not even begin to imagine clearly defined the difference in their levels. The Innkeeper needed to do something similar. Now, Lex had learned a bunch of interesting things in Abaddon, but the problem was that he could not verify how true or false they were. The fact that there seemed to be an age in history that apparently no one remembered was too unbelievable, and was not something he could casually claim in front of Eclipse, who seemed to have been alive since the dawn of time, or at least something close to that. The existence of Abaddon itself was quite shocking, as was proven by the fact that even Voidmaw remained unaware of it, and that Ventura himself was taken aback by the Innkeeper's mention of it. But now he had already mentioned it once. If Lex had known that he would need to share secrets, he would not mention it so quickly. He could bring it up again, but then in the eyes of Ventura and Voidmaw, it would seem like the Innkeeper had limited knowledge or exposure. That even slight weakness was something he could not afford. So what other secrets could he reveal? There was that hidden forest within Abaddon, but considering how the residents of that forest had been so helpful to him, it seemed wrong. There was no way Lex would reveal any secret that would harm his own interests, such as knowledge of how to calculate the Nexus event's time and location of the Nexus. He planned on utilizing those too, so there was no way he would reveal them. What else was there? A few things actually, not to mention he still had access to the Heavens puppet. While the puppet itself was still inside his inn, the reward was from the system, and the system was inside his soul. While he didn't want to activate it now just in case he didn't need it, that was still one option. So then, how do we want to go about this? Ventura asked, looking at the whole crowd. I'll tell you now, I'm going to go last. My contribution will be based on everyone else's contribution, just in case anyone was thinking of getting a free ride out of me. All the Tao Lords looked at one another, each of them with their own thoughts. Gentlemen, I have a proposal, said Balam, attracting all the attention. Instead of being intimidated by the attention, he merely smiled like a salesman who was about to take home a big fat check. To gain an understanding of how easy or difficult it is to activate the Enigma pillar, why don't we all contribute a simple and relatively meaningless secret? We're all connected by karma anyway, so combined with a harmless secret, it will give us a much better understanding of what we're willing to contribute down the line. I must admit that I, for one, am quite tempted by the possibility of a genuine primordial souvenir, especially a high-quality one. Balam's proposal seemed reasonable, and all the Tao Lords basically agreed after a few moments. In that case, since I am the one who proposed the idea, allow me to go first. Tao Lord Bernthal of the Ifrit race has been in hiding since his Tao fractured some time ago. Lex did not react, but he just realized how insidious Balam had just been. The secret he revealed had nothing to do with himself and put one of his enemies at great risk. A weakened Tao Lord could become a target for many. Maybe. Who knows what Tao Lords do to other weakened Tao Lords? Certainly not Lex. He was, at the very least, certain that Tao Lord Bernthal wouldn't benefit from this. In this way, he could benefit from others acting on this information. Similarly, Tao Lords could reveal information that could end up as a trap for anyone who acted on it. Yes, there were no simple characters here. In that case, since they were doing light and insignificant secrets, Lex knew just what to contribute that would not harm his interests, but also demonstrate his insight. Also, it might make his life a little easier, for Jack was having a real tough time getting out of that realm and the Nexus event was closing in. A small, harmless secret, the Innkeeper said out loud, while others were still contemplating the ramifications of Balam's secret while also studying the Enigma pillar. It seemed that Balam's secret was not enough to activate it just yet. I'm not too familiar with secrets since I spend all my time inside my inn. But, if I must say something, then I have noticed that someone seems to be artificially attempting to speed up the occurrence of the Nexus event. The black pillar suddenly started to shine brightly, indicating that it was suddenly activated, and possibly more than once. While everyone else was looking at the pillar, observing its changes, Ventura and Eclipse locked eyes before turning to look at the Innkeeper. He was supposed to be on good terms with Nuwa, so why did he have such intimate knowledge about Destiny's domain? Chapter 2088, Voidmaw disappeared. Lex had acquired his knowledge about how to measure the time of the Nexus event, as well as how to locate the Nexus from the Kun Peng within the forest within Abaddon. He had been told that no one would have knowledge about the Nexus anymore, and as it turned out, he was not exaggerating. Lex had assumed that while this information would be somewhat of a big deal, it shouldn't be anything too crazy since even Jack can gather the necessary information with his low cultivation level. He was sorely mistaken. The Nexus event was something mired in secrets and touched upon conspiracies that went all the way back to the early days of the universe. Even if Ventura or Eclipse truly knew anything about the Nexus, neither of them would acknowledge it or even hint to admitting it simply because access to that knowledge was extremely revealing. Yet the Innkeeper seemed oblivious to the insinuations of what he said. Or, at the very least, the truth of his identity became even more mysterious, because only a handful of people in the whole universe were qualified to comment on the Nexus. Was it possible that the Innkeeper was actually one of the beings that had surpassed the Tao realm, but he was just pretending not to have? After thinking about it for some time, both of them concluded that not only was it possible, it even made sense to a certain degree. After all, it was well known that Nuwa did not create the humanoid race all on her own, not really. Someone had helped her back then. But the truth of matters from back then were things that even Eclipse and Ventura could not be sure of. After all, even if they were alive back then, they were doing their own things. How could they know the intimate details of Nuwa's early life? Back then, she was nothing special. She was just like the rest of them. After a moment of contemplation, Eclipse shrugged. What did she care about who the Innkeeper was? What mattered more to her was that someone was trying to speed up the Nexus event. Something like that wasn't as simple as making big things happen and then waiting for the Nexus event to occur. No, the key was to cause a big shift in destinies, and to cause those changes on a sufficient scale to actually speed up the Nexus event required a certain level of knowledge. Damn it, the Innkeeper, you're such a big tease, Eclipse said in exasperation. You're making me want to leave my garden. The pillar, which was already very bright, suddenly became blinding. It was as if the sun took steroids before deciding to stand in someone's face. Also, it turned out that Eclipse being tempted to leave the garden was a big secret. Oh, right, technically that was a big secret since her every action affected the universe, and if people understood her temptations, or at least her thoughts, they could make subsequent preparations. For a moment Eclipse forgot about that because she was too used to being in a company that wasn't bothered by her words. Even that little Lex had less of a reaction than these Tao Lords. She could not help but snort and glared at the Innkeeper. If he was going to invite so many random people, he could have at least brought his own son along for the exposure. Some people just weren't cut out to be decent parents. Meanwhile, Voidmaw and Ventura shared excited looks. Damn, the Innkeeper was far more effective than they even dreamed. They just casually asked him to get her to leave the garden hours ago, and he was already tempting her in such a seemingly unknowing and coincidental way. The man was a true Casanova. Voidmaw had nothing but respect for his game. Haha, well in that case allow me to be the next one to share a secret, Voidmaw exclaimed with excitement. I once asked the Primordial Queen to start a family with me and have kids while we were married. She agreed on the condition that I be the one to car. Voidmaw disappeared. His existence, and even the memory of his words, disappeared. Even the Enigma pillar excreted the words it had recorded out of its records out of sheer fear that it would be next. A few seconds later, Voidmaw returned once more, feeling like he was forgetting something. Eclipse naturally had not made a move. She had all her abilities sealed, so how could she make a move? Instead, her very faithful Senate, who had a deep understanding of her likes and dislikes, had made a move on her behalf. It was not Harriet, or even the Golden Dragon King that she kept in her garden who had acted, but another. One of Eclipse's most loyal guardians. Her identity would remain a secret for now, unless the pillar somehow managed to reveal it as a reward. Even Ventura was looking deep into the garden, but he could not sense who had made a move and when. How could someone outside the barrier have made a move? They couldn't, yet he did not feel anyone make a move. Could it be Nully? But how could she hide from his senses? Anyway, like I was saying, said Voidmaw after a moment of confusion. Let me be the next one to share a small secret. Once the universe matures, there will be a new type of realm that will come into existence. Don't ask me what kind, because if I tell you, the secret won't be so small anymore. Voidmaw winked teasingly, yet instead of feeling irritated at his antics, some of the female Tao Lords suddenly felt inexplicably shy. The light on the pillar finally dimmed and changed in color. It was no longer pure white. Instead, now it was slightly yellow. The pillar has now entered its third activation phase, in case anyone was wondering, said Harriet. Chapter 2089, Everyone's Contributions. So much for only contributing small secrets, Balaam muttered to himself, though he didn't mind the higher activation level of the pillar. However, it seemed that after the rapid rise in activation levels, it became increasingly harder to elevate the activation level of the pillar. No one else threw any bombshells like the Innkeeper or Eclipse, so the color of the rod barely changed. Even Wukong, who was tempted to throw out a scandal or two, restrained himself. The purpose of this round was to see how low-level secrets affected the pillar. Now, for the sake of reference, they had a couple of massive secrets as well, so they knew how to compare them. The issue was, all the Dao Lords, including Ventura, provided secrets that affected 1 or 2 Dao Lords at most, and the pillar activation barely moved. In fact, it took some pretty insane secrets that affected the entire universe to bring the pillar all the way to level 3. From the looks of it, unless they wanted to contribute their biggest, gravest secrets, then it would be more or less impossible to continue to activate the pillar. A deafening silence filled the garden once everyone was done, as all the Dao Lords reflected on their options and what they wanted to do. They had no idea how good or bad the third activation level was. "If we leave the pillar as it is," said Bridget, looking towards Harriet, "then what kind of secret or souvenir can we expect? How much better will the reward be at the next level?" Only when they understood those things could they make an informed decision. However, if he told that, then he would remove all the suspense from the activity. "You just have to take a gamble," Harriet responded. "If you feel that this is sufficient, then you can let it be. Or maybe you can take a leap of faith, contribute something, and hope that others contribute as well. Or maybe you can all make a deal and make contributions together, just as you did before. What reward you get, good or bad, is in your hands. The uncertainty is what makes this interesting." It was true, for Dao Lords, such uncertainty was a novel, or at least fairly novel experience. Lex was somewhat hoping that no one else would contribute any more secrets, or else he might need to as well. But since all he could do for now was wait, he turned his gaze towards the pillar, or more specifically towards the base of the pillar that was emerging from the portal. It seemed to Lex that a majority of the structure was still hidden behind the portal, and that the Enigma pillar was only a small part of something far greater. He could not help but wonder what it was. "In moments like this, we should make things clear to one another," said Balam. "Let's do this. All those who are satisfied with the state of the pillar stand on one side, and all those who wish that the activation level was higher or still wish to contribute stand on the other side. We can take things from there." Now things started to get interesting. About 40% were satisfied with the current activation level, and 60% wanted to raise it higher. But when Balam asked about those who still had things they could contribute, very few stood out. It seemed that a majority were hoping that the Innkeeper, or perhaps Eclipse, would make another major contribution. Yet neither the Innkeeper nor Eclipse made any move to contribute further, leaving them to decide what to do. Naturally, the next person they looked to was Ventura. "Do not expect any charity from me. I am not like the Innkeeper or Eclipse who believe in hospitality. If you want something from me, make your own donations first. I will contribute according to the median level of the secret contributed." Many Dao Lords grumbled, but they only did so internally. It seemed that if they really wanted to seek better rewards, they needed to pay up. But the fact that only some of them would contribute, but all of them would reap the benefits, did not sit right with them. The Dao Lords began discussing amongst themselves, trying to think of ways in which to make the situation fair. Lex, meanwhile, took the opportunity to study his karmic string some more. In the end, it took nearly an hour before they reached some kind of solution, and even that solution was reached through a mix of persuasion and threatening to leave the activation level as it was. In the end, it was decided that a few key players would donate significant secrets. Those were the ones who really wanted the activation level to go higher. Everyone else, meanwhile, would contribute at least 1, and preferably 2 insignificant secrets. After all, they would be benefiting from the rise in activation level, and a total lack of contribution could earn some ire. While the karmic bond said that none of them could use what they learned today to harm one another, that did not prevent them from targeting each other in different ways. Thus, Lex ended up learning a bunch of random facts about many Dao Lords he'd never heard of before. For example, there was a Dao Lord who had a hobby of pretending to be an old man and passing out random cultivation techniques to kids from various races, and then watching how much a simple yet powerful technique ends up helping them. So far, it turned out that mere access to powerful cultivation techniques was not enough to turn any random person into a top-level powerhouse. He also learned about some truly, genuinely evil Dao Lords who liked to torture and sacrifice countless souls just to run experiments. Since it was too difficult to deal with Dao Lords, they were generally just ignored and left alone. There were a bunch of small and petty conspiracies that were unveiled as well about how to target other Dao Lords. Some Dao Lords actually caused entire races to be engulfed in war. Lex suddenly felt like he was having a flashback. He was reminded of Jeffrey back on Earth. He used to consider himself above the mortals on Earth, so he used to play all sorts of games with them just to watch the outcome. The difference was that these beings were genuinely too powerful to be stopped, and their reach was also infinitely greater. Eventually, though, it was time for the bigger secrets, revealed by some of the more prominent characters. As it turned out, Hurin Kakin decided to go first. Recently, the Hanali has discovered that our previous understanding of the void may be incorrect, Hurin said slowly, carefully selecting each word so as to not reveal too little or too much. Previously, we used to think that the void was absent of all things, including a majority of the laws. It was considered to be in existence with the most basic and minimum number of laws, keeping it as a part of the universe itself. Now, we are beginning to suspect that the void contains its own set of rules that we may have never discovered before. The reason for that was a certain discovery. I won't go into details, but I will say that we confirmed that the void managed to reconstruct a certain high-level item that was confirmed to be destroyed early in the Enlightenment Age. He did not reveal too much, but the impact of his words was great, and not just on the pillar. The pale light on it began to brighten, but most weren't paying attention to it. If the void could recreate lost or destroyed treasures, then many myths and legends that had been lost to time could return. The question then was how long it took for such a recovery to happen. What were the required circumstances? What was the base level of the treasure required? Was it even limited to treasures, or could the void restore anything? Seeing that Hurin had gone first, and even contributed so greatly, the primal stepped forward. I am not at liberty to say too much, however. Certain financial movements and liquidation of assets of some of our partners at the bank suggest that one or two sage races may be preparing to enter the ongoing war under their own terms and conditions. The pillar started to shine even brighter, while many Dao Lords became extremely troubled. This was incredible news. Unfortunately, they could not share it back with their organizations. Wukong, unwilling to be left behind, stepped forward. A good Samaritan once relayed to me, of his own volition, that certain forces have theorized a shortcut to growing and maturing one's Dao rapidly. I won't go into details, but it involves using a major realm. On the surface, it seemed like Wukong had said nothing, but in reality, he may have touched upon the key reasons behind this ongoing war. All the attending Dao Lords, Eclipse included, suddenly paid a tremendous amount of attention to Wukong's words. A shortcut to maturing one's Dao had never been discovered before. If it was truly proven to exist, then the scale of the ongoing war was going to increase by a lot. Chapter 2090, Simple Vernacular. What was a tease? Well, Wukong was definitely a tease, at least as far as the other Dao Lords were concerned. Lex, on the other hand, was merely noting down all the details he was hearing and memorizing them in case they proved to be useful later on. As it was, not a single one of the secrets revealed concerned him too much for now. Whether the sage races entered the war or not, Lex was going to be attempting to increase his defenses as much as possible. Whether the void restored treasures or not hardly matters to him because he was too weak to make use of them, or to mindlessly explore the void for that matter. The same was true for the shortcut for maturing one's Dao. Lex could barely mature his facial hair, so he wasn't concerned about his Dao at all. After all, he still had no idea what a Dao was, at least not in the proper sense. Thus, the neutral expression maintained by the Innkeeper, bordering on boredom, was actually not feigned. It was genuine. It was the fact that it was so genuine that it began to bother some of the Dao Lords. They felt challenged to provide a secret large or shocking enough to evoke some kind of reaction from the Innkeeper. Of course, they were not fools. They would not reveal secrets so randomly just to get a reaction out of the Innkeeper. But if the opportunity presented itself, whether now or throughout the tea party, they would not hesitate to grasp it. Most of the Dao Lords weren't focused on the Innkeeper, though. Most were focused on Wukong and this supposed secret to growing their Daos. Compared to all other things which could benefit their organizations, the growth of their Dao was personal. Since trying to fight Wukong was not a viable option, they would have to find some way of trading with him. One by one, a few more Dao Lords revealed teased secrets without revealing the key bits of information, following in the tradition of teasing. Lex now was facing a conundrum. Should he contribute to the secrets? The way he saw it, the only way he could possibly contribute to the secrets was to use the Heaven's puppet. But was it worth it? He still didn't know how strong the attack it could unleash was. On the flip side, he didn't know if the secret eclipse would reveal, as well as the souvenir she would give, would be worth the price. Of the two options, though, he could easily inquire about what Eclipse had to offer. The thing about the thing that happened back then is that the thing happened to be related to. Lex ignored the secrets, because at this point he couldn't even follow what they were about anymore. Instead, he looked towards Eclipse. "I'm curious," the innkeeper said, attracting Eclipse's attention. "Would your secret or your souvenir help my inn in any way? If it's worth it, then I may consider sharing some more secrets." Eclipse pouted as she heard the question, giving the innkeeper a dissatisfied look. "You know, it's not good to be so single-minded, especially in the presence of a lady such as myself. Why don't you directly tell me the secrets that you want to offer, and I'll skip the whole activity and directly offer you what it's worth." Lex froze. Oh, right. He didn't consider that he could directly trade with her. He might even get a better deal that way, in that case. Yes, I know what you're going to say," Eclipse said in an exasperated tone. "You can't just give up on your guests like that, and this will make the activity more exciting for them. Honestly, you're too selfless for your own good. Fine, I'll tell you what. If you contribute a decent secret one that can activate the pillar at least twice, I'll personally make sure you get a decent souvenir." Actually, Lex had been about to accept her deal, but now that she had put things like that, it would be awkward for him to go back. "In that case, I just need a moment of privacy, if you will," said the innkeeper as he took a step to the side. He let Eclipse take care of providing him privacy as a show of trust, though actually it was just if she was responsible for the barrier he'd have fewer chances of being detected. Just as expected, the moment he stepped back, a barrier appeared around him, obscuring his vision from the group, attracting everyone's attention. The reason Lex had asked for the barrier to begin with was because he was going to access his system, and he felt like activating the Heaven's puppet might cause some fluctuations from his system. Although no one had been able to sense his system so far, it was best to take care in the presence of so many Tao Lords, especially when he wasn't sure if the barrier around him isolating him from the universe would be some kind of limitation. Lex pulled up the system interface in his mind, went to his quest reward, and looked at the options once more. Quest: an empty vessel lies within the inn, a former puppet of the heavens. A forbidden secret, a hidden history, or a powerful weapon. Choose what to do with the puppet. Additional information. Through circumstance or by design, a heaven's puppet is at the host's disposal. The puppet hides a forbidden secret of Arch-Heaven, contains traces of a history wiped in the primordial age, and can serve as a powerful, one-time use weapon. The host can choose which one of these three to focus on, but cannot choose all three. The moment that the puppet is used for either purpose, it will trigger a hidden response embedded within by Arch-Heaven, destroying it. Depending on the host's choice, this quest has the potential to evolve into a joint or chain quest. The option for additional quests was, it could be good or bad, but now was a delicate time to get involved with other quests. After looking at the quest for a moment, Lex decided which one he wanted to pick. He was staying clear of all things related to the primordial age, so that was out of the question, but a secret of Arch-Heaven was welcome. Especially since, due to the ambush of the Tao Lords, Arch-Heaven was under focus. In case the quest didn't work, Lex had thought of a few backup secrets he could reveal, but they weren't all too great, so it was best if he didn't have to rely on them. He could also speculate, for example, about the presence of the Gon race as well as that elder race in Abaddon, and use that to spin a theory of his own, but it would be best to avoid any baseless speculations, as that might reveal certain flaws. As soon as he selected his option, the system pinged as it gave him new notifications. It seemed that the system had already harvested the secrets, or else it might not have been able to provide him with an answer so promptly, especially since he was cut off from the inn. What Lex didn't know was that the moment he chose the option he wanted from the quest, the Heaven's puppet disappeared from within the inn. Lex read the notification and found that the answer was a little underwhelming. Was this supposed to be a super big deal? Maybe he lacked the necessary context to be able to discern that. It seemed he could only gamble on this. The innkeeper walked out of the barrier and noticed that everyone was staring at him and had not continued to share their secrets. It seemed that his stunt had been taken as some kind of declaration that he was going to go next. "Ah, my apologies for keeping everyone waiting," the innkeeper said humbly. "Since everyone is working so ardently towards the goal of activating the pillar, I thought I might participate one more time, although I am not sure if the news I have to share would be sufficient." The others didn't know how to respond to the overly humble innkeeper, whose nearly every action so far had displayed his immense background and power. "It doesn't matter, just go ahead and share whatever you want to," said Ventura with a smile. "I'll go right after you. If even now I continue to hold back, someone might begin to think I'm a miser." Many wished to roll their eyes, but restrained themselves. Clearly, Ventura did not want to contribute too much if the others did not do the same. The innkeeper nodded, and then looked at all the awaiting guests. Since he did not understand the seriousness of the secret, it would be best if he repeated the notification word for word, excluding the remarks, of course. New notification. With the heaven and mortal realms as witness, the nether has known no rest for ages past. It absorbs, recycles, and rebuilds, for what was forgotten is not necessarily lost. Remarks translating into comprehensible vernacular for dummies. The nether is the mitochondria of the universe. Eclipse's pupils constricted, and Ventura's breath got stuck as they thought of the possibilities. Could the innkeeper be hinting about that? If someone asked him, Lex would say yes. After all, that could be whatever he wanted it to be. He was not responsible if someone misunderstood him. Chapter 2091, Certainly You Can Pay. If Lex had to guess, based clearly on the remarks, it basically meant that the nether was somehow responsible for providing energy to the universe. Considering the fact that the notification mentioned absorbing, recycling, and rebuilding, he guessed that the nether somehow absorbed the wasted energy from the universe, or maybe outside the universe, and adapted it so that it could be used within. Such a simple explanation made sense to him, and considering the complexity and scale of the universe, it was not unbelievable that the universe had its own dedicated power source. The thing about the heaven and mortal realms was unclear, but it could also potentially be explained if he treated Arch-Heaven as the heaven realm and the rest of the universe as the mortal realm, although that was also contrary to his understanding of the universe. Also, as far as he knew, the nether was a part of Arch-Heaven, so there were some serious flaws with such an explanation. The thing then that remained the greatest mystery was the but about what was forgotten is not necessarily lost. Had the nether been forgotten about at some point, or was there more to the story than he knew about? Honestly, it could be a combination of both. He just didn't know enough to be able entirely comprehend the scale of the secret he had just uttered. Considering all the effort he put in to get his hands on the puppet, he hoped it was worth it. On a side note, the option he picked seemed to not have initiated any additional quests, and for that Lex was grateful. Just as Lex was getting ready to judge the value of the secret based on the reactions of the Tao Lords in front of him, the Enigma pillar began to shine with a blinding light, turning the entire interior of their barrier into a canvas of white. For a few seconds it stayed that way, and when the light finally dimmed, it had turned azure. Well, that was one way of saying it was a big deal. When Lex looked from the pillar to the other Tao Lords, he found that all of them were thoughtful, but not shocked or surprised. At least based on appearances, it did not seem like the innkeeper had revealed anything too great. "Innkeeper, how can you know this?" Ventura asked, his voice oddly neutral and lacking from the vibrant array of emotions he loved to show. "Have you discovered a way to probe the nether?" Ventura asked the question openly instead of in private, but the very fact that he was asking such a question, combined with his unusual tone, alerted everyone that things were not as they seemed. Even if they did not pick up on the hint that Ventura and Eclipse did, they at least noticed one important matter. The innkeeper seemed to know what was going on inside the nether. So far, no one had ever returned from inside the nether, at least as far as they knew. The innkeeper looked at Ventura, noticing his unusual demeanor. Internally, Lex began to worry if he might have made a mistake. Was that secret too big a deal? If it was, he could always just explain that he extracted the secret from a heaven's puppet, but offering an explanation at all would make him look weak. Deep inside Lex's soul, Nua's clone began to slam her face into the wall. Face-palming was no longer enough, she needed a wall. Did this bloody human find it so challenging to avoid provoking his own doom? "Innkeeper, you do not need to answer that," suddenly said Eclipse as she looked at Ventura challengingly. "We all came here openly and freely in the spirit of joint adventure, while everyone else has played it safe, using technicalities to fulfill the requirements of this activity. Only you have played the game properly. Do not be afraid that this can be used against you. I would like to see if the great Ventura can find a technicality that can fool the spirit of the karmic oath, bound by an Eclipsecrawler's sentinel." All the Tao Lords seemed to realize that the situation had evolved past what they had originally imagined. At the same time, they understood that their playing things safe by teasing secrets was not looked favorably upon by Eclipse. Indeed, what was the point of playing such a game if they only eased instead of properly revealing their secrets? Where was the risk? The thrill? How could they expect to get a decent reward without putting in the required effort? Perhaps that's why the pillar had been so slow to activate. Yet it seemed that the innkeeper had seen through this and contributed a secret so that they would not suffer a loss. They could not help but feel slightly grateful towards the innkeeper. That gratefulness, however, did not prevent them from also feeling greed towards their secret. Unfortunately, it seemed that with that oath protecting him, they could not act against him. The primordial queen's warning about technicality meant that their original idea of being clever with the secrets they heard might not actually end so well. Then again, even that made sense. How could a game played in the primordial garden ever be so simple? The innkeeper looked from Eclipse to Ventura and then just shrugged. "Why so serious? I don't mind sharing," the innkeeper said casually, as if he was not concerned or threatened in the slightest. "Ventura, if you're interested, I don't mind telling you how I learned this. The question is, what can you pay me to make that worth it? Eclipse already told me she'd make my contributions worth it. I imagine someone as wealthy as you can certainly afford it." Suddenly, the tense environment collapsed, as Ventura suddenly realized that Eclipse would have to pay for such a big secret, and Eclipse realized that she had somehow screwed herself over. Damn it, she had only offered a souvenir, so why had the innkeeper gone all out for a trinket? Thus, for the first time since the primordial age, excluding all incidents relating to Voidmaw, someone had managed to get the better of the primordial queen. Chapter 2092, Autumn. That's a good joke, innkeeper. You're quite the comedian," said Ventura with a massive smile. "How could I possibly intrude on your secrets like that? Am I that kind of person? I was just taken aback by what you said, that's all. No, I totally respect your autonomy and privacy in any and all matters related to the Nether. In fact, even if you want to tell me, then I will have to insist that you don't." The more that Ventura spoke, the more frustrated that Eclipse became, glaring at him. Damn it, she had just casually offered a reward. Why did the innkeeper have to take things so seriously? This was no fun. Eclipse crossed her arms and began to pout, much to the amusement of Nully. "Innkeeper, what kind of payment are you looking for? I might have something that interests you," she said, before winking at him provocatively. The innkeeper did not seem affected in the least. "Something that can help my inn and something of equal value. Or greater value, I won't reject it if you're feeling generous," the innkeeper answered directly, as if it was a serious question. Nully's smile widened, almost as if she was excited by the fact that he did not seem affected by her charms. In truth, Nully was genuinely and astoundingly beautiful, so much so that Lex might have lost his mind at her casual flirting if he were an ordinary immortal. Fortunately, he had a firm mind, a resolute soul, and according to his system's remarks, the fate of someone who was forever alone. Oh, also, there was that bit of common sense in the back of his mind, reminding him that if he were to ever even receive a kiss from Nully, it would probably eradicate his existence due to the sheer difference in power between them. "By the way, can someone tell me what activation level the pillar is at?" Bridget asked, bringing the topic back to what really mattered. Ventura, who was greatly pleased at the price that Eclipse would have to pay, also chimed in. Yes, what level is it at now? After the innkeeper's contribution, I doubt it would remain at a low level. I need to know after all, it's my turn next." Harriet quickly checked the pillar and responded. "It's in the middle of the 7th level of activation. Honestly, I never expected the pillar to reach such a high level, or I wouldn't have brought it out," Harriet answered honestly. Secrets collected by the primordial queen weren't things that should be easily shared. Then again, the innkeeper did not seem like a pushover in that matter, too. Ventura grinned and looked at Eclipse with a great look of satisfaction. Finally, she had suffered a loss. If she had to pay the innkeeper according to the secret he revealed, then the souvenir she would have to cough up would not be at the level of something as simple and basic as the Gabbana fruit. She would have to bring something out from her actual treasures for this. Fortunately, Ventura had the good sense to reject the innkeeper's offer to sell him the secret. After all, it was entirely useless whether they knew or not. It wasn't as if they would ever be able to enter the Nether and take advantage of whatever was in there. If such a day ever came, he could pay a visit to the innkeeper then. For now, though, it seemed that Eclipse had to pay a tremendous amount for a relatively useless secret. Just as he was about to go on ahead and contribute a secret of his own, little Krusty stepped forward. "Something really bad is coming. The universe is about to enter autumn. The harvests are ready and some stand ready reap the rewards. All the trees that shed may not survive the winter to see summer once more." Little Krusty's words seemed very prophetic, as if he was foretelling the future. For once, no one paid any attention to the changing color of the pillar, Instead, they were contemplating his words and judging how seriously to take them. A sovereign that had become a Tao Lord was, not someone who could be looked down on. If even such an entity was predicting disaster, then maybe they had all underestimated the seriousness of this war. Even Ventura and Eclipse took a moment to reevaluate their judgment of the situation. Then, just as abruptly as he had stepped forward, the turtle left, uncaring about how his words were taken. Lex wasn't sure if anyone else took his words seriously. He, personally, took it as an open declaration that shit was about to hit the fan. Any and all contingencies that he had been preparing for the inn needed to be deployed now, without holding anything back. He'd spent enough time with sovereigns to know not to treat them lightly. Whether that was an overreaction or not did not matter to him. He would rather be safe than sorry. Space. Hall of Power Inner Chambers. Decal was still in the process of adapting to his recent baptism, and it would take a long while before he truly finished adapting to it. Soon, however, he would be fit to roam the universe once more. He did not need to spend all his time adapting in seclusion. After all, he had a very important hunt to depart on. He replayed the video he had received when he used the time replay token back in Archheaven. The human and the mermaid were talking to one another in the presence of many beasts. The presence of the beasts hardly mattered. What mattered were the human's words. The very human that he had surmised contained the system he was hunting for. "Right, like I was saying," said the human. "I would greatly appreciate it if we can talk about how to exit this place. If you have the power to take us out of here, I can pay you for it. Have you heard of the Midnight Inn? It's a great, relaxing place to rest and enjoy yourself. I work there, so if you ever come around, I would love to be your host." Chapter 2093, Gilded Hollow. With little Krusty turning the mood of the meeting solemn, Ventura took it upon himself to lighten the mood once more. After all, he merely needed to take things slightly more seriously. That didn't mean that he was truly at risk, so he wasn't bothered in the least. It seems that everyone is getting in the sharing spirit. If that's the case, and I stay put, then my reputation will really take a hit. In that case, why don't I try to raise the activation level of the pillar one more time? Ladies and gentlemen, I told you that the secret I would reveal would depend on what you all revealed first. Well, you may thank the Innkeeper for raising the bar considerably, or you all would have missed out on a grand opportunity. In approximately 15 years, calculated according to the flow of time in the average major realm, the Gilded Hollow will once again reappear. Now Lex had no idea what that meant, but based on the fact that the pillar's light suddenly changed once more, and that all the Tao Lords revealed surprised expressions, Lex could guess that it was a great deal. He turned to look towards Bridget, and just as expected, a moment later she asked the question that was inside Lex's heart. "What's the Gilded Hollow?" A few who noticed that the Innkeeper looked towards her even before she asked the question chuckled. Bridget was like a newcomer among them, asking obvious questions. It was like a child had entered a room full of adults, and was kind of adorable. Even Balaam chuckled before answering. The Gilded Hollow is? Actually, no one really knows exactly what it is. You can consider it to be a realm that appears and disappears randomly. Except the Gilded Hollow cannot be found in the void. Instead, its entrances appear in all realms inside the universe, whether they are major or minor. Yet the entrances remain for a very short time, ranging from mere seconds to a few minutes at most. Those who are lucky enough to find an opening can enter, and everyone else just has to deal with the fact that they are unlucky. Why are those who enter lucky and those who don't unlucky? Simply because it contains innumerable wealth and resources, the likes of which cannot be conveyed in simple words. But there is a catch. The resources, wealth, treasures, or anything else inside cannot be brought out. If you can use them within the hollow, then they are yours to keep. If you try to bring them out, they will all disappear. What's more, the resources and opportunities encountered all correspond to the cultivation level of whoever enters, even if they're a Tao Lord. Moreover, no one inside the Gilded Hollow has ever encountered anyone else, meaning that either it is incredibly vast in size, far beyond even our imagination, or that it deliberately separates everyone. But that does not mean that the Gilded Hollow is an open paradise. Far from it, in fact, as the Hollow has its own dangers. Still, the risk is more than worth the reward, since it's basically impossible to find so many resources so easily anywhere else in the universe, especially for Tao Lords. Bridget's eyes widened in amazement, but she was not the only one shocked. Lex could not believe what he was hearing. This was incredible. He would do more research on it, but if what Balaam said was true, Lex had to enter it. At the same time, he did some simple calculations. 15 years in a normal major realm was around 45 years in the origin realm, and about 135 years in the midnight realm. Good. That was more than enough time for Lex to become a celestial immortal. Maybe if he pushed it, he could even aim for the very peak of the celestial realm, or maybe even Demi-Dao Lord. He needed to think of a way to maximize his benefits from this gilded hollow. He was not concerned about the possible dangers in the slightest. He'd face them when they came, but if the danger was based on his cultivation level, then it was unlikely that he'd have any trouble. Just to be safe, he'd be cautious, but Lex was confident that he'd be able to handle it. 15 years, that's too short for me to finish adapting to my realm. Do you think I'll be able to go in? Bridget asked, looking towards Balam. Don't even think about it, said Balam decisively. The resources are abundant, but the dangers are also correspondingly great. Even Dao Lords can die there. The last time the Gilded Hollow appeared was early in the Enlightenment Age, and nearly 40% of all the Dao Lords who entered perished within. On top of that, the timing of the appearance of the Gilded Hollow is highly suspicious. If word of this spreads, and many Dao Lords head off to the Gilded Hollow, it would drastically lower the defenses of the major realms. At a time of war, where the future is uncertain, the arrival of the Hollow may spell disaster rather than fortune. Many agreed with him. Most Dao Lords worked for the benefit of their organizations, but if there was personal benefit to be had, then they would certainly choose that. Growth in the Dao realm was too difficult, so there was no doubt that most would choose their own personal growth if an opportunity for it arrived, regardless of the consequences. At the same time, everyone started to feel immense pity for the few Dao Lords who did not participate in the second activity. They had suffered a tremendous loss. Well, some also felt a certain level of schadenfreude, serves them right for playing it safe. If no one else has any secrets to contribute, shall we conclude this portion of the event? Harriet asked. Then it will be up to the pillar to exchange all the accumulated secrets for one in exchange. For those wondering, it has now been activated 8 times. Chapter 2094, The Secret. The excitement over the Gilded Hollow had not even cooled down, and now Harriet was offering even more rewards. Coming to this tea party was simply the best decision they had made in the last billion years. Countless Dao Lords could not help but look at the Innkeeper and Hurin Kaken with immense amounts of gratitude in their eyes. Many of them had been invited by Hurin, and the rest had been invited by the Innkeeper. They would remember this kind favor for a long time. Who in the universe could claim to throw a party like the Innkeeper? Could they get a better venue, a better co-host? Could they have better activities, or better tea, or perhaps a more prestigious guest list? The answer was simply no one. Even though they couldn't share these secrets openly, they would be sure to go back and rub this experience in the faces of all their friends, and especially their enemies. It was not easy to make other Dao Lords jealous, but this would certainly do the trick. It seems everyone is eager to learn the secrets of the Primordial Queen, Ventura said, with a smile. I am quite curious as well about what the Queen has collected all these years. For it to be a single secret equal to all that has been revealed before it, it must be something incredible. Eclipse snorted, as if she heard an accusation in Ventura's voice. What, you think there's only one secret in there? Little Ventura, you can act tough in your own academy, but in my garden you're not a big deal. I'll have you know you're not even close to the highest level of activation of the pillar. Merely at level 8 and you're acting so excited. Little Vini, I am disappointed in you. Silence, dead silence. Even the wind stopped blowing inside the garden as all the Dao Lords immediately erased their own memories, lest they become targets for Ventura's wrath. If word ever spread that the Primordial Queen had called him Little Vini, sounding like a little weenie. They all shuddered in fear, and were reminded that it was not so easy to enjoy the benefits of this tea party. The Primordial Queen's casual attitude, and the Innkeeper's hospitality had caused them to inadvertently lower their guard, but that was not a mistake they could make. Not here. Ventura did not reply, and his smile remained frozen on his face. After a few seconds, though, he coughed. Well, it was true. Within Eclipse's seat of power, he could do nothing to her, so might as well have some thick skin. Harriet, if you will, Ventura said, acting as if nothing had happened. The poodle nodded, and after looking at the rest of the Dao Lords to make sure no one had any objections, he placed a hand on the pillar, causing all the light to travel down its length through the portal from which it was coming out. Lex was kind of curious about what the rest of the pillar looked like, but it seemed that was also a secret. After a few moments, the pillar also retreated back into the portal, leaving once and for all. Yet no one complained, for the pillar had left behind a projection. Instead of revealing the secret verbally, it was showing them something. Lex felt something connected to his spirit, and suddenly it was as if he were transported elsewhere, and the vision in the projection was playing out in front of him. There were two shadowy figures conversing, clearly doing their best to hide their identities. Yet a moment later, all forms of protection disappeared, revealing their figures, as if the original spectator could see through their disguises. One of them was from the Karmari race, a sage race, and the same one as Grimshaw, the first sage Jack had ever encountered. The other was from a race Lex was not familiar with, yet the moment he thought that, a stream of knowledge entered his mind, not only identifying the race, but also the individuals in the vision. The second race was known as the Penance race, also a sage race, and a particularly mysterious one who were known as the foremost masters of curses in the universe. The one from the Penance race was called Hydmer, while the Karmari was Castoral. Both of them had particularly noble identities, even amongst their races. Hydmer, according to the knowledge of whoever was observing, was directly responsible for the extinction of the entire Indila race during the primordial age, while Castoral was the king of the Karmari race. "This is not a deal you can make lightly, Castoral," said Hydmer. "Think twice, even thrice before you proceed, for no one will be able to save you once the deed is done." Hydmer looked prideful, as if disdained to tempt Castoral, while Castoral seemed almost like he was fawning over the former. "Lord Hydmer, you do not need to test my resolve. I have worked hard to subdue my race, and now I can decide their fate at my own discretion," Castoral said, before kneeling and looking down at the ground. "Lord Hydmer, I, Castoral Veldistol, king of the Karmari, will pledge my eternal loyalty to you as your vassal and subject, as long as you can help my race ascend to the status of sage, replacing the Formoranes." Hydmer smiled and placed a hand on Castoral's head. "Very well, I admire your decisiveness. I shall accept you as my vassal and the Karmari as my property. The Formoranes will fall before the age is over." The vision ended, and yet no one spoke. No one expressed joy or excitement or any enthusiasm. This silence was far more deafening than any before it. Even Ventura did not pass any snarky remarks as he processed the scene he had just witnessed. 1 second, then 2, then 3 went by before Balaam suddenly moved, forcibly grasping Bridget and purging the memory of what she had witnessed, inadvertently displaying far more power than he had ever shown before, revealing that his true strength was not what it seemed. Yet no one could care about that right now. They were all too busy wiping their own memories. What they had received from the pillar wasn't knowledge, it was a death sentence. Chapter 2095. I don't see a reason to be bothered. Some secrets are extremely valuable, providing whoever had knowledge of them the possibility to use it for their own gain. Similarly, some secrets were extremely dangerous, and merely being aware of them put one at risk. The secret that the group had just witnessed was far beyond even the latter category, as knowing it did not put them at risk. It practically guaranteed their deaths. Not only was it a secret concerning 2 current and 1 former sage race, but it directly involved 2 extremely prominent members of those sage races, and an unbelievable dark history. If any of them claimed that the Karmari race was actually enslaved to the Penance race, no one would believe it. It would not even be categorized as a joke. Instead, it would be sacrilege and get not only them, but anyone associated with them in trouble. That was only if they claimed it casually. This, however, was far beyond that. Having expressed knowledge of the details, revealing a hidden aspect of their reality, might just get their entire race targeted. If Hydmer could target a sage race while they were at their prime, then any random race could not hold up against him at all. Thus, those in attendance did not just seal their memories, they were directly purging them. They were inflicting very serious self-harm, the kind that they may have never suffered since becoming Tao Lords, yet they showed not a hint of hesitation. All of them had been super excited at the possibility of learning one of the Primordial Queen's secrets, assuming that they could benefit from it. They forgot who they were dealing with. What kind of knowledge could be considered secret, even by the Queen? Certainly the kind that could threaten the literal eradication of even an elder race if it was ever revealed to them. Among them all, poor Bridget had it the worst. She had only barely stabilized herself after successfully passing her tribulation, and now she would be wounded. While healing from a wound for any cultivation below Tao Lord should be easy, that was not true for Tao Lords. The very fact that it was nearly impossible to damage them to begin with compensated for the difficulty in healing faced by Tao Lords. Even something as simple as purging their memory counted as an injury, even if only a minor one. Now, unless they used special means, they would have to wait millions of years for this minor injury to heal. If it were a serious injury, then the Tao Lord might never be able to heal at all for the remainder of their existence. Even so, not a single one of them showed any dissatisfaction towards the primordial queen. After all, they took the risk. Besides, the secret was revealed at random. Who could say whether there weren't even more dangerous secrets in there? Among the entire group, only Ventura, the Innkeeper, Nully, Little Krusty, and the Primal avoided purging their memory, though none of them were casual about what they had witnessed either. Eclipse did not count. She had already removed the memory and sealed it in her pillar to begin with, and now that it had been revealed, that is where it would go back. Lex, naturally, would not purge his memory. He would seal it in the Chamber of Secrets, though he would retain information about the penance race. Since they were experts in curses, maybe they were responsible for the curse on the fairies, and behind the invasion of humanity's destiny on the obelisk. "How did you even learn that?" Ventura asked Eclipse in a low voice. Eclipse looked at Ventura with an amused expression, clearly enjoying his shock and surprise. "Do you really want to know? Can you afford it?" she asked teasingly. Ventura hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. He would pay her whatever she asked. Eclipse chuckled and whispered the answer to Ventura. Though she erected no barrier around them, Lex sealed his own hearing and restricted his senses. This was not something he wanted to get involved in, though he could not help but chuckle. "Are you really in the mood to chuckle right now?" Nully asked, amused and intrigued at the same time. "I was just thinking back to the first time I met a Kermery," the Innkeeper said, not bothering to lower his voice. He had been so full of himself, so pride-filled over his status as a sage. Who could have guessed that he was actually a slave? Balaam gave the Innkeeper a wry smile before he began to purge his own memories as well. Leave it to the Innkeeper to laugh while they were all going through an existential crisis. "Damn!" Ventura suddenly exclaimed once Eclipse was done speaking, his expression worsening. It was hard to read his emotions, considering his true appearance was hidden, and all but his tone of voice at least revealed that he was both shocked and furious. "Damn it, how can this be?" Lex looked at Ventura and did not believe for a moment the show he was putting on. Even he, an immortal, could control himself perfectly, so how could he lose composure? And yet, Ventura began pacing, paying no mind to anyone who was there. "You don't seem too bothered by this," Eclipse said, looking at the Innkeeper. The Innkeeper did something that was, quite frankly, unbelievable considering his usual formal self. He shrugged. "Yes, although I frown upon slavery, we allow slave owners into the inn as long as they don't break in rules, or enslave anyone inside the inn. Therefore, I don't see a reason to be too bothered." Eclipse just looked away, like father like son. The only thing they both cared about was that damn inn. Eclipse couldn't believe she had been fooled by such a thick-headed man into paying so much for a useless secret. One way or another, she would get even for this. Nully laughed as she saw Eclipse pouting. That was not a sight she got to see too often. Chapter 2096, A Deal is a Deal. Harriet waited until everyone was done purging their memories, which took quite a few hours. During the wait, Eclipse seemed to no longer want to talk to the Innkeeper, and Nully had restrained herself from teasing him. Ventura's mood finally stabilized, but he hadn't cracked any of his usual jokes since. All the Tao Lords who had purged their memories were too drained, too frightened, or too traumatized to try and talk to any of the monsters who took this news so casually, and kept to themselves. Little Krusty wasn't the talkative type, at least, as there were no plants to talk about, so they all just ended up waiting in silence. "If you are all ready, we can now proceed to the next activity," Harriet said casually, as if the previous one hadn't literally scared all of them. "Rest assured, there should be no danger in this next activity as long as you don't provoke any danger. Based on the activation level of the Enigma Pillar, we will close off a portion of the Primordial Garden. You may all enter and pick out any non-sentient thing you find and take it as a souvenir. Each of you is allowed to take only one item." Harriet's words reassured the guests, and some of them even started to feel a heavy temptation welling up in their chests. "Can we take any one item?" one of the guests asked. "Even a tree or maybe a mountain?" Harriet shrugged. "Sure, if you can do that without hurting yourself, go ahead. But just remember, we don't take any responsibility for any injuries you might incur during this activity, so take according to your own capabilities." Suddenly all the guests cooled down. They had just suffered, so how could they forego caution and act recklessly? The Primordial Garden was not a place for them to play. They had to be incredibly cautious in their actions. "By the way, the pearls found inside the green meadow pond can heal minor wounds even in Tao Lords," Harriet mentioned, without elaborating further on the matter. Clearly, he was giving them a way out of the injuries they caused themselves. But if they took the pearl, it would be canceling out their loss, but leaving them without any gains as well. Whether to attempt some kind of gain, or to accept the recovery was something they could only decide on their own. Seeing that everyone was ready, Harriet and the others opened up the barrier around them, restoring their connection to the universe. The feeling of being free from the weight of humanity dissipated, but surprisingly what replaced it didn't feel like a burden. Instead, it felt like acceptance, as if he was a part of something greater. It was as if his very being was rejoicing in being a part of the human race. Being a human, after all, was his identity, his origin. He could leave his race behind, but he would be giving up just as much as he would be gaining. That was a perspective Lex hadn't expected to suddenly encounter. It was something that gave him pause. Yet, abandoning his humanity was not something he planned on doing anyway, and removing his connection on the cosmic ascendance spectrum was something he wasn't capable of doing at the moment, so there was no need to dwell on it too much. He only lamented that his comprehension had dropped back down to normal. In those short few hours, he had only managed to improve his comprehension of the laws of karma by 6,000%. If only he had a few more days. Outside the limits of the tavern, Harriet opened up another portal, this time leading to the depths of the primordial garden. You all have 30 hours to go find whatever you wish to claim. Once that period is over, you will be brought back to the tavern. I wish you good luck. At the same time, a massive projection screen appeared atop the tavern, as if ready to put on a good show for everyone to watch. What's that? Bridget asked. Oh, nothing. It's just for those of us not going out to see how you all fare in the garden. Don't worry too much. There aren't any Tao Lords who will oppose you, just the garden itself. It shouldn't be too dangerous. I doubt any of you will die in a mere 30 hours. The more they heard, the less enthusiastic the group became. Well, little Krusty at least wasn't bothered, as he stepped through the portal without hesitation, mumbling about wild, unsupervised growth of weeds. After him, Ventura also followed, though he was still silent, as if occupied with other matters. One by one, the rest stepped through the portal, exploring the garden warily, until only the Innkeeper and Eclipse were left behind. I suppose you're not going, said Eclipse. The Innkeeper smiled and shook his head. I will not leave the inn's territory, he commented, pointing to the ground beneath him. Well, I suppose I did offer you decent payment, Eclipse said with a sigh. You just wait here, I'll get you something good. A deal is a deal, after all. Just like that, Eclipse walked through the portal too, leaving Lex alone, at least for a short while. You look like you're enjoying yourself, said Mary as she walked up to Lex, looking up at the screen. Well, so far I've managed to avoid plunging the universe into a brand new war, so that's great, said the Innkeeper, chuckling. The three Tao Lords who were behind Mary paused, unsure of what to make of the Innkeeper's comments. Was that something he had done before? Bloody hell, should they even be here? In the end, they just took a few steps back and watched the screen. There was nothing preventing them from watching, even if they couldn't go participate in the final event. The screen showed many different scenes, but collectively, they had all decided that they were going to watch Wukong. Chapter 2097, The Best Thief in the Universe. Wukong was an enigma that even Tao Lords could not understand. His means and methods were one thing, even his motives were beyond all of reality. The concept of a main body and a fake body did not exist between him and his clones, as far as anyone could tell, and he completely lacked the pride and demeanor of a Tao Lord. He was shameless, yet he liked to make friends. Unfortunately, sometimes being his friend was worse than being his enemy, for it was harder to slap a smiling face, especially when most of the time they didn't even know what the issue was. A chance to observe him in action without being detected was too valuable, for the screen conjured by Harriet showed not just Wukong, but all his antics that they otherwise would have missed. Unfortunately, the screen could not show them his Tao, or how it worked, which meant that even if they knew what he was likely to do, they could not stop him or even detect him. Wukong was walking through a marsh, the deep red water coming up to his knees, and the grass rising from within rising up high enough to tickle his nose hairs. The sight would have been funny if he didn't leave behind a tiny clone on every single blade of grass that touched him. The clones were all tiny enough to latch onto the grass without causing it to bend over. All those observing felt like if they were there in person, they would not have been able to detect those clones, giving them chills. If that was the case, who was to say that he hadn't left clones behind everywhere? The group suddenly started to look around, searching for him. Lex would have liked to let them know that he wasn't there, but there was no way he could guarantee that. As far as he knew, Wukong could be watching the screens light with them. Just as everyone was dealing with the horrific knowledge that there might be 100 Wukong clones all around them, he suddenly reached into the water and pulled out a smooth, red stone. While Wukong was observing the stone, trying to determine its worth, the image on the screen started to show the specs of the stone. It was a primordial foot scrub, and its effects were to remove all traces of anyone's presence in any specific location. Beneath the Tao Lord level, it achieved that by eliminating anyone who searched for any traces in the areas where the foot scrub was used with a 100% effectiveness, while for those at the Tao Lord, it would attempt to fool them with an illusion, and the success rate was variable. While no one else seemed too surprised by the features of the red rock, Lex was dumbfounded. That was a random rock picked up from within the march. How could it have a 100% kill rate beneath the Tao Lord realm? He had been roaming the primordial garden randomly, without worry about getting killed by random rocks on the ground. As it turned out, that might have been a serious mistake. But such a thing did not interest Wukong whatsoever, so he tossed it back in the water and continued to search. The screen showed that the borders of the marsh were clearly nearby, yet Wukong did not approach them. Instead, he stayed well within the middle as if he was searching for something specific. As the hours passed, Wukong grabbed many items, such as the grass blade of annihilation, a yellowed blade of grass on the verge of death. Another example was the bubble of eternal solitude, which was just a bubble formed atop the waters of the march. The effects of both items, though, were tremendous, with the bubble even being able to act as a defense against the full might attack of a Tao Lord. Damn, even Lex wanted that bubble. Yet he could not leave the territory of the inn, so he could only hope that whatever souvenir Eclipse gave him, it would be worth it. Meanwhile, they noticed that a majority of Tao Lords were not as picky as Wukong. In fact, many of them went to get the healing item Harriet had told them about, treating the hope of getting a reward as nothing. They had already benefited enough, they did not need to be greedy. Thus, after getting their items, they returned to the tavern and also began watching Wukong act. They had seen him find many incredible things, and one that even had the potential of enhancing his Tao, yet Wukong decisively gave it up. It seemed that he was looking for something specific. Eventually, it was about 15 hours after the event began that Wukong managed to find a tadpole at the Heaven Immortal realm. Seeing his wide grin confused many, for they were already clear that they weren't allowed to take anything with sentience, and though that tadpole was weak, it was surely sentient. Wukong did not keep them wondering for long. He grabbed the tadpole and pulled some kind of rainbow-colored orb from within its body, before letting the small tadpole return to the waters. Wukong grinned at the orb for a good second before swallowing it, and turning to return to the inn. What Wukong did not know, at least yet, was that everyone saw his actions. More importantly, the screen even revealed what that orb was, causing everyone to stare at the monkey on screen solemnly. Sometimes they treated him like a joke, but that was only because Wukong encouraged such a perception. In truth, he was some of the most fearsome and devious thieves in the universe, and no one should ever forget it. What he had stolen from the tadpole was nothing except its recognition as an innate primordial being. While the tadpole still remained a primordial, the universe no longer technically recognized it as one. Instead, Wukong was the one who had that recognition now. Chapter 2098, Insightful Innkeeper. While everyone else was marveling at Wukong's actions, and wondering what his intentions were, and marveling at his genius, the innkeeper stared at the screen with a little more understanding about the situation, for once actually living up to the reputation he had. He knew for a fact that Wukong had long wanted to enter the primordial garden. While it was true that a lot of people wanted the same thing, it was obvious to him that Wukong had a specific purpose in mind. While he did not know that specific purpose, nor did he intend on prying into his personal matters, it was obvious to him that this very small orb that he had obtained might have been one of his primary purposes within the garden, if not the primary purpose. Of course, all this could just be a ruse to hide his actual intentions, but since Lex could not think things with the same depth as Tao Lords, he would not bother with it. Even so, he could not help but wonder what exactly the monkey had planned. For him to go through such lengths, only to acquire such recognition had to be in preparation for something. While others treated him as nothing more than a miscreant, Lex knew that he hid his true motives underneath the facade of mischief. Or, well, this could just be in preparation for another prank on that Emperor Wukong had issues with, poor fella. With the favorite of the audience finally getting what he wanted, the big screen started to show scenes of many other Tao Lords, the few who were left. All of the ones who still had not come out were big names who probably had other means to heal themselves. Lex could not help but notice that Eclipse did not show up on the screens. It seems that whatever souvenir she was getting for the innkeeper was something secret that she did not want others seeing. A few more hours later, while everyone was watching the primal carefully and meticulously dig out a rose bush without damaging any of its roots, Eclipse returned and called the innkeeper to the side. If your demands had not been so unusual, it would have been much easier to find you something useful. You're quite lucky that I like you, or else I wouldn't have bothered to put so much thought into this. Open it only when you return to your inn and make sure you're ready to help with the integration. After saying that, Eclipse handed the innkeeper what looked like a small jewelry box just big enough to hold a bangle or something of the sort. Lex naturally would not open it without scanning it and making sure it was safe, so he merely put it away. The box naturally would not enter his spatial equipment. The space within was not nearly strong enough to hold it. Instead, he directly sent it to the inn. He could check on what it was mentally if he wished, but he felt like it would not be good to be distracted right now. I sincerely appreciate the gesture, said the innkeeper. Your consideration is much more valuable than any gift. Eclipse nodded as if agreeing with him. At this point, it wasn't even arrogance. It was a fact that, as the strongest Tao Lord in the universe, her consideration was not something that could be attained easily. Innkeeper, while I have you here, allow me to ask you a question, Eclipse said, looking towards the crowd of Tao Lords watching the screen. What are your intentions once the tea party is concluded? Lex had not been expecting such a question, and could not help but think that she might have something she wanted to request from him. As usual, I will tend to my inn, he responded, giving a predictable answer. Do you perhaps have need of me? Eclipse shook her head. Her question had been slightly bold, but it was for a reason. Even with her abilities sealed, she would be able to tell if the innkeeper had lied to her since she was focusing on him, but he had not. He really only intended to tend to his inn. In that case, some of her suspicions dissipated. It's nothing. If more people were as single-minded as you, this universe would be a far less troublesome place, she said, sounding slightly annoyed. Lex had a feeling that something must have happened while she was getting his souvenir, or else there would not have been such a sudden shift in her mood. He did not pry, and merely nodded, as if taking her words as a compliment. The two of them returned to the crowd, and while largely ignoring the dubious and suspicious looks Nully was giving them, began to watch the screen. A few hours later, everyone returned with their souvenirs. For whatever reason, Ventura came back empty-handed, for in those 30 hours, no matter what he picked up, the item would vanish. It was abundantly clear that he was being targeted by Eclipse, but instead of feeling annoyed at being targeted, his casual smile returned. It was as if whatever was bothering him was not as important as teasing and being teased by Eclipse. Of course, that was only an observer's opinion. How could they know what was really happening? In the end, the greatest winner of the third activity became the innkeeper. Though no one knew what he got, everyone agreed that it was probably the best item. Right behind him was Wukong, for he pulled off something that should have been impossible and even got the primordial queen's praise for his ingenuity. Right behind him was the primal, who had dragged out an entire rose bush. Finally, the three events were at an end. To celebrate, the innkeeper announced that lunch was served as a number of staff started to bring out lunch plates covered in simple, metal domes. After all the overexcitement given to them in the previous 3 activities, they all could not help but appreciate the innkeeper's choice of using only mortal-level ingredients. The mundaneness of the food somehow took away from the terrifying excitement brought by the Queen's activities. Truly, his insight went far beyond what they originally expected. Chapter 2099, Unexpectedly Sentimental. The lunch did not have to be eaten together. There were tables and chairs available all throughout the tavern, so if anyone wanted to go eat separately, they could. However, since everyone was gathered together, they all felt like eating together, or maybe they had some other intentions. Regardless, Lex snapped his fingers to arrange a line of picnic benches laid in a line for all the Tao Lords to sit together and face to face. As they sat down and opened their dishes, they were welcomed to the sight of deep-fried chicken with a few rolls of garlic bread, some coleslaw, and a number of dips. Alongside the food were a number of drinks. Before we begin, said the innkeeper, his voice washing over all the Tao Lords. Many of them actually had already begun to eat, but that didn't matter, for the plates in front of them were promptly replaced. All the Tao Lords, sitting together at the table, looked towards the innkeeper, who stood at the hood of the table, Eclipse, Ventura, and the others sitting close by him. I would like to share a little about mortal customs with you all. though I am sure you all are already aware of them," the innkeeper continued, glancing towards one of the 3 clones Wukong had at the table. Although the monkey didn't appear to be doing anything, Lex, in keeping with the assumption that he was always up to something, gave him a glance as if warning a mischievous child at the family dinner table. Mortals live a fleeting life, so short that they are gone in the blink of an eye. They are some of the weakest, most insignificant beings in the universe, and yet they are still very much a part of it, and many renowned figures come from mortal origins. Their mortality grants them a perspective and outlook that only the absolute knowledge of forthcoming death can grant, and one of the most important of those perspectives is gratitude. 100 faces meant 100 different thoughts. Everyone who sat at the table interpreted his words differently, but there was nothing Lex could do about that. His only actual goal was to mellow out the excitement after all the previous activities. After all, instigating a new universal war was still a distinct possibility since the Tea Party had many days left. In the eternal pursuit for more, it is rare to take time out to appreciate what we already have. At least, that has been my experience. So before we begin this meal, let me enact a mortal custom of a host giving a speech and saying a prayer not to anyone else but perhaps to our inner selves. The universe is a precarious place, and the times are even more unusual. There is unrest and distrust in the very fabric of reality, so during this tumultuous time I am extremely grateful that so many prestigious guests could come and honor my humble establishment with your presence. I am grateful that at this time where the universe is plotting and conspiring against one another, that we can sit here together and enjoy each other's company. I do not know when I will hold such a tea party again, and I do not know how many of you will be able to attend the next time I do either. The future is uncertain, and the past is shrouded in mystery, but at least in this moment we are all happy and healthy. The innkeeper raised a single mug of lemonade and said cheers. Many other Dao Lords raised their mugs too, and afterwards chugged their own drinks before beginning to partake in what was, genuinely, the most humble meal any of them had ever had in their lives. Some of them, however, felt chills. On the surface, it seemed like the innkeeper was wishing them all well and appreciating the opportunity. However, it also seemed like a warning. The innkeeper did not know how many of them would attend the next tea party. Did that mean they would be busy or that they would be dead? What did it mean to be grateful for what they had right now? Did that mean they were going to lose it? While many of them were speculating upon each and every single word he had uttered, there was one in particular who glanced towards the innkeeper. As it happened, the innkeeper looked back at him at that exact moment. Did the innkeeper know? Why did he mention plots and conspiracies? Was his plan seen through from the very beginning? If that was the case, why didn't the innkeeper reveal it? Was he only speculating, or did he have other considerations? That Dao Lord decided in that moment to cancel all his plans for the tea party. This was not a risk he could take. Instead, he should be grateful that he's even allowed to leave here alive. That is surely what the innkeeper meant. He would remember this. Some Dao Lords gave speeches as well, and the meal went well, though it did not last very long at all. As soon as the meal was over, many of the Dao Lords quickly separated into groups again. Not only did they need to continue their previous meetings, they needed to reassess some of their plans based on what had come to light. Things were going to take a significant change after this meeting, for the threat of being trapped in that dome in Archeheaven was a very real one. Harriet had already stated that if there were any significant developments regarding the dome, he would inform them, but it was unlikely that there were going to be many changes. To Lex's immense surprise, nothing major seemed to happen after that. The lunch was a massive success in the sense that no one complained about the food, and Lex personally enjoyed the flavor quite a lot. Thus, Lex spent the next few hours in unexpected silence. Most of the Dao Lords went into meetings, this time including Ventura and Voidmo. Eclipse and Nully continued to sit together in the garden, chatting amongst themselves, and little Krusty just straight up left the tavern and went into the garden, unconcerned about anyone else. After patrolling the tavern a few times and finding not a single other Dao Lord outside, Lex went to Mary, who was wearing jeans and a maroon t-shirt, and sitting on the railing of the terrace, looking out at the garden. "What are you thinking?" Lex asked her through his mind, not even relying on spirit sense. Nothing save the system could ensure privacy in this setting. Who knew if Wukong was actually sitting behind them, or someone else for that matter? "I was just thinking about how far we've come," Mary said, her eyes turned towards the garden but her gaze somewhere far beyond it. Lex did not speak, instead looking out as well. He had a feeling that Mary had a lot on her mind at that moment. When we met, you were a depressed man at a park, and I was an incomplete soul with barely any memories of who I was. When the system scanned your memories to adapt to you, it was your memories that gave me a face, a name. Now I have Tao Lords trying to court me and take my opinion on things that just seem like common sense to me. It's been a journey. Lex thought back to that night. Life was so dull back then. How simple had his desires been? He just wanted to feel anything other than like his life was so meaningless. Although the tumor had a lot to do with that, on some level, it had to reflect his own thoughts as well, right? As much as he doubted and suspected the system, without it, his life would not be anywhere as interesting and amazing as it was. Sure, he put in plenty of work himself as well, but he could not deny that it was the system that started it all, and took him on a journey that could have never happened without it. What brought all this on? Lex asked finally. Mary shrugged. I don't know, maybe it's the speech you gave about gratitude that made me think about all we've been through and just appreciate where we are. Lex took in his surroundings. He was sitting on the terrace of the Midnight Tavern with one of his closest friends, inside the Primordial Garden, one of the most exclusive places in the universe. He had been hosted by the owner of the garden herself, and given a lot of respect by many of his guests, even if they had some misunderstandings about him. Yeah, life can be pretty crappy sometimes, but it can also be pretty great, Lex said as he thought back to some of the dark and happy moments he'd experienced along the way. Wow, things were getting unexpectedly sentimental. Do you mind if I state a random theory of mine? Mary asked, finally looking away from the scenery and looking at Lex. Author's note. If you are reading this, please go read the actual author's note made on this chapter on. That is a message I want to share with anyone who has ever read and liked The Innkeeper. Chapter 2100. A Place of Solace. Lex raised an eyebrow, looking at Mary curiously. Do you even need to ask? Wait, is it a theory regarding something that'll get me in trouble? Because I really don't want to deal with any of that right now. I was thinking of using this time when everything is relaxed to quickly return to the inn and recover so I don't crash again. We just had lunch with nearly 100 Tao Lords that takes a toll. Mary just glared at Lex. Here she was, talking about sentimental stuff, and he couldn't get over his presently relevant issues. Leave it to a guy to ruin a perfectly good moment with pragmatism. I was wondering why you got an inn, she said, explaining what the theory was about. I mean, it's not really too relevant. To a large degree, a system adapts itself to the host when it first binds with them. There can be external factors, but it's still relevant to the host. So how come you got an inn? It's not like you're a bad host or anything. But I've noticed you end up spending more time outside the inn, exploring the universe, than actually staying in and tending to your guests. Each time you say you want to avoid trouble, and yet somehow trouble finds you and leads you out. Most of the management of the inn is taken care of by your staff. Yes, you supervise, and you supervise well, but it's not enough to show your attachment to tending to guests. So I was wondering why your system turned into an inn when it could have just been another random adventure system or something. In the end, I came up with a theory. Lex relaxed, knowing that it was not related to anything troublesome. Then he began to wonder. In truth, while he was highly suspicious of the system, he hadn't given much thought as to why it turned into an inn. He had kind of just accepted it and moved on. So what's your theory? He asked, unable to come up with an explanation on the spot. Mary looked out at the tavern, at the picnic tables down below, and at the various small details added to the tavern that Lex had made for this tea party. I think that you think that you're very selfish, but that's not the truth. I think you really just wanted to provide a safe space for people, and a safe space to gather your own people or anyone who needed help, she said. She thought of Harry, she thought of Hera and her son Jimmy, she thought of the countless people Lex had helped along the way and brought into the inn. She thought of the way he treated all his workers. Honestly, considering that they were labeled as AI by the system originally, anyone could have justified not caring too much about them and making them work day and night. But not only did Lex provide them with so much, he treated them like genuine friends and family. I think that maybe, deep down you knew there was something wrong with your family. That's why you left them, and why you were looking for a family elsewhere. Z became your brother, Velma your sister, Gerard your uncle, and the inn became the place where anyone who felt lost could come to find solace and warmth. Lex was stunned, unsure of how that came about. While he obviously treated everyone at the inn as if they were very close to him, he had never specifically thought about the whole in that way. Is this a new theory, or one you've had for a while? Lex asked. It was a dumb question, but honestly Lex wasn't sure what to ask or how to respond to such a sincere appraisal of him and his inn. I've had it for a while, but recent events really put things into perspective for me, she said as she swung her legs back and forth on the balcony railing. Have a bunch of Tao Lords court you, and your perspective on your whole life will become real quick in an instant. Lex grinned, not at all feeling ashamed for what he had done. See, it all ended well, hadn't it? I realized, while advising all those other Tao Lords and interacting with them, that throughout our conversations, my only concern was keeping the inn safe. I realized that maybe, even I have begun to see the inn as my home. While I still remember what my life was like before, my attachment to it has grown weaker than I had initially realized. I thought about that hard. I wondered if the system had somehow affected my soul and changed the way I see things, but the latest upgrade you got to the inn shows that it's not possible. The systems can't directly affect Tao, which means it can't directly change my soul or mind either. It seems in the shortest span of time, the inn has started to mean more to me than so much from my previous life. Lex chuckled. Obviously it's because I'm so charismatic, he said, praising himself. The vibe of the whole inn bounces off of me. I don't blame you, a mere Tao Lord, for getting infected. Mary rolled her eyes. Anyway, it was just a random thought I had, she said. No need to focus on it too much. Lex paused from his mischief and looked at Mary. You're not wrong, you know, he said unexpectedly. Of course I wanted everyone who came to the inn to feel welcome, which is why I made things like that. But obviously I alone did not make it the way it is. Everyone who was in it made it into what it is now, a safe space to find solace and familial warmth. That includes you too. I'm sure you did a lot of important, incredible things in your previous life. Compared to that, tending to an inn, dealing with the workers and guests, taking life one day at a time might seem a little mundane. But at the same time, you get to spend every day with people you like, taking on new challenges. I can't think of anything better. You know, back on Earth, there was a very common saying. Every adult or older person used to tell children that school was the best part of their lives, and the kids never understood it. Well, I think it's because you got to hang out with your friends all the time in spite of the early mornings and schoolwork. The inn is like that. It's challenging, but you also get to see your favorite people every day. So, it obviously makes sense that you like it. Mary listened to Lex's words and couldn't help but find that what he said made sense. It seemed he could be a little serious when the moment called for it.